to the conclusion that it has to be a curve because they told us when technically observations have been done and documented, and they say there's no curvature here. It's a planar Earth. It's flat, horizontal. How many horizontal lines does it take to make a curved ball, to make a sphere? And that should be a question for you internally to be asking yourself, because that's reality. We have come to the conclusion that it's horizontally flat. How many horizontal lines does it take to make a curve? Ask yourself that. And maybe you'll wake up. Maybe you'll realize, yeah, I've been lied to. And holy fuck, these flat earthers know what they're talking about because it
I'll,
doesn't make sense.
I'll never be able to wake up, unfortunately.
Wait, can I answer some of these things about the observation of the curvature of the Earth?
Go ahead.
Yes. So, have you ever gone on a boat before? Gone to sea? If the Earth is flat, yeah, why can't, when you go out to the middle of the sea, why can't you see all of the other boats on the ocean?
Because
You can.
because that's not the way optics works. I
How
understand.
does the optics work?
I understand that in your position, you would think that, but technically, if you looked into it, you would learn that, dude, you can't even see something 300 yards away from you, the same position that it would technically be in. Why do you
Well,
try to make
no,
it?
you
Why
can
do you
still
try to?
see, if the Earth was flat, yes, you should still be able to see some semblance of another ship
Yeah,
in the distance.
Karen. So we can see further than we're supposed to be able to see on a globe, but that doesn't mean we can see forever. Your eyes don't work like that.
Yeah, that's not the way it works, bro. That I know.
Um,
I know.
Pretty simple.
No, it's not just
May
from
I say
eyesight.
something about that?
Telescopes, cameras, they still wouldn't pick up another ship, for example, a few miles away, 5-10 miles away.
Well, yeah, you can see ships 5-10 miles away. You can.
Yeah, you can see ships 20
I'm
miles
not
away
sure on the actual distance
in a
when they
good day.
disappear, but
Yeah,
even
yeah, yeah.
when you're on the open water and you
Okay.
don't see any ships around you, and the cameras don't pick up any ships around you, that in itself is an observation that the Earth must have some sort of curvature.
Okay,
No,
Karen. Let me ask you this,
Yeah,
Karen. Let me ask you
Go ahead.
this. So if
Go
we're
ahead. Go ahead.
standing at the beach,
especially
if we're
because as
standing at the
ships go away
beach,
from you.
hold on,
Right, okay,
hold on.
right, sure.
So if we're standing at the beach, let's say we're 6 foot tall, how far away are we going to start seeing those boats disappear bottom up? You there, Karen?
Maybe he dipped out. I don't know.
He's still there.
Did you hear us, Karen?
The answer is yes.
the reality is this, Karen. You're silent right now, so I guess I'll jump in real quick. The reality is that a glober in their belief will have a bias of what they've been told is their reality. But in a reality, the way we see things are accordingly. You're not going to see forever because there is a very simple understanding of how our vision works, optics works, light attenuation works, refraction works. There's so many variables here that's going to prevent you from seeing a certain distance away from the way you can see it. Hands down. That's not an argument. That is a statement. That's a fact.
can I add to that?
Go ahead.
So when it comes to how your eyes work and how you actually see, first and foremost, you will in all directions around you in a 360-degree circle see the exact same distance if there are no objects impeding your vision.
Exactly.
Secondly, So there's something known, or as we like to call it, the opaque deck of opacity, which is basically the atmosphere itself, because the atmosphere isn't just emptiness, it has gases and a whole bunch of other things in it. The same
Exactly.
principle applies if you have a crystal clear window that like birds fly into because they think there's nothing there. If you put 20 of them together, your vision of what's beyond that is going to be first distorted, and after another 20 or 40 of them, you won't be able to see through the glass at all because it's become opaque. Same thing happens in reality, right?
Great point.
And we can actually see boats when we're in the middle of the ocean. That's how military personnel actually find their targets with eye to eye sight, right? In their line of sight. They actually lock onto a boat, submarine, whatever it may be, and then they shoot at it. Even submarines that are submerged almost at the bottom of the seafloor do the exact same thing, which they couldn't do with radar, because radar signals go in a direct line and bounce back. They don't go up and down like a wave does, right? They go
Exactly.
straight and back. So how can a submarine at the bottom of the sea floor do that if there is curvature? Because the Earth would be spheroid, the floor itself would have a physical barrier between that submarine and whatever it's trying to locate to shoot and destroy. So
Absolutely.
just look at this is going now. Forget everything else about argumentations of what is and what isn't. If you truly want to see why we think the way we do, and say all of these things, go step by step. Look at everything from all sources, military wise, scientific wise. Look at how everything, like the entire story of the globe Earth, came to be with Eratosthenes using sticks and shadows to prove that the Earth is a sphere, even though the same experiment works on a works with a small local sun and a flat plane of existence. Your table, for example, put 2 beer bottles and your phone, from the light from your phone, right, that you have when you take pictures. Hover that light above one beer bottle, the shadow will be going directly down underneath, while the second beer shadow will be at an angle. You can do measurements using Eratosthenes' measurements that he used, and then you'll come to the conclusion that due to the angles of light, the table you're currently using is actually a spherical table and not a flat table. But that doesn't make any goddamn sense, right? Pardon my French. And when you keep doing these things, you're going to see more and more inconsistencies and lies, fallacies, so on and so forth. If something is actually true, the explanation and existence of it should not require so many fallacies and Olympic medalists jumping around your brain to come to a conclusion, right? That's what we're trying to tell you. It's all about just having an objective mindset, no preconceived biases or beliefs, and questioning everything, looking at it logically. Why are there so many official government documents from all over the world that have calculations, measurements, and diagrams depicting how, for example, planes fly over a flat stationary geocentric Earth, or missiles, or bullets, or whatever it may be? All of these things use the calculations of a flat plane of existence, not a spherical one. That should make you question things. That's all I had to say.
Great points. Spot on, bro. Exactly. Like, those are the reasons why we know it's not what we've been told. Good point, bro. I love that you said everything you said, because it was all on point.
Thank you.
Everything you said, bro. Perfect.
And one more time, pardon, when I first got here, I just woke up. I didn't realize I wasn't muted, so I was interrupting. I speak out loud sometimes. That was my bad.
No worries, bro. You're good. You're good. Well said. Actually, it comes down to you either break free from the paradigm or you don't. You stay stuck in it with a bias and all these falsehoods that we've all been showed and taught. You're either stuck in it or you break free from it and then start using critical thinking to realize the concepts and the ideologies and the positions of everything we're talking about. And then you realize Yeah, okay. It doesn't make sense in the previous, position I was in. That's why that's why we are where we are right now.
Yep.
We get it.
And another thing is, so whenever I talk about this IRL with people, right? Because I'm very open about this. I don't have any shame about it because I know it's the truth. When they ask me, well, why is flat Earth so important, right? It's the gateway. It's the beginning to going down the actual rabbit hole. From
Right.
flat Earth, once you understand like objective reality and how things work, other conspiracies that might have been far fetched or seemed crazy and wild
Just fall in
within
place.
the globe model actually are more and more plausible within this model.
Yep, they
Things
fall in
like
place.
things like people having this mindset that, oh, coincidences don't mean anything. All these different people and cultures, they have depictions of the flat earth, but they didn't know any better, right? um, then that ceases to exist in your brain, because you see, wait a second, this is a reoccurring thing. Humans are going to draw, write, and depict everything that they have observed, seen, and interact with throughout history.
Exactly.
That's a common thing. So if this one thing, so geocentric Earth, is found within every single culture, religion, mythology, secret society or society with secrets, and civilization. So everything that is human-like, that you can name, have a depiction of a geocentric Earth, except us from 1967, I believe. um, then you have to ask yourself, what else is truthful, that is quote unquote a coincidence, that most people won't even consider.
You
And you
know,
go looking down the rabbit hole, and sooner or later you're going to find things that are going to alter your perception of not just reality, but in essence yourself, right? And it's going to help you understand who you truly are, right? Who we truly are, and how important and special we are within this entire reality. And that's
absolutely.
what they don't want. What?
And go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No,
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 I was
you go
gonna
first.
say, I was gonna say to piggyback on that, Alan and every other Glober here, go watch the documentary called The Principle. I swear to you, the greatest minds of today's world are going to show you, like through science, quote unquote, through observations, through reality, they're going to show you that they have now established that the earth is a fixed position and everything about the cosmos in the sky are then uh, circling around us, and there's no other way to look at it. These are the greatest minds, by the way. Don't believe us here in Discord. Believe the greater minds, the lab coats, if you need to. But they themselves have said this is a problem in the heliocentric model because the what they call the axis of evil,
Yep.
literally they literally call it that. They know that everything is calculated to where it's all going around a circular point, a position of a focal point, if you will, and that's where we stand. That totally destroys the heliocentric model. Look it up, The Principle. Go check it out. I implore you to go learn about it and then come back and talk to us about it. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Just quickly, we've got a couple new people in. We've got Askin and Bork. I don't recognize you guys. If you want to ask a question or discuss the Earth, Askin or Bork, what's up? Don't be shy.
Hey buddy, what's up?
What's up, Bork? How's it going?
So what's your position?
Uh, well, generally, I would say that the Earth cannot be a ball because there's no curvature. What's your position?
I think the earth is flat.
Oh, what makes you say that?
Um As you just said, there's no curvature.
All right, sweet. Sounds good.
Just to add a little meat to the conversation, how do we determine if there's curvature or not?
I don't know. How did they determine that there was curvature?
You said there isn't. So you're
Yeah.
making a statement in conflict with what they are saying, and you had to
Well, did they
determine that
say?
somehow, right?
Did they say that they had measured curvature?
I don't know. You said you determined that there
Okay.
isn't.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I don't see anyone claiming to have measured curvature, so I guess there isn't
Oh,
any.
okay. So it's an argument from ignorance
From
then.
no curvature, yes. Really,
Okay.
quite beautifully simple. So no curvature, no ball.
Okay. So you have not done any measurement or employed any method to determine
No, I'm not
if.
claiming to have measured curvature. No, there
No,
isn't.
no.
I don't. I
You
don't think
have
there is any
you.
curvature.
Wait a second. What? Cyclone. I'm not saying you claim you have measured curvature.
Yeah.
I understood your statement such that you attempted to verify if uh if there is curvature, right? You employed a method to determine if there is curvature, and you have found that there isn't. But that's not what
Correct.
you did.
No, correct, AK. You're right. There has been observations that have disproved any curvature. 27 miles
Oh,
with the mirror flash, and that would
oh,
definitely
Well,
negate any curvature.
even if there wasn't,
yeah.
it doesn't sound like there's even a claim that anyone has measured a curvature or observed it. So
Okay.
why would we? But why would we assume it to begin with?
Uh, well, that's a good question. I'm not assuming it for one, for example.
Okay.
As
Me
for
neither.
why would you go out and test for it, or why would you try and verify if that claim is true or not?
Because that's the
My
claim.
yes, basically. So,
Right.
but it's like just because someone claims rainbows are caused by pixie farts doesn't mean that I now go out and search for pixies, right?
The reason why we the reason why we went out and tested this theory, if you will, is because that's what we were told. Now,
Mm,
on the contrary, if we did these observations and concluded that there isn't curvature, why do people the bigger question, why do people still support that question as if it has
okay.
any validation? Go ahead.
All right, cool. Um, just so we're clear, there's like kind of like two strands of conversations going on because Cyclone is making presenting a different reason from what you're doing, Apo.
Okay.
Which one should we stick with?
Whatever you want to do, bro. Go ahead, Cyclone, take over. I'm good. I'll shut up. Go ahead.
No,
Well, I
I
don't
think
mind. You
find your
guys feel
conversation
free.
just more interesting, but
I mean, I think it comes down to the same thing. There's no curvature.
okay, yeah. So, mm, why do people still think that there is, or why do they still entertain this, Apo?
Oh, I don't know. You
Um,
have to ask them.
Because they're
well, as
indoctrinated.
someone,
Why do kids hold on? AK, why do kids still
I
believe in
was, I
Santa?
was, I was just picking up the conversation again. I wasn't asking. I was actually about to propose an answer.
Oh,
That's fair. That's fair. Go ahead. Go ahead. That's fair. Go ahead.
All right. So, um, as someone that has not been able to make the conclusion if there is curvature or not myself, and that
okay.
has all the information that you have alluded to, Apo,
Okay.
I can say that I see errors in how the conclusion is made from the observations or the evidence that is presented for those conclusions.
You could only do that with a bias, and you have to be honest with yourself.
Mm,
The only way you're going to do that is with the bias to make it a reality that you can produce the curvature. That's the only way you can do it with the bias. Because
Another
if you didn't have that bias, then you would realize the reality and the numbers of it, and you would accept it. Bottom
No,
line,
it's just sound reason.
sound
It's not
sound
about a
reason.
bias. It's
No,
just
no.
I'm just taking what I
You're right.
do know, and
You're
that
right.
is some observations of how light seems to behave, what the effects of on light can be,
Right.
what that means for how we form a vision, how we form an image when we see something optically,
Right.
right? Those are things I do know and I have verified experimentally, right?
Right.
And
Right.
then I can look what logically is dictated, right?
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And when I
That's what we've
uh,
done.
yeah, and when I do that, then I see missing information to make the conclusions that are being made with the evidence that is being presented. So it would be incorrect for me. It would be intellectually dishonest of me to say that I know that conclusion is correct because of the observation when there is missing information between those two.
There's okay, AK. There's nothing missing in regards
So you
to.
say, but I
Hold on,
disagree.
hold on,
Well,
hold on.
even if there is stuff missing, there's certainly no curvature. So what's the difference?
There certainly isn't. That's a statement that I can't say is correct.
Okay, so where
At
is the
least it's
curvature?
not made with sound reason.
Okay, so what
No,
observations are you seeing that you are saying that's curvature?
Um,
hold on, AK. Before you answer that, I want you to remember this. No matter what your answer is, it is explained over a checkerboard. So, for instance, not to put words in your mouth, but if you want to say, well, we see things that are half blocked out in the distance by the water, for instance, a boat. But we are trying to tell you there's an optical phenomenon that does produce such an observation. But
mm,
technically, every observation you're seeing is over a checkerboard, a flat, plain reference. If it's
well,
dipped behind, if it is dipped behind your optical perspective, it doesn't mean that the checkerboard is now curved. It just means that there's an optical phenomenon that's making it look like it's blocked. Technically,
okay.
technically, the ship isn't blocked because
Oh,
you can wait for 3 hours, then all of a sudden you see it in its entirety on the water,
oh.
on the checkerboard.
Well,
And what we're trying to
without preempting his entire thing, I mean, what was the observation of curvature? How was that measured?
it would be based upon ships behind the blocking of the water hill that you believe that is. So like if you have
Well, is that his argument?
that is many of the arguments. There's many
Yeah,
more,
but
but
he's
that's
not
just
saying it.
one.
He's not saying it though.
Oh, okay. What? Okay. So let's go there. Let's go to that point. Go ahead, Cyclone. What are you saying? Go ahead, and we'll start from there.
Well, that's what he said. You can have observations. So I said, well, what observations are showing curvature?
Right. And we'll start there. And mind you, again, I'll say it once again. Any observation that you think that it's now having to do with this supposed curvature is simply explained over a checkerboard, a flat, planar X and Y coordinate system that we have in our reality. And everything observably is going to be affected by the conditions of the sky, the temperatures, yada yada yada, all these things, all these variables, but it's still over a plane. Like if you were in an Olympic sized pool, okay, and you had this little RC toy at the other end of it. If the
You
if
gotta
it
let him make his argument though.
I know. I'm just trying to help him, maybe indirectly. I'm just
No,
trying to
don't
help
try
him.
and help him.
Okay,
There's no
okay, I'll
point.
shut up. Go ahead, AK. Prove your point, AK. I'm not helping you.
Prove
Go ahead.
my point.
Yeah. Why do you think it's curved? Go ahead, and we'll depict it.
I did
We'll
not
pick it
say that
apart.
I think it's curved.
Oh, so you agree with this? Okay, cool. Welcome to Flat Earth.
That's a false dichotomy.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I
No,
have
that's
actually
fine. We're
explicitly
not claiming
stated
it's curved. Okay, so if none of us are claiming it's curved, then fine. No need to waste our time on a curve.
Right.
There you go.
Well, I disagree on that.
So
No
you
need
are claiming a
to
curve.
is not correct. No,
You are claiming a curve.
no.
Okay, so
Okay.
there's no curve.
That's a false dichotomy.
Okay, so
Is
there
there
is
a
curve
curve,
or there
AK?
isn't curve. Wait, there is curve
Huh?
or there is not curve. What you said?
Yeah, I'm stating, and I said this in this conversation as well explicitly, that I do not know.
Okay.
Okay. So you don't know that there is any curvature.
I do not know if there is or isn't.
Okay. So
Okay, but you
AK,
don't observe any or measure any, I guess, and that's why you don't know.
So, as Apo has alluded to, observations that we would simplistically attribute to something curving. If I want to check if a surface or edge is straight, and I want to check that just like everyday things, and I want to check that just with my eyesight, what I do is I bring my eyesight down to the line of the edge or down to the same height as the surface that I want to check. And if the
okay.
surface collapses all at once, so no part of the surface is hiding any other part of the surface, then I would conclude that the edge or surface is straight. Now, according to what Apo described earlier, that would not be a valid way to check if a surface is straight, right? And over bigger distances, I get that this might be the case. Still, the explanations are not
But that
to
doesn't.
claim
But you
that
just said you don't know that
the
there is
observations.
curvature. So
Can I
having seen
quickly?
that objects might disappear bottom up doesn't tell you that it is curvature.
See,
Can
so
I?
you say as well. But then it
Can I?
means that my method of how I check if an edge is straight would be incorrect. How do we
One
check
sec.
if something is straight then?
It is. So, can I quickly now say something? When it comes to your methodology, first, I think it will be much better and precise to use the word horizontal because even when you do your method of observing if the floor is horizontal, right, and there happens to be bumps, so like blocking the rest of it, that doesn't mean that it's not horizontal. The same thing applies with the ocean. When you're looking out into the sea, a small wave in the distance could block out an entire building in your peripheral vision. Yes, because the way you see and the way your eyes work is the further an object gets away from you, the smaller angular size it is. And once an object goes up, achieves to 0.02 percent of angular size, it's basically invisible to you. When you zoom into things like buildings from a distance, the parts that you see without a camera that seem to be compressed, right, actually zoom in back and they're fully displayed in their normal way of showing without any disturbance within the image. So, no.
Well, hold on,
All right.
hold on, AK, real quick. In AK's defense, I would say, but this also destroys his defense. But in your defense, AK, when you're looking at something at a great distance away, it can be through the atmosphere, like a magnifies. It looks
Oh gosh.
larger. It looks larger than it actually is, and that's why we're seeing it. But you have to establish the fact that it's still a checkerboard at this position. Everything we're seeing about this optical
That's a
phenomenon
priori.
is everything we're seeing about this optical phenomenon is still based upon the flatness of water overall. The same way we can go down to this Olympic sized pool for you to realize that these things do take effect. These optical phenomenons do take effect, and they do look
Yes,
the
they,
building. At least you agree with me. But with that, in the same breath, at least admit that it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It has to do with the
not that.
optics of how you're seeing it. Yes or no?
Way to make. That's not a yes or no answer for me. Just
Well,
it's a more complex. It's a more complex topic of as far at least as far as my knowledge goes. And your
Okay, but we've got
reasoning,
no
as far
reason
as
to
I can
believe
see,
any
is not
curvature.
entirely sound, while there's still a lot of correct things that you're saying. Now, with what Mayor was responding, no, the orientation of the floor or the edge that I'm trying to take does not have to be horizontal. It can be a slope. I'm looking for straightness here, and what you're saying with waves and bumps occluding other parts, I agree, yes, but that occlusion would be geometrically cohesive. So it would be like
You don't
you could
have
figure
any
out the.
occlusion that's geometrically cohesive to the globe model. You don't have that.
Nothing is.
I did not say that I have, right?
Right. So the whole occlusion argument is not an argument for curvature because the occlusion is not coinciding with the claimed rate of curvature, so it's non sequitur.
It feels like I feel like he's trying to just find a needle in a haystack by making something out of nothing. Honestly,
No, he's
Hey,
trying to justify
hey,
still saying that there could be curve after admitting that there's no evidence of any curve.
AK,
I said I don't have. I did not say
AK,
there is no.
Yeah, well, if there
AK.
was by now, AK, you would have found it surely. You're on Google long enough. You've been in this argument
Well,
long enough.
I
You found it.
Cyclone. Here's the issue. I find conflicting uh, claims of the observations or of the measurements.
Okay,
Um,
okay,
so they're
AK.
making
Hold
the
on.
same. They're having the same scene basically, and they're making different conclusions, or
Okay,
they're having the same method, but they're
But
getting
you've
different
already
results,
concluded that they're
diametrically
not
opposing
measuring curve.
results. And
But
okay.
you know that they're
the
not
only
measuring
way for
curve.
me, can you please not talk through me? The
Well, you
only
take the
way
ages,
for me,
AK. You're very
just one more
long-winded.
sentence, just one more sentence. The only way for me to figure out which of those two diametrically opposing claims about what we measure in reality is correct is for me to do it myself.
Now,
Hey,
there's
okay,
only
okay.
one claim, really, the claim of the curvature, and you've already said that you haven't been convinced by any of the claims presented that have claimed to observe or measure curvature, which is why you're saying you don't know. So the claim on the table of curvature, we can dismiss.
Hey, AK.
Simple.
Well,
AK.
equally, I have not been convinced by any of the claims of measurements of
That's not a claim. That's not
flatness
a claim. The
or the
other
lack of
side is
curvature.
just the
It is.
observation. The other side
It
is
is a
just the
pos.
observation. No, it's just the
It
observation of
is.
reality, which is no curve.
It. It.
We don't see curve.
it,
That's it.
it
Okay,
there is lots
a better.
of positive claims being made that they have disproven,
It doesn't
AK,
matter.
like Uphold does, and
AK,
no, it does
AK,
matter. It does
No.
matter
AK.
because all of those arguments and or the evidence I've seen for it are erroneous. Some are outright
Nope.
lies.
No.
Some
You don't have
are straw
curvature,
man
AK. That's all
fallacies.
that's relevant.
Some are simply non sequiturs.
You
But
don't have
I have
curvature.
not
That's
seen
all
any
that's relevant.
valid evidence for that is being made for a
Okay,
lack of curvature thereof.
okay. AK,
Well,
AK. Hold on. Let me jump in. Hold on. AK. Let's think of it logically. Okay. Would you agree that something in our view that is a certain elevation, would you agree that something that is higher than something that's closer to us will look lower in the distance based upon our perspective? Yes or no?
Yeah, that is perspective.
Okay,
And
so
that things
okay,
appear smaller as they get further away.
okay, thank you. So now, if when a glober says the boat that is 5 stories high is now lower then the buoy that is only 15 feet high, would you agree that that is just perspective? Yes or no?
I don't know if it would just be perspective. If the ratios check out of distance to size difference, then yes.
Okay, so if you have something lower in the distance and then you add in refraction of the surface of which these two items are on, and all of a sudden the surface is blocking out that item in the background even more than what we can optically see, would you agree that it is just a perspective thing? Yes or no?
No, reflection is a physical thing.
No. Hold on. Maybe you misunderstood. I'm not saying that the refraction of these items, I'm saying that optically, through perspective, they are lower in the distance, and refraction is blocking it out. Not because that item is on a curve, but it's because it's on a planar surface, a flat checkerboard of water, and now that item in the background seems to be lower than the previous, than the thing closer to us. Do you at least agree with that logically? I hope you say yes, and then I'll know you're being genuinely honest. Go ahead.
Yes, refraction can lower the apparent position of objects from where they
Great.
actually are.
Okay,
And
great.
therefore, when something is just over surface, it can be lowered down below the
Perfect.
surface, and then the
Perfect.
surface would appear to block the view. Yes.
Perfect. I love it. Because that is reality. That's what we observe. We could take that to the bank because that's reality. But AK,
So you can.
where it gets distorted, okay, is when some knucklehead jumps in the argument and says the reason why that further object is lower to our perspective is because it's behind a curved ball. Well, that goes against the initial
Lower
claim.
than the surface, not lower than the perspective.
Yes,
Because
exactly.
the perspective we all agree on, that since the angular size shrinks with increasing distance, that is not in question. That's not in contention, right?
Absolutely.
It's the
Absolutely.
lowering below the surface, apparent
Yes,
lowering below the
exactly.
surface
I
is the
agree.
problem.
I'm 100% with you right now. I'm 100% with you. But when we see things on a planar surface that have this optical phenomenon, the contention that jumps into and it's like a wrench in the gears, then somebody says it can only be because it's behind a curvature of the the surface. But that, I would say, is a falsehood because simply it comports to our original agreement that the same thing happens in a planar surface. You understand?
No. Yes, I understand what you mean. And
Okay.
I still think they're
Thank you for being honest.
differentiable.
Thank you for being honest. By the way, thank you for being honest. And we can start from that. Now we have a position where we can start. Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
Yeah, no, I was actually finished.
Oh well, I mean, with that being said, right? In conclusion, everything that a glober is going to present to us and say it has to be behind the curvature of the Earth is now negated because we have proven that you can have that same optical phenomenon on a checkerboard. And that's the position.
Okay. So that does not prove that you make this observation of over a checkerboard and just prove the proposition that it is actually a curve that hides a further part of the surface, where the curved surface hides further parts
See,
of the
I would say
surface,
you're
right?
getting this part. I'd say this is a bit of a burden reversal, though, because it's not
It's
actually,
not
there's no obligation on us to disprove the claim of the curvature. That's
uh,
on the other side to actually substantiate, which we're agreeing they
okay.
haven't done.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. In that case, it is in the conversation between you and me, it would be the burden would be on anyone saying, "Hey, I do know it's the curvature causing this observation, right?" But
Exactly.
that's not the conversation I typically observe within this community. And within this community, I typically observe the conversation that you have discovered, you have concluded, you have proven that it can't be the curvature,
Well, there's no
right?
point in
And I do not see
changing
sufficient
what the
evidence for that.
conversation is. I mean, the conversation is this. I mean, it's a burden reversal. There is a positive claim of curvature for the Earth to be a globe. And if you're going to say that objects disappearing a certain way is due to this curvature, then that burden is on you to evidence that curvature exists. And if you can't, it can be dismissed.
Let me put it this way, AK. Let me put it this way, okay? If we were to take a theodolite along a 30-mile lake, okay, and we were able to transfer that benchmark horizontally flat across it, the moment that we come to where optically, and that's very, very key, optically, now things seem to be behind our perspective, and now it's dropping down in perspective. But through instruments, we can actually prove that it's still horizontal. It's just an optical phenomenon to where we cannot, with the naked eye, or even with the theodolite, we cannot see the horizontal line, but it's measured. It's measured horizontally. So the second or the moment that you introduce that there's an object that's now behind the point of which how far we can see, then that goes back to the original point. It has nothing to do with the curvature of the water. It has to do with the optics and how we're seeing things optically as the bottom goes up and the top goes down, and there's a
Yeah.
cutoff point. Okay.
Yeah. No, there's no cutoff point due to perspective.
No, there is though.
That's
No,
the
you
thing.
can't say that.
They converge
No, there is though.
the perspective
horizon.
itself. It converges.
To the horizon.
It converges. Apollo, can you let me finish my sentence, please?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you. The perspective itself converges towards eye level, and that convergence point is infinitely far away theoretically, and obviously when you have real observers, then they're going to be limited by the angular resolution first, and then they're going to be limited by the Rayleigh criterion second if you have two light sources and they become very, very far away from.
Right.
But there's no cutoff point due to that, right? The cutoff point of like things sinking into apparently below the surface and apparently below eye level, that has to be due to refraction. That can't be perspective alone.
But AK, it gets compressed, shrunk, however you want to word it. It gets lowered down the physical object. Yes, to the eye level. You're right. Yeah. It's going to physically compress to the eye level, and then it becomes what we have learned in grade school called the vanishing point. This is where things can no longer be angularly resolved, and it disappears away from us. But if you were to take a camera with a greater aperture to where it can actually allow more into the eye of that camera or that lens, then you're able to see further. But even that has a maximum. That has a distance.
Yeah,
okay, go ahead.
But those are different from each other, right? So between when you, for example, cheap binoculars that you can buy, they have like a 20 times magnification. Right. So your angular resolution increases by 20 times. You can resolve 20 times bigger angles. right? And good binoculars, they even have 50 and 100 times magnification. So by that reason, your how far you can see would be 20/50/100 times further away. That's not what we observe though, right? Also, the horizon typically drops further below eye level with increasing altitude. So we know it's not just perspective that's acting.
Well, you're right about that because it's not just perspective, it's also variables of the
Exactly.
conditions in the sky. I agree with you. I'm right there with you, bro. But
Yep.
everything we're talking about is the way we see things over a checkerboard. If something in the distance is lower to our perspective, even with a high powered telescope, you're still going to have this phenomenon to where it's looking like it's dropping in the distance, but only because of the angular resolution. And this is what
No, not only because of that.
you're right. It's not just that. It's also temperature. Like it can loom things up. It can make things go higher. Make it go lower. You're right. There's all these variables. But where I don't agree with the Glober in that sentiment is because the reason why they say it is because the Earth is curving away. But that goes back to the original thing that Murr was saying, that Cycle was saying. There is no account for curvature. There's no measurement of it. So if there's no measurement of it, why do we come to the conclusion that it has to be because of the curvature if that is not measured? We cannot measure that, and we don't measure that. And then when it comes down to AK is a bias. You just have to believe it to be. That's the whole point.
So you arrived at Cyclone's position.
Okay.
It's not that you have evidence disproving the proposition, or that you have evidence that proves your position of assuming a lack of curvature. You simply just making a sound. You just simply basically applying Hitchens' razor, saying, "Okay, there's no reason that I should apply it because I don't see any reason for it, and I don't see any evidence presented for it that's sufficient. So I'm gonna discard it for the time being." Okay.
It's not about discarding anything. It's about embracing what we're seeing. And we're coming to a conclusion based upon our literal observations. The only time that gets debated is because there's a bias introduced. Once you introduce that bias that doesn't comport with reality, that's why we say these things. That's why we're arguing it.
Okay. But if someone is biased or not, right? If someone has an opinion or not, or how someone feels about something, right? If we adhere to facts and if we adhere to evidence, like actually what we observe and measure and can obtain from the real world, and then adhere to sound reasons. So we're just using logic and those facts and nothing else. Then the bias someone has should not matter, right? So like even if they are biased, if we adhere, if we lead the conversation along step by step, just establishing the facts we all agree on, right? Even the one that's biased, and then just taking one step at a time, just logically, and we agree on all the way. And when there's a point where we disagree, we need to figure out why do we disagree and who is correct, right? Then it doesn't matter who is biased, right? If the one that's biased has their bias due to things that conflict that has the bias towards things that conflict with reality, then the reasoning will end up conflicting with his bias.
Right. You're right. Yeah. For example, Lake Pontchartrain, you have people that believe that because they optically see that bridge curving down, but then you zoom into that bridge and you see it's not curving down, that bias should be blown out the water and negated and never spoke about again. But the only reason why it still remains is because of a bias, because they're saying, no, it is curving over the Earth. But optically, It has been proven not to be that. So the bigger question is, then why do people still hold on to that? Why do they hold on to that
Okay.
falsehood? Go ahead.
So I just want to note that noting that there's incorrect conclusions for curvature, like poorly substantiated conclusions for curvature, and
Right.
a bias that makes people believe they see the horizon. The horizon being curved when you
Yeah.
cannot clearly perceive it, right? Or that makes
Right.
people believe that they see this the bridge curving due to foreshortening and the curvature of Earth,
Right.
but when it's not actually validated, does not disprove the proposition of curvature being made, right? And
Okay.
to conclude that the only reason that this bias still exists is because of how it's communicated in the public. I see where it's coming from. I see this as a viable option.
Okay.
I have not obtained the evidence to conclude to know that this is the reason, right?
No,
Because for
well, that's
that
okay.
you would
Well, that's
have
okay.
to be you will have to have disproven that proposition.
I respect that, and all I can say that is you are one step away from reality, because the only thing holding you from that is your thus said bias. You cannot accept what we're saying with your ideology that you've been taught as we have as well. But we're trying to point out to you very, very accurately, like we're trying to tell you everything you're saying has to make it a globe. It's negated based upon the true observations. And the only thing that's going to hold somebody to still believe, even though they've been disproven, right? They're still going to hold on to it. Then you have to chalk it up to, well, you are just stuck in your bias. Because if you were to relinquish that, you would understand why our argument holds still and steady, and why it makes very
Okay.
much sense. Go ahead.
All right. So, Apo, if you're gonna say that the only reason that I'm entertaining this, the proposition that we're taught in school, and I'm already calling it proposition, not something that we know, right?
Right.
Yeah, the only is that I have a bias towards it. Then I will have to say, if I'm being completely honest about how I'm perceiving the state of information uh, that is circulating, I'm just as much, if not more, biased for the flat Earth. Because
Okay.
I see tons of arguments being made that are just plain wrong, that are just plain that are just plain that are just
I agree.
plain fallacious. I see tons of
Yeah,
reasoning being
I agree.
presented that claims to prove something, that claims to explain something that is just plain wrong.
Absolutely. I agree.
And I've not, the state of evidence for the observation for what you call the true observations is just as lacking as the observations and the evidence for the globe that we're discussing. So, and that's leaving alone the issue of trying to understand our world more deeply. Like, I'm very interested in physics. I really
Okay.
like physics as a
Okay.
field, right?
All right.
And what's fascinating to me about physics is that um, you it seems like when you can't know everything about reality, right? But if you make an observation and you have an idea on reality, about how reality works, that's kind of on the right track, that goes in the right direction, then you will be able to discover more with that idea, right? And then when you discover more, the idea that you originally had might turn out to be not quite right, but upon discovering more deeper how everything works together, you will discover why you had that impression and not the limitations of that first idea that was not quite right are. So under which conditions you can still say like, okay, that's my that's how it works if we limit our that idea to a certain degree to certain things, right? That's why you were able to form that idea in the first place.
Would
And
would you agree, AK, that physics is Euclidean in practical?
Hold on, guys. Before we go into this, let me just double check because there's a new guy in. Daz was. Let's
All right,
just see
that's
if
cool.
Daz was has anything he wants to add.
That's cool. Go ahead.
Daz was, are you there? Want to ask a question? No? Okay. Feel free, carry on. Just wanted to make sure.
Okay, AK, would you agree that physics is technically Euclidean in all their measurements and all their, and everything about it? Would you agree, because that's reality, would you agree that it's basically, mainly Euclidean? Yes or no?
it is Euclidean.
Okay,
I wouldn't
good.
characterize physics that way. No,
Okay.
I was repeating that phrase because it's borderline nonsensical phrasing to me.
Well, the reason why I say that is because everything in physics is based upon what we know and what we can observe, and it's all based upon straight lines. Even going to the math of it, it's all based upon these angles, which
I'm
are
not sure about
comprised of
that.
two
No.
straight lines. Like everything about it is based upon these known observable realities that would
Hmm.
represent a Euclidean math. Yes or no?
Uh, Not necessarily. No.
Why not?
Uh, because because you can use whatever geometry suits the problem best. Like it's not dictated. It's not inherent.
Are you sure?
It's not intrinsic. Yeah.
Okay. So hold on. Everything about physics, mechanics, astronomy, all that is based upon the Euclidean foundation. Everything about it. If you want to disagree with that, that's fair. That's fine. You can do what you want to do. But
Okay. So Apo,
go ahead.
I can see where you're coming from. I can see why you make that statement, right? But I don't think it's correct in the end. Um, the idea of coordinates, the idea of vectors and scalars and assigning coordinates to things, right,
Right.
is is abstracted from our perception of reality, right? And our
Okay. Yeah.
perception of reality, how we perceive space, spatial
Okay.
orientations, and so on,
Right. Right.
is most intuitive. Like the most intuitive abstraction to coordinates systems and geometries that we can make is Euclidean, follows the Euclidean
Exactly. That's why.
postulates,
Exactly.
right? But
Exactly. That's why I
that
said
does
that.
not
That's why I
make
said that.
that does not make reality intrinsically have that property. It just
Here, here,
means that
here.
our perception of it is the most
Right.
is most
Exactly.
intuitively described
Right.
with that. It does not mean
Right.
that our descriptions are invalid or that you shouldn't be using our descriptions in different cases, especially
Here.
when you go into things that we do not perceive so easily.
Let. Okay. Let me read to you why I said that and why I kind of, I underhanded it to you to slam it out the ballpark. The reason why I said it was because by definition, and I will quote, the entirety of classical physics is built upon the 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 edifice. No, that's not the right word. Edifice. How do you say that word? Edifice.
I
Edifice.
don't even know which word you mean.
The edifice of Euclidean geometry. Everything about physics is built upon Euclidean. Everything about it. And
Can,
the reason why I say that is
can,
because
can you,
go ahead.
what is edifice? Like, I'm not familiar with that word at all. I
Okay,
wouldn't even
so
know how to write it.
you want definition? You want definition of it? A definition of edifice is a building, especially a large, imposing one. That's the definition of edifice. Like the
Edifice
edifice,
of, okay.
right? Like the
Okay.
concept, the entirety of, right? If for lack of better words, the entirety of physics is based upon Euclidean, meaning all the other bullshit that we have now in our modern times thrown into the bag. It's don't get me wrong. There's been so much made up from it on a falsehood, on a pseudoscience to make you understand this bullshit science called pseudoscience to make something this way or that way. But the core of it, everything about physics is Euclidean. And in Euclidean, it's all angles, mathematical shapes that are not what the modern day globe, quote unquote, math would be. And that's kind of my whole point, AK. Go ahead.
Okay, so you're stating that you have angles and shapes and geometric situations
Right.
that disprove what should happen on a globe.
Well, you can't even throw the globe in
Conflict with it.
Yes, because it's a conflict. It's a conflict because the moment you introduce this sphere, it's no longer Euclidean, even though all the physics is based upon Euclidean. The moment you throw in, you do realize that a sphere with the triangle, right? The spherical triangles, all that is non-Euclidean, meaning it's not even according to the principles of our understanding of reality. Now, I'm not saying that you can't. Hold on, just real quick. I'm not saying that you can't create this non-Euclidean model because we have, obviously. I'm just stating clearly it's a falsehood. It's a hijacking.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What is okay? You're starting to stack statements here and assertions that you would have to substantiate. So let's keep things a little bit simple.
Yeah, my bad. Slow me down. Go ahead. One by one.
Spheres can exist in Euclidean spaces.
Are you sure about that?
Right.
Because by definition, every calculation of a sphere would be recognized as non-Euclidean. Do you understand that?
The calculation of a sphere. What do you mean with the phrase calculation of a sphere?
Okay, so once you start making these angles, like these triangles that are curved, a triangle that's curved is now thus non-Euclidean. And the reason why it's non-Euclidean because Euclidean is a straight line. Go ahead.
Let's stick with the statement I have made. Let's go what we proposed earlier. Let's go what we proposed earlier. Okay, so you're making statements. I'm not really seeing how the statement is feasible. So let's start at a starting point where we all obviously agree on, and then go step by step. Okay. So spheres can be described in Euclidean geometry. In Euclidean geometry, right? You can what?
No, it's false. It's false. Because spheres are in a non-Euclidean. I hope you understand the difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean. You understand that? Because a spherical triangle is non-Euclidean.
You keep jumping to triangles. Let's leave those triangles alone. Let's just talk about a sphere, okay?
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
You're saying that we cannot describe a sphere in a Euclidean space. That means when I have a billiard ball on a pool table, I can't use Euclidean geometry to describe that situation.
Well, hold on.
I can't render it with using Euclidean geometry.
Well, hold on. You can use Euclidean geometry to represent the table being horizontal and the object of a ball on top of it, but once you get into
the object of a ball is a sphere, though.
Yeah, hold on. Once you jump into the object of the sphere and you're trying to calculate it using triangles, you are now having to jump into non-Euclidean. I think Dogs Are Gods would agree to me on that because I saw him in the chat.
You're again talking about triangles. Let's just make it clear. Let's just make it clear we can describe spheres in Euclidean spaces. When I have a billiard ball and I place it somewhere and I push it around and stuff, I can describe that in Euclidean geometry, right? And for that, I would have to have a way to describe a sphere,
right,
that represents the surface of the ball in a Euclidean space. Okay.
Yes. But if you're just going to describe the sphere, that would take away from the Euclidean, because you have to jump into the realm of non-Euclidean, because a sphere
it wouldn't take away.
Yeah, because a sphere has no straight line. You understand that?
Okay. Yeah, exactly. There's no straight line that follows the surface of a sphere. Yes.
Exactly.
But here's the thing: spherical geometry has fewer capabilities than Euclidean geometry, because spherical geometry takes place on the surface of a sphere.
Exactly.
And within the spherical geometry itself, you can't leave that surface at all. So that's why there are no straight lines in that geometry at all, right? So, but that is a lesser description of what we can perceive than Euclidean geometry, because we can describe a sphere, everything in it and around it, in the Euclidean in the Euclidean space. While the spherical geometry is limited to the surface of the sphere itself, right?
Exactly.
And where you say we have to jump to when we have triangles on that sphere to describe it and so on, we don't actually have to jump to spherical geometry. We can still have a basketball with the lines around it, that go through the two poles of the basketball, poles in quotes, and around the equator in quotes of the basketball. It forms tons of little triangles, and you can describe them in Euclidean geometry as well, right? It's just that when you want to call this a triangle, when you want to characterize this as a triangle,
I agree.
Then you would have to use circuit geometry.
I agree. Yes and no. You're right. Yes and no. You're right. Because yes, you can do that, but technically, the surface of a sphere takes you outside of the Euclidean. That's why they literally defined it as non-Euclidean, because you are now taking away straight lines. And once you do that, you are no longer in the realm of Euclidean. That's why by definition, now it's non-Euclidean. But the point here is that everything about our Earth is Euclidean. But the only reason
about our perception,
and the only reason why you throw in non-Euclidean is because you're forcing this model for it to be a ball. But that's not. I want you to understand this, AK. This is not reality.
I understand where you're coming from.
Okay, good.
I understand where you're coming from, but I think you're wrong.
Well,
I think you're wrong. I think it's the other way around. I think it's that if you and why you think that the proposition of a globe exists in the first place is kind of irrelevant to that. Like how they arrived at that, or if that is well substantiated or not, is kind of irrelevant. But I think it's the other way around. You have that proposition, and it is easier to describe certain aspects
Okay,
within
so in other
spherical
words,
geometry
so in other words,
than in the Euclidean space. Not that you have to go to the
so
spherical geometry in order to describe it, or that you couldn't describe it any other way. It's just a reduction of how complicated the
so
description is.
okay, so in other words, when we are building something that's based upon Euclidean physics, when we are building systems to where they're going to fly across the sky like rockets and planes and everything else that is, aerial, we're going to base it upon Euclidean geometry. Now, the Glober's argument is because, well, yes, they use that Euclidean geometry because it's more simple. It's easier to come up with a conclusion or an equation that equates for it to make sense. And our argument, our position is saying, yes, you're right. It is all Euclidean. But from a Glober standpoint, they're going to introduce a non-Euclidean position to where they have to account for the curvature of a sphere that they believe they're on, which is where non-Euclidean comes in. But that's not our reality, because the reality is that they base it upon a Euclidean X and Y grid. And that's the whole argument. But go ahead, Dogs. I heard you chime
So,
in. Go ahead. Let Dogs talk.
yeah, here's a couple of problems with that. One, you have flights, and the flights you can do like a triangular flight from one point to another point to another point, and then back to that original point. And the angles that the plane has to change at each point can add up to greater than 180 degrees on the Earth. Next, you have the great circle routes around the Earth, which are the shortest distances you can get from point A to point B. Will be following a great circle route, even though it is a circle route. It's non-Euclidean. So just those two things right there are two things that
Yeah.
non-Euclidean. There's also some things in the building industry, like if you have a top-down view of something and you have a straight line from 2 points of that top-down view, there can also be depth included in that top-down view of whatever you're looking at, which means that straight line isn't necessarily the shortest distance, but in fact a line that didn't go straight and then up and then across and then down and then to wherever it's going, could be replaced with a line that went from the point diagonally to the top of whatever the depth of the object is, and then back down to the other side. That would be a shorter line and a straighter line, and that's also non-Euclidean, and that's used all the time in building. That's why when you get specifications, a lot of the time specifications need to show depth, width, and height instead of just the top-down view or the side-on view.
Okay. So with that
Also,
being said,
geometry isn't physics.
yeah. So again, with that being said, Dogs, that is one of those like positions that a Glober will take, like great circle routes and all that stuff. Like planes go up, they go down. Planes go up and go across, go down. There's nothing about a great circle when you're looking at it from a side view. All you have is a plane raising an elevation, flying across a horizontal of that elevation, and then dropping down an elevation and coming to the same elevation when they land, because it's an it's reality. Now, when you're talking about building things, that's where I jump in and say, hold up, bro. Nobody's accounting for any curvature in building. And it's
Well,
okay
can
that you
I
say
ask you
that,
about
Pat.
that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so if you were to build a sphere, how would you build a sphere?
According to the blueprints.
Okay, so if I was to build a sphere, what I'd do is I'd take a whole lot of triangles that had internal angles greater than 180 degrees and tape them together or glue them together or nail them together
No.
or put them
That's
all on a
where you're
frame.
wrong. No, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. And I'll tell you
I
how
can
you're wrong.
find plans for that.
Hold on. That's where you're wrong. You don't build a structure according to triangles. If you're building, like for instance, you know that they built the
Wow.
dome in Las Vegas. Local 433, my union that I'm a part of, built the dome in Las Vegas, okay? And everything about that dome was plumb level square, but the only thing that was angling was the shell of it, the outside of it. So I would give you, yeah, you're right. On the shell of it, they did have to account for these angles for their roof because they're building a dome, right? But technically, everything about that from an ironworker's position, it was plumb level square according to the coordinates. I'm sorry, according to the blueprints of which the way they built it. Now you can fill in that curve with the roof that was built curved, but the foundation itself, the structure itself, was definitely plumb level square. Now you could have many, like you're saying, many triangles. Like you're right about that. You could, but triangles on the surface of that dome. I agree with you. You can do that, but that's the structure of it. That's the skeleton of it. You're not curving still. What you're doing is you're putting a lot of straight pieces that are making a triangle, but to make that curve, that's going to have to do with the roof. The roof is curved. But I'm just trying to point out that you don't have to you don't build it like you don't build it curved. You built the structure straight lines, and then you bring this artistic, design to where you're curving the surface of it, and the only thing that you're curving are these screens. The screens
Yeah,
are going to
I
give you.
agree.
Yeah, go ahead.
I agree. The outside of the sphere that you build would need spherical triangles.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Right. We agree. If you were to do that in the building industry, you would have to have spherical triangles, which would have to be on a plan. And I don't understand what would be wrong about that.
No. Well, hold on. I have to correct you. You're not building spherical triangles. You're just building triangles. You're building straight beams and columns. The only thing curving is the roof. The roof would be angled with the curve. The roof is the outside of it
Yeah,
is
and to
curved.
build
I
that
agree with you.
curved roof, we're talking about the curved part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can
Right.
use it
Not
if you
any
want to
of
build a
the
soccer
straight.
ball. You can do it for soccer balls too, right? You
No,
don't cut out straight line triangles, you cut out curved line triangles and they fit together much
well,
better into a soccer ball.
but but you're building a ball. That's totally different. You're not building
How?
because a soccer ball, you're not creating a skeleton to support the structure. The soccer ball is way different than a dome building. A dome building is going to be comprised, as we did it, right? The ironworkers of Local 433, they built that sphere with straight beams. Now the beams
And
were straight, right? The beams are straight, okay? But the only curvature about it was the outside. There's a word for that. I'm trying to think of it. Not the membrane. There's a word for that. There's the outside of it. It's like the. Oh my god. I'm
yeah, it's
at a
cool.
loss.
Like you can have straight lines through the center of the Earth from one point to another, but the outside of the Earth is curved. That's what we navigate over. So we have to navigate using great circle routes.
But it's
And when we
not.
navigate triangles, we navigate them at greater than 180 internal degrees.
But it's not though, and I'll tell you why. Because when you're flying a plane, you can literally see it from a side. Matter of fact, let me post a video for you. Let me post a video. Let me show you. Let me break it down. Let me find it. Albums. I think it's stored here.
Do you have a
I'm gonna.
video of a plane flying
Yeah.
vast distances over the
Yes.
Earth from space or from high altitude?
It's all the way across the United States. I have it right here somewhere. Let me find it. I have
From the
the
plane's
way.
perspective or looking at it from
Yes.
outside the plane's perspective?
From the plane's perspective. Let me show you.
Oh, well, then that can't tell you anything.
Let me see. Let me try it. Let me show it for you.
You need to look at it, as you're saying, you'd look at it from the side. So that means you have to be outside of the plane's perspective. Side on view, looking at the plane as it moves across the Earth. Then it would move across as an arc because that's the shortest distance.
No.
And as a side-on view, you would have to somehow make the observation accurate enough,
Fuck, where is it?
or have a big enough observation
Give me a
arc
second. Find it. Give me a second. I'm
to see
download
it, to
I think the
differentiate.
only way you could do it would be a super bright plane from low Earth orbit or extremely high altitude. So you'd have to be extremely high altitude watching a super bright plane go across a night sky from left to right. And I just don't know if there's any way for us to do it, if anyone's done that.
All right, here, I'm gonna
I
download
mean,
this real quick.
sometimes you see the ISS near the horizon.
I'm gonna show you right now. I'm gonna
Suppose
show
the
you
ISS.
from a side view. Show you, okay? It's 64, 66%. Hold on, I'm downloading it. I'm gonna show you from a side view. This is the way. Here it is. I got it right here. So hopefully, I can post it because I know sometimes fucking Discord is a fucking asshole. But let me see it. Let me send it to you. Let me put it inside chat. That is, here you go. That's planes flying from a side view with the data. This is taken by the data. They go up, they go down. There you go. Press play, check it out. They go up, they go down. That's all they do.
Oh, this is just a graphing system. It's not a video of the planes actually moving. All they've done is they've just used elevation as a reference instead of using the like GPS or an extra dimension.
All they did, dogs, is they took the data of planes going up and planes going down. They go up, they drop.
Elevation only.
Yes.
So
That's all they do.
if the elevation is equal on a curved surface as well as a flat surface, if they flatten out the surface as a reference point and then they just use elevation for the data, they're not doing anything except flattening out one of the axes. This is the same problem with, I can't remember who it was that kept putting up the elevation charts for mountains. I think Jerry, Fusilier Jerry. And he used to say that showed that the Earth was flat because that baseline that they made for the graph artificially in whatever program they used was flat, and it's just a non sequitur. In fact, this is another reification fallacy.
No, but you have to realize though that the way
It's not a reification.
The way we get elevation mountains hills
maybe it
is based upon the horizontal sea level. You have to.
No, it isn't.
You may not agree, but I'm telling you, when you're getting an elevation of you're taking it from the base of it, the sea level, right? The elevation to sea level, and you're going to establish the elevation of the hill or mountain accordingly. That's all you're doing. It's a flat plane.
That was before GPS. GPS uses the center of the Earth now.
Well, dude, I'm not going to argue.
Can I just?
You're right though, because I'm not going to argue. That's the falsehood though. But go ahead.
I'm gonna just wrap it up and I'm gonna jump off. So for the future reference, we had a conversation based on like what we can know from the observations and what the logical steps, what is logically dictated, right? But as far as I can tell, we have not arrived at any point where we say like, okay, the concept of a globe, even if we don't have any reason to presuppose it, we didn't talk about what the reasons for supposing it would be. But even if we don't have any of those, we have not found something that we talked about where we say like, okay, this is in conflict with reality already, so we know it has to be false. Just for future reference, do you say that there is knowledge, there is evidence that conflicts with that presupposition, or you just say there's no evidence that supports it?
No, I say it conflicts with the evidence. I wouldn't say that there's no evidence. I say that the evidence presented conflicts with reality. Because go ahead.
Yeah, then obviously you're gonna disagree with Dogs because Dogs is gonna he presented things that he is that would dictate that evidence for the globe.
I absolutely.
For future reference, I'm gonna head out. but for future conversation, if we can talk again, I would love to talk about the evidence that actually conflicts with that presupposition.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Like for instance, For instance, there is a measurement optically of something 30 miles away to where technically you should only be seeing at the maximum 7 miles away. Once you
That is incorrect, but
what?
I said future. I'm gonna head out now.
Okay. You can say it's incorrect and head it out, but I'm just saying you can say it's incorrect, but it's very correct because that is an observation, a literal observation that has been
I'm not
documented.
saying the observation is incorrect. I'm not saying the observation is not done. I'm saying that the observation, the conclusion that you're making, that it conflicts with the presupposition we presented, is incorrectly made.
Well, hold on. The conflict is that you shouldn't see something beyond 6 miles. That's the conflict. The
Is
fact that we
incorrect.
the fact that we see something 30 miles is the conflict because it
Yeah.
doesn't
The
the
conflict is incorrectly made. The observation is made. The conflict you're stating exists is not actually present. It's a straw man fallacy.
Okay, well, that's fair. That's fair. I see what you're saying. But the fact is that if you're seeing something 30 miles away, technically you should only be seeing 6 miles away. That's a conflict in the paradigm. That's a conflict in the
Yeah,
argument.
that's a conflict. Yeah, but the determination that you should technically only be seeing 6 miles away is incorrect. This is a straw
Okay.
man fallacy.
Okay. Hey, well, it's using your globe map. So
No.
you have to look at it.
Well, if it's using my globe math, whatever that would be, or not, is irrelevant because I make the conclusion that the conflict you're stating exists, that we should technically see only then that many miles away. I
Here,
made that conclusion if that is true or not, if that determination is true or not, based only on how we see things,
here
um,
here's the
and what I know about how light seems to propagate. Like not the
here,
mechanism of why does light refract, but simply
okay.
noting that it does and what it depends on.
Okay, here's the biggest conflict of that, by the way, to just throw this in at the end, which is pretty much a gotcha moment. Now, the fact that you're
Not
seeing
a
something,
gotcha.
I'll tell you why. The fact that you're seeing something 30 miles away, the bigger picture is that there's also a 30 miles of horizontal of that same picture, that same photograph.
Okay.
So the conflict here is that if you believe that the Earth is curving away from the position of the camera taking this photo, and it's going down in the distance, yet from left to right there is no down on it's completely horizontal, that would be the conflict in a bigger grand scale of it. Because if you can see something stretch across 30 miles horizontally and there's no dipping in it, but yet you want to believe that it is dipping away from your position away from you, that makes that claim, it negates it because it makes you realize that makes zero fucking sense. If you have a brain, you understand. I'm not saying you don't have a brain. I'm just saying use your brain. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm also using it when I'm trying to figure out how much that curvature left to right should appear, like how strongly we should perceive it.
Okay.
When I'm into like
Okay. If 30 miles laterally represents zero curve, then why would you state that, like, from your position out to it, you're saying, well, that would have to be curving away from you? And that's kind of the point. If you can't grasp that, I don't know, maybe I have to draw for
I
you.
didn't understand
Maybe
that part.
okay. Actually, I
You
believe it.
interrupted me first of all, and
I'm sorry.
then the sentences got kind of jumbled up.
I'm sorry.
What it looked like to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you made a blanket statement saying that the horizon is 30 miles away, even ignoring that it shouldn't be at that distance in the first place, which you did
Right.
not
Correct.
logically conclude, we just presupposed. Even ignoring that, it should curve, it should be convex, right? If it's occurring in the globe, and it's like
Right.
yes.
Right.
Technically, but also perspective
Right.
exists.
Exactly.
So
Yeah, I agree. Perspectively, if it's curving away from you from your position, mathematically, it would have to be curving away from you because you believe it's a ball. But technically, laterally, there's no curvature. Then put yourself in that position on the horizon to how far you're seeing it from point A, right? Let's break it down this way. Point A, you're looking out to the horizon, which represents point B. And then you would say there's a curvature to that. There's a curvature to that position. Okay, I'll give you that. But laterally, there's no curve. So if you want to put yourself anywhere on that ball, right? Let's now take your little body from your original position and put it way out to the horizon, and then like straight across, you're seeing it. I believe Nathan Oakley calls it Muppet vision. When you're looking at something sideways, you're seeing it laterally, horizontal, flat, but you're believing that from your position it's curving downwards away from you. People that understand that are going to understand that. People that don't, they
yeah.
won't.
So what you're talking about is would be if you want to translate it this Muppet vision kind of thing. If you would want to translate it into the real world, right? So you have a ship that's beyond the horizon, and you have an observer that's looking at the ship, right? And then you have
Right.
someone that's standing to the side of it, that's
Right.
looking at the whole situation
Right.
from the side, so that the observation line between first person and ship is going to be just as the vertical of that other person, right? Basically.
Right.
Yeah. So what you have to do to look if this a borderline between the first person and the ship is forming an arc or not. Like you would have to have a giant barrier, a giant piece of plastic, basically,
Right.
bordering, visualizing the vertical plane of the observation line of the first person between the first person and the ship, so that you
Right.
can trace along where the water line, what does the water line do over that observation line, right? That's not
Right.
typically what we see when we observe things far away, right?
Exactly.
We see all the way to the horizon. We're not having like a wall blocked off
Exactly. Yeah.
that's closer to us in one part and then further to us in the
Yes.
further ends of it.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. That's the whole point. So check it out. I posted the photo 21 minutes after the hour. Now look at that position is 30 miles away from you, okay? And you would assume in your paradigm that is curving downward away from your position. But the lateral side of it, from left to right, it's also 30 miles of distance. But there is no curvature to that. So it's
Okay.
literally a position. Okay, go ahead. Explain it. Go ahead.
So on the horizon is basically, if you have the free view in all directions, it's the same distance in every direction, right?
Right.
So the horizon forms, for whatever reasons, the horizon forms a circle around with the person that
You're
sees
right.
the
You're right.
horizon
Yeah, you're
in
absolutely
the
right.
middle.
360. It's
Yeah,
360 degree
yeah,
of an equal visual spec. Exactly.
Circle.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Circle. The circle around
Yep.
the person with the person in the
Yep.
middle. Yeah.
Yep.
And when you see that horizon below your eye level, it drops further with increasing eye level, then you're
Okay.
looking onto a circle around you from a very, very small height compared to the radius of the circle.
Right.
That should technically appear convex as a convex line. But it
But it
doesn't. In most cases, it doesn't. The horizon doesn't appear convex to us because
Correct.
the degree to which the line should appear convex is small.
Okay.
And the explanation of why the horizon forms, or being on a sphere, due to a globe obstructing the view any further, or not,
Right.
doesn't really
Right.
change that circumstance that you should see the circle of the horizon around you as a convex line but due to perspective and how small your height is above that circle compared to
Right.
the distance of the radius,
Right.
you're not perceiving it in practicality. That doesn't
Okay.
change between globe and flat Earth.
Okay. No, well, hold on. That's the argument. That's the contention. Because the fact that a glober would say, if I'm looking out away from me, a distance from my footing would be curving downward away from my position, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at it laterally, that's not curving down from one point to another. Thus, there's no curvature. We are clearly on a checkerboard situation. And
But
everything
it's
we're
not clear.
talking about.
No,
No, it's very clear.
it's not
It's
clear. No, it's not.
optically,
I
visually.
just told. Okay,
Look
you
at that.
you said you
Look at that
agreed with
photo.
everything that I'm saying, but then you're saying no,
I
no.
do.
What you're saying
No,
is not correct.
no.
I just
I agree.
okay. So
Listen, I
no,
agree with you.
but you disagreed with the consequence of it. Let's go through it one more time.
Okay. Go
We
ahead.
have
Go ahead.
on a globe, right? So we're
Okay.
presupposing a globe. How unreasonable that may be,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
The horizon forms because the view to the view to the
There's an
surface any
apex,
further
right?
is obstructed by the
There's an apex.
surface. You
AK. There's an apex, right? There's an apex to the horizon. Yes or no? There's an apex, right? Yes or no?
I'm not
AK.
sure what you
Okay.
mean with apex.
Okay. AK. When I say apex, I mean there's a top, right? There's a position to where that would be the maximum top, right? There's an actual
Maximum
position,
top.
right? Would you agree to that? Do you understand what I'm saying? When I say apex, that means if it's curving away, we're talking about the highest point of that curve. That's an apex. You understand? Look at, I know I'm an idiot. I know I'm stupid. I know I'm like just a dumb flat earther. But when I say things like there's an apex to a curve, you have to agree that that is what's going on. Yes or no?
What?
Do you understand what an apex is?
I don't
I'm
understand
an
how
idiot.
this is relevant to what I was saying, and I don't understand why you need to overtalk me to talk about this right now.
Okay. I'm just trying to explain to you, AK, that the apex of that curve is going to give you your horizon. Okay? Because everything beyond the
Well,
horizon would be curving away from that position. Yes or no? If I was on a basketball, right? And then there's an apex to how I can't see on the other side of the basketball because it's curving downwards away from the apex. It's the top of the ball, and I can't see on the other side. But I'm giving you this as a convenient argument. I'm saying we can see 30 miles away, but that would be the apex of it, and everything beyond that should be curving downwards from your position. But then in the same breath, I'm saying, but from the left to right, there's also 30 miles worth of distance. and there's no curvature. There's no apex
Okay.
to it. Maybe you don't understand it.
So I'm okay. I got it in the meantime.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that at apex you're talking about, right?
Uh-huh.
That would cause a circle of the horizon, right? That would cause if the view is clear, if we in all directions around you,
In your
then that apex would cause
yes. In your
yeah,
paradigm, yes.
yeah.
That's why I said
No,
it. That's why I said it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
all right, all right. And you would be some height above that circle, right? So the plane of the
Correct.
horizon would cut through the earth underneath you. So
Mm-hmm.
the height of you above the circle of the horizon around you is a little bit bigger than if you had the same circle of vision,
Right.
the same observer height over a flat
Right.
Earth,
I'm
right?
following you.
But it's
Yes, I'm
still
following you.
it it's it's still it's still a very small height that you're above the circle or of the horizon around you
Okay.
compared to the radius of that circle.
Okay. I'm
Still very
following you.
small. And
I'm following you.
again,
Yes. Yes.
again, it's simply due to perspective, right? It's simply
Absolutely.
technically, obviously, just like with the flat, with the circle of vision around you that you're
Yes.
seeing from a height, you
Yes.
would expect this to be convex from left to
Right.
right,
Right.
right?
Right. Right. Right.
But
Right.
but perspective exists, right? And when the observer height above, when you have like a hula hoop rim, and
Yes.
you're standing in the
Exactly.
center of it, and
Absolutely.
you hold it so that it's just around your eye height.
Yes.
Then hula hoop ring will look like a line.
Right. Right.
That's
And guess what?
perspective.
And guess what? The hula hoop from left to right, there's no droppage. There's no dropping of it. But in your paradigm, you are forcing this belief that it's dropping away from your position. And this is our point. You literally, AK, you didn't realize this, but you just proved our point. You literally fucking proved our point. We're telling you, it's not dropping away from you. It's just going laterally straight across the same way, left to right. It's lateral. It's horizontal. It's straight across. It's a hula hoop.
Uh,
That's the
Apo,
whole point.
Apo,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Apo.
Go ahead.
The hula hoop, when you stand in the center of a hula hoop and then you
Yeah.
lower it so that it's around your shoulder height, then the
Correct.
line of the hula hoop in your vision will be convex.
You're right.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
When you raise it so that it's just so that when you hold it just under your eyes, so that your eyes are just above, skimming
Correct.
above, you can and then the hula hoop will
Correct.
have flattened out. It will look
You,
like a line, a straight line.
you're correct.
And that's the same.
Absolutely. Oh,
That's
but I agree. AK,
it's the
I
same
agree. But what
situation.
I agree. But what you're missing is the hula hoop is not bending downwards. It's not giving you a like a basketball. It's not curving away from you. It's just laterally across from you. When I say laterally, I mean horizontal. When I say horizontal, I mean flat. When I say flat, I mean level. Because these are the words that we use to describe the optical, positions of these things. And if you can say from left to right, it's flat like a hula hoop, then you can't, in the same breath, say, but from my position away from me, it's curving downward. Because you would then thus be a liar in your own words because you are not representing your same understanding of what you're saying to be laterally. Do you understand that, AK? And I don't mean to say like it's a gotcha moment. I'm just saying you just debunked your own claim, and you're
My claim
literally
was what?
that it's curving away from you.
When
That was
did
your
I claim
claim.
that?
when you assume that it's a globe?
We made that presupposition together to see what should happen.
Okay,
I did
if
not
it's a
claim it though, right?
if
So
okay,
you need to
that's fair. That's fair.
differentiate
That's fair.
like
That's
talking
fair.
about something. So us like make talking about something, and someone taking that same position. You
Okay,
need to be
that's
able
fair.
to
That's
abstract.
fair. That's fine. I give you that. You're right. You're right.
Okay.
I take that back.
So
I take it
and
back.
the next one is that I don't see like if it's curving away or not doesn't really matter. The circle of the horizon the horizon would cut out a circle out of that
I
out of
agree
that
with
sphere.
you.
When you're on a
I
basketball, it would cut out a circle on it. And if you just a hundredth of an inch or
now
less above
I
the
don't agree
surface
with you.
of the
No,
basketball,
I
it
agree
cuts.
with you, and now I don't agree with you because now you're changing it. But go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm not
Because
changing anything.
you are changing it.
I'm not changing. I'm not
Okay.
changing anything.
Okay. On a basketball, would you say
Yeah,
that the distance from your point is dropping down? Yes or no?
down. No, like because
Okay.
down is it's
Let me
determined by
say it.
our environment
Let, let,
with which way we're pressed and when we're sitting,
AK,
which
let me say it
direction.
again. AK, let me say it again. If I'm on the top of a basketball, if I went 5 inches away from that basketball's top position where you're standing, is it dropping?
Hmm.
Yes or no? Yes, right? Yes. The answer
Yeah,
is yes.
yeah,
Okay. Okay.
yeah.
Once it's dropping, then you are now able to say you're on a sphere because it's dropping
No,
away from you. 5 inches away of a basketball, it's dropping because the basketball is a sphere. Would you agree to that? Yes or no?
you wouldn't be able to tell that way definitively, or
No, you
at
can though.
least if you
No, AK. Stop being disingenuous. Be honest. If I'm making it very simple with you. I'm on your side
I
right now.
can
I'm
tell that
literally
that the basketball is a basketball by holding the basketball.
okay. Okay, AK. If we are on a hill, okay, me and you, we're on a hill, okay, a domed hill, okay. If I told you, AK, walk 20 steps away from me, would you be lower than my position? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, the reason why you're lower is because the ground is curving downwards away from my position. Yes or no?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, now, in that same ideology, think about this. If you're curving down away from me, that means there's a difference in elevation to my point, to my position. Now, looking at it
Mm.
laterally, left and right, if there's no deviation of elevation change left to right, you're now not on a hill. You are now on a checkerboard. And when you went away from me,
God.
when you went away from me, you were on a checkerboard. You're at the same elevation as I, and you walked away from me. And then left to right for 30 miles, there's no curvature because it's on a checkerboard. And everything we're talking about is a planar XY gradient, Euclidean gradient. And this is
Right.
why the Earth is not a globe. I rest my case,
Apple.
Your Honor. Put him in jail.
What the fuck? Apple. Again,
Yeah.
when you're on a hill, right, and it's a big hill, right, with a nice rounded top, right, and then it becomes steep, right. Then from the center, when you're standing in the center of the hill,
Uh huh.
you can't look down to the feet of the hill, right, because the top of the hill obstructs the view to the feet, right. There's a way and it obstructs. It forms a
Now you're
horizon,
getting it. Now
so
you're
to
getting it.
speak.
Now you're
Yeah,
getting it. Yep. Now you're
yeah,
getting it. Yeah.
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 Right. That
Now,
horizon forms a circle around you. right?
Now you're getting
That
it. Now you're
circle,
getting
that let me finish. That
it.
circle should appear convex. A circle, when we look at a circle, from the center of a circle,
Uh-huh.
from above the center, from above it,
Right.
it should form a convex line, right? It's a single
Right.
convex line. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. But when the distance we are above that circle is very, 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 very small compared to the radius of the circle, then due to perspective, the convexness of that line will not necessarily be visible to us. We will not necessarily be able to perceive it. Just like when we hold a hula hoop, when we are standing in the middle of a hula hoop
Yes.
ring
You're right.
and we
You're
hold it
right.
at eye level,
Yes.
then it forms,
Yes.
then it will collapse into a straight line. Now,
Yes. Yes.
what the what causes the circle to exist does not matter to the fact that perspective works that way. Like if it's the curving away that forms that circle, or if it's some hour limitation of vision, it does not matter.
But
Perspective, the
li- li-
perspective
li-
situation is on that circle.
I,
We're
I, I,
looking
I
at that circle.
I now get why you're not understanding it, okay? And the reason why, everything you're saying is spot on, but you're talking about a circle, a flat circle, like a quarter, like a frisbee. Everything you're talking about is like a frisbee. I agree with you because you're absolutely right
Oh,
in that
fucking God. I'm not
in
talking
that
about the
aspect.
frisbee. I
Yes,
put
you
us on
are.
the hill. I
Yes,
put
you
us on
are.
the hill. I know.
Oh,
I
whoa,
put
whoa,
us on
hold on,
the
hold on,
hill.
hold on,
I put us on
hold
the
on.
hill.
Okay, 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 okay,
The
okay,
horizon
okay,
on the hill cuts
okay,
out a
okay,
circle,
okay,
just like
okay,
a frisbee
okay,
would
okay,
be a
okay,
circle.
okay, AK, you're right. But if I'm on a sphere, then that whole entire circle would be lower than my position. Yes or no?
Yeah. No,
Okay,
it would
but
be.
okay, yes, you're right. It would be lower if the circle on a hill would be lower from my perspective, from my position, because every uh, foot away from my position is dropping down. But what you're not grasping is that in the photo I posted, that's not representing a higher position. That's representing a
So
lateral
you
position.
claim. How do we know where eye level is in this photo? Plus, that we have to consider the fact that when we make observations through many miles, that air refracts light, and it evidently affects the vertical position of things, the vertical
So,
apparent position of things.
so then
So
you're not. So then you're not understanding your own paradigm at this point. 30 miles
my
away
own paradigm.
from.
You still
Okay, okay.
again you conflated
Check it out.
us talking about what's
AK,
happening with
AK, AK. Check it out. 30 miles away from your position, it should be lower in perspective. But the reality is,
oh my
it's
lord, in
not. It's
perspective.
not.
That's a
It's
phrasing that's also
it,
demonstrating that. Oh, God.
AK. It's not lower to your perspective. It's lateral
Lower
to
to
your
my perspective.
perspective.
That does not have a meaning. You mean lower than eye level, right?
Yes, but that is not
Okay.
represented
Yes.
in the photo I posted. You
Ah,
understand
fucking
that?
God. Ah.
I know it's hard. I know it's hard. It's
There
gonna hurt
is
your.
no reference to eye level in this picture, Apo.
What do you mean?
There is no reference to eye level in this picture.
The eye
There
level.
is no
The the
reference to eye level
the,
in this
the
picture. We don't know where where in this picture where vertical which horizontal line would form the eye level of the observer.
would you agree to me? Would you agree with me that the eye level is actually lower optically? Yes or no?
Lower than what?
Than your position. Eye level.
Huh?
If you're looking out to the horizon, would you agree
Eye level
that the
by definition
horizon?
is on the
Okay,
observer. Like
let,
it's
let,
eye
let,
level.
let me say it
Eye
again. Let
level
me say
is
it
not
again.
below eye level. Eye level is eye level.
Let me say it again. Would you
Lower
agree?
than the observer
Okay,
means below eye level.
okay. Let me say it again. Would you agree that looking out to the horizon, it would be lower to your eye level? Yes or no?
What?
Okay, let me say it slower. Would you agree that
Oh, God.
eye level in looking out, the horizon would be lower to your eye level? Would you agree to that? I'll give you the
Would
answer.
be in what case?
I'll give you
In
the answer.
reality?
Yes, I'll give you the answer.
Okay.
The reason
In
why,
reality,
okay, I'll give you the answer. Hold on, AK. I'll give you the answer. The reason why the horizon, no matter what altitude you're at, is going to be lower than your eyes is because you are taller than the surface of which you are calling the horizon. Would you agree to that, AK? Yes or no?
no. Okay, so first of
Wow.
all, the horizon.
Wow. Are you sure?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I want you to rethink that. Are you sure about that?
did you notice that the
Okay,
middle of my sentence was interrupting the start of yours?
my bad. Go ahead.
So first of all, the horizon, in reality, when we observe it, when we measure its vertical position relative to eye level, when we're at relatively low altitudes, so that means like up to hundreds of feet, um, we're above the ground and above the surface.
Right.
We're observing the vertical position of the horizon to vary
Exactly.
quite a lot.
Exactly.
It's sometimes it's slightly above eye level, sometimes it's straight at eye level, and sometimes it's slightly below eye level. Right.
Depending on the
What
conditions.
I
Yeah,
seem
you're right.
to be able, what I seem to be able to distinguish is that when you increase your elevation, your altitude rapidly, then the horizon appears to drop further below eye level.
Okay. Do you want to know why?
That
Do you want to know
that
why that happens?
that's
Do you want to know why that happens?
according to perspective. According to perspective, I would
Let
expect the horizon
let
to
let
rise
let
to eye
let,
level.
let,
Well, we
let me.
already talked a lot about things being
Okay. Let
that what happens due to perspective being influenced or changed by what happens physically
okay.
with refraction.
Okay. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why the horizon will always technically be lower to your perspective because you're higher,
Your
you're
perspective.
taller, you're taller than that
Yeah,
position.
that doesn't
Now,
make sense.
now,
According to
now, now
perspective, the
well, that's not to
it
say,
should ramp up.
hold on. That's not to say that one day there might be conditions that's optically making your horizon higher because it's an optical phenomenon. Let's go back to Skunk Bay. You can see Skunk Bay shows you that there is a change, a fluctuation of where the surface seems to be raising higher, but it's an optical phenomenon. But technically,
Oh
always,
God,
if the conditions are right, you
not
will
technically then.
always you will always see the horizon lower
How
than
many
your.
times do you want to say it?
It has to be because you're taller than it. I don't know what you don't get about that. I
No,
honestly don't get.
that's not how perspective works. Perspective, due to
Are you sure?
perspective, the horizon would rise to eye level.
No, it never. No.
Yes.
That's where you're wrong. No, this is where you're wrong. I know a lot of flat earthers say this, but this is where they're wrong. The eye level to horizon won't always be exactly eye level because you are higher than the surface. You are
Yeah,
taller
you're
than it.
higher than the surface,
Okay,
which is why you
eh,
see over the surface and
okay,
you see further when you're
Look,
more high. But you're
look at
that the the angle between eye level and that you can also see in Muppet Vision. When you look at it side on, you can also
right,
draw it. Right, you can
right,
draw a horizontal line through the observer,
right.
and you can draw a horizontal line below the observer, representing the ground. Right, and then you can draw lines to the ground at different distances, right? And then you can measure the angle between
Right.
the horizontal line through the observer
Yes.
and the lines to the ground, and that angle will
He-
get smaller and smaller and smaller until the difference between the angle below eye level and the angle and eye level itself is too small to distinguish until it's smaller than the angular resolution. So
Okay.
the
Yes.
horizon, the ground will appear, due to perspective, will appear to rise to eye level. It will never exactly reach eye level because that will be infinitely
Exactly.
far away. But it will appear to rise to eye level because the
Yes.
difference between eye level and the angle to the
Yes.
ground will always become so small that you can't resolve it. Now, any deviation from that, as you mentioned, will be due to refraction.
Okay. Yes.
It
You're
won't
right.
be due to perspective.
No. Hold on. The perspective of it is your eyes are drawing an angle to the horizon, and because you're taller, right? You are. Let's say, like, for a weird ass fucking measurement. Let's say you are standing
Why
on
are we
a
talking about this in the first place? Why are
look.
you trying to falsely explain to
Look at
me why the horizon is below eye
look
level? Because it's
at
not relevant.
look at. Let's say you're a lifeguard, okay, and you're in a lifeguard tower that stands, I don't know, about 7 feet above the sand, okay, and you stand on it, and now you're about 15 feet from sea level, right? So when you look out to the horizon, see the horizon, the ocean, the water, you know that you're 15 feet higher than that position in the distance. So technically, you're going to be looking down because you're taller than the actual horizon, the checkerboard of water, if you will. And once you
And
do that,
technically, due to perspective, the horizon will rise to eye level because the horizon will occur
but it's
where you
it's
can't,
never,
where your
it's,
angular resolution gives out. So where the angle
but it's,
between the ground and eye
yes,
level can't
yes,
be resolved
but it,
anymore.
but it will never ever be true to your eye level because you're taller. Now there is
The difference between eye level and the angle the horizon has below eye level cannot be resolved. It can't be resolved, meaning you can't
you're missing
measure
the point.
the difference,
You're
meaning it
missing the
will
point.
appear to be eye level, even if it technically, when you measure it from the side, it's
You're missing the
not.
point.
There's a very small angle between them. You can't distinguish them from your
You're,
view due to perspective. Any
you're,
deviation from that will be due to refraction.
you're missing the point that I'm making, but I do have to agree with you in what you're saying. But what you're saying, you are apples to oranges because that's not what I'm saying. But along the lines of what you're saying, I agree with you because refraction can make something higher than your actual eye level, if you will. But that's an
And
optical
this whole
phenomenon.
topic is irrelevant in the
That
first
doesn't
place. Why are you
that doesn't
explaining
mean
this to me?
that doesn't mean that it's physically higher in your eye level. Do you understand that?
Why are we talking about this?
I'm just
Why
trying to
are we
find out
talking
a fact.
about this now?
I'm
Huh?
trying to teach you something. I'm trying to teach you something. I'm trying to teach you something.
Yeah, you can't when you don't have knowledge.
Okay, look at if you went in a
For the
if you
for starters, and for the second part, we are not
look at
talking about it. We were talking about this
hey,
picture and
check
the
it out.
fact that we do not
Check
see
it out.
any convexity
Check it
left
out.
to right. And
Check
you
it
were
out.
hung up on the fact that the horizon is caused by the surface obstructing the view any further, by the
Check it
apex
out.
of the surface, so to speak, uh,
Yes.
when it occurs over a curved surface, right? But you
But there's no curved
somehow
surface.
denying you somehow think that there would be a different perspective acting
But there's
on
no
that
curved surface.
cause for a circle around you than when there's another cause for a circle around you.
But there's no curved surface away from your position. And it's
Oh
explained
God, that's
by
it. That's That's an a priori position. We are entertaining the idea that there is a that there's a curved surface causing that
I
circle in
know,
order to determine if
but
there's
you
any
can't say that.
if this observation conflicts with that. My
You
fucking
can't.
God.
You
Keep
can't
up.
say. You can't say that when the lateral position from the Muppet Vision is showing 30 miles lateral, and there's no.
It's not a Muppet vision. It's not the lateral position. I told you that if you want the if you want the lateral position to that observation, then you will have to have a vertical sheet bordering
Okay.
off.
Okay.
That vertical sheet changes distance to the
Okay.
one in the Muppet vision, right?
Okay.
It will be
Okay.
closer in the middle and it will be further away at the ends. It will be at
Okay.
the horizon at the ends and it will be closer than the horizon in the middle. We don't have that. We have a circle of the horizon around us.
Okay.
A
Okay.
circle
Okay.
should appear convex when you see it from above, but if the radius of the circle is much, much bigger than the height that you are above the circle, then due to perspective, the convex line of the circle will compress into a
So then
straight
you prove my
line
point.
or
So then
appear
you
like
prove
a
my
straight
point.
line.
So you prove my point.
My
Thank you.
fucking God.
You prove my point.
I'm
You
not
prove my point.
proving your point. You're
Yeah,
saying
you
that
are.
this should you should no.
Yes, you are. You're saying
No.
that lateral. Listen. Just listen, okay? You're saying You're saying laterally. There's no change in elevation laterally. There's no curving away from. If
We're
you were
not
to
talking about elevation. Elevation is a whole different topic.
listen. Okay, let's say from left to right in the photo I posted. Let's draw an A and a B from left to right, and A and B has a straight line to it, horizontal, no curvature represented in the photo. Okay, 30 miles, no curvature. But you want to believe that from your position
Want to
to
believe
that.
again. You're using the plot
You're not
completely.
getting it.
You're
You're not
losing
getting
the
it.
plot.
You're not getting it.
No, you're not getting it. You're losing the plot. I want to believe. Where's this bullshit coming from again?
AK.
We are in agreement. We had an agreement. We were
Yes.
on the same page about what we're
Yes.
doing here. And you
Yes.
seem to forget that completely. How can I
AK.
trust you any reason that you're putting forward if you can't even
AK.
straight what the
AK.
situation is of the
AK.
conversation is overall?
It's very simple. AK. 30 miles away from you. Is it curving down? Yes or no?
I just asked you a question. Where
I
is
asked you
that
a
you
question
want to believe bullshit coming from?
because that's what you believe.
No.
You don't believe in that.
Did you
Okay.
forget the entire last hour of our conversation?
Okay. You don't believe it. Okay. You don't believe it. Now, with that being said, okay, AK.
No. Don't just hand wave this away. Where is this bullshit coming from? Why do you lose the plot like
Okay.
this? How can we have a conversation if you can't even keep straight what we are talking about?
AK, I retract what I said. With that being said, let's say this 30 miles away. Is it curving down from your position in your paradigm? Yes or no?
In my paradigm.
Okay, here's your paradigm. The world's a globe. It's a
You're
sphere.
presenting my
Okay.
paradigm now.
Okay. With that being said,
You can't keep it straight. You can't abstract, can you?
okay,
You can't keep the conversation to the
okay,
topic, can you?
AK. Do you believe the Earth is a globe? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, okay. Then I'll shut up. Thank you.
Also, my beliefs are entirely irrelevant,
Okay,
which you
I'll
would
shut up.
know if you could keep a topic of a conversation straight in your head.
So, AK, the Earth is not a
I'm
globe.
sorry, I'm getting really frustrated here. I can't have a conversation with you. We're going through this for like the 15th time now, and you keep repeating that there should something happen that I explained to you with simple fucking rules of perspective. They shouldn't. You say, yes, I agree with you on perspective and on on the entire casing around it, and then you go turn around and say, no,
Okay,
it's bullshit.
AK.
And then you're telling me I don't understand.
Okay, AK.
It's
You
like
stated.
complete bullshit.
Okay. AK. You said the Earth is not a globe, so we'll stop there. Job done. I've completed my job here.
Oh my
You
fucking
said
god!
it's not a
No,
globe. We're
you
good. We're
did.
good.
Did you honestly forget the entire? It must be like 1.5 hours now or 2
AK,
of
I
our
asked you a
conversation of
question.
what we agreed on, what we are talking about.
AK, I asked you, is the real the globe? You said no. We could end it there. We
You
good. We
asked me
good.
what I believe, if I believe the Earth is a globe or not.
You said no. So
Right?
okay, I
Did you?
accept that.
Oh my fucking god!
I accept it. That's okay. We're good. We're good, bro. We're good. Don't get frustrated. You said it's not a globe. Okay, then my
That's
job's done.
irrelevant to the conversation, Apple.
No, it's a proof to
It is
the
irrelevant.
conversation.
What did we start? What conversation did we start an hour ago?
My whole point of the
Huh?
conversation
What did
is
we
to
talk
make you.
about?
My whole point of the conversation is to make you realize it's not a globe, and you just admitted that it's not a globe, so
Make
we're
me
good.
realize we don't a globe. Admit it.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
good. We're
fucking
good.
hell. You don't understand. What did we start talking about an hour ago?
Talking about the
What
curves
was
of
the
the earth.
conversation? Huh?
We were talking about the curves of
And
the
2
earth.
hours ago, what was my position?
You said that it
You don't
wasn't a
know,
globe.
do you?
You
You
said it
don't
wasn't a
know,
globe.
do you? You
I
don't
just
know,
told
do
you.
you?
I
You
just told
can't
you.
keep it straight in your head. You don't remember what you've been rambling about for 2 hours while we have been talking.
I just
You
told
don't
you that.
remember any of it, do you?
I just told you that you just said it's not a globe. So conversation over.
I
We're
did
good.
not say it's not a globe.
You did. You literally just said that.
No, I did not say that. You
I
asked me
asked
if I
you.
believed it was a globe, and I said no.
Oh,
You
okay.
incorrectly assume all the rest. You lay words in my mouth. You forget what we talked about 2 hours ago. You forget what we talked about 1 hour ago. You forget why you posted that fucking picture.
Okay. You have literally said it's not a globe. You don't believe it to be a globe.
I
So we're
did
good.
not say that. I said you asked me if I believed there was a globe. I said
said
no.
Yeah.
You incorrectly make up all the other bullshit.
So let me
You don't remember what my explicit position was from 2 hours ago. Do you
So then-
remember it or not?
so
Do
then
you
let me
remember it or not? Do you
Yes, I do.
remember it or not? Yes or no?
Yes, I do. But here's the point.
What
I
was
asked
that position? What was that position?
Well, you just made it clear. You said it right now.
What
You don't believe it
was
to be
that position?
It's not a globe.
What? No,
Yeah, you
that
just said
was
it.
not the position. 2 hours ago, we talked about at
you
length
changed.
about my position.
changed.
What
That's okay,
was,
though.
you said you remember it. You said you remember it. You just now said you remember it. What was that position?
You just said your position.
I said part of my position. We've talked about the entire position 2 hours ago. What was that position?
That is not a globe, and you just stated that.
That was not the position. We talked about the entire position 2 hours ago. You said
Bro,
you
can you say
remembered
it
it from
yourself?
2 hours ago. What was that position?
That
You
is
can
not a
also
globe.
retract your statement, say that you don't fucking remember what you've been talking with me about 2 hours ago, and I can tell you.
You
Don't
just said
go
it's not a
fucking
globe.
lying around here.
Just say it yourself, bro.
You just said it's not a globe, and I'm okay with. I digress.
Apple,
I'll leave it
2
alone.
hours ago, you are lying to me that you remembered what we talked about, what our basis was. You lied to me.
Are you
Now
saying?
you're trying to
Okay,
now
okay,
you're trying to lay
okay.
words into my mouth, and you're trying to claim that you know because I just gave a part of the answer just now. But I'm talking about 2 hours ago, the entire position. What is my position?
AK, what was your position 2 hours ago? That it was a globe?
It's
Okay.
You said you
then-
remembered. You said you remembered.
Okay.
Was this a lie, Apple? Was this a lie? Look, Apple, you have two choices. You said you remembered what my position, what we talked about, what my position is 2 hours ago, right? We talked about it. We talked about it, right? You said you remembered it, right? You have two options. You have two options. You can admit,
Let me tell you.
You
Let
have
me
two
answer.
options. You can have
Let
two
me answer.
options. You have two
Let
options.
me
You have
answer.
two options. You have two options. You can
Okay, go
admit
ahead.
that you fucking lied and that you do not remember what my actual
Okay.
position was, or you can correctly state what it was.
This is your position 2 hours ago. You said you don't know if it's a globe. Yes or no?
Finally.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, 2 hours
Now, does
later,
me not
you just
knowing,
said
does me
it's not
not
a globe.
knowing mean, does me not knowing mean that I'm claiming it's not a globe?
No.
Okay. Does me not knowing mean that I am believing it is a globe?
No.
Okay. See, wasn't that hard, was it?
Not at all. Now, I want to, bring us back up to the table. I asked you, and you said you don't believe it's a globe. I respect your honesty. And honestly, it makes sense. You shouldn't believe it's a globe because all the evidence presented for the past 2 hours negates the globe. At least you're being
No, it
honest.
didn't.
And finally, yes, it did. Absolutely,
No,
it did.
it didn't. No, it
Okay.
didn't.
Okay. Now
No.
we get back to
You've presented.
now
This
we
is
get
what
back
happened in the last hour, in the hour before the last hour, so 2 hours ago to an hour ago. We
now.
talked about length about multiple things, and all the things that we talked about turned out to be turned out to be reasons like, okay, most people assume falsely that it's a globe. Okay, the evidence that we just not having any good evidence to believe that there's a curvature, and we're therefore discarding it. We are
Yeah, we
Hitchens
did.
razor, right?
We found
And
that out. Yeah.
and only an hour ago have you
Destroyed
posted
that.
this picture and claimed
Right.
that this is in conflict with the presupposition of a globe, right?
Correct. Correct.
I've given you
Which
explanation that
which you
negates that.
which you admitted that you don't believe it to be a globe, and I respect your honesty. Now, going further, if there is a contention against this
Admitted.
photo I posted showing you 30 miles lateral, no curve, but a glober, not you, by the way, because you believe it's not a globe. If a glober wants to say that 6 miles away from you, it should be curving downwards, and everything beyond the 6 miles should be beyond the curvature of the Earth based upon that presupposed position, then obviously
Excellent,
they're
correct.
wrong.
Yeah.
This is why I thank you for being honest and saying it's not a globe. Thank you. I done my job. Next.
Okay. So you see that it was dishonest for me to say I'm saying it's not a globe, because when we went through what my actual position is and asked you if I'm saying it's not a globe, then you said no. Am I saying that I believe I don't believe it's a
No,
globe
no, you said it.
when I'm
You
saying
said
I
it.
don't know?
Yeah,
Then you also
yeah, you
said
said it.
no,
Yeah.
I don't. Then you also said no, I don't do that, and you also admitted that I'm also not saying it is a globe. Right? So it's a false dichotomy.
I would
I am
agree.
adhering to what
In
I
your own
know. I
mind.
don't know it. There
Hey,
is no
AK,
belief whatsoever. There is no
AK,
belief whatsoever. It's entirely irrelevant.
AK, I
And
feel like you're
therefore,
torn.
saying that I'm saying I don't, therefore saying I say it's not a globe is dishonest. It's incorrect. That's not
AK,
correctly presenting what my
AK,
position is. My position
AK,
is that I do not fucking know.
I agree. And I would say this. I find it honorable that at least you are one that would say, I do not know. Because there's a lot of Globers that say they know it's a globe. At least
Yeah,
you're one of many Globers that can take the position, which I would give you kudos for that. Because at least you are
I'm a glober
understanding.
when I don't know it's a globe.
Okay, there you
Okay,
go.
interesting.
So listen, AK. Listen.
So I don't believe in a globe because I don't
Okay,
know if it's a globe or not, and I refuse to take
absolutely.
on beliefs that
Thank,
I know I can
thank you. Thank you.
know
Okay,
things about. It's
okay.
rather than having faith in. And
With that logic,
you're still
AK,
saying I'm a glober.
No,
So you're a glober too.
No, I didn't say that. AK. Don't put words in my mouth.
You said you're you're a glober that says I don't know and doesn't claim he knows.
No, I said at least you're one of those that are going to take a position
You're one of
humbly
those globers, you
and
said.
accurately. Okay, I retract
But
that
yeah,
then.
never mind.
I'm sorry if I misspoke, because I'm going to say this. At least you are one of those people that at least can humbly and honestly say you don't know it's a globe, because there are people who say they know it's a globe. That's my whole point here, AK.
Yeah.
Now, with that being
Yeah.
said, everything we spoke about clearly destroys the globe model. My only question to you is,
Incorrect.
no, it did though. So my question to you
It didn't.
is, do you think it's a globe? Not that you believe it's a globe. Do you think it's a globe? Yes or no?
I do not know.
Okay, that's
I
fair.
think that I do not know.
Okay. Well, okay.
That's where it's all coming from, yeah. Apo, every example that you named, as I said, we've been talking about this picture for an hour.
Yeah, we have.
Close to an hour.
Because it destroys the
everything
globe
we talked about, everything we talked about before that was ended up in the reasoning of, okay, we don't have any evidence for or supporting globe, and we were treating that as the external. We were treating that as the extraordinary position. Why? What is it with you and interrupting? That is what was happening before an hour ago. And an hour ago, we started talking about this observation of 30 miles from a few feet up. And you were saying there should be curvature laterally. I was explaining to you how the horizon is not expected to appear convex, and I'm not willing.
You proved our point.
Like,
yeah, you proved our point. By the way, when you said that, you literally proved our point. By the way, just throwing it out there. When you said that, you are literally agreeing with us. Just letting you know, whether you want to believe it or not, but you agreed with us indirectly, maybe unbeknown to you. You agree with us, and that's okay. That's fair. That's fine.
How so?
Because technically, a glober would say there is curvature over 30 miles. But the fact that you were humble and honest of what you saw in the observation, you said there's no curvature.
If they claim that, then they would be incorrect.
Absolutely. Thank you. You're absolutely right. Thank you.
Yeah, but then
finally.
Okay. So wait a second. If you disprove a claim that someone makes, right, and the claim that someone makes is an incorrect conclusion based on a model, right? And you disprove that claim that someone made, that incorrect conclusion based on a model, are you therefore disproving the model that the claim that someone made incorrectly stated?
Yes, I agree. Yes.
How so? Okay, so model. Wait a second. Maybe we misunderstand each other. So person A states due to model X, Y should be happening. Y should be observed. Right?
Correct.
You show Y is not observed. Right? And therefore, the understanding the model X is incorrect.
Correct.
Right? But the conclusion Y based on X is not a correct conclusion. It's not a correct statement.
Why not?
That's besides the point right now. What I'm asking you is, person A said due to X, Y should happen. That statement is false.
Why?
When you actually look at X, apply sound reasoning, apply logic, then Y does not follow. Now you are showing Y is not observed. And now you're telling me that this disproves X.
Do I have to say it again?
Okay.
Do you want me to say it again?
Person A is saying, due to X, Y should be happening. That statement, when you look at look at the model X itself and look at and take logical steps,
Right.
take
Right.
logical
Yes.
reasoning,
Yes.
then
You're right.
you do not arrive at Y. So the statement that person A made, due to X, Y should be happening, is false. Now
Yes,
you're having an
right.
observation that shows Y is not happening.
Right.
And you're
Exactly.
telling me that this disproves X.
Yes. Exactly. Absolutely.
You're not seeing any problem with that.
No, that is the answer. Let me.
You're
let me
not
put
seeing
this-
any problem with that.
let me- let me-
Maybe we should write it
talk.
down. Maybe we should write it down, because
let me
if
talk.
you don't see any problem with that, then we are having a fundamental disconnect in
Has anybody? Hey,
logic.
sorry to interrupt. Has anybody taken a look at the chat lately and the roster on the VC to see if anybody else wants to talk about the topic?
Yeah, jump in.
I don't
Yeah.
I don't know
I'll
what
shut
this
up.
guy's.
That's cool.
I don't know what this guy's talking about. What's X and Y and fucking this and that? Like,
let
what's
me break it down. Break it down for the new people in this chat. Okay, if you have a 30-mile observation laterally and there's no curve, then when you are looking at it from one position, looking out to that observation, but the claim is that it is dropping away from you, curving downwards, then it would negate the fact that the lateral of it is horizontally flat. That's the whole argument. And this is where we're at. Now AK has self-admitted, that he doesn't believe it to be a globe, and I respect your position on that. That's an accurate, humble, honest position. I agree with you. You cannot come to that conclusion that it's a globe. I appreciate you, AK. But the whole argument is 30 miles across, no curve, then how would you expect a curvature from a point away from you 30 miles has to be dropping down? That's the whole argument, bro. I'm just letting you guys know, catching you all up. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, restrooms to the right. Let's go. Go ahead, AK. Jump in.
I'm typing it out because you seem to be having a very fundamental hang up, and I don't know how to talk with you if this is genuinely, if this is your capacity for abstraction and for reasoning. I don't know
what do
how
you
there is any way for us to
disagree
communicate
with?
going forward. If
What do you disagree with? What that he said do you disagree with?
Well, that was easy.
Hello.
Okay, I guess nobody had a disagreement for the last 3 hours in actuality. Okay.
Hardly.
Well,
No,
then, maybe we can move
incorrect. That's an argument from Dr. Amish. That's an argument from silence. It's a fallacious statement.
Well, I'll tell you what I heard as an observer. I heard both of you accusing each other of saying things that you didn't say for like 3 hours.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? There was an underlying point the whole time, right? This being the curvature, but for 3 hours. Dude, come on. Yeah, let's see if anybody else is awake here. It's early morning here on the East Coast of the United States. People are waking up, having breakfast, drinking coffee, getting themselves to work, packing kids in the car, driving them to school, doing everything they normally do in America.
Good.
Great.
Vietnam.
So Appa just posted in the side chat. If he would just answer that would be awesome, because
what did you post?
The answer that you gave does not chime with me.
I'm away from my phone right now.
So you typed something in the side chat and then told him to read it. What do you need to ask him?
Yeah, well,
maybe y'all could go into DMs or something then.
I just told you why. Actually, I just said why.
I'll go read it. Hold on. I'll go read it. Give me a second.
But
I'll
you're
read
talking. You're talking now. Why didn't you just ask him?
Yeah, I did ask him. I just told you that I did ask him.
Why'd you ask him again then?
Then
it.
I think this is one of those situations, Timbo. It's one of those situations where they need to document what each other is saying in text, just so they can refer to it. So that when they accuse each other of saying things they didn't say, they can refer to the text.
That might help. That
Yeah.
might help. Okay.
Put it in text. Can't mix my words up.
So everybody listening, right? There's an argument on the table that there's a position A and a position B and a position C. Okay, C is you where you're standing. Okay, when you look out 30 miles away in the paradigm of a globe, technically it should be dropping and curving away from you, right? A and B, there's no curvature. So how does that make sense in the paradigm of what has been presented? There's no curvature from A to B, but you have to invoke there's curvature from C to the A and B line. That makes zero sense. Anybody with a brain, yes, exactly. Perspective. The perspective of it, it should be dropping down, but it doesn't in the A and B. So if it's not dropping away from each other on A and B, I'll post the photo again if somebody's missing it, if somebody didn't see it. And I swear to God, it's an hour-long, like, stupid argument. I agree. But people that get it, get it. People that don't, they won't. It is what it is, bro. Holy fuck. Good morning.
I get it. I just see why it's insufficient. You can't make your conclusion based on the
Oh my God.
observation you're making based on the accuracy and the facts of what's dictated.
I don't know what to tell you.
Just a fact.
I don't know what to
It's
tell
just
you.
a fact that
AK,
perspective exists. That it's just a fact that you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see a circle being convex from when you're when it's that far away and when you're that close to it. You don't see it, and the divergence between the verticals that you would have to have on a globe over 30 miles would be less than half a degree. And when you're observing it with a camera angle of like 30 miles away, what is the angle of the stretched
when you
universe?
talk about degrees, you trivialize it. Now the drop over distance in 30 miles is what you should be talking about.
No, that's not what we're talking about. That's also not the point that Apu is making.
I don't care what the point is. I'm saying when you say it's half a degree,
you should be caring what the point is, though.
You trivialize how much curvature there is because people just go, "Oh well, it's only half."
No, I'm just expressing it accurately.
You're gonna let me talk or not? I'm not. I mean, I didn't.
The fact that it sounds more trivial to you only shows that your initial argument was wrong.
I'm gonna post it again.
What initial argument? What the fuck are you talking about?
I posted it again.
You should expect to see something that you're not seeing.
What initial argument? I didn't even say anything to you. I just said, why are you trivializing half a degree? It's the drop over distance that you should be talking about.
Exactly.
I didn't make an argument.
I posted it again, showing you.
Fuck.
I'm showing you the horizon is 30 miles away from the position of the camera taking the photo. Technically, in the paradigm of a sphere, globe, or Earth, it should be dropping down away from you. But laterally, from A to B, from one side of the photo to the other, is also 30 miles, but it's horizontally flat. So there is no dropping or curvature to that. So how does anybody make an argument that 30 miles away, it's dropping away from you to make a globe sphere Earth if you do not see it from left to right? A child will understand this, but not to disrespect you, AK, you're just not getting it.
To perspective, you're not expecting to see it. It's that simple.
Oh my god.
Earth is curved because you don't see it.
No,
That's what
that
he's
is
saying.
incorrect.
Oh,
You're
wow.
forgetting my position again.
Okay, AK, I hope you're.
But I don't expect any honesty from most of you guys, so.
AK,
Fine.
I hope
You don't know me, man. So go fuck yourself.
hold on.
Yeah,
AK,
likewise.
hold
Just
on.
the same. Exactly the
AK,
same.
AK, I hope you stick around for the next 37 minutes. So when I think Nathan Oakley will jump in this arena, in the next by 5 a.m., I think he jumps in here.
I have no desire to talk to Nathan whatsoever. He's far too degrading and far too.
I just feel
He's an asshole.
I just feel like maybe him and his piano can maybe speak from another direction for you to get it, because you're definitely not getting it from me.
So he's an asshole, but you just told everyone that you're not expecting any honesty from them when you don't even know them. So who's the asshole?
I know how they behave. I know how you behave. For example, you told me, why don't you just talk with him? And I just told you that I talked with him and it didn't work.
Who the fuck are you talking? Do you think me and
Apo, you
Apocryphon are
failed
the
to
same
address
people?
what I was writing you, by the way.
Dude, we're
are you
probably the coolest
delusional,
guys.
man? Are you alright?
So from 30 miles away, the angle of view, the field of view would be would be about 30 to.
Hey, dude, are you alright, man?
AK,
I think
me and Timbo are probably the most coolest guys you're ever gonna come across. Go ahead, Timbo. My bad.
No, I was just gonna say, I think he thinks he's me and you are one person. He keeps on when I ask him something, he addresses a conversation that you guys were having.
It's because you both have the same Irish last name. It's really confusing.
Okay, so from 30 miles away, the field of view to see a stretch of 30 miles left to right would have to be above 33 degrees, just above 33 degrees.
Hold on, AK.
And
AK, but hold on, AK, hold on. Wait, I have to stop you. What you're not understanding is technically, mathematically, geometry speaking, or no wait, I'm lost. Geometrically speaking, 30 miles away from this person's position in the photo, you shouldn't even see 30 miles away, because it should be on the other side of a curved ball.
It's like, what, a 600-foot drop?
Yes.
If you should see that far or not. If you should see that far or not.
AK, let me finish, AK. The point is, you shouldn't even be seeing that horizon to where that position is. But that's not the case that we're talking about. We're talking about laterally, left to right.
Yes. Okay.
There's no drop.
Okay.
Laterally and. Guys ever see Super Troopers?
Yeah. Meow. Meow, promise.
Literally and.
Meow, promise.
Guess about done.
Meow.
Man.
Right, meow. Yeah. Get out of the car, right, meow.
Yeah, get out of the car, right, meow.
Did he just say meow? Yeah, sure. Did he just say yeah, sure? Yeah, sure.
Meow got a problem. AK, it's been a pleasure speaking to you. You literally said, and I know it's clipped, it's documented. You said it's not a globe. You said you don't believe it's a globe.
No, I did not say that. I said I don't believe it's a globe because I do not know what is the case in reality. So saying that I say it's not a globe is dishonest. Saying that I say it's a globe is dishonest.
Thank you for admitting that you do not know it's a globe.
And this is not an admission. This has been my position for years.
Thank you for at least being honest.
You keep inserting evaluations that are dishonest. But why do you do that?
You said you don't believe it's a globe, and I appreciate Is that uncanny of me? Is that false? No,
It
that
is
is
not, but that's not
that's
what
right.
all you've been saying just now, is it? You only retracted to that. This is a Monty Bailey fallacy, by the way. This is a
Okay.
strategy
Well,
that you
my
employed,
apologies.
right?
I
You
retract.
try to make this statement out to be more than it was, right? You
I
tried to put
retract.
words into my mouth and evaluations
Okay.
that I did not make,
Okay.
and
I
that's
retract.
dishonest.
Okay. I retract what I said
And you do that
originally.
every time. You do
Okay.
that every time. And unless I stop
Because
you
I'm an
and
honest
point it
person.
out specifically how
Because
you're being dishonest, you don't retract it, right?
but I'm a man, and I admit my fault, and I appreciate that you pointed me out. I retract that, and I'll restate it right now. Thank you for your honesty that you don't believe it's a globe. I appreciate your honesty, because there's a lot of people that come in this fucking, realm and say they know it's a globe. So thank you for saying that you don't believe it to be a globe. And everything we talked about, I would argue that it's a good starting point to why you don't believe it's a globe, because there's a lot of questions that are raised in regards to it being a globe when we can prove that it's not a globe. So thank you. Okay, go ahead. Oh, they muted him. My bad. It is what it is. There you are. You can talk now. We can hear you. Maybe you have to drop out and hear you. Drop out and rejoin. We don't hear you. What you're saying right now.
I'm not saying anything right now.
Okay, now you're saying. Okay. My bad. You were lighting up, but it's okay. It is what it is.
No.
So long story short, guys, Earth is not a globe. Hey, now let's run a victory lap. I do hope that you stick around though when Nathan comes in, because I want to hear you go at it with him.
I won't. No. It won't last long. Even if I do, it won't last long. He will just lean on his mute button and berate for a few times, and there will also not be any room to get to the bottom of anything, because he would just cut anything off and just go on his insult parade.
Okay.
It's
So
always
AK.
the same.
Okay, so AK, let me ask something. What would be your best evidence or argument that it could be a globe? Not saying you believe in it, because you stated that you don't, but what would be your best argument that it could be a globe in your own words? Go ahead.
It could the best argument. It could be a globe.
Or do you not have one? And that's fair. I would agree with you.
I wouldn't call them arguments. No. I have reasons, but they mostly track back to how big this psyop is, right? How like that. That's something we didn't really touch on.
Well, let's touch on it.
With regards to starting points of trying to figure something out, I would measure what is ordinary and what is extraordinary based on qualified majority popularity. So, in this case, what is being communicated about the Earth within what's called the scientific community, and that does not mean that I trust those blindly, or that they are saying it, therefore it has to be correct. It's just the starting point for me to go and measure against and figure out against, and that I can do against with the motivation of overturning them, and getting smarter than what I am being told. But it would be the starting point for me to form my propositions and hypotheses.
Okay.
So yeah,
So
that's where the whole globe idea is coming from.
okay, so you're saying that in a nutshell, you're saying because the majority of the consensus, or that's actually probably redundant, but the consensus is that it's a globe, so you're gonna kind of fall in line with that ideology. Only because the consensus.
No, I'm not falling in line with it. It's just a starting point for me to evaluate
Right.
things. It doesn't mean that I accept that blindly.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah,
And
and
now
what's
that, now that you learned,
what's called
now that you learned that's not a globe, where do you stand now?
Huh?
Now that you
I didn't
learned,
learn that it's not a globe yet, actually.
oh, you didn't. Oh, you didn't. So okay.
No.
So let me
I still
bring
don't
it back.
know.
Let me bring it back then. Okay. It would have to be a globe if it's curving away from your position. Yes or no?
Well, they could construct some a flat Earth with a hump in principle or something like that, I guess.
Okay.
But yeah, in principle, like I get where you're coming from. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. It's honest. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, with that being said, if you can't come to that conclusion, then would it be safe to say that it's not a globe? Yes or no?
Yes, if there's valid
Okay, I
evidence
appreciate that.
and
All
sound
right.
reasoning against that, then yeah.
All right. I appreciate that. My job is done here. Anybody else want to jump in?
Yeah, I would like to. Yeah.
Handle it. I'll mute myself. Handle it.
So, so the AK guy is a flat earthist, or what? Like you believe the Earth is flat? Is that it?
No,
he's not a flat earther.
Yeah, he
He doesn't
believes
believe the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, there we go.
Wait, he believes the Earth is a globe?
No, he doesn't believe the Earth is a globe.
Oh, he doesn't believe. Okay, he doesn't believe. So,
But he's not a flat earther. Probably has to do something with a lot of the connotations that people assign to flat Earth. And he wants to be able to diffuse that. He wants to be able to take that away from you. When you say that flat earthers are uneducated or flat earthers are X, now you don't have that in your toolbox anymore. And you have to only engage with what he said, not what you think he said.
By the way, Crit, good morning. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, what's up, Big-Puck?
What's up? I'll leave myself.
So why do you think the Earth is flat?
He said not a globe. See, look at you're already fucked up. You already are doing it.
He just thinks it's not a globe. Okay.
Yeah. See, we just explained this
Well,
to
it is
you,
not a
and
globe. It is not a globe.
you completely bricked it.
It is not a globe actually, because it's not like a perfect sphere. It's an ellipsoidal thing. Like it's I don't know the word. Wait, let me look up. It's slightly inclined.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, so you're claiming it's an oblate spheroid. Is that?
Yeah, like something like that. Yeah.
Okay, why do you believe that?
Why do I believe that? Okay, so like in the beginning, it was supposed to be a sphere, but due to the inclination, in the beginning, the beginning of the creation of the globe, because it was created. It used to not exist before. It just did not appear in 1 second.
And how do you know what happened at the beginning?
With science, with tools to describe how matter moves and forms.
Science told you what happened at the beginning of the Earth.
Yeah, I think it explains how the Earth was formed in the first place, right?
Right. Which scientific experiment, or what are you talking about? What did they do? Figure that out.
Yo, guys. I have a question. Is
I'll figure
this
it out.
Is this ironical? Like, is the name of this
No, it's
channel?
not ironic. It's 100% serious.
Are you fucking kidding me?
It's 100% serious.
Okay, bro, chill. Sit on mute and listen. You'll understand.
Okay,
So this
so
guy's
like
just said that the Earth is a ball because in the beginning, which was how long ago?
Like billions of years ago?
4.5
So billions
billion
of
years
years
ago.
ago. Okay, so how do you know what happened that many years ago?
Because I mean, we have empirical observations, empirical data, scientific knowledge.
You can observe what happened billions of years ago.
No, you can't. That's not possible.
Okay, so you don't have empirical evidence. So what evidence do you
have
have?
empirical evidence of basically, for example.
Okay. Okay, so how do you describe something that you can't observe?
I mean, obviously, there are scientific methods that are able to basically tell the difference between the age of a rock and other, I guess you could say. I don't know. But
okay, so we
that's
go out into the world, and you say this happened 14 billion years ago, and I ask you, how do you demonstrate that? What
I
do you
mean,
do?
I mean, it's not a precise estimate. I mean, it's just an estimate, but it's not a precise. It's not extremely precise. It's obviously gonna have.
So what's the theory?
Well,
the
there's
the
no
theory.
theory. Well,
Yeah.
What theory?
Is it theory?
The theory is that the matter it clumped up into a sphere, but why specifically that shape, right? There are physical reasons why.
I mean, why? What? Okay, so do you guys think the moon is flat too? Do you guys think Mars is flat too?
No.
One topic
not
to
controlling this conversation. We're talking to Chow.
Yeah.
Right. Chow's saying in this theory, all the matter is clumping together into balls. Is that correct?
Yeah, because of a gravitational pull. Because it's.
No, you're joking, dude.
Is that what you're saying,
Yeah,
Chow?
I mean, okay, so why would you think? Okay, so do you think
so
the matter clumps up into another shape?
Okay, well, this is what I was going to ask you. So, what evidence have you got for matter clumping into balls?
What evidence do I have?
No, not you.
It's sphere, bro. No.
Hold on, we'll get to you in a second.
Yeah, where have you seen matter moving together and forming into balls?
Because it's just the shape it's supposed to. It's because of physics. Like what?
No, where have you seen that?
One of the laws of that's. I mean, that's like.
Bro, why does this guy keep talking?
You'll get a chance. If you don't wait your turn, you won't get a turn. Okay? We're talking to Chow, whatever, Bill. He's in the hot seat right now. Just hold on.
Okay.
To be honest with you guys, I don't really have knowledge, so I can't really answer these questions.
Okay, very good. That's an honest concession.
It's honest.
Now you realize that the story that you were about to tell us about how the Earth is a ball is based on this idea that you don't actually have any evidence or knowledge about.
Well, I was taught in school under the basis that it is a sphere, so.
Yeah, we were taught it in school as well, but that doesn't make it true, does it? Just because we were told it.
Maybe.
Maybe. Right, so if I tell you I have a pet T-Rex, that must be true because I told you.
No, because T-Rexes don't exist anymore, so.
Right, so you can be told things that are not true, correct?
Yes.
But why are you more trustworthy than scientific
if you're going to
evidence?
be told a story about your worldview and you're going to say, well, this happened billions of years ago and this thing that I've never observed happening took place, if you don't have any evidence for that, then you don't know it's true. So it's not really an argument.
I have a good question. Why do you think they would lie to us specifically about this? What would they gain from that?
Well, you don't even know that they have lied yet. You would need to get into the evidence of if it is a ball or if it's not a ball first before you would be able to say, have they lied? Right? So think about that. Think about the evidence that they did show you, right? So you're told in school, you said. In school, they told you the Earth is a spinning ball. What evidence did they give you along with that story specifically?
They did not.
They didn't give you evidence for it.
Yeah.
Right.
Why?
So it's possible then that that story that you've been told isn't true, correct? Because you don't have evidence for it.
Yeah, for now it's possible that it's not true because I don't know anything yet.
Okay.
For now.
For you, that's a big first step. Okay, can you think of any ways that you could evidence it? Do you think anyone, like if you today said, I want to figure out if it's true that I live on a ball, what could you do in reality without just searching on Google for images which could be made anyway? You know, Photoshop.
So actually go up in the sky and notice that it's clearly spherical?
Well, go into the sky, what, like in a plane?
Yeah, it could be a plane, could be even like a rocket or something like that.
But they tell you you can't see the curvature of the Earth from a plane. It's not high enough, is what they say. So you wouldn't be able to do that.
It's pretty high. It's pretty high, actually.
Yeah, well, it's like 30,000 feet isn't high enough to see the curvature, according to the globe map.
It is. Don't you see the curvature when you go in the plane?
No, you
Listen,
don't.
the Earth's a globe. Come on.
There's no curvature that you see from being in a plane. So that's not... I mean, you can listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson. You heard of him? You know Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah.
He's cringe.
You can listen to him. He's talking about... Do you remember they did a Red Bull, like, air balloon jump with a guy called Felix Baumgartner, and he jumped out of an air balloon? And he was, supposed to be... It was called, like, the jump from space or whatever. So he jumped from 120,000 feet, is what it said. And the video showed this curved Earth, and everyone was like, whoa, look, he could see the ball Earth. But then Neil deGrasse Tyson came out and explained that no, this is a fisheye lens. From 120,000 feet, you can't see the curvature of the Earth. You're not high enough off of the ball. So 30,000 feet in a plane certainly isn't going to do it.
So because he said that, you believed him?
Well, it's not just him. I mean, there's other people who have came out and said it, and they go through the maths based on a ball of a radius of 3,959 miles, which is what they claim the globe is. And yeah, I've been on a plane. I've been on a plane, so I can see that you don't observe curvature of the horizon. So that's an easy one to debunk. It's an easy one to debunk.
No, I've observed.
But what if they used a camera that was not a fish lens or whatever?
Well, in a plane, you're still looking through a curved window as well, right?
Yeah, it probably is curved, yeah.
It curves downwards.
Downwards?
Yeah, so...
It would have to curve. It would have to curve across its horizon to give the effect that you're talking about.
No, any flex, depending on kind of what angle you're looking at it, you could potentially curve it a number of different ways, but either way, it just means that you can't say, I'm seeing Earth curvature. It's not Earth curvature anyway. I mean, if you believe that's Earth curvature, then tell me who on the ground has confirmed that with a measurement of it. Who's measured the curvature that you think you see?
This is sort of meta, but I was saying to the other person who was flat earther in the other chat, this is forgoing whether or not the Earth is flat or not, but the one thing I deeply appreciate about flat earthers is that people who believe the Earth to be round and believe it to be common sense are often challenged by flat earthers to create an argument where they never thought they would need one. And I think that it's a great opportunity for the development of discursive methods in which everybody should employ, because most of the problems in the world are because people can't communicate properly.
I agree wholeheartedly. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, that's true. We have to pretty much teach the globe believers what the globe actually says before we can explain to them how we know it's not correct. And yeah, I mean, you're raised in the education system with images of a globe and a bunch of fallacious arguments about how you can know it's a globe. Like, oh, you see the boat disappear bottom up. That means it's a globe, right? They teach you logical fallacy and fallacious thinking in line with this idea. So it's natural that the people who come through arguing about it are just deploying those same fallacies they were taught in school. Well,
that's another good quote from Tyson. Tyson said that the education system's a failure. It's taught people what to think, not how to think.
Yep.
See, what I hope for is the death of common sense, and that every single person thoroughly establishes the things that they go around believing to be so common that they don't need an explanation for them. That's why I really appreciate the flat earthers. even though I think they're batshit insane.
Well, see, what I would say is that common sense is what your senses commonly perceive and what is readily apparent to our senses. The only thing that's readily apparent to our senses as human beings on Earth is that we're on a flat Earth. The horizon is observably horizontal. The surface is observably still, motionless. So your common sense tells you that you're on a stationary Earth with the sun, moon, and stars moving above you. That's what common sense tells you. But there has been a death of common sense because people have been taught that even though you observe a flat, motionless Earth, you're actually on a spinning ball because you can't trust your senses. You can only trust the government.
It's even better. In the days of yore, they would call stuff sense or nonsense. And just because something was nonsense, it didn't mean it wasn't true. They used nonsense to talk about ideas that you couldn't see or hear or touch or smell or taste. These things like, they believe in alchemy or whatnot. So what happens is over time, they've changed the meaning of words to make senses have nothing to do with your senses whatsoever.
Which is wild. It's really crazy when you think about it. They literally set up a paradigm to where you are crazy if you question the authority because you're not supposed to use your senses because you can't trust them, but you can trust them, and that's kind of weird. That's a red flag in my book.
Well, that conversation with Chilchabil was a good example because he's honest and he's aware that he's really only been told the story, shown the images in school and in media, and he doesn't actually have the knowledge for himself that he does live on this thing they're telling him.
Right.
Which is
and
true.
That's where we can at least share the truth with, and you either hear it and accept it or you don't. You either grasp it or you don't. And that's kind of where we stand.
It means if you've got a mind to, you take that realization and it spurs you on to further action. Makes you go, okay, so I don't actually know that I live on a ball. How do I confirm it? How do I prove that to myself?
Right.
Without just relying on third-party stories and images that I can't verify. And that's the question to the room. All the guys in here who do believe the Earth's a globe, how do we verify it without just trusting these third-party sources that we can't verify?
And we talked about it earlier. I brought up that for many years, way before any of us were born, there were great minds that contested the globe rotating, spinning, hurling through space of a vacuum concept. And they literally had experiments that proved that it wasn't doing so. So then how do we find ourselves in the curriculum indoctrinating us? How do we still find ourselves still believing it? Now, no, I'm not speaking to flat earthers, obviously, because they've broken away from that indoctrination and realized the truths. But how do globers in today's world still believe it and still fall in that, position to where they're going to believe this falsehood, even though great minds have already proven it wrong? It's really weird when you think about it.
I don't think it's well, I think that there's a strange. This is just my opinion. Well, it's somebody else's opinion actually that I sort of agree with. But there's a strange connection that people draw between flat Earth conjecture and anti-establishment beliefs. And
that's a broken worldview there, because what they're really looking at then is use all the anti-establishment beliefs. All of them. Don't just pick out one and drop in the bucket. Use all of them. And you'll find out that these anti-establishment beliefs, or people who punch up truth to power and stuff, they think the Earth is a globe too. highlighted by, the 1960s, the main people calling out the Apollo program were atheists. They sued the Apollo program over and over and over again. They're constantly punching up. You got the George Carlin. Those people are really anti-establishment because they're also working inside the same system.
You mean they're like plants that are part of the establishment, or
no? What they're doing is they are saying that inside this worldview, they're taking a separate stance that's away from the standard, from the norm.
Oh well, I mean, the
flat earthers are not inside the globe Earth paradigm. That's a separate worldview.
Well, can I ask Goldfetius? I mean, how long have you listened to this discussion? Do you know what the arguments are on the flat Earth side?
I've heard a couple of them. I think that whether or not I think that whether or not the Earth is flat or round, number one, has very little effect on me and my worldview, and number two, I'm fundamentally anti-establishment on every account, because I think that it's everybody's individual responsibility to learn and capacitate all. And I also have a history of this because I have high functioning autism, so common sense has never been functional or existed for me, and I had to base every single piece of information that I've ever learned, including somebody saying hello to me and asking me how my day is going, in a metaphysical premise and a metaphysical framework underpinning everything. And so
Yeah. So for an example, then you say you're quite skeptical of what the establishment would present to you. So you're skeptical then when someone like NASA presents you an image or a video or a story from space. Are you skeptical of those or no?
I assess the reasons for skepticism. I think that you have to everything revolves around the level of cohesion of the information that's involved and applying a specific property to the system entirely. So if we're thinking about intentionality, which I have to think about a lot when I have autism, I have to think about the way in which certain intentions might underline the information that's being provided.
Right, but let's say you don't have access to any of those intentions, and you can't actually know about any of those things.
The intention is
presented with an image. Let's say you're just presented with an image or a video, and I say, "This is a place you can't get to, but I'm here." Are you skeptical of that, or would you believe it without?
Oh, I'm always skeptical to some degree. Yes.
Okay, so then you would be skeptical of the images and videos that NASA are presenting to us, claiming to be from a place called space.
Oh, absolutely. And I was right about one of the more mainstream skepticisms that occurred was the discoloration that they were doing to space images, to basically punch them up. And I was immediately skeptical of that because I thought, well, surely this can't be this vibrant. Like, I'm not going to just take this at face value. And it turned out to be right that they were just punching up the colors.
Exactly.
Right. Well, either way, yeah, whether they're punching up colors or just creating them wholesale out of something that it's not and presenting it as something that it isn't to the public. So if we wouldn't rely on that, then how do we go about verifying that what they told us about the Earth being a ball in
cohesion
is true?
It's all dependent on the interrelation. It's a bit dependent on two things, and this is for everything: the interrelation of the data and the scale of the data. It's the same for statistics when we talk about statistics.
Right. Okay, but to be like specific, if I wanted to go out and do a test or something,
observation,
whether or not the Earth is a globe, well, it could be observation or whatever you think you need to do.
Right.
What could we go and do that would prove it one way or the other? Do you know?
I would look for first I would pick areas where I don't get the amplified effect of light refraction and light bending from evaporation, Like you get over bodies of water or in the desert when you get mirages and things like that. Things that I've seen myself and that I've experienced directly. And I would attempt to assess on a flat enough plane whether or not there's the declination.
Right. So you try and test the curvature directly on the surface.
And then I would also implement mathematics, and then I would take mathematical measurements into account and bolster them according to their cohesion with the rest of my entire system of physics that I understand the world through. Because we all live with faith and we all make inferences, but the level of cohesion and cross application of the subjects is
okay. So you would go to some kind of long distance observations or measurements of the surface of the Earth. Okay, that's fine. I would agree with that. So have you seen people doing this or attempting to do this?
No, I haven't. I haven't spent much time on it because it doesn't. The chance of it having any effect or implication on my daily life, I don't base my life
can
or
deal
my
with that.
thoughts.
That's a separate issue. I mean, we're just talking about whether or not it is true that the surface is curving down and away from us for it to be the ball. That
I have seen curvature in a plane.
Oh,
well,
so now you've seen the curvature.
Oh yes, I've seen. Yeah, I've seen subtle curvature at the horizon, but I have very acute eyes. I have very acute eyesight, and I'm very sensitive to my senses because of my high functioning autism.
Do you understand?
To measure it.
Do you understand what equatorial distance means?
What's equatorial distance? Let me look it up.
Don't
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Not going to understand.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He thinks he's seen curvature. Okay, so then he would have no doubt that he's living on a ball. But you said you saw curvature at the horizon.
I also think there's curvature based on the way in which this theory of relativity is applied to physical phenomenon and the curvature of space-time, because the point of gravity is not that necessarily it's a force, but it's the
that's
bending
a concept,
of. Well, I mean, everything is
observe and detect in reality.
The concept is measured according to the concept is measured according to its recurrent property within observations that I make. Not theoretical formulation, recurrent. Nobody bases it off of a math equation. They're
the
insane
bending and warping space-time. The concept of the bending, warping space-time is a theoretical concept. It's not something observed or measured.
Yes.
So let's stick with what's observed or measured at the moment, which was your observation that you think you saw the curvature from a plane.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you said you saw it at the horizon, but the horizon, as far as I understand, is a horizontal line. That's why it's called a horizon. Right?
Well, I mean, it's tautological, but yeah.
Yeah, so if it's a horizontal line, that's not curved.
No, the terminology, the etymology of it is from horizontal. Does not mean that there's a curve.
Yeah, because it's horizontal.
It's a heuristic. It's a heuristic.
But the horizon is a horizontal line, is it not?
No, that's an abstract concept that's applied to the fractality of the horizon. The horizon has all different types of shapes and curves. The Earth isn't. The Earth has
so you're saying you
landscape.
saw the horizon curved left to right, like a curved line,
not
really a horizontal
subtle.
line.
Yeah, it was very subtle.
Could you show us? Could you post in the chat?
I didn't take a picture. No, I didn't take a picture.
Someone must have, though.
Plane, maybe.
Because I mean, loads of people go on planes, right? I've been on a plane. I never noticed any left to right curving horizon. But if you're saying that's what you saw, then surely other people must have seen it.
Let me check. Do I have any pictures?
That's why
taking pictures of the Earth.
That's why I originally
Grand
said,
Canyon.
do you know what? I'll shut up. It's not ready. He's not ready for that. Or maybe he is. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
You can add in any information you'd like. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, do you know what an equatorial distance means?
No, I was looking it up here.
Well, so technically, the way our eyes the way vision works.
Is this a measurement, or is this some sort of like empirical
No.
abstract concept?
It's a natural way that we see things in the distance. So, like, if you were to take the eyeball
concept,
right? So if you were to take your eyeball, right, and
I don't think
I
apologize, but this discussion is mainly about measurements and the senses. I'd prefer not to sully it with abstract concepts.
No, it's not an abstract concept.
You're right.
It's reality. It's not an abstract concept. It's just literally the way
Is it a
we
fact?
see. Yeah, it's the way
told
we
you about
see
this?
things. So look at
who told you about this?
Hold on, bro.
Gold might be a better flat earther someday than most flat earthers. Just putting that out there.
I don't care.
on,
I don't
bro.
care if there's
Hold on.
teapots in space. I don't
hold
care if
on,
the Earth
bro.
is flat
Look.
or round. I only care about the interrelation
Hold
of
on, bro.
information and the application of domains of information across one another.
Go ahead,
Right.
go ahead,
So check
Elijah. Go
this
ahead.
out. What the horizon is not isn't a measurable geometric distance. So
Who told you
Your
that?
mic
that's the
is
bottom
super
line.
muffled.
Well, I confirmed that. The claim is that it was, and I confirmed that it's not.
How did you do this?
Bro, you're like really low and quiet, man.
Observations.
What observation? Or like what was? Sorry, that was a sort of loaded question.
Specifically from the beach to the horizon.
Okay. From the beach to the horizon, but that doesn't
Right.
give any
So
credence to this idea of
if
this,
I'm
You're hot micing, Shrek Eyes.
no, he's not hot micing. He's
That was a
doing
troll, Apoc. Come on, dude.
My bad.
He even had Shrek, who's like a troll.
So,
In his PFP.
Literally a troll. Literally a troll. So just real quick.
so
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Why?
Elijah, go
Real
ahead.
quick. Why?
Who? Sorry, what do you say? Are you talking to me?
So when I said that it's not a geometric distance, you said, "Who told you that?" I said, "I confirmed it." You asked me how. I told you how. What was your response?
No, I was asking, when you're talking about geometric distance, what do you mean?
Well, geometric means what?
I didn't really do much geometry in school. I think.
All right.
It has to do with
Earth
like
measured.
the measures of angles.
Earth measured. So it's a measured distance.
Well, one thing I do know about it is that proper geometric measurements rely on space being Euclidean.
I'm sorry, it's very simple. Because if you look on Google, and what we're talking about is a geometric. No, it's very simple. Listen to what I'm saying, because you're not listening to what I'm saying.
No, my
I'm giving you simple information. Now you seem not to understand.
What I'm saying is that
you seem not to understand what I'm telling you because I asked you a question. I asked you a question about what I'm saying. If you're not talking about that, it's a red herring. Back to what I'm saying. So the claim is that there's a measurable distance to the horizon. No, there's not. You asked me, how do I know? Now you're trying to figure out what I mean by geometric and all it. Listen, on Google, you can look it up yourself.
I don't trust
distance
Google.
to the
Google's
horizon.
a terrible search engine.
Well, Google is not, because it's just a search engine.
Do you know how corrupt Google is?
It's a search engine. So are you a troll?
No, I'm
Do you know what a medium
genuine.
is? Do you know what a medium is?
I know what a medium is, but I am telling you
so
that
Google's a medium, correct?
Google has been turning away.
So Google is a medium, correct?
You can use whatever search
So
engine
Google's
you like,
a medium, correct?
Google conts.
Is Google a medium? Yes or no?
I mean, it's an extremely corrupt medium. Yes.
So it's a medium that's extremely corrupt. That's beautiful. But if I have Etsy.edu or Ohio State or Washington State, are they corrupt?
Oh, absolutely. Less corrupt than Google, though, I would say.
Okay, so then we don't really have a conversation here because you don't really have knowledge as to why I'm talking about what I'm talking about. Only thing I'm talking about is the religion everybody else believes in. Beginning with the claim that the horizon is a measured distance. No, it's not. We can all confirm that. I've confirmed that, like I said, and I told you how.
Well, you gave
about the day.
I've told you that I've confirmed it otherwise through direct observation.
Well, you can't tell me that you've confirmed otherwise from my confirmation. That makes no sense. That's a contradiction in reality. So if we're talking about the same premises, then both things. If we're talking about the same premises, then both things can't be true.
Yeah, that's correct. One of us would be right and one of us would be wrong.
Yeah, right. But we
I
have to
every
be
reason to
talking
trust
about
my
the same
eyes.
premises. So if I'm talking about the geometry of the earth and what we would expect, and you're talking about something else, then you're just talking about something else.
No, what I was saying before is that the science of geometry that is proposed has a requirement for Euclidean geometry. And that is
Okay,
something that
so
is
what does
pushed
that
by
have to do
science.
with the claim from Washington State that the horizon is labeled and marked with an X with a
Because
distance?
the tools
No, I'm asking you what it has to do with what are you telling me what you're telling me to tell me that that's incorrect, that the horizon is labeled X with a distance to it. Is why you're telling me what you're telling me because that statement is wrong, yes or no?
Do you mean by X? Do you mean like the variable X?
I just explained it just now when I was talking.
X. I
just explained it. The horizon is marked X with a distance, right? So is that statement incorrect based on what you're trying to tell me?
Is the horizon marked? I'm being genuine when I'm asking you this, but do you mean like
okay, that's great. That's great
X?
because what I'm saying is exactly we're having two different conversations. You keep trying to offer me information that has nothing to do with what's most pertinent right now. You have no idea what I'm talking about. That's the problem.
Yeah, you might have to clarify.
Well, I mean, if Washington State or Google as a medium is corrupt and not good enough for you, I can't help you.
Oh, like that might be a
Can I
big
try
point
and
of
explain it to
contention
him?
because that
Let me just try and quickly explain it. Let me just try and explain that. Right, so imagine you're an ant on a basketball, yeah, and you've got another ant that starts to walk away from you on the basketball. Eventually, that other ant is going to get to a horizon on that ball where he's starting to descend below it.
Yeah, that's
right?
declination.
Right. So this is what they're telling us the horizon is on the Earth, yeah? This part of the ball that we can no longer see beyond.
That's the horizon point. That's basically where the sky basically disappears and becomes the visible sky.
Well, for a geometric horizon, that would be the physical curve of the Earth that your ant is walking over and disappearing behind.
It
looks like the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the claim. So that means that the horizon could be, I don't know, 5 miles away from you, right? The physical curve, depending on your elevation height above the ball. You understand that?
Yes.
So this is what Eli's talking about, whereas what you're talking about as an observation from a plane, you're kind of thinking maybe you saw some left to right curve of the horizon. But what we're talking about is that horizon has to also be a physical distance away from you, like 100 miles or whatever it would be from your altitude, which you can't measure from a plane because you can't really tell how far away that horizon is. So it's not the same thing. But this, if you go close to the surface and you look up how far away that horizon is supposed to be, say it's 5 miles, 10 miles, whatever, then you can compare that to known locations away from you with physical distances that you know and see, is the horizon there or is it somewhere else? You understand this premise?
Yes.
So the physical horizon, the geometry of the globe, which should be conforming to the globe model, necessitates a physical distance to a horizon. And what Eli's telling you is that when we go out and test this, we see way in excess of that physical limit, meaning the physical limit isn't there. There's no curve.
But there's still a horizon.
Yes, but it's optical, not physical.
What does that? No, what does that mean? It's do you mean like a?
So what it means is exactly what I told you. The horizon isn't a discern. So are you allergic to my voice or something?
No, he explained it much better.
Great.
So I
apologize. Now I'm going to continue, but it's like easier if you don't talk when I'm talking.
All right.
Right. So there's no discernible distance to the horizon. The problem with that is that it's claimed to have a discernible distance. That's the claim based on the radius of the Earth. So it's a simple logical syllogism that if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then we can ascertain that the distance to the horizon is no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the formula. What I'm telling you is no, there is no discernible distance to the horizon. So that claim is incorrect.
That's a profound oversimplification that forgoes all of the physical topology.
But it makes sense though.
Physical phenomenon. No, it doesn't.
No. It's not a simple. Well, it is simple because the claim is simple. What do you mean?
Oh no, the claim is based on math. It's not based off observations that account for
that's
all of
a
the
problem
different
for people that claim. That's a problem for people that claim that they have a tangent to a tangent point on a globe, which they will use to calculate things.
Exactly. The math.
If it's not the curvature causing bottom-up obstruction, like they've been saying has been the globe proof for thousands of years, the boats disappear bottom up, then what observation do you have for a globe? That's
the
really
globe claim is purely mathematical. So it starts off as a mathematical premise in the first instance. So what Eli is telling you right now is we're at that point. We've begun to examine the claim. We haven't started taking it apart yet.
Well, it's a claim to measurement. It's not. Well, they're correct. It is purely mathematical because you actually can't apply it to reality. That's the point. Like, it's in reality that there is no distance to the horizon based on the mathematics that they give you. But the mathematics is supposed to be derived from measurements of the Earth being a sphere. If that were the case, then the math would follow in reality, but it does not.
I feel like this would be
That's
easier.
Exactly right.
I feel like this would be easier to retain if it were in a document aggregated somewhere.
Would it
kind
help
of
you?
is. It is in documents, but you don't like Google as a medium, and you also
I would hope that
question.
your community has aggregated these documents.
Well, hold on. Let me jump in quickly because I'm about to send you a link to our server where we have collated a lot of this information, and there's channels, right? So it's all alphabetized. There's gigabytes, terabytes of information, videos, articles, blah blah blah. So I've just DM'd you the link. If you join it and you scroll about 3/4 of the way down, you'll see the additional information section. If you go to L, you'll see long distance observations and laser tests. Check out both of those, and just think, see what you come to find, and then test it yourself.
Have you guys ever heard of Theoria Epiphasis?
Yeah, Ken Wheeler.
Yes, Ken Wheeler.
Yeah. Interesting guy.
He's very interesting.
There's a very simple understanding of what we're saying. If you could at least let go of the bias of the globe indoctrinations that you have, or that anybody has.
Well, I would just say to you, just give yourself the opportunity to look at the other side of the story, because so far you've probably only been given one side of the story, which is the globe story, obviously. So if you want the opportunity to research the other side, because like you were pointing out earlier, Google and things are censoring information. Well, this is one of them. So I recommend you check out the server that I linked you to, go through the information, because we've saved a lot of the good stuff there to help new people who want to research, because otherwise it's quite difficult to find this information.
It'd be quite interesting if it turned out that the Earth was flat.
Well, can confirm that's how it measures, and that's how it's used.
Although I don't know what else it would provide to me other than just a fact. Is there other things?
Let me ask you this question: if the Earth isn't a globe, how did it get here?
I mean, that's you're asking a question about the entire history of humanity. That question itself.
Oh, it's just to boil it down simply. In the globe, they've given us a Big Bang theory for an origin, which forms everything into balls, and that's why the Earth is a ball. So if that's not true, then the Big Bang isn't true. Right, so it goes quite deep beyond the scope of just the physical nature of the Earth. It's the origin story.
It's a curious origin story. Is it in Christianity?
Well, pretty much all the Abrahamic scriptures, it talks of
or does it lead to Christianity, is what I meant.
A flat motionless Earth. No, but it doesn't disagree with what's in the scriptures. So, I mean, you could look at that and say, well, that's confirmation, or you could look at that and say, well, that's just coincidence. It is describing a motionless topographical plane, essentially. That's your journey.
Gold Thesis. Have you ever heard all the arguments that a quote unquote flat earther has presented as to why it's not a globe?
I've heard I think 80% of them. But I kind of tune it out when I'm listening to it because I only have one goal in my existence, and everything else is just kind of falls by the wayside for me.
Okay. So if an argument comes up that negates the globe theory, do you pay attention to it?
I usually do, and I have some experience with other subjects, or I'll just go and assess their validity myself, or I'll try and do some preliminary testing.
Just so I can understand where you're coming from. You said you've only got one goal. What is that goal?
My goal is I think that everything in the world that humans have currently contrived is just an artifice of our current stage of consciousness. And I think that trying to explain taxes to your cat, there's a higher plane of consciousness empirically, spiritually, theologically, and philosophically that humankind
it's funny that it's a higher plane, isn't it?
To reach.
Why is it a higher plane but a lower ball?
There's no words that could probably encapsulate what it is. I just use that as a proper colloquialism.
Are you contemplating monism?
It's potentially monism in terms of approaching absolute metacognition, but
so
the requirement.
So when you say you've got one end goal, what is that goal? I still don't really understand.
It's the ascension of mankind into its next phase of evolution.
Okay. So do you think understanding what is true and what is not would be beneficial in advancing mankind?
And being able to basically take the aggregate of all the information.
Well, what about just understanding what's true and what isn't? Do you think a humanity that understands things that are true is going to advance versus a society who is laboring under delusion? Right. Okay. So there's a motivation for you to understand if the globe is true or not, because the advancement of mankind could be aided by truth. And if the globe isn't true, then you need to find out what true is.
The only thing that I would have to be concerned about is a schizophrenic collapse of the model.
Of what model?
So the humans, I don't think can do it on their own. I think that all of the technology that we have available to us is being wasted on fake forms of intelligence like AI, which are just advanced statistical modeling with some hard coding. And I think that all of that technology has to be used to build a system of what it would be comprised of. That's still a very important question, but a system that has the ability to capture general intelligence in essence, which is the core demarcation of intelligence for all life on Earth.
So are you coming from do you understand the Dark Enlightenment and what that idea conceptualizes? It came out about maybe 14 years ago.
I've heard of it before. I'm not that familiar with it.
All right, I won't derail, but basically it's the idea that we're living within a dark age right now, and we're ignorant to it because we think we're smarter and more advanced due to all the technology that surrounds us.
Oh, I think that has been present since the dawn of man. I think that we've been in the Dark Enlightenment since the beginning of mankind.
With that same logic, can you at least understand that you might be stuck in a paradigm?
No, I'm always aware of the fact that I'm of different types of paradigms that are operating around me. It's just that there's a time and place for which ones I get to, and I'll inevitably get to all of them. It's just the order.
Well, let me just say this. It sounds like you like to think and you like to use your mind. And if you have the kind of goals that you seem to say you have, I would put it to you that you understanding that we're not actually on a spinning ball is of critical importance to you, because you're trying to assess things and make rational conclusions about them based on your assessments. But if all of your assessments are being built off of an incorrect foundation, such as the physical nature of the world itself and reality itself, then arguably you're not going to be able to form those best conclusions. So without going too far off into the meta side of things or the religious side of things, we would basically just say that the Earth's been measured. There's no curvature. No one can observe or measure any. So it's not the ball they've told us. So whatever it is, that's what we're trying to find out.
Elijah, yes. You're hot micing.
Yeah, so to that point, I would say look at the heliocentric system as a paradigm, as a program to take apart and analyze. Don't approach flat Earth as a paradigm. We don't treat it that way. We look at the globe as a project of sorts that we want to understand.
Oh, well, everything is a paradigm, and essentially, and the this dissemination of the system that needs to be built will be a total aggregation. It must necessarily include and consume all of humankind's currently developed information, and unfortunately, if there's something that's out of the scope of our reach, like some sort of beings that are, if there's some sort of entities or actors or other things like that that have influence on ourselves that we don't have access, like if they're, let's say, for example, the Anunnaki or something like that, which I know is a more commonly known concept, that sort of falls out of the purview of this. But every piece of information that has existed, no matter how buried it is, must be integrated in the total aggregation for it to be valid. It's absolutely paramount that no piece of information is erased, and every single piece of information that humankind has amassed is assessed completely according to its internal cohesion. It's when I say internal cohesion, it's basically about taking the fundamental basis of a system of reasoning or a system of relations, and applying them accordingly without any errors in its own operations. So if I were to define, it's the same thing in linear algebra. If I define an abstract space and redefine operations in mathematics to operate in that space, I have defined the rules for that space of reasoning, and I must apply them according to those rules. I cannot misstep outside of them or go.
What if you learn that those guidelines that you're constricting yourself to were based upon a falsehood? What do you do with that info?
The basis below this is the complete induction of schizophrenia.
Okay.
I'm talking about any system that is created that has applications to itself. The baseline below that is the entire collapse of the system inwards into complete chaos.
So do you understand then why the globe theory has collapsed because there's people like us that have taken observations that negate the paradigm and we've learned for it to be a falsehood because of our understanding and conclusions that it is no longer even viable for it to be a spinning, rotating ball based upon everything that we've done for now, I guess, centuries.
A few months.
No, I'm not well instantiated enough on all of the information that's been built out by the community, but
okay, that's
I've
fair.
added
That's
it
fair.
to my list. It was always on my list.
Cool.
For you guys, I'll bump up the priority. But the main thing is developing the fundamental metaphysics.
Nice.
Underpinning the operations of
while you're definitely on the right track. You're definitely on the right track because at least you're listening to the arguments and you're here to talk about them. And I'm sure everybody in this room right now can present so many different reasons why this globe Earth that we all were indoctrinated to believe it to be true is now just a falsehood that you either believe or you don't. You either grasp that it isn't or it's not. Like, at least you're on the right track, though. I'm just going to say that.
It would be nice to see, for the sake of people who ascribe to a globe, that they're as thorough and as passionate as flat earthers are about the flat Earth.
Well, they're definitely passionate. They come in this arena, and they're definitely passionate. And they
the sort of passion I'm thinking of underpins thoroughness and not necessarily hubris and emotion.
If you're interested in seeing some of the good debates, like you want to see how both sides stack up generally when debating, just keep listening to this channel because it's happening 24/7, and the results might surprise you.
Yeah, you're gonna hear it for sure. You're gonna hear the
But just quickly,
go ahead.
Sorry,
What?
I was just going to say just quickly, once you've said your bit, that's a good opportunity to open the floor. If there is any Globe people in who want to present an argument, and you can hear what kind of an argument it is, and we'll see.
Right.
What's your current streak in terms of points against or for the Globers or flat earthers?
Well, I don't really think about it in those terms because, to me, it doesn't. I don't want to encourage it to be just an adversarial debate because then one side is encouraged to entrench itself even against reason and evidence. I would say it's more of a shared interest for all of us to understand where we actually live. But if you want to put it in those terms, then I would say no one has ever presented any measurement of Earth's curvature or motion, or a demonstration that we can have gas pressure without a container existing in a vacuum. So it's still unproven that it's a globe. But I mean,
yeah, right.
We're not holding a score. We're not holding a scoreboard.
For the most part, you're gonna find people jumping in this conversation and literally stating the things that we have come to realize are false, but
they use them to prove their position. So in other words, they use the lie, prove the lie. And you're gonna find that a lot. You're gonna see
What
that
kind
happen
of
a lot.
falsehoods are they claiming that you can't have any backed up proof on? Like, just give me an example. You would have heard it repetitively.
Usually that takes place in an account to like the distance to the celestial objects in the sky. You cannot claim you they can make claims, but you can't like verify that. It's always falsified because we understand that this is something that can't be done. But in the argument of it, they will say, no, but we do. We know it to be. We know that the sun is 93 million miles away, but we have to remind them, remember, once upon a time, the sun was just 3 million miles away. And those people in that time knew for a fact that it was 3 million miles away. And then we get into this, like, hemming and hawing, an argument of to where we're saying this is obviously a falsehood because you cannot claim something that you do not truly understand or can't even measure, but they have their reasons why it is what it is. But ultimately, they go to the sky to prove the surface of the earth. And the whole point of this conversation here in this Discord is that we're trying to search for evidence of why people believe that the earth is curved, even though they cannot provide that evidence. Because ultimately, so many times we've proved that that is not something that you can claim when we falsified it. We have falsified the radius of the earth, curving away from you through many different positions, but still globers, meaning people that believe it's a globe, are still they're gonna die on that hill. Intended. They're gonna die on that hill. And here we are. We're trying to just spread the truth to people that, are questioning it. That's what it comes down to.
Very
A
intriguing.
good one that I think is they'll tell you.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, you're always going to get like a 50-50 unless you can get like just the absolute proof that's really going to convince everyone on that. I feel like it's you against the world on that.
Yeah.
There is no 50-50, right? But you asked for example, and I wonder if the other guy is here as well. Would you like that example?
I don't think he heard you, Elijah. Or maybe he did think you were talking to him.
See, because like I said
yeah, he's
earlier,
talking to you, Go.
Oh.
There's a definitive claim. As a matter of fact, he wants to see the back and forth, perhaps. Why don't we just watch this? Why don't I ever add it to a playlist? Why don't we just watch this video, right?
Hold on, I
On
just want to
TikTok, where
ask everybody quick,
globe
what do you guys
earthers
think?
and flat earthers came together,
Why can't I
through
post
National
pictures?
Geographic, the CFI investigators, they were employed to go out there to find something wrong. One of the methods were the distance to the horizon, okay? And the fact that there's a boat, I probably went quiet a little bit. Sorry, that was TikTok. And the fact that there's a boat that's going beyond the distance to the horizon. This is their argument. Even with the conclusion of everything there, they still, these globers still really feel they have this air of indignation and self-importance. And why do you guys feel that, what you got to watch it. It's very short. Let me find it. And then clearly I'll just give the answer away. They're talking about how much the boat is obstructed from the horizon. However, you can literally see that the horizon, I just think it's the shoreline of the other side. There is no horizon. see what the mathematics would state, and they believe that the horizon is 1.2 miles in their observation, and they're clearly looking at a boat with no horizon in front of it. So that's pretty much it.
Yeah, it comes down to like common sense and logic, and if you could separate yourself from the bias of it being a globe and realize our reality, you should hopefully come to a conclusion to realize there's questions to be had, and it's almost like a defensive mechanism where you should be like, why are they lying to us? Why is this not making sense logically? But we're told that. And it's almost like it's tantamount to saying they're pissing on us and saying it's raining. And hopefully your own logic can come to that conclusion and realize that and then question it. That's the whole argument here. You have to come to that conclusion.
I'm back. Why can't I post pictures in this chat?
You might have to like spend more time in here to where you level up. Yeah, it's kind of like a default thing.
Anybody post a picture for me?
Sure, send it to somebody and they can post it to you.
I'll send it to you. There we go.
Who'd you send it to? Oh, you sent it to.
I sent it to you.
I have I have no notifications yet, so I don't know. No,
Oh.
I have no.
I need to add you as a friend. Here we go.
All right, I got you. Got you. Don't trip. I got you. And you want to post this photo? Okay, I'm gonna post. Okay, I'm gonna save it. All right. You want me to post this?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna save it. Give me a second. Let me post it real quick. By chat. There you go. That's what you posted. All right. What's this photo of? It looks like a mess. What's the photo of?
What is it of?
It looks like a mess. But what is the photo?
Takes more time to observe it.
It looks like an AI collage something.
I think it was generated by AI.
It looks like it. You know how AI things together? That's what it looks like.
It's a great example of dissociation. Basically, it's a visual, the closest visual representation you can get to the experience of autism.
Okay. It looks cluttered.
Of course, this is just visual. Just imagine this striated across thought processes as well, auditory, sensory.
Right. So imagine this. You're jumping into a discussion to where there's so many variables in the discussion itself. I would imagine that in your position, it's overwhelming because
Not at all. It's the difference between being in a controlled system and a non-controlled system.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually used to much worse, and so my ability to engage with complicated situations.
When everyone told you that you needed to get those vaccine shots and everyone got them because they were threatened to lose their jobs, I tell you, half the people got sick by taking those shots, and big pharma companies made their money.
Oh, they
I can tell you,
huge.
There's a lot of things that happens in society. It's not necessarily the right thing, but it happens. People go along with it because either they don't know better or they just like to conform. They're not educated enough to see what's actually going on.
Yeah, dude, sorry, we can't go down the medical route. Could you stay away from all talk of medics, please? Or medication?
Sorry.
That's a TOS
And also,
violation, bro.
Is that not allowed on the server?
It's not that people don't have the intelligence. In fact, a lot of intelligent people still believe that the Earth is a globe. Now, the thing about it is,
It depends on how you measure intelligence.
no, there are a lot of intelligent people who believe in a lot of stupid things. That's
Like
just
people
true.
who have high IQs, human calculators.
Still believe in stupid things. Yes.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
IQ only
Right. So
predisposes
that's what I'm
calculated
saying.
speed.
It's very simple. No, there's no reason to kind of stampede my point and needle it. Like, we all know that intelligent people can believe in stupid things, and that's all I'm saying, right?
Right.
Yeah, sorry, I was just adding the addendum that I wouldn't consider them intelligent. Although I know what you're getting at, that they are remarked.
People have the ability to have a vast knowledge in an area because they can consume a lot of information and retain it and still believe in stupid things.
Absolutely.
Right.
People can have an aerospace engineer's degree or what's the word? Theoretical physics degree, like Michio Kaku, right? Or Neil deGrasse Tyson, and still be stupid.
And to touch on that, like, imagine, like, you have these what we would call brilliant minds in today's standards, but they are telling you these super crazy, theories, and they themselves will admit that they are wrong. 97% of the time they're wrong. And
my whole point.
Go ahead.
My whole point was, it wasn't about intelligence or what people who you would think, okay, this is a reasonably thinking person. So the bottom line is, the reason they still believe this is because they've been manipulated. It's hard for someone who is manipulated to actually see how they've been manipulated. They're not going to accept it, even though you can show them very simple things. They'll just say, well, that's an oversimplified version of events. And it's like, no, actually, it was very simple when they made the claim. Here's how the claim is. Like, if I said I have a Ferrari in my garage and you're like, oh, I'm actually walking by your house, I don't see a Ferrari. And you're like, well, that's a simplified version of it. No, that's ridiculous. It's like, you said this, it's not that. The end.
I'm always entertained. Like, the one thing I really love seeing is, like, somebody. I guess globists, you were calling them,
right?
So, like, a globist, having a visceral reaction to information that's being disseminated to them by a flat earther, because they have what essentially is, to them, their established idea about it, which is, they relegate it often as a form of common sense, which I think is a grave error, and they feel frustrated by being challenged on something that they believe to be so evident that it shouldn't be something they have to think about. But that's where I differ, because, as I mentioned before, when somebody would ask me, as much as I still would consider myself 90% a globist, when somebody would ask me, like, how's your day? The layers of implications that would arise from that question, where somebody who's interacting with that person and who lives in a normative system would think to themselves, by a form of common sense. Well, they're either or they're just my response is to say, oh, doing good, doing fine, whatever. But I begin to assess, okay, what is it in the tonality? Is there a double meaning here? Do they mean how is my health? Do they mean what's my emotional progression throughout the day? Do they mean just a colloquialism that's meant to greet, in which I am to ritualistically respond, good, fine, how is yours, like people tend to do, and many other layers. And so I had to often ground every thought process that I had and every perception of something that I had in some basis of metaphysics, to establish that solidification. I have recently, there's some instances where I take a route of assumption because it lines up with another system that I'm applying to the world conveniently, and the assumptions have a proof of concept iteratively throughout actions and other thought processes that I have throughout the day, unless I am in a vat somewhere or there are demons flying around at the speed of light with mirrors reflecting light
Sounds like it.
to make the world perceivable.
But I'm hard pressed to understand because you say these underlying fundamentals or these foundations, like, but you're not really describing like what they are. Because one of the things that you will find if you have a conversation with me at some point right now is, I mean, I'm kind of in and out, is that everything, like all of the measurements, all of the information that people believe are derived from a globe is actually derived from a plane, including latitude lines, and elevation angles to Polaris. Most people think, well, yeah, no, obviously it's a globe because of this. And it's like, well, take a look at the information and what it's actually saying.
Right.
Look at the math. So nothing changes. It's just people's belief beyond the actual fundamentals. They don't actually know what those fundamentals are. They think that fundamentals are affirming the consequent fallacies, like, well, I see the sun setting, beyond the horizon, which is a globe. And that makes sense to me. And that, along with other assumptions, no, those are just affirming the consequent fallacies.
Absolutely. Elijah, first of all, kudos to Gold for at least allowing himself to be in this like circle right now based upon his own personal I don't want to be like too mean about it, but being an autistic person, like there's a lot that's a heavy bag to carry, being that I have
absolutely
being that I have personal
I wouldn't wish it on my
relatives.
worst enemy.
No, yeah, I have relatives that they are that, and it's very difficult for them to even like talk about things. Kudos to you to even come here. I appreciate you being here, and at least I hope that you can take, with your mind, your state of mind, if you will. I hope you can at least listen to the arguments that are presented and logically like take them thoroughly in your process and realize why we have this, why we know that the earth is not what we've been told it to be, based upon XYZ. And I hope that you at least have that mind open as it is, like just generally, because you are, the way you are. I just hope that you can, listen. And that's a good point. Like just listen to it. And then if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. And I know that everybody here will love to like let you know why we play. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. I think every system, according to what it posits, requires an equivalent scrutiny in terms of the coherence of the framework that it uses. But at the same time, the thing I really don't appreciate from people who follow the status quo. And I think old dude was mentioning stuff about not mentioning medical things, but as we all know, with let's say between the time frame of 2020 and 2022 or 23, significant events and the way in which common sense poisoned the well for proper criticisms towards, let's say, certain
absolutely.
corporate happenings.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a guy by the name of what is the professor? He's a professor here in New York City, and for years he's done, a class at LIU on propaganda and irrational fear. One of the things he spoke about was the period between 2020 and so on.
Right.
Yeah, propaganda and irrational fear. Like it relates to exactly what we talk about in here.
Well, we're about to hear a really good show right now, Gold Thesis. Nathan Oakley joined the chat, and I think
Hell yeah, brother! You want to know for sure?
he's
Because I
gonna
was gonna say you
he's
should
gonna
check his channel out, but since he's
yeah,
here and
he's here.
Eli's laid the beautiful, not Eli. We've got
You're Eli.
you in here. We've got
I think I've
Wolfgang in
interacted with
here.
Oakley before.
We've got you guys shout yourselves out before Nathan does what he does, man.
Yeah,
Good
you're
people.
gonna hear a good show right now. Why this conversation is very, very alive in these times, because there's a lot of good points to be made and a lot of good reasoning to wake up those that are still lost or trapped in the indoctrinations, if you will. And all we're here to do is just facilitate that, to make sure that we're trying to spread the truth to those who are, stuck in their positions, if you will, for lack of better words. Go ahead, Nathan. Good morning, Nathan.
Morning. Just to add to that, please don't swear. We'll be going live in about 10 minutes, so, I'm not saying don't swear between now and then, but when we do go live, if you could refrain from swearing, that'd be great. That's all I've got to say.
I didn't hear nobody swear.
Oh, I think I spoke to
Nobody has yet.
Nathan before.
Don't be swearing at all. Mind your tongues.
What's up now? How are you this morning?
Oh, well.
Oh, what I'll finish very briefly what I was saying. The visceral reaction that I see globists having towards flat earthers, I really I don't know if disappreciate's a word. I find it very I find it very understandable for somebody to have a visceral reaction to something that they're not prepared for, and they feel is such a challenge of some fundamental beliefs that they have. But I find it to be so poisonous to what's actually required for proper dialogue, which is that it's something that should never be covered with any form of a common sense, because a common sense only exists to optimize thought processes in the wild. We don't live in the wild anymore. We have ample time to sort through complex subjects, and it makes us bad actors if we just have an emotional response to something that we find to be absurd rather than actually challenging it and dealing with it with the appropriate faculty. So I'm a firm believer of giving every system of knowledge in the world its jurisprudence.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and that's what that's what a lot of these conversations get down to. But you'll realize in the conversation of it how quickly it gets derailed from that premise. You'll see it. You're gonna definitely witness that. It always goes down to the muddy of the waters, like that's real talk. But that's why we try to keep it, on point. Like, we stick to the arguments, or at least try to. We get emotional sometimes. We divert from it. But that's the point, though. We're trying to stay there.
Yeah, we exercise empiricism.
In what?
We're empirical.
Ah, okay.
Is there any Globers here right now that want to say why they believe it's a globe?
So everyone here is unanimously flat, eh?
I guess so. I guess everybody, knows the truth. I don't know.
It has been a very strong few weeks that I've been noticing. It just keeps everything comes back to flat. The height without flat. There's no height without flat. There's no width without flat. There's no temperature without flat. There's no gradient without flat. It's getting cool.
Right. Yeah, there's like an overwhelming understanding of this simple, realistic position. It is what it is. Like, you either accept or you don't. It's like separating, though, because there's a lot of people that don't agree with reality, and that's where the argument comes into play.
It's just good seeing so many people that are new or that are not even just new, but the arguments getting so sharp and simple. You can't do that without the flat part. It's beautiful.
Right. Everything about it, right? Euclidean. Everything about it's Euclidean. As I said earlier in the earlier discussion, I pointed out to one individual, like, dude, everything about physics in modern day is Euclidean. And you can look it up. Go ahead and Google it. You're going to see that everything about physics, whether it be mechanical or not, it's all Euclidean. And it's weird for somebody to contest that. I feel like it's just bias, and they just don't want to accept that is reality. They are literally denying reality, and they're science deniers. They literally want to deny the science, and it's weird.
That's why we're here, though. That's why most of us are here, is because of the pushback. Because you notice what isn't being said and what isn't being explained, and then how things are completely opposite. I want to believe what is straight, but no.
Welcome to the Flat Earth Debate live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. We are joined by Refracted Curvature, Neil, and a whole bunch of people in the Flat Earth Debate Politics Discord server. So welcome, one and all.
Thanks, everybody.
Well, hello. Hi, good to have you.
Hey. Good morning.
Hello. We are in, as I said in the intro, the Politics Discord server today. So just to give anybody who's unfamiliar and in the Politics Discord server currently in the Flat Earth Debate section, we are here with one message. The reason we are here on a Friday is to explain the notion that we no longer need, as flat earthers, to start explaining why we don't live on a ball. That's not necessary. We can start on the front foot, positive assertion that we are on a flat earth. And the measurements prove it. Should be, for all flat earthers moving forward in 2024, our starting point. Not defending a position that we don't claim, but demonstrating on the front foot that Earth is measured flat. So with that in mind, we do also have a Western world belief that there is a sphere Earth beneath our feet. So for that reason, we do ask a few housekeeping questions just to get people in the mood. So I'll do that now. Is there any evidence that you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press on, for all those people who believe space is real?
Nope.
No space believers in? Quite a lot of you in here. Does no one believe in space in here?
Not without iron proof.
Do they know?
Not without proof?
Do they know where they're believed?
Don't know. You tell me, John.
Do they know where their belief came from about an area of gas that gas isn't filling?
No one admit that they're a baller yet, but feel free to tell the audience where their belief in a sky vacuum comes from.
Navigation. You assume that the stars are an infinite distance away for your calculations. Well, infinite distance is an infinite distance gas could fill. But that's still with respect to a flat plane, that model. So that belief comes from a flat plane model.
Any evidence?
So I've got a question.
On, whoever that was, feel free.
Yeah, so I've got a question about that. So the atmosphere is not my strong point, but from the perspective of what we know about our atmosphere, how far up can we trust the measurements? When do we say, no, that's bullshit?
That's a good question.
Far up.
When you say up, you mean like vertical, right? With respect
Away
to
from the
horizontal,
surface of the
perpendicular
earth,
to
yeah.
it, away from horizontal, right?
Yeah, or following a vertical line up, yeah.
We'll need a flat plane for that then.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not worried too much about
Welcome
the shape
to
of the
Flat
plane. I'm
Earth.
just
My
wondering
impression of you, Dazza, was that you were a globe believer, so you understand that to describe pressure gradients, you'll need a flat Earth to describe them from then.
Well, no, we just need to describe the gradient. That's a thing, a one-dimensional thing, right? With height.
The gradient at altitude.
Yeah, away from the Earth.
So it's an altitude then. That's a measurement with respect to a flat plane then.
It is, yes, yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Who cares? I mean, I don't make any claims about the sky. There's obviously idiots that believe it's a vacuum. The mere description of that pressure gradient requires a flat Earth to describe it from. Welcome to Flat Earth. I don't give a crap what anybody thinks about the sky.
That's cool. That's fair enough. I'm just wondering what you thought about the actual pressure itself. Where can we stop trusting what we know about the pressure?
I think about it. I don't. I just explained this 10 seconds ago. You, as a globe believer, have a religious belief that it's a vacuum. I don't have any such beliefs. I don't make any claims about it.
Oh, no.
Gas needs something to press on.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about that. Yeah, gas needs something to press on. Something has to
So space is fake.
the gas.
Then space is fake.
Well, I don't know. And that's what I'm asking. How far do we go before we say it is fake?
It's fake because it needs something to press on. Without something to press on, it would never develop gas pressure and we'd have no gas to breathe. Gas would disperse into the 10 to the minus 17 torr volume that you guys believe is the sky. It wouldn't. We need gas to press on something to achieve gas pressure for us to be breathing. When you're like, well, how high? No, that's you with your, I used to think it was a sky vacuum, now I need to ask you, a flat earther, what it is, and I don't make any claims about it. But what I do is debunk your sky vacuum belief, because it must be under containment for us to be breathing. Space is fake. Yeah. That's the end of the discussion.
I agree that the atmosphere is contained. There's no question about it.
That's it. There's no question about it. Space is fake, and the gradients are measured from a flat Earth. What else is there to discuss in that regard?
I said the atmosphere is contained.
Yeah, and measured from a flat Earth.
Well, we can say that. That'll be fine.
Well, we could say that when it's true, because it's measured from sea level, isn't it? I mean, you could suggest that we could say that when it's a fact and the gradients are measured from sea level. So it's not that we could say that, it's a fact. The gradients are measured from sea level, that's a fact. From a flat Earth.
Cool.
It's not that I could say it, it's a fact. So can you say, I understand that it's not that we could say this, it's a fact that pressure gradients are measured from sea level, that requires a flat Earth. Not could.
I think that's I think that's a fact.
We
mate.
will.
That's a fact.
We will.
They're measured from sea level. There's no doubt about that.
Level then. So that would be a level plane that we're measuring gradients from, proving a flat Earth then. We need a level plane to measure them from. We can't describe them unless we have a flat Earth. Could, must.
Well.
We must. Why are you laughing? You say we could describe them that way. What a bleeding outrage. No, Dazza. It seems you're stupid, Dazza. You think that it's maybe possible that we couldn't? We could describe them. We will describe a flat Earth when we describe pressure gradients. You will accept this fact that a flat Earth is required, Dazza. You will. Not could, will.
So I might.
So you're going to accept that we need a flat Earth for pressure gradients, or you're going to stutter and stammer your way around the fact that you just said we could? It's an option to accept this fact that a flat Earth's required. No, I'm going to stay here till you accept it as a fact, because it is.
Cool. That's nice. So can you describe this pressure gradient for me?
You describe the fact that it's measured from sea level and affirm that rather than telling me for a second time that it could be done that way.
Yes,
like it's not option
it's described
to do
from
that way
sea
when it's a
level, and it
fact
gets
and it
very
will be
thin
done that
very
way.
fast.
It is done that way. We will need sea level. That's level. That's an Earth that's flat. But we will have a concession from you from before we move on. That's what I'm going to get from you. Cast iron understanding that Earth will be, not could be, measured flat for gradients. Dazza.
Okay. So Nathan, my understanding
No.
is
I need a cast iron confirmation that you understand that, not an okay, and then my
and we
name.
can have a conversation about things, right?
Yeah, I'm going to get you to admit that Earth is measured flat for pressure gradients, and we're not doing anything else until you do that, Dazza, because you said we could, inferring that it's an option rather than a stone-cold fact that we will do. And until I get that from you, we're not doing anything, Dazza. Either admit we need to measure a flat Earth for pressure gradients, or go away. We're not doing anything else, Dazza. You understand that?
I don't think the two are necessarily tied together, Nathan, that we can discuss one without the other.
What, pressure gradients being measured from sea level when they are factually measured from sea level? Now, that I'm pretty sure I was right to hold you here, Dazza, because you still seem to think it's an option. It's a fact. They are measured from sea level. That's a flat Earth requirement, and you are going to concede that. Not debate about whether or not it could be described that way, Dazza. You're not going anywhere.
At sea level, yeah.
Sorry, do we need white knights to save Dazza? Is that a white knight saving Dazza who will be admitting we need a flat Earth for the pressure gradients rather than him asking me something different that's not admitting that? No, we're going to stay here indefinitely, it seems, because Dazza can't seem to help chanting through me while I'm asking for the 5th time for him to concede something he suggested might be an option when it's a stone-cold fact of life that pressure gradients are measured from a flat Earth. That's sea level. Fact. He's going to admit that, or we're not going anywhere. It's going to be very boring if you can't do that.
No, it'll get boring. I think it's pretty boring for everybody anyway.
Yeah, it's pretty boring.
Right,
honestly.
moderators.
I
the
feel like
white knight
this
that's
is one of
interrupting.
those-
Can you shut this white knight up that's saving Dazza's ass? Can you shut him up? Because Dazza's not going anywhere. Dazza's going to admit
can I
that
just
he has
ask a
to measure
favour,
a flat
Nathan, that we
plane
can have
because
a
sea level is
conversation?
level. Sorry, Dazza. I have now made 6 attempts for you to concede that which you implied might be an option when it's a fact. Sea levels required for pressure gradients to be described by you for your appeal in this argument. I don't have one. It's your appeal. You appeal to it. Now I need your appeal to pressure gradients to have an acceptance that a flat Earth is required, not an option. 7 times I put it to you. Howard.
So I came in here with no claims, Nathan. I
You're going
asked
to
you a
crap what
question.
you came in for. You were asking about pressure gradients and vacuums and containment, and you brought up pressure gradients that need a flat Earth. How are you going to concede to that fact? Is it too painful? Sea level going to be denied? Do you deny that we need sea level for pressure gradient descriptions?
We need a reference point, yeah.
We need sea level.
Sea level do, that's a good one.
A good one when it's described from it. What a good one that we might
We could
use. We could use something else.
We could use the...
Sorry, is there a globe level to describe pressure gradients from?
What, a globe level?
Is there,
sea
Neil,
level
shut
as well,
up.
right?
Is there a globe level that we could describe pressure gradients with? That common term, globe level, for pressure gradients?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
We use the term sea level as well. It works.
Sea level's not globe level then, is it? Sea level's level. That's flat. So we'll need a flat Earth for this then, because there is no equivalent globe level to describe pressure gradients in the horizontal with. You can't do that on a globe level. You need a flat Earth for this, sea level. So we'll need a flat Earth, won't we, Dazza? 8 times. Coward.
That's pretty good. I'm a little disappointed, Nathan, I must say.
I'm sorry, I'm asking about how disappointed you are. I'm asking you to concede that we need a flat Earth for pressure gradients. It's now been 9 attempts. It seems you're an abject coward, Dazza. You're a coward? Pathetic coward? Rhetorical. We need a flat Earth for sea level gradation descriptions. You're going to admit that. It's been 10 times. Why can't you? Why can't you just say, yeah, I understand we need a flat Earth for that? Sea level, obviously that's level. Globe level, is it?
No, great. Sea level's a good datum. Good datum.
Good stuttery little stammery little globe believer who can't just admit we need a flat Earth for this. 12 times. You just need a yes. It's a closed question. Do you not appreciate that we need a flat Earth to describe pressure gradients from, Dazza? 12 times.
So, if I say yes, will you describe the pressure
gradient?
You just don't
know. Don't need to phrase it in a question. It's a fact that in 13 attempts, you haven't managed to just say yes to. Do you not appreciate that you need a pressure gradient to describe from sea level 13 times?
You need a sea level to describe something.
What a total coward.
So, yeah.
Is this scary for you? Why can't you just say yes? It's a closed question that you've been asked now 14 times in terms of the flat Earth requirement for a description of gradiated pressure. It must be described from a flat Earth.
Question doesn't mean I have to give the answer
14 attempts. Right? You can't just say yes to a closed question. You need to squirm and weasel. You're pathetic, man.
I'm not weaseling.
I'm done with this dick. I'm done with this dick. If I can't move on with the discussion in 14 attempts because my opponent can't simply admit and say yes to a closed question that's a fact, I can't talk to you, Dazza. You're an unreasonable prick.
What's a closed question? A question that you're not.
One that has a yes or no answer, dickhead White Knight, that doesn't understand what questions that are closed are. They require a yes or no answer. Shut up, White Knight.
A closed question.
Shut up, White Knight. That's it. You're an unreasonable, intolerable, globe-believing prick who can't answer a question that I've put to you now 15 times. You need a flat Earth.
No, it works fine with the globe of the radius of the established
with
value.
Globe level, so you're going to chant that it works well with a globe. There is no globe level for pressure gradients. You're just a lying scumbag, deceiving my audience. When I asked you very specifically if there was a globe level, there isn't.
Dude, are you going to keep crying? Jeez, what is wrong with you?
How many White Knights is this Dazza asshole who's had 15 attempts to answer a question about whether he appreciates you need a flat Earth, that's sea level, to describe pressure gradients? How many more White Knights do you need, Dazza, you pathetic coward? You need a few more people to defend you. Had 15 chances. Nathan. I'm done with you, Dazza. I don't want to talk to you. You're an unreasonable man. Can't concede a closed fact. Yes.
Hello, my brothers.
That's another White Knight that needs shutting down because Dazza's being pummeled. Can't admit a fact that you need a flat Earth for pressure gradients. You do. It's described from sea level. It's a fact. Why can't you admit it?
Well, I will admit it.
Like I've said, Nathan, if
you
you're
shut
not
up that White Knight that can't shut his mouth,
is,
I'm talking to Dazza. I'm ending my conversation with Dazza because we can't move on with Dazza. He won't just say yes so we can move on with the discussion.
No, I won't say yes because I think you're wrong and you're afraid to discuss what the gradient actually is. You're the coward.
The gradient described from sea level. I'm not wrong about the fact it is described from sea level. That is a fact that you are yet to concede in 16 attempts. We're not going to move on with this discussion until you concede that fact, because it is a fact you can't concede, because it doesn't comport with your globe level that we don't measure sea level from.
Okay.
Heights are measured from sea
level.
Notice
you can count. You've got up to 16. I reckon you'd be able to actually describe the pressure gradient and go all the way to 16.
Yeah, all he wants to do is obfuscate this question. It's been put to him 16 times. It's a closed question. Do you not understand that you require sea level to describe pressure gradients? It just requires a no or yes. I haven't had it, so I don't want to talk to him anymore. Remove Dazza from the conversation. It's boring. Dazza, you could have just said, no, I didn't appreciate that. Or yeah, I appreciate that. You haven't, so now you're removed from the conversation. You're a scumbag, globe-believing zealot who cannot admit simple facts of pressure being described from sea level. That's a fact. What, you think you need 24 attempts, you stupid man? You're pathetic. Get lost. Next person, I'm not going to give you 16 attempts.
He thinks you need a reference point. That's his problem.
Care what he thinks. He didn't get to that. He wouldn't concede that sea level's level. No, I'm pretty sure that's one of the ways we can do it. What, when La La Land assumptions that we've got globe level to measure it from? No, he will be using sea level. And he'll move forward after measuring a flat Earth with his descriptions that argue for globe. So long as he doesn't overtly concede that you need a flat Earth for sea level first, then he can move on with his globe assumption. Hence, in 17 attempts, he did not concede that fact. Because so long as he uses a little bit of flat Earth first, he can make his globe claim. Now, I'm not going to let him, though. I'm absolutely not going to let these fundamentalist zealots tell us, if I just measure a bit of flat Earth, for example, sea level, I can turn it into a globe afterwards. No, Dazza. No, you're just a zealot. And you'll be removed because you can't accept the facts of the matter that we need a flat Earth in the first place. Next. Bloody zealots. I had three white knights during that.
I think the correct
three
answer,
white knights.
Gaza, is you are right, Nathan. That might be the correct answer.
Wait, come again.
I think the correct answer for Daza is simply you are right, Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, we could have moved on. Just didn't get that answer, did I? We need a flat Earth to measure pressure gradients from sea level. There's no way my opponent can concede that, because then he can't use that flat Earth measurement to claim a globe with, can he? There's no way he's going to overtly concede to it. That's why he didn't. Pathetic.
I'd like to ask you, Nathan, have you heard of Ares failure?
John. You want to ask me what?
Have you heard of Ares failure?
Yes.
I think it's quite interesting. I actually just found out about it today.
What about it? Have you got a positive claim alongside it, or what?
Oh no, it's. I find it interesting how the guy, what's his name, George Biddle Airy, an astronomer in the Royal Guard, he failed to detect the motion of the Earth through a simple experiment. So long ago as well, when we're still trying to prove there's motion, when this guy 200 years ago proved there was no motion in the simplest of way, and he showed that that the stars were focused on a fixated Earth that didn't move, right?
It's been a while since I looked at this. Is Ares failure actually an experiment?
Yeah. So what he did was he filled a telescope with water to slow down the speed of light, right? And according to the theory, the movement of the Earth through the telescope should have been tilted. How do I explain this? So the movement of the Earth through the ether should have required the telescope to be tilted at an angle to compensate for the movement when observing starlight. But he found that the telescope did not need to be adjusted at all, which showed that starlight already was coming at the correct angle, right? So the result showed the Earth was not moving relative to the ether.
No, you're putting the theory before the hypothesis. What's our naturally observed phenomenon we're trying to explain?
It was trying to explain, or it was trying to show movement of the Earth.
Yeah, so that's not a valid independent variable, is it?
Well, he failed. Well, I mean, he proved that there was no motion of the telescope. So I think it was a successful
I'm not disputing that, right? That's fine. If you want to extrapolate that out, the first thing I want to cover is it's called a failure. So it's claimed to be a zero difference result, right? A null validation, which is fine. Right. In experimental terms, you would have a null and you could potentially validate it empirically. But in this instance, I don't think Ares failure is a validated experiment because the hypothesis isn't valid. John's just pointed it out. In terms of the variation of that which you assume is causing the effect, in this case, the presumed cause is Earth's rotation. You can't vary that. And it's an affirming the consequent to assume that it is caused by something you have no validation of and can't vary. It's not really a valid experiment. I understand the principle, yes. You tilt the scope, and if the assumption that Earth is turning turns out to be true, then as the light enters the scope, it'll hit the side walls rather than coming down the scope at the angle that it is and through the lens and into your eye. Whereas if the ground is stationary, once the light enters the telescope, it makes no difference because the ground beneath it isn't moving, therefore moving the light in the scope once it's entered the water. I understand the principle of Airy's failure. I just don't think it's a valid experiment. To call it that is not reasonable, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about it, but that was a good answer, I think. It explains, because for me, I'm not too familiar with it. I was just reading about it recently. But, it's a very fair answer from you.
Well, he proved that it's not spinning. That's kind of the main point. He's proved that the Earth is stationary.
No. You don't need to prove a non-claim. If I need to say there are no unicorns, and you turn around to me and say, "Prove there are no unicorns in your lounge with you right now," like I don't need to. It's not a positive claim to say there aren't any of something. If you say there's no movement, that's not a positive claim that you need to defend. The outrageous claim is that we are moving. That needs a high standard of evidence because it's an extraordinary claim.
Right.
I don't have to prove we're not spinning. I don't have to do that. It's not necessary. Yeah, Airy's failure, blast from the past. That was one of the things I came across when we first covered this subject about 10 years ago. Very interesting.
That wasn't the only experiment either that proved that it wasn't moving. But there's many others, but okay.
And then what's the other one? Let's hear it.
Oh, you know the answer. Come on, nigga.
No, what's the other one?
The Mixon Morley experiment. You know that one.
Do you think you could prove that the Earth is potato-shaped?
That's another non-experiment.
That's category error. Shapes aren't cause and effect.
Exactly.
What could they be, though?
No. A shape is a concrete noun, and science deals with cause and effect.
Yeah, well, isn't the Earth a little bit potato-shaped?
Just try that once more. Science deals with cause and effect. Yeah? Potato,
but if you see
table,
the mountains,
chair,
the lakes, everything, take
they're
the water
concrete
away.
nouns, and I'm being chanted through what's going on. Concrete nouns, you can't cause and effect. You can't put a concrete noun through a cause and effect methodology because nothing's happening. To say, why is that happening? You look at something physical that's like a table, you can't say, why is that happening? Nothing's happening. Yeah, potato, that's not something happening. So it can't be put through the scientific method.
You can measure it, though. You want to talk about measurement?
There is no spoon.
Nathan, this potato guy is just a low-level
You
troll.
want to talk about
No need to
measurement,
talk to
then?
him.
But he didn't say that he didn't want to talk about measurement. Does he want to talk about measurement, or does he want to talk about potatoes?
I'd love to talk about measurement and potatoes. I'm looking for a way to verify that the Earth is potato-shaped. I'm saying that I have a confirmation bias.
Low-level troll.
No. I just
Let me.
Can
let
everyone
me
shut
tell
up?
you.
You not hear him talking about his potato-shaped Earth? Go ahead, my friend. Okay, clearly, if it's the same guy. I gave him the same explanation 3 times. You can't put potato through a cause and effect relationship validation, but you can measure it. So if you want to go out and measure Earth as a potato, then you'd need to measure its potato-ness. That's fine. Feel free. That's your claim, though. You just need to present evidence for it.
I think you would have to.
Is that where we are today?
Shape of a potato, and then you would measure the shape of the Earth, and then you would maybe extrapolate, compare. That's what I would do, perhaps.
Have you done that?
Just not sure exactly how. Go on.
Done that?
I mean, they proved that the Earth was ball-shaped, right? So couldn't you technically prove that it's potato-shaped after that? Right?
It's
Like
what
they
shaped?
they kind of proved that it was ball-shaped. So if you could
Ball.
prove that
You're
Earth
saying,
is a
sorry,
ball,
I'm just not hearing what you're saying. You're saying ball, as in B-A-L-L?
ball. Yeah, exactly. That's what
No,
they
didn't
proved,
prove
right?
it was. No, they didn't.
Well,
they
they were
measured
trying
it flat.
to do that. Right?
Do you want to stop for a second while I respond to that, which you just blabbered?
Go on.
No, they didn't prove it was ball-shaped. We measure Earth flat and then extrapolate out the ball-shaped bit from that flat measurement. Maybe you were unaware that Earth is measured flat to give you, potentially, an idea of it being ball-shaped by extrapolating out those flat Earth measurements with calculations. No, we're definitely not proving Earth's a ball. If you take the claims of it being a ball and look at their origins, it proves it's measured flat. Quite the contrary.
Right. So the evolution of measurement, right? So first it was flat, and then
no,
they
it's just
found some
measurement.
kind of measurement, and then it was round.
No.
If we further make measurements,
no. Maybe if I say no enough times, you'll just keep talking. No, there is no evolution of measurement. It's just measurement. We measure Earth flat. It's just a measurement, not an evolution of anything.
It's a full stop, is what that is. Measurement, not calculation, not evolution, not silly potatoes. Full stop, measured.
Take it you were unaware of this. Is this news to you, Potato Man?
No. I'm just trying to like bring a new light to the conversation. So if they made it ball Earth, right? Wouldn't they technically
You heard
be
that?
able?
We just covered this. Did you not listen to our responses? Because it seems like you just ignored everything we've just said and are now repeating the same thing. So you didn't really listen to us. What did we just tell you about the claim it's a ball? Paraphrase back what I just told you literally 25 seconds ago. What did I just tell you?
You said that it was flat, and then they made some extra measurements, and then it became round.
No.
And they was like, whoa,
I said
if they could do that.
no, you didn't listen.
Okay.
I said they measure Earth flat,
Mm-hmm.
and then an extrapolation from those flat Earth measurements is a religious belief in a ball. By calculation.
The Earth is ribbity boobity.
Wait, I'm still talking. Is this painful for you? My last attempt was to find out if you appreciated that the globe that people believe in comes from flat Earth measurements. You ignored that and started repeating the thing that you said last, having not listened to me. So I'll try a second time, then I'll have you removed if you don't answer. Do you appreciate that the globe you're suggesting comes from flat Earth measurements in the first instance? Did you not appreciate that?
Yeah, I do appreciate that, and I don't support Hamas either.
Remove this guy. Remove him.
Oh, God. He's got a chip on his shoulder, that guy.
Wants to play silly buggers. I'm not in the mood.
Is it a potato chip?
If he would have been nice about it, I could have told him how to calculate it as a potato. I've changed my kitchen into a ball. I'm sure I could change it into a potato.
You mean like a dingleberry, like a dingle potato under the plane?
No, I mean, John in the past has used bunk and debunk puppets to show how the exact same process of conversion from flat plane measurement to sphere on ground takes place. John has done that with his kitchen. So he's turned his kitchen into a sphere with a flat plane measurement. That's about 2 years, maybe longer. Is that 3 years ago? A long time ago.
I can't remember.
Yeah, you can convert any flat surface into anything you like. You just measure it flat and then convert it. You still need a measurement to start with, and the same is true for Earth. You start by measuring Earth flat. It's not a revelation to anybody in the Discord server. Most people in here, I was under the impression that most of you in here are ballers.
So it's all an XY coordinate system. And everything you change in that height and elevation is going to be on the X and Y. It's simple as that. Like, they don't get it, though. They cannot grasp it. It's really weird.
You know, Apocryphon, you can describe any shape in an XY coordinate system.
Last time we had this discussion, you took us to the centre of hell, and then there was no response after that. That was it. That was the end of the discussion last time we discussed it for satellites. Do you remember, Dazza?
Yeah, I know. I got booted, Nathan. I was muted.
In that vein. How'd you get a reference plane from hell? That was where we ended last time.
So I've got a question about that. If I had,
I'm sure you have. Meanwhile, how do you get a reference plane from the centre of hell? Because you need a flat plane, and that's where we ended last time. Are we going to do this 16 times, Dazza? 16 times. I estimate that Dazza will explain how we get a reference plane. That means we reference it from hell. Just so the audience is absolutely clear where Dazza gets his reference plane from hell, it's on screen now. Oh, Dazza, how do you acquire a reference plane in hell? How do you do that?
Well, if you knew exactly where 4 people were and how far away you were from them, could you tell where you were?
How'd you get a reference plane in hell? That's where we ended this discussion last time, a week ago. I trimmed it out and I've played it to my audience. When we got to the point last time that you said, I get my reference plane from the centre of Earth, that's hell. Number one, you said, well, that's your belief, presumably trying to spin the fact that I said hell rather than centre of Earth. Meanwhile, you still need to acquire a reference plane from the centre of Earth. That's hell. So, on screen for my audience, how are you going to get to the centre of hell for this description on screen for my audience of this angle measurement from hell? How do you do that?
I can't see your screen. Can you tell me where I can go to see it?
It's your example. It's your example. You gave it me last time. You told me we go to hell for a reference plane. You told that to me. Not the other way around. You put it to me, remember? And this is painful. This is now the 4th attempt.
Okay. So can I describe the reference plane then?
You can tell me how you measure a reference plane that's in hell. I'll try the question again, because maybe you need to rephrase it to a different question. How do you measure a reference plane that is in hell?
I don't know. You're claiming hell, not me.
I'm not claiming anything. I'm going to cut you off every time you try and reposition this that you cannot answer. I'll answer, because it's been 5 attempts, Dazza. You can't. Hello?
You're going to need a flat plane for that.
You can't, number one, it's a flat plane.
I'm trying to describe.
Yeah, Apocryphon's right. I'm still not done. Yeah, number one, it's a flat plane. You, Globe Believer, require. Interesting that you would require a flat plane to match it up to Earth measurements, but there we go. We're definitely in requirement. You are definitely in requirement of a flat plane in hell, and you can't get it. You can't measure it, and you cannot reference it.
Now, all I need is a point in space, right? So
we're measuring the ground. No, we're dealing with the ground and navigating the ground. Positions on the ground is what we're dealing with. We're not dealing with points in space. When you told me that you will get a reference plane from hell, we're not dealing with space. You specifically, last time we had this discussion, told us you get the reference plane from the centre of Earth. Now you're telling me you just need an arbitrary point in space. I'm pretty sure that's what you said last time too. No.
Yeah, the arbitrary
it's on
point
screen
in space
for my
is
audience. It's an angle from hell. No. Just need to know where you get this measurement from and reference it. How do you reference the centre of hell for a flat plane? How do you do that? You don't. We've already concluded.
Now we have 24 objects orbiting the centre of hell, and they tell us.
No, we don't. I have covered this last time too. Orbits is a derivation of an R value measured on a flat plane. We covered it.
No, you don't need to know R for an orbit.
So what if we ignore the entire discussion that we had last time when I pointed out that you need R Kepler to infer orbits, and you measure R on a flat plane?
You can do Kepler with the point center of the point.
Right, we need R for Kepler to infer orbits, and you get R from a flat plane.
You need R of the orbit, yeah.
You need R for orbits, yeah. It's a radial value for them to be orbiting around the centre of hell. Yeah, you're going to need that value for the centre of hell for them to be claimed to be orbiting around them. And you measure that R value flat.
Yeah, so we just need to know the centre of hell's got a big mass.
So we measure Earth flat for this R value, and you think you've got some positioning in this argument? No, for your R value, we're going to measure Earth flat, does it?
That's contradictory.
Maybe if I shift them comfortably in my seat.
Value, why would Earth be
does
flat?
it? You need a reference plane for R as well. You're going to measure it with Polaris.
But if the Earth is flat, there's no R.
Sorry, but we're measuring it flat for your radius value. Why are you now repositioning this that we've already covered last week with if? No, your R value requires it be flat, not if.
I'm really confused because R value is
I can tell.
a sphere.
I can tell you're confused. Yeah, you need an R value for your inference of orbits. We covered this last week.
Oh, yeah, okay. But you said you need R for a flatness. That's all right.
You need an R value to infer that you've got a centre of hell for objects in space, sky vacuum, we also covered last week, to be orbiting around. You to extrapolate out these measurements, you need an R value to infer an orbit for them to be moving around. You get that value of R from measuring a flat plane, angles to Polaris. We're proving Earth's flat before we do anything.
Well, like I think I said last time, angles to Polaris doesn't work too well because I'm in the southern hemisphere. I've never seen the thing. So as far as I can tell, doesn't exist, right? I don't know about Polaris.
Because what, you think you've got a central point sigma octantis that you can also project out on a latitude system antipodal from the North Pole centric system. Still a flat plane. You're still measuring angles to stars.
Mm-mm. Yeah, well, that certainly works in the southern hemisphere. I'll give you that.
So angles require a flat plane, don't they?
Well, you can measure the angle from vertical, but we have.
We can measure the angles. That's not a response. So angles require a flat plane. It's a closed question. Is this going to be 18 times, does it?
Nathan, you can't keep asking closed questions.
Just
if
a
you only
yes
want
or
one
no.
answer.
You appreciate that angles to any stars in any point on Earth, south or north, will be measured off a flat plane. You appreciate this, don't you? Yes or no?
Yeah, the flat plane, perpendicular.
Well,
vertical.
yeah, the flat plane
That's
that we
the angle
proves
we
a flat
use.
plane. So we're going to need a flat plane for these angles. Earth's being measured as a flat plane for these angles. Ergo, Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, at the point you take a measurement, we can assume it's flat. That's
Your
fine.
Weasley little isn't quite as good as a stone-cold affirmation. Yes, Nathan, we will be requiring a flat Earth for angles to these stars. You want to just say it nice and clear for me, Dazza? Yes, Nathan. Yes, Earth will require a flat plane of reference for angles. Need a yes. It's time.
Yes!
Yeah.
We need a plane to measure the angle of elevation. Yes.
Welcome to Flat Earth. You don't
There
have
you
any
go.
planes to measure on a globe. Earth will
Everyone
and
gets their own
is
plane. It's awesome.
measured flat for these angles. That is a fact and a prerequisite. We must have a flat Earth. These angles.
The checkerboard.
His if supposition there was actually a correct use of if. Because why am I calculating for R if I'm measuring a flat plane? That's a good question. You think about that.
He's also measuring. He's measuring for a circle. He's not measuring for a sphere. It's a radius for a circle of equal altitude. In this case, latitude.
Yeah, we get the globe radius from a circle of equal elevation. That's flat circle.
Like a protractor.
Measurement. Flat angle. Welcome to Flat Earth, Dazza. You're going to need a flat Earth to move forward in your presumably globe claim. You need this angle to claim R, to claim orbits. So that's a flat Earth measurement that's happening first.
So I'll admit you've confused me here, Nathan. That I'm now. I thought I understood celestial navigation, but now I don't. Yeah.
Okay. We weren't discussing
through
celestial navigation. We were just discussing an R value acquisition. So we weren't discussing that. We were just discussing radial value.
The navigation thing.
Right. We were discussing an acquisition of an R value, though, weren't we?
Yes, we were.
So we're not navigating Jack at this point. We're just saying for you to move forward in this discussion, you will need an R value for your orbits you claimed. Have you forgot where we are in the discussion? You were claiming that these points in space moved around the centre of hell. It's a radial value that you'll need to get first to infer it. So you, for your R value, to infer you've got a sphere to start with. We haven't done anything yet, by the way. We just need you to measure a flat Earth for you to move forward with your fundamentalist religious belief in a sphere. For you to start that process, not navigate anything, you need an R value measured on a flat plane first. That's what we're doing. You're telling me that you don't understand navigation? I couldn't give a crap. You understand that you need a flat plane to get your R value for your sphere belief? Because that's where you're starting. We haven't got to any navigating yet.
Yeah, so that's right. So most measurements we take.
So welcome to Flat Earth, Dazza. You will be measuring a flat Earth for your R value to put into motion your sphere belief. Welcome to Flat Earth.
But the problem is, right, that every time I
it's
take
you and your problem with your R value that's measured flat. That's not a problem. It's your problem.
Exactly. So the challenge I have, right, is I create get my flat plane, right, and I measure my elevation to Polaris if I've gone to the northern
Welcome
hemisphere.
to Flat
on a very
Earth. We
nice
don't need
holiday.
anything else. There's no more
Okay.
discussion required. Any problems from this point forward are yours and not mine. I don't care about your problems. After you accept that you've just measured Earth flat, your spherical radial value, anything you say after this point is stupid. Because you've just measured Earth flat. There's nothing else to say.
But every step I take towards Polaris, it moves at a linear rate with distance.
What, the angle off a
doesn't
flat plane
seem-
will reduce towards the horizon. Yeah, that flat plane angle will reduce towards the horizon as you approach Polaris, also proving Earth is
Yeah.
being measured flat for that description. That's correct.
I
Why
don't-
are we discussing this? I thought you were a globe believer.
So I don't think I asked you this last time. Is Polaris in a fixed position?
Why are you asking me this? That is how it's
because it
done. That is how
matters.
it's measured. Earth is measured flat for your radial value with Polaris. Now you're asking me about it. It's your claim. You're claiming orbits based on a radial value you need a flat Earth for. Why are you asking me anything?
So my claim in the context of Polaris is that Polaris is very. My claim with Polaris is that it's very far away, and as a result,
Don't
as we move
care.
across the surface of the Earth,
You use it to get a flat measurement to get R, don't you?
Yep.
His claim about Polaris is it's very far away on a flat plane.
Yeah. Still, who cares? Measured
Yeah,
on a
he's-
flat plane.
well, if it's very far away on a flat plane, why isn't the angle to it the same all the time?
Don't make any claims about it. Are you going to set up a little straw man about something I haven't claimed about Polaris? Because all I've said is
Well-
based on what you've claimed for orbits so far. Why are you asking me anything?
You
I haven't put a
claimed
claim
something
to you.
about the angle.
Are you dumb? You're deaf. I haven't put a claim to you. You did. Orbits. It coincidentally was already dealt with a week ago. Yeah, it was already dealt with, but you're still claiming it, rinsing and repeating. But you think you've got questions for me. I haven't made any claims about this. It's a fact.
Okay.
You will require a flat plane to measure for your R value for your claim of orbits. You are proving a flat Earth with your orbits because of its requirement of a flat plane measurement of an angle to a star we call Polaris. That's how you extract your R for your orbit claim. Ask me anything. I haven't claimed anything.
Okay. Well, can we tackle this in a logical manner then? Can we
You
assume?
already have. Earth's just been measured flat by you.
No.
Yeah.
You realize that's the
What do
end
you mean
of
no?
the logic, right?
What do you mean no?
That's the end of the logic.
John.
You, Daza, you
You're trying to use
established it.
logic on a conclusion. No, it's over. You're not going to put it in an if statement now. That doesn't make sense.
No, what he's going to do now is try and curve nautical miles.
Daza, you established that point when you created the GP for that position of it, and you created 90 degree. That 90 degree is going to give you a baseline until your position. You literally just created the flat plane of where you're going to count that. Like, how do you not understand that?
Yeah. So Apocryphon, does the G?
So long as I can just have that plane without an overt concession that it is actually requiring a flat Earth be measured, then I can just sort of and
I was talking to
vaguely accept
Apocryphon.
that, and then use it to claim a globe with after I've measured Earth flat. That's what that weaselly, slimy, that's what that was for. Not a yes. I understand that the angle to the 90 degree point below Polaris requires Earth is a flat plane. Otherwise, I wouldn't get this measurement for me to move forward and start claiming a globe with it after measuring it flat. That's what's being put to you by everybody here, does it?
So the question I was just about to ask Apocryphon before you rudely butted in, Nathan, was: is the GP fixed for everybody on Earth at a given point in time?
Polaris? Yes.
GP of Polaris, is it fixed?
Of course.
Yeah, it never changes. Who cares?
Okay.
Of course.
Who cares?
Is the GP of any other star?
A GP, to respond to him, we've answered him. A GP is a point on the ground along a horizontal baseline. That's an Earth that's measured flat. For a GP to even exist, you to ask me about it, Earth must be flat. Maybe if you yammer through this conclusion that destroys your globe belief. For a GP to even exist, Earth is flat.
Yep.
Can we say in general that the GP
So
of any star is
multivariate-
fixed at a given point in time?
Multivariate GP is irrelevant. You understand that, right?
Daza, you created a 90 degree to that. That 90 degree is as a vertical and a horizontal, which would be a baseline. You literally created a flat plane for yourself to calculate it to it. What don't you understand about that?
So with this triangle that you've just described, guys, what dimensions do we know of the triangle?
When you say you described, do you mean the triangle specifically used for Polaris measurement and latitude? That triangle? It's not our triangle, it's a latitude.
Triangle. That one.
So excuse me, I hadn't finished my question. Sorry, do you think if I take your attempt to reposition this into it being our triangle will change the fact that a latitude measurement has 90 degrees? That, you mean the latitude measurement triangle? That triangle for Polaris, not ours. It is a flat baseline. Yeah, it is a flat Earth, isn't it? Okay,
so what
is that another? If I just tentatively accept the fact that we're measuring Earth flat, you can move on and prove a globe with this flat Earth measurement. Is that the okay that I just got tentatively from you, Dazza? It seems so. Yeah, we're measuring Earth flat for this angle. Now you're attempting to reposition it to being my triangle that I got to ask questions about? No, mate. No, this is a set in stone, cast iron, flat Earth angle measurement, as on screen, flashing by with all these angles off flat planes. That's a Polaris measurement we call latitude. So don't ask me about my triangle. You can talk about latitude.
I think this is where we ended.
When we do, we'll all agree and understand implicitly that it does have a right angle triangle on the ground. Because it does. My triangle, just so we're clear.
Okay. So
it's flat then. Say something? Okay. You accept and understand it is a latitude measurement, not my triangle, and it is on the ground at 90 degrees to your position. That's flat Earth. You understand all of that. Before we move on, we need to just get a cast iron understanding from you. Earth will be flat for a 90 below Polaris, as you were asking about it specifically. You understand that now? Before
I won't do that, Nathan.
No, I know, because you need this flat Earth measurement to move forward with your globe claim. And if you overtly accept that you are measuring Earth flat, as we absolutely are, then you can't go anywhere, because I just stop you and say, welcome to flat Earth, like I've already done. You've got a very difficult time moving forward if we don't, just ignore the fact that you need a flat Earth measurement for your R value for orbits? Yeah, you're not going to accept that because you can't. You're a zealot. That's why you can't accept it. It's a fact that you need to reposition like it's my claim. It isn't. It's a fact that you can't accept because it undermines your globe claim.
Daza, I have a trick question for you. At what distance away from the 90 degree does it begin to curve? That's a trick question, because the second you try to curve that line, it's no longer a triangle. The whole point is that you're establishing a baseline from your position. No matter how far away you are, it's a straight line to that 90 degree right angle. That's a trick question. You can believe it or you're not, but that's reality. Why do you sit?
I think you nailed it there. That you've actually absolutely nailed it there, Apocryphon. That the answer is that it curves away immediately. So if you're standing under Polaris,
no, it doesn't. It can't curve away, or it would give you a 90 degree below the star. This is total nonsense. No, it doesn't curve. I've got it on screen. It's a triangle. Triangles don't have curved lines.
Okay, so you've brought this triangle up several times. What are its properties, Nathan? How long is it? How high is it? What are the angles?
For Polaris?
Give me an angle.
So why are we discussing this? You're going to start quizzing me on how a straight line along a baseline to a 90 degree position below Polaris works. It works on a flat Earth. That's how it works.
This is a special triangle, right?
It works on a flat Earth only. That's my answer.
Actually, that's probably true. It does work on a flat Earth.
It is true. It's on screen for my audience. Probably true is like a weasel with a zealot belief in a globe admitting a fact. Could be kind of true. Okay. No, this is a fact. You will have 90 degrees below Polaris on a flat Earth. That's where we start for your globe claim. Without it, you're not going anywhere with a globe claim, are you? You need a flat Earth measurement first. Facts.
Right. So I've got my 90 degrees at Polaris.
Welcome to flat Earth. Earth can only be flat for you to have that. So before now you've got your 90 degree below Polaris, I need you to admit and understand that that is a flat Earth you have just measured.
Okay. So how do I work out how far away I am?
No, it's not okay until I get a yes. Yes, Nathan. I understand that 90 requires, it's a prerequisite. Earth.
No, Nathan, you're wrong. How far away?
Why are you asking me something?
Am I
Yeah, you say you've got your 90. I heard you say, so I've got my 90. You did say
Yes, so
I've got my 90. Right?
We've got someone directly under Polaris.
Welcome to
right?
Flat Earth. It's a prerequisite.
Okay.
Earth must be flat for that 90 on the ground. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Okay, well, that's the end of the discussion, Sunshine. Earth's been measured flat in your example. There's nothing else to discuss.
If I move...
So why are you carrying on the discussion? Earth's been proven to be measured flat with your example now. That's the end of the discussion. It's the conclusion. So Earth is measured flat. It's the first thing we're going to do. Why did you keep chanting if I move through the top of my conclusion? You and your question through the top of my conclusion isn't going to change the outcome, Dazza. Oh? First thing anybody's going to do is measure... Why are you chanting through me? Why are you chanting through me? Maybe you can accuse me of using a mute button while you chant through my conclusion. It does. For the first step in your claim, you are measuring Earth flat. You just said, so we've got a 90 ground position. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay, so I've been welcome to Flat Earth. Now I'm walking away from my GP.
That's the end of this discussion. It's a Flat Earth debate that I just won. At the point that you understand and appreciate that you've been welcome to a Flat Earth you just measured, it's the end. What aren't you understanding?
I just
it's not like
Polaris.
the old days where you measure a flat Earth and then start proving a globe with it. Because once you measure a flat Earth, there's no proving a globe with it. Don't seem to understand that. You think it's time to move on. No, it's the end.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give up now because you've
lost, you stupid man. The moment you conceded that you measured a 90, you measured a flat Earth and lost.
Too weak to describe the pressure
You have to stop at this point because you can't use this flat Earth measurement to prove a globe with. We won't let you.
No, you won't let me, but I can.
So run away because you can't bear to admit defeat. You've measured a flat Earth with your example, so what? I'm going to end now. Yeah, you have. You've been smashed. It's the end of your time.
You haven't actually even presented an argument. You've just chanted the same thing over and over again.
Right, you told me about orbits and 90.
It's factually incorrect.
Sorry, you're going to ad hom me and tell me that all I've done is chanted. You told me about 90. You told me about radial values. You told me about points in space in orbit. I used every example that you gave me and pointed out how flat Earth was needed to be measured to use your examples. And you're going to have the gall to what? Claim that I've been chanting through you? Right, did you not mention 90 degrees that you just told us you had? Yeah, you did. I wasn't chanting through your examples that need a flat Earth for them, you bloody fundy. How dare you? Not me chanting, it's me annihilating you. Your globe claim based on the flat Earth measurement you need. You gave it us. How dare you? You're going to cheapen my win, do you, Dazza? No, mate, I won.
No.
You lose. Earth not a globe.
Yes.
Your belief in it comes from a measurement you gave me. Not me chanting. Me chanting didn't prove we measure Earth flat. Your need of R did.
You were still unable to describe this magic triangle of yours, Nathan. You cannot
explain
so
you need to rinse and
why
repeat that. I've already covered this too. When you tried to reposition a Polaris measurement called latitude as being my measurement. What, so you can undermine me and my triangle? No, it's a latitude, one that you conceded to when you said, quote, so we've got a 90, end quote, you. So we've got a 90, haven't we, Dazza? That'd be a yes. Cat got his tongue when he's proving a flat Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, directly under the Polaris.
So we got a 90.
Yep.
It's your measurement. This isn't me chanting through you. It's your 90 that you need on the ground with a flat line between you and it. That's a flat Earth measurement you proved. It's definitely not me chanting for the audience's benefit while the line's closed. He's chanting through me. See his light flashing on screen while I'm concluding the point? But he wants to claim that I took my victory through chanting through him? Dazza, you seem to be chanting through the conclusion of the 90 you've got on the ground, flat Earth required, on screen for my audience. You keep repositioning it like it's my flat Earth triangle. No, it's a Polaris measurement called latitude that you need. It was in your example when you appealed to it. You need it for your R, then move on with that flat Earth measurement, start claiming you got a sphere proof after measuring Earth flat. It's the point you lost, and you said you had to go and you were going to end. You're still here telling me what I won with chanting? As you're chanting through me for every member of my audience to see? Oh, mate, that's projection. You're projecting onto me. Abject failure in terms of proving Earth's a sphere because you need a flat Earth measurement first, and then project the fact that you're chanting through every word I say? No, mate, don't project in loss. That's pretty sad.
I'll concede, Nathan, that we have now established the 0 degrees latitude. We're directly under Polaris, so that's good. It's not a very representative thing about the shape of the Earth.
Measuring 90 degree to Polaris isn't having Polaris at your zenith. There's just a new repositioning where we're now standing underneath Polaris to measure latitude. Meanwhile, measuring latitude proves a flat Earth.
No, if I measure the elevation angle to Polaris as being 90 degrees, I'm directly underneath it.
We do. Why have you positioned this as an if? Because we do measure 90 degrees below Polaris. It's called latitude, not an if.
No. I mean,
Definitely 90 degrees below Polaris is a latitude measurement. No.
It's latitude 0. Right?
So I need to quickly brush past that flat Earth measurement that I need to then start saying it's a globe proof. No. Yes.
I'm agreeing with you.
It's 90 degree Polaris positioning. It's latitude. No.
Yes. I agree with you, Nathan, that if we have a 90 degrees
Good.
Polaris,
Welcome to flat Earth, because 90 degrees along the ground means it's a flat Earth measurement. Do you agree?
We have 0 degrees latitude. That's excellent.
On the ground.
So we're at 0 latitude.
0 degrees latitude. You're back at the zenith. You're trying to be clever with words again. Second attempt.
No. So we're saying, right. Can I
stutter much because you're getting your bum smacked? You can stutter quite frequently as you get your ass smacked. Polaris measurement with 90 degrees at the base of Polaris is unequivocally a flat Earth measurement. That's it. That's the end of the argument. Stutter for me.
Like 10 minutes ago, he admitted to it when he said that he's got to take it to a reference of a plane. He admitted 10 minutes ago. He said it himself.
Okay, yeah. So we've got that. We've taken our reference to the plane. We're at Polaris is 90 degrees overhead. We're at 0 latitude.
Why would
right?
we
That's
be?
by
Sorry,
definition.
how many times have you been at Polaris, the zenith of Polaris? How many times have you done that personally?
Oh, none.
Nobody I've ever heard describing navigation in this discussion forum ever has described being at the base of Polaris. So why are you starting your example at the base of Polaris?
That's where the story of latitude
90
begins,
degrees
right?
will be when you measure it from any other position, but if you're directly below it, there's no 90 anymore.
He's talking about the grid
We're not really getting a useful measurement to this position anymore for latitude. We're directly below it. Why? I don't know. We obviously know where we are already. I don't know why we've been navigating. We're below Polaris. We know exactly where we are already. No need to do anything, really.
No. So that's our starting.
No. So in your example, we're taking it to a place that we don't need to do anything. We're not navigating. We know exactly where we are at the start of the example. Why? Well, because then we haven't got the awkward inconvenience of a 90 degree on a flat Earth anymore. Oh, so you want to start your example where we don't have a 90, but we know exactly where we are. We're not going to be doing any navigation from this point, Dazzler. It seems stupid. We know where we are already. Stupid much?
Pointless, Brian.
Bit stupid? Stupid much? Any navigating, we already know where we are. Polaris is right above us. Are you thick? If we were to do navigating and we weren't starting from a position where this fundy doesn't have the awkward truth of a 90 degree below Polaris from any position on a flat Earth, if we're not doing that, we could do some navigation with that useful positioning system and GPS on the ground, 90 degrees to our position. We could do stuff. I mean, if we start at Polaris, we don't need to navigate anywhere. I hope that's clear.
No. Oh, we will, because there's nowhere else to go, right?
No, we know where we are already. We're underneath Polaris. We know exactly where we are.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just it doesn't have that awkward 90 on a flat Earth if we're directly below it. But what, we're going to start without the 90? Your examples? No, mate, we don't need to navigate anywhere. We know exactly where we are already in this example. There's no need.
Okay.
Meanwhile, from anywhere else on Earth, we can measure 90 degrees below Polaris from our position that isn't under Polaris and figure out our latitude on a flat Earth. That's useful.
And how do we work out how far we are?
Why are you asking me?
From the GP.
To make a claim about orbits? Was it my claim about orbits that you're asking me questions about?
So latitudes are no good without.
Was it
distances.
my
You
claim
need to
about
know how
orbits
far
that
they
you're
are
now
apart.
launching into questions about? Was it my claim about orbits that's been absolutely annihilated that you feel the need to question me about? Do you understand my question? I need to slow down. Dumb.
Oh, so you've given up
So
on,
stuttering
the Polaris
bitch.
measurements.
Do you need to quiz me about my orbits claim that I made, Dazza? Third time.
Third time.
You need
You've
to
got to
ask
count the ones
me
we did last week as
questions
well. This is
about
25.
your
We're at
orbital
25.
claim that you made and needs a flat Earth. Is that in need of questioning me?
I can discuss my orbital claim again if you like.
Are you deaf? Do you think you need to question me about your orbit claim?
Sorry, I'm trying not to.
Dazzy, you useless. Get lost. Yeah? You're not going to be quizzing me on anything, son. I haven't made any claims. You did. You made a, presumably, in your mind, globe-proving claim of orbits. Now, what's happened with that? Presumably, in your mind, deluded that you are, proof of sphericity. It's been proven to require a flat plane to measure in the first instance, Dazza. Yeah, we're stuck here now, aren't we?
Yeah, we are, because you don't have the courage to go.
Can you try and
initial
formulate
steps.
a sentence without it being a sentence fragment and stutter? Do you want to try that again? Stuttering, stammering, globe-believing zealot.
You're just about the weakest human being I've ever come across.
That's an ad hominem attack. Meanwhile, his claim of orbits he put to us required a flat plane of reference to measure, horizontal in nature, with ground positions with respect to Polaris at 90 degrees to your position. That is the starting point to extrapolate out a radial value for you to put orbits into his claim. And you're telling me that I'm a what human being with your ad hominem fallacy? You are pathetic. Zealot. Now, that's not an ad hominem, that's a fact based on what you've demonstrated here in zealotry, your behaviour. Did you want to ad hominem
haven't
again,
been able to
Dazza?
produce a single fact, Nathan. You haven't said a
Polaris
single
has got
fact
90
since we
degrees
started
below
this
it. I used
conversation.
your evidence to produce facts about how Earth's measured flat. Are you just
But
decrying
you
the
cannot
facts that I've put
give
to
me
you?
a fact for
Maybe if you
any
chant
other
through the
position
facts that
other
I've
than
put to you
directly
about
under
Polaris
Polaris.
measurement with 90 degrees at its base. That's a fact. You wanted to reposition it like it was my claim. It isn't, it's a fact. I hold you to task on
No,
those
no,
sort
I'm
of things.
repositioning Polaris.
Dazza.
Polaris is
Yeah,
where
so
it
that you
is.
can't, after the fact, tell me that I've not proven anything, I've not presented any facts. Yeah, I have. I used your
Correct.
claims to prove flat Earth facts with them, like 90 degrees below Polaris. This isn't going to win. You're not going to win like this.
I think the only
Do you
fact
want
we
to
agree
attack
on
me?
here
Do
is
you want to tell me I'm stupid and that I don't understand that I've got no facts? Ah, bless. Oh.
I think the only fact we agree on is that if you're
Polaris
directly under
having 90
Polaris,
degrees below it,
the
flat Earth
elevation angle will
requirement,
be 90
measurement of a flat
degrees.
Earth baseline that's flat, Earth that's measured flat for your radial value. That's what we agree on. Earth measured flat is what we agree on.
Plum
Do you
level
have
square,
any other
Nathan.
response
Plum
that you
level
can
square.
produce?
It's
That is
the end of the
only
discussion.
response
Do you think that
produced
there
all
is
night.
somehow going to be a Weasley way of you getting into this discussion after measuring Earth flat to prove a globe with it? You're not. We're stopping the conversation at the point we measure Earth flat, Dazza. Maybe you don't understand.
Well, no. You're stopping the conversation.
No, you
because
tried to
won't
stuttering,
even
stammer your way through a question
discuss-
about what orbits that I claimed here. I didn't. You
Because
did.
you have nothing beyond
So
that
why have I got to
sentence
have
to
something? It's
repeat
your
every
claim of
time.
orbits. We went through your claim and you have flat Earth measurements in your claim, but you're going to persistently tell me what I haven't got. Oh, mate, it's your
So
claim.
every time
Orbits,
I go
remember?
to
But maybe you chanting through
Every
me
time I
will
go to
help you. Maybe you chanting through me will help you. Maybe you can accuse me of muting you. No, it seems you're chanting through me, Dazza. I didn't make any claims. You did. Orbits. Then we took you through your claim and what it required to make it. A flat Earth measurement. That's what we did. You're going to tell me I didn't present any facts? I did. Polaris measurement. It's called latitude, Dazza. Presented a fact. A flat Earth measurement. Fact that's required in your claim of orbits. Maybe you can reposition this with a bit of spin. Maybe if you stutter long enough, you'll be able to reposition this as my claim. What a pathetic scumbag.
A really good thing that I want to throw in there is like it's called 345, and in building it's called 345,
Yeah, it's a
and it's
triangle.
plumb level square. I want to contest any glober that would go against the 345 because that is literally a plumb level square. That's it. There's no curvature involved, and everything about building is a 3-4-5. Please, any Glober, contest that.
I actually had this debate with one of my workers, yeah, and we measured it out on the ground, and I asked him to curve the line for me and give me the same measurement. Impossible.
That doesn't prove the Earth is flat, though.
Yeah, you just nailed it, AJ.
Remove Brenda. I don't want to talk to her. She's a lying scumbag. Just remove her immediately, please.
You got it. Yes, bully boy.
Yeah, but what is missing here is that GP. GP stands for ground position, which is a single point on the grid system, which is a Cartesian system that we use for navigation. That same Cartesian system works with zero elevation throughout, longitude and latitude. So then you'll find your position on that Cartesian ground position, where all the GPs run parallel to one another.
We measure a flat Earth. Our navigation system is based on Earth being flat. It's that simple. The globe claims come from those measurements. That's why this guy Dazza needs to just casually accept that we're measuring Earth flat and then move on. When we're stopping him going, no, that's the end. We've just measured Earth flat. That's the end of the discussion.
I'm sure that would be a logical fallacy. A flat plane for the elevation angle. If you accept that he needs a flat plane for the elevation angle, so there you go. The only way for you to find your latitude is with an elevation angle to Polaris.
Well, you can do it with a co-altitude angle as well to Polaris.
Well, it's the co-altitude angle that gives you the distance.
Plane. Obviously, you don't know what you're talking about. Co-altitude requires the horizontal plane. You don't know the difference between a zenith and an elevation angle. They're actually the same thing, just in reverse. So you're going to need that horizontal
but we can establish vertical independently, right?
You're going to need
he hasn't finished.
Plane.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Brian, just one sec. Do you mind not muting him, Dazza? Thank you. Brian.
Yeah, so co-altitude angle would be a zenith angle. You're going to need a horizontal plane for that, because the co-altitude angle is from the vertical down to the horizontal, whereas the elevation angle is from the horizontal up to the vertical. So when you bring up the co-altitude angle, what you're actually talking about is the elevation angle, just in reverse. So it makes no difference. It's not an argument. It's just an attempt of tactics.
Yeah. And so we take that co-altitude angle and multiply it by...
Where do you get that from? Where do you get the co-altitude angle from? You don't start
we
with
can measure it straight from vertical,
you have a marine
right?
sextant
Which is what they do with bubble sextants.
That's in a boat with a marine sextant. That's in a boat with a marine sextant. Tell me the rest.
Oh yeah, the marine sextant is just a practicality, right?
Yeah, we're at sea in a boat with a marine sextant. Tell me the rest.
Okay, so you use the horizon, you get the dip angle, you establish a sensible horizon, which is perpendicular to vertical.
What does that mean? Where do you get the dip angle?
It's from your height, from the height to the horizon.
Where do you get the dip angle? Where do you get? You just said you get the dip angle. Where do you get that?
You just said from your height. Height needs a flat plane.
No, Nathan. Where do you get that from? You just said you get the dip angle. Where do you get the dip angle? That's not part of your measurement.
The sextant includes the dip angle. So when you measure with the sextant, it measures from your visible horizon through to the whatever you're measuring.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said. You said you get the dip angle. That just shows you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, so you've got to work out what the dip angle is. What component of the angle is the dip angle?
You don't have to work out what the dip angle is. Completely wrong.
They create a baseline, by the way. You create a baseline.
Just Brian and Dazza. Just everyone else, just for a sec. Just Brian and Dazza. He's already snapped at me, and rightly so.
What's the other name for the dip angle?
The other name for the dip angle?
Yes.
I've only ever seen it referred to as the dip angle.
Have I?
That's
the term that APN used, American Practical Navigator used dip angle.
Dip angle, right, dip angle. What's the other name for the dip angle?
I haven't heard of another name, Brian, sorry.
Right. So what is the dip angle? How do we determine what the correction should be?
It's from the observer height, usually.
Right. So how do we determine that? When do we determine it?
We can do it before we leave, or if we know the properties of, if we're on a ship, at the bridge of a ship, we'll know the height of the bridge.
No, we can't. No. We do. We measure that at port. Right? We don't gate it when we're doing our elevation angle via the horizon and the celestial body. Right? You're trying to change your story now because that's not what you led with. Let's measure that port, and that measurement it then corrects your second measurement, which is between the horizon and the celestial body. And when that correction is done, you have a horizontal plane that's parallel with sea level. Often within the nautical almanac, when they're dealing with production tables, nautical almanac pre-assumes the sea level is your horizontal plane.
Yes, that's right. So you establish, they call it a
if sea
sensible
level is a
horizon, don't
horizontal
they?
plane in the nautical almanac, how are you going to turn that into a globe?
The words that they use in the American Practical Navigator book is that you establish a sensible horizon, and that is the angle.
I don't care
I
don't care what they call it. I don't care what they call it. Right? Your height of eye is your dip correction. That's measured at port. That means if your height of eye is 35 feet above the water underneath your boat at port, then the eye line is 35 feet above the water at the horizon out to sea. You have to correct for that to get your horizontal. You can correct the vertex down to the water, or you can correct the line up to the eye line. It's the same amount of correction. And the corrections in the almanac are for and from a horizontal plane. Those corrections, the amount of seconds and of degree, they're purely based on a horizontal plane. They do not reference a globe at any point. So when you take a measurement of 45 degrees, right, when your measurement is 45 degrees after you've done your dip correction and your incorrectly named celestial refraction correction, which you've done those two things, that means you have 2,700 nautical miles heading for 3,000 statute miles of horizontal measured along the Earth's surface. How is that a globe?
Where did you get that number from? Sorry.
45 degrees will give you 2,700 nautical miles. You should know, considering you were bringing up the very thing that is part of the calculation only a while ago.
Sorry, did you say 35 degrees? You're just a bit noisy.
I'm not noisy. I'm in a completely quiet place. 45 degrees.
45 degrees. So what's 45
It will
degrees?
give you 2,700 nautical miles. Horizontal measure.
Okay, yeah, across the surface of the Earth. Yeah, 45 degrees of arc, 2,700
with sea
nautical miles,
level, sea level in the nautical almanac, and when you correct your elevation angles with the sub reduction tables, the nautical almanac preassumes that sea level is your horizontal. That's 2,700 nautical miles of horizontal sea level.
I still don't understand where that number comes from.
Where the number? You were the one bringing up
where does
the very
45
part
degrees
where we
come
get the
from?
number from. Only earlier, thinking that you had an argument, and now you don't know where it comes from. You're either playing coy or you actually didn't know what you were talking about.
Hold on, Brian. Let me just answer him. Saying, where did
Where
the
does 45 degrees come from?
I got you the first time. From a flat Earth. You need a flat baseline for it. I swear. Acknowledge that for me so we can move on with Brian, please.
I don't know which angles he's referring to.
I just answered your question. Where does the 45 degrees come from? That's what you put to me. I'm answering you. I want you to acknowledge it.
Well, what is the
so
45
I'll answer you
angle?
again because he hasn't acknowledged it. Now he's chanting through me using his mute button. Try that again. Third time. So you ask, where did the 45 degrees measurement come from? From a flat Earth. You acknowledge that so we can move back to Brian, please.
I need to know what the angle is. I don't give a fuck where it's measured
baseline and a line up to the star, this case Polaris, at 45 degrees. It comes from a flat Earth. Can you acknowledge that it comes from a flat... Or you could chant through the fourth attempt, like straight through the top of it. Maybe you'd like to accuse me of chanting. I'm just going to make the fourth attempt, Brian. I can't pass back to you because this unreasonable globe-believing zealot and his flat Earth measurements is incapable of conceding an answer to his own question. Where do we get 45 degrees from? A flat Earth. Can only come from a flat Earth. Line along the ground is the baseline for that 45 degrees. If Earth isn't flat, we're not getting that 45 degrees to answer your question. So for the 5th time to answer your question, 45 degrees comes from a flat Earth. Can you acknowledge that, please? So we can move back to Brian. If not, I've got to remove you. Because we can't deal with intolerable people.
What are we measuring 45 degrees to? That's what I'm
asking. Why
asking.
Are you asking me something when I'm asking you to acknowledge the answer to your first question? Where do we get 45 degrees?
I'm asking, what is the angle
Brian,
45
Brian,
about?
I'm okay to just ask the mods to remove him. At this point, you've
Brian,
made your
can you
point.
please tell me
He's
what
trying
the
to
angle
wrangle it
was?
around I know what he's trying to do. He's either playing completely coy or he's trying to wrangle it around in a different direction. Either way, he either
Why
doesn't know
is
what he's
45
talking about,
degrees
or he thinks
important?
He
I
can
don't
rehash
understand
the same
the angle.
argument again, not realising that
Sorry,
that's already
he's chanting through the top of you, Brian. He's using his fundamentalist religious zealot mute button straight through the top of you. I understand that this is troubling for you, but it would be ideal if, number one, you didn't project that chanting onto me like you did earlier. That would be ideal if you could not do that again. And secondly, we can't move on because you, the zealot, globe believer, can't concede an answer to your own bloody question, which is where do we get 45 degrees from? Answer, a flat Earth. That's where we get it from. On screen for my audience now, while zealots fail to concede that which they've asked question and then got an answer for, is an angle measurement to a GP. This is from a navigation book. And it shows a flat baseline to the GP. This isn't a 45 degree angle, it's less than that, but that's fine. It's an angle with a GP and a flat baseline. So if this was 45 degrees and I was asked, how do we get this 45 degrees? From a flat Earth is my answer. Can I get an acknowledgement of that, Dazza? I don't want to have to remove you. Really not. I don't think Dazza's allowed to take part in the discussion anymore because he's unreasonable. You know, when it comes to asking questions, getting answers, and then just asking me a new question rather than acknowledging it, that's unreasonable behaviour. I'd expect somebody who asks me something about where I get a 45 degree angle from. Actually, ask Brian. He didn't. Brian.
Well, he said latitude 45.
Annoyed me.
Just gonna let Brian round out. It's his point.
Oh, you said latitude 45. Sorry, that's what I was asking.
I didn't say latitude 45. I just said 45 degree angle. Not that it matters.
Yeah,
so 45 was the angle.
Sorry, we're going to get that acknowledgement. Angle, you seem to be talking now. I got a stony silence last time. 6th time. You get the 45 degrees from a flat Earth. You acknowledge that, please? This time I mean it. I'm going to remove you if you don't.
Just remove me because you've got no other answer.
Can you remove Dazza, please? He's a zealot and a coward and cannot concede an answer to his own question, which is that he needs a flat Earth for 45 degrees. He's on screen now are a lot closer to 45 degrees. They're with respect to a flat baseline to the GPs. It's a flat Earth requirement. He couldn't concede that. He's a zealot with a globe belief. Of course he couldn't concede it. Go ahead, Brian. It was your point. I'm sorry to have dragged out the interruption.
No, Aston, no, you did the right thing, Nathan. Because what's happening there is what annoyed me. Normally I don't get annoyed, but I get annoyed when they try to use the zenith angle, which is the co-altitude angle, which is they think they're avoiding the horizontal. Whereas all it is from the vertical, a measurement of 90 from the vertical down to the horizontal. The horizontal is 90 as opposed to with the elevation angle where the vertical is 90. They think they're somehow not avoiding the horizontal, and they're going to try and arc that distance like on the top of a protractor, and then somehow turn the surface of the Earth into an arc length, turning nautical miles into arc lengths, which they're not, they're horizontal. So it annoyed me when he did that. And then when he said what he said about dip correction, I knew he didn't know what he was talking about. What he was doing there was either being coy, or what he was doing, either being coy, or he didn't know what he was talking about. If he was being coy, what he was saying is, where are you getting that 45 degrees? Where are you getting that 45 degrees from? What he was talking about was my reference to 2,700 nautical miles. I only have to say 45 degrees because that's half of 90. And I can then say 2,700 nautical miles. I don't have to mention the co-altitude angle after that. Because if the elevation angle is 45 degrees, then the co-altitude is 45 degrees. So it's just an easy way around it. You don't have to go into the co-altitude angle after that. But I think the main thing is that he thought he had an argument by trying to avoid the horizontal, which is part of the co-altitude angle. It just annoys me when they do that. I don't mind if someone has an argument, but what he has is just pure tactics. He's trying to pretend as if he has good manners, when really all he and an argument. He has no argument and no good manners, just his tactics. Finished.
Yeah, John.
But you're getting angle from the horizontal to the vertical. How in the world is it helping them to get from vertical to the horizontal?
They can't. It's a prerequisite again. It's intrinsically linked.
In any way?
They can't. Intrinsically linked.
What they're going to do is they're going to pre-assume that that angle is making an arc along the celestial dome. But then they're going to try and pre-assume that their globe is in between the celestial dome and the flat plane. So they will eventually move their angle there. Right? And then pre-assume that the surface of Earth is an arc length. They've just measured an arc length of Earth. That's what they're going to do. It's complete nonsense. Avoiding the horizontal, that's part of the co-altitude.
Yeah, the main point out to round out with this is that they must measure Earth flat in the first instance, and what you got to see from that Daza guy is him wrangling a use of a flat plane to then move on to make his globe claim. So I said it in the live show, or we are still live. He needs to take a flat Earth measurement and then infer that flat Earth measurement is utilisable to prove a sphere with it. Now, at the point that any of these globe zealots use a flat Earth measurement from here on forward, and it's what I opened with in this Discord server at the start of this live show, we're going to hold them to task on that. In other words, that's the end of the argument the moment they measure a flat Earth. With that, I'll say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Fortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So, another massive thank you to today's Politics Discord server and G+ panels, and of course a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I believe Click OK will be listening, so big shout out to Craig and staff at Click OK. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.
60 nautical miles per degree, Nathan. That's what you need to describe and explain.
Explain a circle of equal altitude. Which part of a circle of equal altitude you don't understand? That's how you find your latitude. Circle, 360 degrees of a circle of equal altitude. Really? Need to explain? Duh. Unless you don't know the difference between a circle and a sphere.
Dropping and rejoining. You had him, man.
He was just trying to use tactics. It was stupid. Dishonest tactics, is that.
They're stymied now, aren't they? What are they going to do? The moment they have to use a flat plane, which they always do, what are they going to do when we stop them? Well, that's it now. That's it. End of the discussion. You've just measured a flat Earth. No. If I can suggest that this triangle's yours and it's got problems, you're the one using the triangle. But it's your triangle. Well, how does the triangle work that I've just appealed to a need for my claim of a globe? That's how it runs. Pathetic.
Well, Nathan, I'm sorry for stepping on your toes at the end there with that guy Daza, but I knew what he was at and it just annoyed me. Just for the audience, so they understand. Because some people out there, not the regulars, but some people out there may not understand what's happening. What's happening is we're at the point in the debate where Nathan is not going past the point where they need a flat plane. As soon as they get to the point of needing a flat plane, which is the very start of every single globe plane, anything geometric, anything else, any globe plane starts with a flat plane. Nathan is just stopping them there. Don't need to go on after that. We can, right? Obviously, like I was doing there, you can go on, but you don't need to. You just need to stop at the flat plane. So you need a flat plane then before you can claim any of this globe stuff.
You buttering me up. Are you saying all the things I want to hear because you're buttering me up for something? You're going to be asking me for something later.
I wanted to say that at the end of the live show, but you ended. I wanted to throw it in there at the end of the live show, but you ended.
Fair enough. No, I thought the conclusions were all there at the end of it. It was a good time to write out, I promise. It could have done. It can always have an extra 5 conclusions, and that is a good conclusion. But be honest, I would never have expected you to make that conclusion. Because up until this point, you want to do it in a different order. You do it so well, and I love it. It gives me goosebumps when you do. But when you're concluding with the flat plane requirement rather than starting with it, I really like that order. It's not my order, it's yours, and I love it. But, you know, I'm glad that you're reiterating my point alongside it, which I love. You know, yeah, you can stop them there. That's it. You don't need to take them through the process of actually utilising the R-value measured flat for the orbits to show how it can't work spherically after the fact. If you start with that and then conclude with the flat plane that is required to make it work, i.e. Brian's method, that's equally, if not more effective, because you're leading them into a full sense of security, which I really like.
Well, Judy, what you do is you stop them at the right point before they make their claim. So at one point there you said, and I don't really mean it was just a slip of the tongue. You said, I'm stopping you at the flat plane before you get to make your globe, to claim your globe proof or something like that. Whereas they don't have a globe proof. They start with a flat plane, you stop them right there before they get a chance to make the globe claim. The globe claim can only come after the stoppage. After the flat plane, the next thing is a globe claim. You know what I mean? And you stop them before they even get the claim out. They don't even get to make their claim because they've had to admit that they've used the flat plane to start with. You know what I mean? Before they can get to the claim. So it's just like it's hyper debating. So it's like it's like time debating. You're ending it before it starts.
But they can't, can they? In that example today, the guy could not admit it. It's like tentatively accepting it. So he can move on, because in years gone by, it's like, well, now I get to make my globe claim. Now I've got my flat Earth measurement under my belt and no one's noticed. But when we do notice and stop them, they're like, oh, well, I'll tentatively accept it. Or, better still, now you're using it to prove a flat Earth with it, I'll question it. You were the one using it. Now it's under, suspicion of being wrong because I'm using it to prove a flat Earth. So suddenly it needs questioning. The guy didn't know what to do. Like, what do I do? Are you suggesting this, that, and the other with triangles? No, you are.
Using it to prove
gotta move on to
flat
the study
Earth?
of triangles then.
Wait, when have you proven flat Earth? Like what?
Latitude.
All day.
That example, it was with latitude. I don't know if you just joined the stream, whoever's talking. What was your name, sorry?
Face. You can't prove flat Earth with latitude. It's literally a spherical coordinate, longitude and latitude.
How do you measure latitude? It's okay, guys. Chill. Do you know how you measure latitude?
So is that up or across?
I'll ask again. It's a back and forth. You make a claim, I then ask you about the claim you've made. You say it's on a spherical coordinate system. I say, how do you measure it? Do you know?
Do you know it's not a spherical coordinate system?
Do you know how to measure it? That's the response. If you're just going to rinse and repeat your original saying through 16 times, it's not a
formula inside chat. Stop yapping.
You just need to rinse and repeat this 16 times.
It's called azimuth. Do you know what that is?
Spherical. No challenges allowed. No response will be listened to. No questions can be asked. I'm asking you a question about that which you've just claimed.
Yeah, it's inside
you say
chat,
spherical coordinate system. Okay. We also make a measurement of it. Now, presumably, he's just simply not listening and chanting through every word, so he doesn't have to listen to the question. How do we measure latitude? Third time, Face.
With azimuth, champ. It's in the formula in the side chat. You see the Z? AZ stands for azimuth. Now, how the hell is azimuth flat? It's right there.
It's not
Thanks,
a measure.
Mighty.
Sorry, azimuth is not a description of a... Azimuth's not the description of the measurement. You want to try that again?
It is when it's spherical. You can't stop playing games.
How do we measure it? Just describe the process of measuring latitude. What do we do?
Okay. Let me type it in Google and post a screenshot. So
do you not know? It seems like you don't know how we measure latitude.
Oh, why don't you tell me?
Maybe you could just chant through the top of me, humiliating your dumbass who doesn't know how we measure it.
You're not though. How about
I am. You don't know how we measure it. I've asked you 6 times and you haven't answered.
No.
Maybe if you get really close to your mic, you'll overcome.
Like you just did it really loudly.
Humiliation that you're now suffering.
Clown show, absolutely.
We know how you measure latitude. You're challenging.
No, you should know because you said you have proof that actually is for flat Earth. So you go ahead and prove that. I'll wait.
For my audience benefit, he stopped listening. He's switched off. He's now just chanting through me. You don't know how you measure latitude, mate. That's obvious. Or you're told me.
It's already posted, bro. Why are you ranting so much?
We're having a discussion. This is a voice chat. Tell me.
Why do I have to keep telling you? You just said you have.
Because you're the one making a claim about it. Yeah.
When did I make a claim, by the way?
When you said it's on a spherical coordinate system.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. No, mate, you're making claims
Here,
and we're
here,
challenging them.
here.
You getting
I'm
really
sorry.
defensive
I'm not
like
used to
and
this
shouting as loud
rapid
as possible
crackheaded
around the
pace.
top
So
of
let
my
me
response
calm
to your
down,
claims.
get the
It's not going to
formula, post
overcome
it,
how I'm
and then I
challenging
want
you.
an actual sound
Eventually, I'll get
response
tired
from
of
you,
you and
not
ask the
this
moderators
drunkard
to remove you
British
because you
under
keep
the
chanting
bridge
stuff
fucking
topic.
squalor.
The audience's benefit, every time you see Face's light flashing, that is him ignoring what I'm asking him. It's the 7th time I'm asking how you measure latitude. If he doesn't
Is
answer
that
this time, I'm just gonna ask the mods to remove you if you don't answer me this time.
is that Matt Nuclear on the soccer account?
Don't know. Can you unmute him so he gets
No,
at least the last opportunity to answer my question of how you measure latitude? You're useless to us, Face. All you can do is chant through the top of me as loud as you can. It's not going to work. Useless. Can you tell us how you measure latitude? Okay.
I just
Right, do you wanna
posted a
pop him back on?
screenshot. Do you want me to read it to you?
Tell me how you measure latitude, please.
Geocentric latitude. That's what it's known as. Geocentric. You see the also known as spherical latitude
No.
in side
Correct.
chat. So I want you to explain how the hell you just redefined this
He hasn't
term.
told me
That's
how we
fully
measure
defined.
it. He's given me a description he got from
I
Wiki
literally
that
just
doesn't
did
include
it
the
since
description
side
of the
chat.
measurement
All right, I'm
itself,
done
so
with
he's
you.
useless to us. He's not actually answering me. He's just directing me to his wiki search.
Can I ask you a question, Nathan?
Yeah, sure.
Is the surface of a sphere two-dimensional or three-dimensional?
3-dimensional.
Is latitude and longitude a two-dimensional coordinate system?
Yes.
So how could the surface of a sphere be a two-dimensional coordinate system?
It won't.
Exactly.
We were never going to get there in a reasonable manner. Face was the type of person that needs to chant his wiki search that has got the word globe in it a couple of times, and then ignore the questions that are put to him, like, how do you measure it? I'll tell you how you measure it. It's an angle measurement off a flat Earth.
Can't get around it.
Same Face. Yeah, we could have had a discussion back and forth, but, you know, you just wanted to chant like a zealot. Like someone in pain with a flat Earth, pointing at how their Earth's measured flat. This is obviously very, very difficult for you. Oh, it's just dropped. Oh, unless he's chanting through me, he doesn't
Can
want to
you
hear
hear me?
me.
Yes.
Anybody else? Hopefully someone that is a bit more reasonable than that Face guy. Everyone check it out in the politics server?
They're all scared of you now.
Pardon me, can you hear me?
Yeah, we do.
I can hear you, John.
Yeah, Reg, Joe, you're hot
Yeah,
micing, mate.
that other guy, when he said up and across,
Hold on just a sec, John. Reg, can you... Oh, someone's serving me to him. Carry on, John.
yeah, when he said up and across, talking about azimuth, up vertically, across horizontally, that gives you spherical? Really? Demonstrate.
Oh, dear.
That was in my back pocket, his use of azimuth and altitude. We didn't get to that. He just shouted through the top of me.
Well, what's funny is he said, how was azimuth? Flat plane. Like, are you serious, buddy? Have you ever researched anything to do with that in your claim?
No, he's done a Google search on the spot.
Exactly.
You can't laugh in the moment. You want to entice out an actual discussion with them, though, rather than just laugh in their face at that point.
Yeah, but you can't help it.
You want to say something? Is it QS? Saying that right? It's like QS. Q something. QN. Q something. You there? Saw your light flashing a second ago. Ugh. In that case, Q, can you pop yourself on mute so you don't hot mic? Is there anybody else in this Discord server that wanted to challenge us in terms of our flat Earth proof Polaris used in this live show that's just gone? Anybody wanted to challenge that? We'll carry on chit-chatting amongst ourselves.
Hey, what is the proof?
Come on, who's
Well,
next?
that was the flat Earth.
There we go. As soon as we get a response, G+ answers me. Who was that? Go ahead.
I just asked what your proof is.
Attitude was the one that was used by the opponent in the last discussion. The opponent used it. He took his example and proved a flat Earth with it. Were you not here?
No, I wasn't here for that. Sorry.
Fine. We took our opponent's evidence that he was going to use a flat Earth measurement to then move forward and claim a globe with. So in that case, it was our opponent's. You're familiar with elevation angle measurements to Polaris, otherwise known as latitude? What's your name, by the way? Lost something.
Yes, I
Soul.
am familiar with latitude.
There you go. Earth's measured flat.
Well, it's because it's measuring a map, though, not the actual Earth.
Right,
You know
you
that,
think when you go out and measure the stars with the sextant, you're measuring a map?
No, longitude and latitude is based on a flat map. That's what it's based on.
Used on a
Not the actual Earth.
It's used on a flat map, but it's measured on a flat Earth. In reality.
Can you explain to me where exactly it's measured on a flat Earth?
On Earth. Surface of it. Flat. Surface of Earth. That's where.
Oh, man. You understand why this isn't proof that the Earth is flat, right?
Maybe you can explain why measuring a flat Earth isn't a measurement of a flat Earth. Go ahead.
Because longitude and latitude is not based off a measurement of Earth. It's not.
Okay. Like the last guy, how do you measure latitude? Don't just laugh straight in his face, although it is hilarious. We'll laugh about it after. How do you measure latitude, my friend? Soul.
Using the azimuth of a map.
So, welcome to flat Earth. Azimuth is flat.
No, the map is flat, not the Earth.
Yeah, and we're measuring it. Yes, okay, we'll try.
We're measuring the map, not the Earth.
It seems that we didn't. Now, is this where your chanting begins, and you're going to start talking through the top of me because it's the third attempt? Is this where you're going to do what the last guy did? Just start chanting straight through me.
I'm not
Tell
chanting,
me.
brother.
Do you want to shut up while I ask you again because you haven't answered? How do you measure?
This guy's real upset.
Projection too. How do you measure latitude on Earth? In reality.
You don't measure latitude on the Earth. You measure latitude on a map. And the map correlates to the Earth.
This guy's an idiot. Shut up. Shut up, you stupid boy. No, you do not. You're stupid. You don't have a place at the table anymore. You've demonstrated yourself ignorant. You don't know how it's measured. Shut up. Don't laugh. You're an idiot. You don't know how the measurement's done like the last guy. Why do you have some humility, you bloody globe-believing zealot? If you don't know something, just say, I don't know.
I think he was half trolling.
Well,
John.
he was listening to the discussion and trying to figure out a way to invalidate the measurement. That's what he was doing.
It's not the Earth, Nathan. Only the map. It's not the Earth. Fact two, it's not the Earth. GPS,
Yeah,
it's not the Earth. Celestial navigation, it's not the Earth. Everything is not the Earth. When are we going to actually be referencing the Earth? The very thing we're supposed to be navigating.
Only if it's a globe, Brian.
If it's a spherical coordinate system that's definitely not an Earth measurement, then it's proving it's spherical. Right? As soon as we point out how the measurement's actually measured with respect to the ground, well, that has nothing to do with it. It's just a map. What do you think you're doing when you're out at sea and you're measuring angles to stars? What do you think you're doing? Oh, we've got nothing. We're just in isolation. We're below deck with a map. That's how we're measuring. No, we aren't. You don't know how this is done. You're just another globe-believing idiot, lost
But
soul.
then to say that you're measuring not off the map, like what? Like what is the assumption being made here? The only thing that you're saying is you're not sure about the equations. That's all you're saying. Like, do the actual fucking thing, do the study, and then come
Don't swear.
back. Right?
Please don't swear.
My bad, my bad.
We're not measuring from a map. We're measuring from Earth. Ground, which is flat, Lost Soul.
But they even don't want to address their own spherical surface at times. It's like it's always not the Earth, whether they are believing it's a globe or flat. It's always not the Earth. Like, oh no, coordinates nothing to do with the Earth. I mean, what's the point of them then? But I mean, coordinates of what?
Positions on Earth that are not the Earth because they're flat. Oh, no, they are still the Earth. It's just flat.
Yeah, he's trying to find his position on that map with longitude and latitude lines.
And the proof is in the pudding. It consecutively measures flat.
Right. But, 10 years ago, there was flat earthers arguing against celestial navigation, just as a point of order. It's interesting how the tables have turned, isn't it?
Very. I just get projection. Oh, you're getting upset about this? No, I'm not, no.
I didn't know they require an angle to Polaris, but fine.
Broke up, George, but we've got the main bit. You notice how everyone around you knows how we get this measurement, Lost Soul? Off the top of their head without any wiki searching. Really not. Any more for any more?
It's not the Earth.
It is the Earth.
Even though when it comes to their own spherical Earth, they'll deny it in GPS. They'll deny they are addressing the Earth at all.
That's correct.
Are we done here, Lost Souls? Is that the end of your bit?
We'll deny it's we'll say it's a fraction. Which
Anybody else?
Give it time, Nathan. Give it time. It's Freaky Friday. They'll be coming.
And carry on recording and get some milk.
A lot of the Globers in here are waiting for you to leave so they can start talking again. I know who's in here.
I mean, I can do that in a way. I've run out of milk and I do want coffee, so I could go and get milk, which means I've literally got to step away.
I mean, while you're at it, right?
I'm not getting you nothing. Don't ask. I'm not getting you anything.
We'll keep the conversation going. Go get your beverage.
Well, I'll see how it goes. I'll slip away surreptitiously as the conversation starts. Or
Get us a
not.
Mars bar, Nathan.
Come again?
Get us a Mars bar while you're out, bro.
And there's always one. Your own bloody Mars bar.
You're gonna get it for him. Enough. All right. Oh, it is old dude. Fair enough.
Get a bit frustrating when, like I said, with that Daza guy, that was not infuriating, but frustrating. Different reasons for Brian and myself in terms of our frustration. Right, Brian's frustration is in their attempt to incorporate their globe evidence and curve, which one was it? Nautical miles. It's deceptive. Yeah. My frustration is in the tentative acceptance of the fact that we measure flat. Because they all, well, not they all, the ones that are a little bit higher up, that guy seems smart. So he seems to understand how it works and understands and starts stuttering at the points that he has to understand and concede for his own claim to move forward. An understanding of a flat earth measurement for his claim to move forward is something that he kind of has to accept. Really doesn't want to make it too obvious. You're like, well, that's frustrating. Okay, but let me ask you something. That's not an acceptance of the flat Earth measurement that we're going to be moving forward with. Now is it? When you go, okay, well, I've got a question for you. Yeah, tentative acceptance isn't going to do it. Yeah, I'm really going to be rubbing your nose in your own piss when it comes to this flat Earth measurement you need.
Yeah, that stuttering and stammering, boy, that is such a giveaway. They're scrambling instead of just acknowledging it. They'll scramble around, stutter, stammer, to come up with nothing.
In the words of Protothad, if y'all could just get past this flat plane, I could show you how it's a globe.
That's what they try to do, and Nathan holds them there. Well, you got problems with this, the puppies of this triangle. Who cares? You just measure us flat along with us. Stay right there. Don't go nowhere.
Yeah, you've got problems with your origin story. Oh, well, that's a big problem for me. Not. I don't care. If you've got a problem with this triangle, it's needed in your claim. Will be
Just
quite a
don't
few
mention
people.
90.
Oh, George.
Just don't mention 90. It will be fine.
I hope the audience is picking up on it. The fact that they need this flat Earth measurement for them to move forward with their globe claim. Hearing it happen live is fantastic. Hearing somebody stuttering and stammering their way around the fact that they need to tentatively accept the fact that Earth's measured flat for them to make their globe claim. To my knowledge, that's the first time that's happened. Is it the first time? It might not be. But either way, that's a chance for the audience to see it unfolding. Hey, why doesn't he just say no? No, we don't measure Earth flat. Why is it okay, but let's just move on without you realising I've accepted the flat Earth I'm going to be needing to move forward with my globe claim? That's what actually happened. Hopefully it's telling to the audience.
No, it is, Nathan. It is. Trust me. They're hearing this, and they're seeing it happening right before their eyes.
It's the server I want to appeal to. The audience to a second extent, but on Freaky Friday, as you put it, I want the server to hear it. So that they go, oh, they need a flat Earth for their globe claim. Well, I'll hold them to task on it.
No, I just have a 90 degree to the surface, but it's not the surface.
The ground. Ground position. It's not the ground.
You're not measuring the Earth flat. It's the maps.
So often find there's a lot of their claims start with a flat plane and finish with a flat plane, but they'll insert a globe or at least a celestial dome that they'll call a hemisphere in the middle of those two places. They'll often start and end in the same place, but they'll bring you around in a circle, sometimes literally, to get there.
Yeah, they will need a horizontal plane. They will need a horizontal plane. Spheres, they don't have horizontal planes.
Hey, go ahead, Neil.
Is Brian describing the globe burger?
Oh, I can
Not
give
necessarily, but yes.
examples with.
I'm answering for you. I'm saying yes, he is describing the globe burger, but that's just part of it. What he's saying is, if you're measuring an angle, this is Brian's explanation, right? You measure an angle off a flat Earth. You then derive a flat plane. Then you wrap a celestial sphere around it. Then you infer that you've got light coming from a massive distance away. Explain how that angle in the centre of what is now hell works on a curved surface when you've got an angle from the curved surface. And then you can start going backwards from there rather than me going forwards from the origin of a flat Earth, which is to say you start on the surface of a sphere with a tangent plane that doesn't have GP points meeting it. But to make GP points meet it, you transpose that tangent plane Dingleberry Earth description of a measurement that isn't giving you an angle into hell on an equatorial plane, with the globe wrapped around you on a flat plane, and the celestial sphere wrapped around that. So you're starting with a tangent plane, that's a flat Earth, that isn't going to function for measurements, but blags that you've got the flat plane you need to measure, and puts it, as you're describing a globe, into hell on a flat plane. So you're starting with a flat plane, explaining why that flat plane is actually referencing a dingleberry dangling beneath it, and then, because you've explained that you've got a globe Earth somewhere in this process, you can justify your ending up on a flat plane in the middle of hell. You start with a flat plane because you've got a globe to end on a flat plane, right, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, celestial navigation and GPS, it's the same thing happening with both of them. But one, they both start in different positions. So GPS will start at a flat plane in the center of a globe, and it'll end up as a flat plane on the surface of Earth, right? Whereas celestial navigation starts with a flat plane on the surface of Earth. I'm only talking about within their globe paradigm. Whereas celestial navigation will start with a flat plane on the surface of Earth and end up with as a flat plane through the center of a globe. I mean, so, but they're both starting and ending with a flat plane, no matter what they do. No matter if it's celestial navigation, GPS, or if it's aerospace, anything. Everything they do, surveying, no matter what it is, they start with flat plane and they end with flat plane. All the time. It's all the nonsense they do in between that allows them to believe that they're on a globe.
Exactly.
I thought Dazzler had a good question. Why would I be calculating for a R value if it's a plane? I was like, that's a good question. Why would you?
Yeah, I didn't want to say that because Nathan, you were in the swing of it, but I started laughing. I was hanging out watching on the watching line, and I was laughing when I heard that. So it's like, yeah, why would you?
It's a flipping of the burden, isn't it? He's asking me that question, isn't he?
He's tried that several times, yeah. Well, why don't you
he was.
Sorry, John.
Yeah, I was. It's hard not to laugh. It's like, yeah, that's a good point, buddy. Let's not calculate for a radius. That's a good idea. Thank you.
A spherical radius. I don't mind radial values for areas of equal elevation in the case of Polaris and latitude. Yeah, you can describe every single one of them with an R value. It's not the same R value, obviously. It gets smaller as you approach it. But ultimately, the description with R for those flat circles, fine. It's the extrapolation thereafter. The minimum elevation to Polaris giving you an outside edge of a spherical value in terms of that R. Now he's asking, why would I calculate for a spherical R value if I'm measuring it flat? Good question.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was giggling like, yeah, I guess you wouldn't. That's the answer. You wouldn't.
Unless you need
But how are they not getting that?
Unless you need out-of-the-box Keplerian thinking to make better predictions about things that you can't quite explain at that particular point in history. Like retrograde motion. It's now described. If you're going to have a better predictive basis to measure that out and then map it into a system that doesn't really exist in physical reality but is a mathematical version of that measurement of a flat Earth, you end up with heliocentrism. Well, yeah, that's great outside of the box thinking, and it may give you better predictive capabilities for when Easter will be. It doesn't mean we're standing on a bleeding sphere, we're measuring it flat.
Well, the question he asked was only to himself. Sorry.
Yeah, it was more introspective. You know, he was asking that of himself. He wasn't asking you. You just happened to be the guy he was reflecting it off of.
Reflecting it off me or otherwise, he's still asking it to me. And as far as I'm concerned, I take these things at face value. I'm not going to read between the lines and infer introspection when he's just asking me, why would I measure this spherical radial value, to paraphrase his question. Like, as far as I'm concerned, that's just a flipping of the burden. We're going to just stay exactly where we are. So we are measuring it flat then. I don't care about your introspection. I don't care about your burden of proof reversal. Just admit that you're measuring it flat so we can move forward. Now, I keep saying so we can move forward to him. So that in his mind, he's like, yeah, once I can see that I need this flat Earth measurement for my globe claim, we can move forward, right? Once he actually just proven Earth's flat, why would we move forward? Oh yeah, of course, forgot. You still need to justify your globe religion, don't you? After measuring Earth flat, and that's precisely how you have, up until now, justified your globe religion. Measure Earth flat and then introduce the globe religion after the fact, right? Me, now, the moment you measure Earth flat, stop, that's it, we've done with, that's it, our part here is over.
Yeah, but that triggers them, Brian, because then when Nathan does that, he gets told, you are the most horrible human being.
That was almost verbatim. Horrible human being.
With them.
Oh, Brian,
sorry, John, I'll go back to you.
It's me rumpusing you. Go ahead, Brian, then John.
Oh, okay, sorry, I thought it was John. No, what I do is different, right? How I deal with the ball is different.
We're just stopping them from doing it. It's us, and we're horrible human beings.
Next.
We got to reference the plane a little bit.
You know, the lad Daza earlier, he made your point for you, Nathan, in the middle of you debating them, because at one point, I think it was a Pokerphone or someone mentioned something about a flat plane, or gave a reference to where a flat plane is needed, and he went, yeah, and then tried to build a globe claim off of it. Straight away, nearly like it was like trained into him. So as soon as he got that flat plane, he went to try and build a globe claim. Immediately he tried to make a globe claim, and you stopped him. He went to make a globe claim based off of the flat plane that a Pokerphone, I think it was a Pokerphone, or George or someone, off of the flat plane that they just got him to accept and reference. But yeah, and then straight into attempted globe claim. It's like, hang on a minute. You don't just go from a flat plane to a globe. You know what I mean?
That is exactly what they have to do. That's how their religion's based. That's how their religions come to fruition. So, like we've been saying since the start of 2024, the moment you point out where their origin story lies, they can't deny it. So, at best, so far, we've got this Daza guy with his tentative acceptance, and then as long as it's not coming from me, it's coming from a Pokerthon that starts with the premise of a flat plane we're measuring, he can accept it, then, like you say, build his globe claim on it. They need a flat Earth.
Well, look, this is my point years ago. Look at Kepler's Analemma. Where did he get the measurements for that? He had to make them, or someone had to make them, in reality, which are angles of a flat plane. So his Analemma is a mathematical derivation, including the Keplerian model, or paradigm of a solar system, after he's measured all this stuff in reality, looking up at the very sun that you and I would look up at and have to take angles of a flat plane to. So his Analemma came from what? Where did all the measurement? Where did he get all the measurements? All this? I know it came from the ephemeris. He just hijacked the ephemeris. The point is any measurements he made, he had to reference the Earth as flat to make them. And he went on to create a heliocentric globe paradigm. It's like, no, that's just, no.
That's where their globe origin story begins. So they can't deny it, because a denial of the flat plane measurement that the system they're believing in, standing on, has its origins there. So you can't deny it. What are they going to do? So long as nobody notices
that they've accepted a flat plane's been measured to move forward with their globe claim. As long as no one notices, just seems like the prevalence in the discussion is the globe bit. Not anymore. Oh, you need the flat Earth for that, don't you? Yeah, well, we're going to stop right here. That's it. That's a good one. Earth measured flat. For you, not me. What's that? I need to justify these triangles. No, they're used to give you an R value in your claim that you just made. I need to explain them, do I? No. You guys need a flat Earth more than we do.
Yeah, because after it's a case of like with that lad earlier, Daza. He went, yeah. As soon as a flat plane was referenced by, I don't know who, one of the people on Discord, and he went, yeah, and I went to make a globe claim. Instantly, reality was being hijacked. That's what they do. They hijack your reality and then try and turn it into something it's not. It's like they're gaslighting you while also gaslighting themselves, if you understand what I mean. It's a self-gaslight that they're trying to promote outward.
Most of what they do, or most of what we experience in this debate, Brian, is projection. Whole idea that we need to start explaining things with models and suns floating on planes that are azimuth or equidistant projections and such like is purely off the back of people who are in shell shock because they found this information out and spew all of their concerns out into the realm that we're in. And, lots of people go around going, oh, look at all this puke lying around. I better lick this up and regurgitate it again with an answer. Like, why? These are just their concerns. When people express their understanding, then realise the flat earth is required, and then ask questions about why people would lie. Who cares? Measured flat, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter what your concerns about the lies of the world around you are now you found this out. They're completely non sequitur. Who cares? Flat Earth, as an arena, spends 90% of the time explaining answers to these concerns that people have. Like, why would they lie? The motive is irrelevant. It's measured flat.
Yeah, the why would they lie puts you in a false dichotomy where it's either true or they're lying. That's a false dichotomy.
Remember years ago, it was one of the first things that was one of the first short pieces of video or pieces of information that was expanded out throughout the flat earth community back in 2015, let's just say, and onwards. Remember, I can't remember the man's name now, he's famous. He was talking about the horror of a preferred position or something, where it was shown. Someone might be telling me there. It was shown that
Edwin Hubble.
Oh yeah, there. Edward Hubble. Is that Eli? Is it Edward Hubble? Edward Hubble. Yeah, the horror of a preferred position, I think he said. It's like, why is that a horror? It's like when you're stopping them at the flat plane, you're showing them that very thing. That his reaction there was the same as showing them the flat plane. It's like you just used a flat plane there before you made your claim. Your claim required a flat plane. You know what I mean? It's like, well, they just go past that part. You know what I mean? You know, it's kind of a nerve. I don't want to think about that part. You know, that's what you have. You know, it's like, I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about this position that where I actually might be at the center of all this. No, I don't want to think about that. That's too daunting. The flat plane thing is the same. It's just maybe on a slightly smaller, more local level. But as you point out to them, they're using a flat plane for their claim. They're getting a similar. You're getting a similar reaction out of them internally.
Maybe that's why they put the angles in hell, because that's where they feel like they're taking them from.
Yeah. Yes, John. I'm very happy to hear you're here. Yeah, in the hell, maybe people don't understand what you're saying. They add in the hell. That's in the middle of the earth. You have to take the reference point, if you're on a spherical Earth, to the middle of the Earth to make it flat. That's the middle, that's the circle inside the spherical Earth. So that's the explanation that that the guys are teaching celestial navigation. Oh, now we have to do the tricks. Now we have to go think about you're going inside the Earth in the middle part. Why are you doing that? To make it a plane. Because all of this navigation, there's a reference to a flat plane, reference plane. And exactly that you have, John, said so often, they are making a celestial globe over it from the middle of the Earth. It's very, very clever, and it's not so easy for people to understand. Can you say something about that, John?
Yeah, that's what I was saying is where Brian. Go ahead, Brian.
No, I'll go after you, John.
I was just saying the idea of a preferred for the position within the universe is a horror. The idea that you're taking angle measurements from the surface of Earth or from a flat plane, you must be in hell.
Well,
yeah, but
what they do is...
sorry, before you answer this, I am talking about the explanation from the educator that educate people how to navigate and so on and so on. They say how to do it. Then the explanation of it has no reality to anything. They are very, very hard to deliver and tell people what they are meaning. Yeah, you have to think of it like you're going in the middle of the Earth. If you have to think about it, you cannot just say what it's about, then it's wrong. What are you talking about? Yeah, you have to go in the middle of the Earth to make it flat. The middle of the Earth is the North Pole in the middle, and the big circle around. That is what we are doing in the education system but in reality we have using all the instruments are flat measurement. But explanation.
The reality is being done on the surface.
But what they do, just so people are aware, this happens in astronomy with every single measurement they do in astronomy to the celestials, but this happens in celestial navigation as well. They use the same exact thing in both disciplines. When they bring that angle to the center, to their equatorial plane, they pre-assume that it's vernal equinox. And at vernal equinox, they can then, because their equatorial plane is in alignment with their celestial plane, which is at the baseline of the celestial dome of it, right? They then extend that equatorial plane out in all directions into the celestial plane, which means they end up, right, mathematically with a much huger flat plane. But they do more than that. The next step is to pre-assume that massive flat plane is then stationary and that the celestials are moving. So people don't realize that in astronomy and celestial navigation, everything happens mathematically once they bring it to the center of their globe at vernal equinox, which gives them a much more massive flat plane to work with that's stationary. They deal with mathematically moving celestials. So a massive stationary flat plane with a moving sky. And that's their globe proof.
Yeah, you'll need a flat plane. On summed it at best. You guys need a flat plane more than we do.
Never a true statement has been made.
Okay, well, we're going to hang around for maybe 20 minutes more. This server. So, if there is anything anybody wants to quiz us on or challenges on, feel free.
I would just say I'm very helpful that we have people like John and Brian and so on that is really given time to go through all the material that they have to do to explain this misunderstanding. It's absolutely, just nice to call it a misunderstanding. What you think is, or what it is. It's very, very easy to understand. How can we tell it very, very easily? Not so complicated. Like Nathan will say, yeah, the Earth is measured flat. That is the easy way to say it. And then the next question is, how? It's a celestial navigation. What's that? Yeah, you aim to the sun, for example. You take the elevation angle. People don't know what elevation angle is. So maybe it's better to say you aim to the sun. That's a straight line, and that is called elevation angle. And the point you're standing on, that's the baseline. And the baseline goes to the GP onto the sun that they are aiming to. And that's the elevation. That will give you 90 degrees, and also that's called right angle triangle. And we are talking about very, very long distance. How can we know the distance? We don't know the distance. We can know the distance because of the almanac. We know where the sun is in that time, and where you are. Therefore, we know the distance. We don't know the distance in the beginning. We have to go in the table of known places.
Right. What you're saying is we've got to derive the systems in the first instance, like latitude, in order to be able to use this system, where we then measure Earth flat with angles to stars and use the almanac and such like. The starting basis for the system is measurements to Polaris, right? For latitude, well, longitude as well, obviously, but that's the starting point.
You are a fucking retard.
Who said that?
No, but okay. I have not
Why are
finished.
you swearing at me? What are you doing, Johnny? Why are you swearing at me?
I wasn't Johnny.
It wasn't Johnny.
Was it
That
not?
was somebody saying that too, Johnny.
Oh, sorry. That's to say. Bit off the cuff for you, Johnny.
There was a little non sequitur after you just backed him up as well, really. So
Sounded just like him.
It did sound a bit like him. Thought it initially. I'm like, that must be someone else because it's so. Okay. Anyway, Johnny, carry on. Sorry.
I'm not well for you, Englishman, because I'm not English. I'm an Englishman in New York. Also, you know.
Yep, it's not flat with a retard.
Probation.
Anyway.
You know, your hands and all touching that dope and all that shit.
Oh.
Anyone who believes in flat Earth touches kids.
You remove this
come
guy.
on
He's
and
swearing
talk
in my
about
show.
it. Let's see
You
what
just
you
get
got,
rid of him.
tough guy.
Neil, you just get rid of this guy. He's swearing. Just get rid of him.
I will just finish my statement, if it was a statement or clarification of the situation. And
Just one
also,
sec,
you
Johnny.
have to
Just one sec. We're not here to counsel people because they're in pain over this subject, right? So coming in here and swearing at us isn't going to help your pain. Okay?
Okay, I will finish now, and I will say because of the GP and under the sun, you will have a circular altitude that you cannot, nobody can deny. And that, if you have that, well, how can you have a 3959 miles radius? If you have a 20,000 miles in every circle around your GP, and if you repeat the circular altitude, then you have thousands of miles in a straightaway.
That's a lot of flat.
It is. So I think it's just to finish and rest my case.
add a little bit to what you were saying, Nathan. This is kind of the proof. We've had other people come on, ballers come on, and put this grid system onto a pyramid, onto a cube. In this case, in the 1500s, they've put it into the Fool's Cap, and you can do that. You draw the grid system. It doesn't matter even if you make it this rough heart shape, but you section it up and apply it to the grid system that's already been developed. You can change the shape of individual squares within the grid. As long as each point still fits, it'll all still fit, to the point that we've got a working map in the shape of a face. All of those points are just placed on the face. The grid is overlaid onto the face, it's overlaid onto the ball, and the pre-existing grid system will still work. You'll get distortions, as you see there, look. But the grid still works, and it would still function as a map.
To the guys in Discord, AI was causing a load of audio chaos. Hopefully you got the most of that. Is there anybody else in Discord that wanted to have a chit chat with us? Oh, we'll be saying farewell till next week.
I did have like a super basic question for the whole panel. Are you guys theistic or atheistic, and does that have an effect on does that influence your flat Earth belief at all?
Okay, good question. But
who wants that?
Just 1 sec. If you do get back involved, can you just back off your mic like 6 or 8 inches because you're very overloaded? Okay, no, it doesn't make any difference to Cooper.
Sorry, the mic sucks.
You just need to back off it about 6 or 8 inches. Get further away from it, it'll be fine. Anyway, it doesn't make any difference. Fair enough. In the meantime, just pop yourself on mute because we do want to get to your question eventually. No, it doesn't make any difference. The measurement of Earth, how Earth is measured, makes no difference in terms of my affinity with God.
Yeah, I disagree there.
Free.
Only in the fact that you come to this topic, atheist, theist, doesn't really matter. Once you get to the nuance of this topic and you start to look at it, and there is the old quote that at the bottom of the cup, there's God waiting for you. So how you get here, I would say, is irrelevant. But once you hear certain implications, will, to me, make you theist.
Yeah, you can't not end up knowing there is a creator, even if you're an atheist beforehand. If you go into the nitty gritty, there's just no way around it. It's not a belief in the earth being flat, and not a belief in a creator. There has to be a creator.
Take themselves.
Yeah, although I do agree, I've I've had this conversation with other atheists before about the whole globe versus flat Earth thing, and usually the question comes up as to what the motivation behind the lie, or what could the governments or scientific institutions possibly be gaining from lying to us about the Earth as a globe. In fact, is the exact opposite, being a stationary flat plane. And usually for me, I kind of tell them, just in the most basic way, it's meant to hide God. And to them, and I've had a few atheists come back and tell me, well, no, that's not, it's not necessarily the case that God exists, even if the Earth is flat. So I'm wondering how you would respond to that.
Yeah, but you're going into a step. You're going to step there that is not necessary. About why would they lie, kind of thing. It doesn't matter. The point is that certain things, you went to the nitty gritty of it, certain things in reality make it impossible for there not to have been a creator, for there not to be a creator. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter whether people want to think about why someone would lie. You know what I mean? It's like most people aren't. They just don't know any difference. It's just wrong. Most of them are just wrong. Few of them are liars, astronauts, and this, that, and everything. But most people are just wrong. It's that simple. You know, when you accept reality, there's no way around it. There's just no way around it. There has to be a creator. It's that simple.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the people who deny it are just pretty much like coping at that point. That's really all it is. It's a big
Yeah, but if you're talking about the Earth and what it is physically or geometrically, that's slightly different from whether it's created or not. But there's certain things within physics and within biology and just natural law. The easiest one is the first law of thermodynamics. Neither matter nor energy can be created nor destroyed. The part they don't put in at the end of that is via nature, because they're natural law. If you understand them, there's no need to put in that caveat. That is what they're saying. That means nature did not and could not create itself. That means nature has to have been created. It means no Big Bang, which required matter and energy to exist prior to the Big Bang. Understand? That's it. First law of thermodynamics. You don't need to go further than that. Literally. And people might deny it. Right? They might want to get into the minutiae of it and try and find some there isn't a wrangle way around it. It's that simple. The Earth only recycles. It does not create matter nor energy. That means something else had to create those things.
Yep, I agree.
You there, AJ? How are we for time? Okay, well, I'll assume we're okay for time for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Nathan, on you go. I think AJ dropped earlier on, but yeah, carry on, bro.
We'll give it another 10 or so minutes and then we'll do farewell. Invite any other Globe believers to come along next week if they need to. I was very pleased with Daz's tacit acceptance. In a way, I'm more pleased that he didn't just say, yes, Nathan, we must measure Earth flat. His tacit acceptance was better because it shows his motivation. He needs to accept the flat plane measurement to move forward with his globe claim. He can't just deny it.
Are you saying that he's actually making... Sorry, are you saying he's actually making progress?
No, I'm saying it's very useful for the audience. Progress? No. For him to progress, he would have to overtly accept the Earth measurement that he is using as a flat Earth measurement. He can't. He's in cognitive dissonance. Yeah. While he needs to accept it because he's going to move forward and prove that the Earth's a sphere with it. In his mind, it's I'll be proving an Earth's a sphere with it. It being the flat Earth measurement that's used. But if it's just it, rather than a flat Earth measurement, he can delude himself that he's proved a sphere with it. That isn't making him move forward, but the audience hears that and goes, okay, he's not saying no every time Nathan demands that he accepts the flat Earth measurement. Why doesn't he just say no? Surely we better measure it sphere-shaped. Well, they're not getting that. They won't get that because they will be using a flat Earth measurement to claim a globe with it. It's his tacit acceptance. As opposed to just saying no, we don't measure Earth flat. Which if it was globe shaped, we definitely wouldn't be measuring Earth flat, would we? We do because the globe isn't real. It comes from measurements and they're of Earth and Earth is flat. No way around it for them.
No, he's not making progress. Definitely not. He's in a lot of pain and wants to tell me I'm a nasty human being when I point out Earth requires it be measured flat for his claim. Then I'm a nasty human being.
Horrible human being.
Wait, Nathan, if you had to play devil's advocate a bit, like, would you say, what would you say is like the best argument Globers have for the Earth being a spinning, wobbling globe through space, if any?
Best argument they have is to do what I just said: take the flat Earth measurements, brush past them. Is their argument? When you say best argument, all of their arguments are the same. They all use the same basic premise, which is measure Earth flat and then use those measurements to calculate a globe from it. Is their only argument.
Okay.
Just got away with it for the last 10 years because we never noticed. They said things like sea level. No, I went, hang on a minute. What do you mean sea level? Shouldn't you have a globe level to measure this from? Well, no, they measure it from a flat Earth and then say it's a globe afterwards. Because if we can just have a bit of flat Earth to measure first, we can say it's a globe. We just never noticed.
No, I would have to disagree there because there was plenty of people who
noticed.
did. No, not saying just me. Let me explain. There's plenty of people who did, but not in unison and not loud enough. Like, people weren't accepting the simplicity of what was happening, and now people are on our side are starting to accept the simplicity. There can't be a globe argument, because for you to argue for the existence of something, it must exist. But if everything they do starts with them needing a flat plane that we're arguing for, then that means what they're claiming can't exist. So they don't ever have arguments. They have tactics that allow them to make claims. They don't actually have an argument in any way, shape, or form. But they'll give you the impression they have an argument by making a claim after they've hijacked the flat plane that they're denying the thing you're arguing for.
So to put it another way, while it may seem like there could be a, quote, best argument for Globers to have, in reality, what you've asked about best arguments is actually flat Earth proof. It's just been hidden below the surface of their claim until now. Not even hidden well. In many instances, it's quite overt. Like with sea level, whenever you're a Glober saying sea level, you're like, well, welcome to flat Earth. You need to measure the level surface, do you? Yeah, you will. Yeah, we do. That's how it's done. Then they'll, like with that Dazza guy, start questioning me about my triangle on the globe surface. No. You've got a flat surface for your globe. It's a contradiction in terms that needs no explanation after we explain the measurement when it's flat. That's it. That's the end of the discussion. But that would be, to answer your question, their best globe claim. Their best globe claim was to take measurements that exist in reality, flat, and infer that they prove a globe. Because then when you cross-reference them, if no one notices that you're measuring Earth flat, say it's a globe, then it's a really good globe proof, isn't it? You see what I mean?
Can I simplify things? The best globe proof is your flat plane that you're arguing for. The best proof of your flat plane is their arguments for their globe. They don't have.
No, I've just figured it out. This is the better answer. Best globe claim is to take a flat Earth and pretend it's a globe, then take a different version of something you don't say, claim to be a flat Earth version of reality, put those two things in false dichotomy. So that on one side you've got what starts with the flat Earth measurement and then is inferred to be a globe proof, stacked up in false dichotomy against a misrepresentation of some strawman model that they say is flat Earth. And when the flat Earth measured globe, in quotes, wins, they infer victory for a globe actually exists in physical reality. All they're really doing is stacking up their flat Earth measurement against a flat Earth measurement that they strawman you with. That's their best argument, the false dichotomy. There you go.
Interesting. So I might be totally wrong about this because I'm not like that familiar with like logical fallacies and this kind of thing. But for some reason, the way you guys were describing that just now, would that be considered what's known as a reification fallacy, or is that something else?
It's a reification fallacy. If you go and measure something, then pretend that your extrapolation thereafter is real, and the extrapolation inferred to be reality is a reification fallacy. So, for example, you measure an angle to a star and get a radial value by that measurement. Then take that measurement and turn it into a spherical radius instead of a flat circle. Then you take that model of a sphere and say, we are living on this sphere. It's in this model. That's a reification fallacy.
Right. Okay. So it is applicable to what you're just describing Globers do, how they take flat Earth measurements and somehow bait and switch and turn it into a globe somehow.
Yes and no. I mean, they're inferring that the globe that's wrapped around the position they're measuring in hell is the world that we are no longer standing on because we're in hell, but it's still the world we're in because we're on a flat plane in the middle of it. They're kind of yes and kind of no.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
That's not where they start. They start on a tangent plane and then justify putting you in hell by saying that the lights are coming in parallel and therefore it's basically the same as being on a flat plane in hell. So that's where we'll put this angle that we weren't capable of measuring off a curved surface. So we'll take this angle that we weren't capable of measuring and put it somewhere that it is actually an angle where we couldn't possibly stand, and everything's cushiony. That's why we're on a globe, obviously. That's their argument.
Yeah. You know, I wasn't, unfortunately, I was not here earlier, Nathan, when you, I guess, first joined. But is there any way anybody can give Brenda another chance and unmute them? I like to get my popcorn out to hear them cope about how the Earth is possibly not. No? Okay.
She just lies. Fine. I mean, as much as it's fun, I appreciate the entertainment value. It's From my point of view, the channel this is going on isn't marked as entertainment, it's marked as education. So when someone's just here overtly lying, like Brenda, that doesn't do anybody any favours. It's entertaining when we prove her wrong.
Yeah.
The guy earlier, that Dazzler guy will be welcome back every time. Every single time. Even the mods picked up on it, right? So the mods, when I'm saying, shut him down, we're done with this, they still took him off 2 minutes later, and I'm glad they do. Because he'll always be welcome back. Right? Things like a tacit acceptance means that he's not being dishonest, not lying. No, we don't measure it flat. That would be a lie. He knows we do, so he has to give his tacit. So he's always going to get welcome back. The overall premise that he's punting isn't correct, and we can show how with his own measurements, as long as he doesn't lie. Like saying it's not measured flat. Brendan will just
he never
lie to
said
everyone.
that. He never said, no, it's not, Nathan.
Exactly. Exactly. So he'd be welcome back every time, wouldn't he? Even if he did start lying,
Should be.
Out of necessity, if he started lying, you get a few opportunities. Brenda, we've dealt with her for 10 years. She does nothing but lie.
Can I just say that best way to debate the topic, if you want the easiest debate, it may not be the nicest debate for everybody, but it's the easiest debate is the one that Nathan used today, which is it requires discipline. It's that you allow them start with their globe and you stop them at every point they need a flat plane. Right? Because they are using the very thing that you're arguing for, and then they go on to deny it and ask you to prove it after they've had to use it. Asking you to prove the thing they've had to use. So the easiest debate, when I say easy, it's only if you have the discipline, is to allow them to start with their stuff and then you point out where they have a flat plane. When they say the word up, what? You're going to need a flat plane for that. When they say gradient, you're going to need a flat plane for that. So when they say tangent, that's a flat plane.
Is this Brian?
Gentlemen.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Is this you, Brian? Or I'm taking over you?
Someone's kidnapped Brian.
I understand. It's not that I didn't understand it, Neil. This is my point. Nathan can do it because Nathan has the discipline. He can do that. He can sit there and just point out, and John does it. I have to say, Nathan, John does it even better.
He does.
Right? But you can do it. Nathan can sit there and just point out all the places they need a flat plane. And after that, he doesn't. That's the end of that then. Right? You can't make a globe claim after that. You just needed a flat plane. If you can do that, it stops them. Now, it may not be the best for an audience who, if they don't understand what's going on, for a completely green as grass audience. But if you're with an audience who do understand, which most of this server will, the flat earthers here will, and it is the best debate because you're stopping it before it ever starts.
John's better at it because he spots he spots where they need a flat plane more often and more than I do, basically. So, for example, last time we debated with Dazza last week, he's using a premise of orbits based on an R value, and I'm allowing him to, so I can debunk orbits with respect to the height above a plane. And eventually in his debate, again, credit to Brian, because by allowing him, it's through ignorance, I'll add, to have the R value to make his claim, we get to the point where he needs a horizontal plane of reference anyway in the centre of hell for his explanation to make sense. Okay, so we still get there in the end, but after the fact, John was like, well, you've already allowed him the R value, then you need a flat plane to measure. But I didn't spot it last week. You're absolutely right, John is better at this than I, because he spots it more often. And on our own server, on a general day of the week, for those of you in this server, it'll normally be the case that I'll be discussing it with someone, John will interrupt, I'll tell him not to, and when he finally gets his word in edgeways, it's pointing out that I've missed a point where they've needed a flat plane for their argument. So yeah, you're right, he is absolutely, he got this, like you did, Brian. You know, you spotted where they're using flat planes because you actually researched the subject, where I would listen to people like you and presumably rumpus you at the points that I'm having my own ignorance exposed, and frustrating as it is. But I think the reason, Neil, that Brian's saying the things he is because it's finally reached a point where I've understood that Brian isn't just of the mindset to explain at every point where a flat plane is needed. If things like the overall premise of satellites and GPS aren't understood by us as a panel, it's like, okay, let's just can it for a minute till we all understand this from a globe perspective, because understanding it is the key to being able to debunk it when they put it to you, and you all don't. I'm speaking for you, Brian. That's a fact. You guys don't know how this works correctly yet. Let's just put a lid on saying you need a flat plane for that and this and the other when I'm explaining it. Yeah? And I did it today, actually. When he started appealing to altitude for the height of eye measurement, I said, you'll need a flat plane for it. You were like you deal with a dog? As in, right, I'm well aware, Nathan, shut up. I'm going somewhere here. It was very amusing to me.
Yeah, I had to be, I was trying to stop you. Look, it's like this. In 2015, somewhere in the summer of 2015, I think it was around June, July, when I first got into this. It took me 8 seconds to switch. But there's several reasons for that, experiences I had prior to that. Why did it only take me 8 seconds? Because I saw on the clock of an Eric Dubay video. Switch. He said something that just cannot be denied. He said that as you rise in altitude, he said that the horizon appears. At the time he said appears, not actual, appears. Always appears to rise to eye level. Now it doesn't actually rise to eye level, but it always appears to rise to eye level. If you're on a globe, it's this simple. If we were on a globe, then the opposite must happen. But that's such a simple argument. It's such a simple thing, most people won't just accept it at that. But it's actually that simple. Whereas the globe is a geometric three-dimensional sphere. Right? As I rise up, there is no way for the tangible edge of that globe to not go down as I go up. It is not possible. My distance to how far I can see that edge will change with distance, obviously, as I rise up. But that edge itself must go down. It's that simple. So that's such a simple argument, most people wouldn't accept it. Nobody can debunk it. It's not debunkable. All they can tell you is it's over 6 or refraction, which is not refraction. Do you know what I mean? That's all they can come up with. It's a mirage. It's anything but reality. It's that simple. So I only just placed myself in reality with any of their claims, and I knew from that exact moment on there was no way around it. Just no way around it. You place yourself in reality with anything they're claiming. They must start with the Earth as they experience it, which is flat and stationary. And maybe that's why I get frustrated with people, because I have a level of confidence maybe other people don't have. Because I accept the simple. Just accepted it within 8 seconds. Yep, that's it. And I had seen that myself, that very effect. We'd all seen it. We wouldn't address it. Just address it. Yeah, that can't happen on that. That means we're not on that. It's that simple. You can spend 20 years going around in circles, and in the end of the day, the acceptance of that is actually all you need.
Rory Cooper, my perspective, the first to do it 10 years ago. That was the first example he gave. Here's what happens if you raise it up above a ball. Eventually, it turns into the blue marble. That is to say, it falls away from you as you raise an elevation. It's what happens on a plane. You go, well, that's what happens in reality. The Earth isn't falling away and eventually becoming the blue marble. It never happens. Anyway, I'm going to extend our eternal gratitude to the server moderators in the politics server. So thank you very much for having us once again.
Thanks, everyone.
You're always welcome, Nathan.
And if there's anybody from the globe side of the argument that wants any further questions answering, we'll be here next week. The notion that Earth must be measured flat for all the people on the flat Earth side that want to debate this subject. So thank you very much for having us. This conversation will continue in the Flat Earth Debate Discord server if anybody wants to pop along there. So we're not overly straining the politics server. But thank you very much for having us. And as I say, I'm going to disappear and join our own server. We'll be back next week. Thank you again for having us.
Oh, is Nathan finally gone?
Yeah.
I guess all the Globers can come out of hiding now, since they're terrified of him, apparently. Come out wherever you are. Would someone mind unmuting Brenda if they want to debate them?
I'm unmuted. I'm unmuted.
Oh, okay, perfect. There you go. Cool. Awesome.
Being muted isn't hiding, is it?
Well, yeah, it wasn't applying to you. I was talking about anybody else.
Well, refusing to be bullied is.
No.
Wait, what the fuck?
We're here to
What
talk
happened?
about the topic, not people's feelings.
Yeah, already.
Wait, do you mind unmuting them? I can't really, I don't really have time to debate right now. But I just want to ask him a question.
Brenda's
To Brenda.
him?
You guys are just the master of off-topic goofballs. Who wants to be muted?
Oh, they got us off topic.
Yeah, the topic's not off topic.
Oh, okay.
They think off topic is the topic. It's weird.
Brenda's not mute.
Yeah. Hey, Brenda, are you there? I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay. How is it that the exterior surface of a spherical object, especially that one which is in motion, like say a spinning globe, for example, how is it in any shape or form whatsoever serve as a sufficient container to hold large bodies of water with significant volume like the ocean?
The surface doesn't hold the water in. Gravity does.
Oh, so that's a form of special pleading, isn't it? Because you can't actually demonstrate to me, right, any sort of body of water with depth to it of any sort of significant volume, sticking to all 360 degrees of a ball. You can't actually demonstrate that to me on a smaller scale, can you? Using gravity.
Yes, you can.
Okay, go ahead and provide the demonstration, please. I'll
Well, I'd need to get a significant distance away from the Earth to do that.
So you can't do it.
Wow.
However, we can
Yes, you
prove.
can't.
Did you need?
We can prove that gravity exists. It's a phenomenon that we
Okay.
observe.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not concerned about just gravity as like as a concept by itself in sort of a vacuum. No pun intended. But I'm sorry, if you're going to appeal to this force called gravity to be able to explain why a body of water with depth can stick to the outside of a spinning spherical object, well, then I would like you to demonstrate that. And actually, why is it the case that you need to go far away from Earth? Because according to you, can't the Cavendish experiment demonstrate gravity just fine here on Earth?
It demonstrates gravity at perpendicular to the Earth's gravity.
Okay, but if you're getting water to stick to a ball, then it would be gravity demonstrated in all sorts of different angles. Which one of them would be perpendicular?
Sure, but again, you'd need to get a distance away from the Earth in order to show it sticking 360 to another mass. But we can demonstrate that gravity exists. There exists a force of attraction between mass. It's a universal force.
Stop the cat.
Right. You're lying. It is no longer a force.
No.
Okay, hold on. So let's try to make this like very simple, right? Like if I want to get like a drink of water, right? Like wouldn't I have to do something like, I mean, I suppose I can like, try to lap it out with my tongue like a cat or something like that. But for a normal human being, like say my friend asked me for some water, like I'm gonna have to go get a cup, right, which is a form of a container, and then fill it up so I can give it to him for him to drink in like a way that he can actually enjoy and drink it so it satisfies his thirst, right? So the cup, which is a container, has the properties of having a base at the bottom, and then is surrounded by a vertical lateral wall at 360 degrees, right? So in that same way that the cup is holding the water, I also see the same principle being applied to any other body of water on a bigger scale that I see. Like let's say my bathtub, for example, it also has a base at the bottom and is surrounded with vertical lateral walls in 360 degrees, right? And then you take it up a notch. If I go to my local swimming pool, it's the same thing. There's a base on the bottom. Even the base can start off shallow and go off into like the deep end where people can dive in. It's still a base. And the other property I forgot to mention is that it's uniform, right? Like there's no breaks or cracks or holes in it. Otherwise, the waters are going to slip right on through, right? So, but just let's talk about on the Earth level now, because what I mentioned so far was like sort of man-made bodies of water. So on the Earth, let's say like the pond, the smallest body of water that we can observe is like a pond, right? When I go to a pond, I know the reason that the pond exists in the way that it does is for the same principle I just described. There is a bottom floor, right? And then it's surrounded by land in a vertical lateral way and 360 degrees. And then the shoreline like is a little bit elevated, so the water doesn't just like spill like over the top of it, right? Like so it doesn't get so the land outside doesn't get flooded, right? And just one more scale up a notch, a lake, right? There are some lakes where you can go to, like maybe you want to go fishing or something. You can stand at one edge of it and you can see the other side, and the same principle applies. There's a bottom floor and it's surrounded in 360 degrees by a vertical lateral shoreline made out of solid land, right? Would you agree with that so far, Brenda? Like that's the reason why a lake exists in the way that it does?
Yeah, those aren't the reasons why a lake exists. Lake exists because of gravity.
So it has nothing to do about the. It has nothing to do about the. So hold on. Okay, even if I grant you gravity, Brenda, are you saying it has absolutely nothing to do with the with sort of the terrestrial crevice of which the water is filling there to begin with? It has nothing to do with that.
Bro, I feel like you need to form your question like before you ask it.
Bro.
You're asking an awful lot. So
okay,
right, the only reason
I thought so. Yeah, sorry.
Hold on. Well, he's talking to someone who's chanting gravity when ponds are being discussed.
Yeah.
If gravity were the cause of ponds, the entirety of the Earth would be one pond.
That doesn't follow.
Ponds exist because there are holes in the ground that get filled up with water.
Yeah, but even if there were holes in the ground,
And then air covers the surface of the water, keeping it down. If you remove the air, the water will turn into gas.
Kinda,
So
yeah,
the-
not exactly, but yeah, sort of, yeah, basically.
so the only reason that lakes exist on Earth is because of gravity.
Okay, guys, give me a moment now. What is the gravity? What are you talking about? Which gravity are you talking about, Brenda? Are you able to give some clarification about that?
Bro, I
Gravity-
think you need a new microphone, man.
It's always
Yeah.
it's always that bad.
Good. But I hope you can hear what I'm saying. But
Barely,
yeah,
I decoded it, yeah.
So, gravity is an apparent force of attraction between objects with mass.
So it's not a force.
No, I said
It's not a
it is
force.
a force.
No, it isn't.
Apparent.
Yeah, it's an apparent force of attraction.
So it's not a force then.
It's not
Yeah,
a
it
force of
is.
attraction. No, that's an incorrect statement. No, that's not
It
correct.
totally is. It's
No,
an apparent
it's
force
not.
of attraction.
If you even
It's-
claim that you
so
don't
it
really
is
know what
not a
gravity is, and
force.
you've either been miseducated or you haven't read enough about it.
No, I know about the narrative that says it's not a force. It's the it's the bending of space time. And
It's
I'm
not
saying
a narrative. That's what it's been superseded to be.
Yeah, that's already been
It's a liar,
yeah.
Brenda. You heard
Yeah,
this
that's not a nothing because that is the way
course
it
it's a
is.
narrative.
Like two things are not always mutually exclusive just because you have the
So-
conception that they are. At one point there was the misconception that those two things are mutually exclusive, but they're not. Like it can be a force and
don't
just
know what you
the
mean.
act and behavior of space-time morphing at the same time. Like that can be a force because of the way they
it's
fucking
not a
measure and
force,
show,
it's been
and the way they
superseded.
dictated the waves working.
Not a force,
It's like
it's
a
been
fucking.
superseded.
It's like a
Stop it.
spiral. It's like a spiral fucking like ripple. Like that can be. That's still like a force. The force of gravity is still there, but it's not an attractive force. Like you get what I,
It's
can you
just
comprehend that
different-
part that I'm saying?
it's
that
just
like
different ways. It's just
Imaginative
No,
force.
there is no gravity. You guys don't have that. It's not a force. Why y'all keep trying to
It's
have
just-
it? You
it's
don't
just
well,
have
it's
a different
definitely not an
way.
attractive force. That's all I'm saying.
It's an apparent force of attraction, and it's
Why
just
are you
another.
then
No,
always
it's
talking about
not though,
gravity?
dude.
Yeah, I said
Gravity is not a
apparent.
force of attraction of any kind.
I didn't say it was a force of attraction. I said it's an apparent
Aaron,
force
it's
of
not a
attraction.
force. Brenda,
That
you
literally
double
means it's a
speaking.
force. Okay, wait. I just need to clarify with you that you understand that the words coming out of your mouth literally mean it's a force of attraction, which is not.
No, they don't mean that. I said
Yes, because he just used it to explain why the water is
Oh my
sticking
God.
to a ball. He
I'm
just
saying,
used
I'm saying it's an apparent force, right? Or
Then
a
it mean it's not a force of attraction then.
It's a pseudo force. It's gravity is a
So
pseudo.
apparent is an adjective, which
Yeah.
means it's still that original
Define
thing, the
pseudo.
root of the word, and
Yeah.
you're acting really lame.
There aren't any forces really.
There's still-
Gravity
there's
is a
still-
pseudo.
Okay, check this out. This is what Brenda is saying. Brenda is a liar. This is what
I'm not
Brenda is
lying.
saying. Brenda is saying that it's not a force, right? It's an
I'm not
apparent
lying.
force.
Right.
So I can still use it as a force whenever you guys
Yes.
bring up something where
Yes.
you need a container.
Yes, right.
I
Yes.
can still use it as a force, even though it's not a force. And she think that
Correct.
is not double
Correct.
speak.
That's not double speak.
It's exactly double speaking.
No,
it could
I'm
either
using-
be one or the other. It violates
No.
the law of non-contradiction.
No,
it
either
doesn't.
gravity
It
is a
doesn't.
force, either gravity is a force, or it's not a force.
It is not a force. There are no forces. There are no
Three
forces.
hours later.
There are no forces. Gravity is not
Okay,
a force.
so you cannot use
is
it as a force of attraction then.
Yes,
You cannot
I can.
use it as that.
I can
Okay.
call it a
Then you're
pseudo.
double speaking.
No, I can call it a pseudo force.
So
Then
if you
you're
say
double
you
speaking.
can do that, but in reality
Yes.
you actually can't, that means that
You
you're allowing
can't
yourself
because
to
it
try to commit
violates
that
the
action
law
when
of
you in actuality
non-contradiction.
can't.
There's no
That is
contradiction.
by definition double speech, dude.
No, it's a pseudo inertial force.
Dude, because you're doing something you can't do according to you
Why
because you
can't I
think you
do
can
it?
do it, but you're not doing it because you can't do it.
Why can't I?
Okay, because if you say it's impossible for X to have the attribute A, and then you say, okay, well, now I'm more powerful than you. X now does have the attribute A for this temporaneous period of time. You can't do or say anything about that. You have to suck my dick.
No, so we're just talking about levels of description. And at one level, you can talk about it being a force. And at another level, you can say, well, it's just the bending of space-time.
Okay, so you do realize that a
Those are
pseudo
concepts.
force is not a force, right? If something qualifies as a force, it's still a force. A pseudo
There aren't-
force is something different.
There
It's
are no
literally
forces.
a different
Dude.
word.
There are no forces.
Okay, put Brenda back on
There
mute.
are no forces. Yeah, guys, can we get Brenda back?
That's
on? Like,
right.
come on, man, Fro. Like,
Well, if
bitch
you
ass
want
is
me to
yapping
stop,
about
I'll
something
just
about
stop.
there being no forces.
Yes,
now, bro.
okay,
There
We
aren't
need
so
to
any.
get
It's-
Matt back
There are
on mute.
So now
there's
your
no such thing.
your confusions about how
There's no such
pawns
thing as
exist
forces. Yo,
are
We've
cleared
been
up
doing
then.
this with Brenda for
it
10
lost the
years.
plot, man.
There's-
It lost it. Yo, you know
There's
what I'm
no
saying?
there's no such thing as a magnetic force.
Shut up! Oh
Nobody's
my god, you're
making
so
that.
annoying. That's not
Nobody's
true,
making
bro.
Nobody's
It's
making
true.
any claims.
It's not
about
true,
that.
dude.
It is true. The
How long-
electromagnetic
Oh my
force
fucking god,
does
no,
not
the
exist.
she's saying is nonsense.
Well, you
So the
just
magnetic force is
incredulity.
gravity too.
No, there is no
there are no
magnetic
forces.
force.
There are no forces. Guys, we
That's
have all these
correct.
forces, by the way. We're
That's
talking about
correct.
forces for 30 minutes. By the way, guys, there are no forces.
That's right.
Yeah,
But you
she's
can-
saying that there's. She's
Bro,
saying
why
that.
are you saying okay to
She's
that?
saying that gravity isn't a force. The
Wait, so this is a
apparent
she
force,
or
a
he, guys? I'm
pseudo-force.
confused. I tried to figure this out
But
earlier.
I'm still going to use gravity to be a force for my law of attraction argument.
Yes,
I'm
yes,
still going to
just-
use it as a
yes.
force for my argument, even
Yes.
though in reality it is not a
Yeah.
force.
Just
Double
as you can talk about the
Double
magnetic
speaking,
force.
Put
Yes, you
her
can.
on mute.
You
Double
can
speaking.
talk about the magnetic force, even though there is no such force of magnetism.
So magnetism is not a force neither.
That's right.
Great. And gravity is not a force neither.
Right. But we can talk
Great.
about them.
All
as
right, that's the
if they're
topic that we're
forces.
talking about. We're talking about gravity.
You know, attraction is
In
not
reality.
of a force. So magnetism is about attraction. Are you saying that's not a force? Of course, it's
It's not
kind
a
of
force. It's not a force. Magnetism is not a force.
It has some attraction to that is a force.
No, it's not.
Just because you don't understand what the force is about, you cannot just hand wave it away.
Johnny,
I'm not hand waving
explain
it
what
away.
is the Johnny, explain to him real fast what is the principles of magnetism. Because maybe Brenda don't know what it is.
Polarize it, and it's about that we call South Pole and North Pole. But in other understanding, this heliocentric understanding. So we are talking about attraction to polarizing to one side or to each other, or it also has the ability to go away from each other because of polarizing is not fitting. It is about plus and minus attraction. So, of course, it is kind of a force. Saying that it's not a force is just stupid.
Well, saying it's just stupid doesn't refute anything, right? So what magnetism actually is, what magnetism actually is an interaction between electrons where they exchange virtual photons.
It has nothing to do with photons. You're just using more has nothing to do with magnetism. Photons has nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
And photons is also absolute fake. Photons is a description that not makes any sense in the reality of reality.
Yeah, it's
I was on board with you for a little bit, Brenda, like about the no force. I mean, I can actually get with that, but now you got the protons and you got the electrons. How are they acting on one another then? I mean, in your
I
model.
said
of our light.
And it's the protons and electrons physical.
That's just stupid. You know, the light is invisible without material. So it's just about what's light? That's the electric function. And the sun is electric function also. It's just interaction that's going through the material that makes the heat, not the sun. I think the sun is cold. It's very, very cold. And that absolutely makes sense. The higher you get, the colder it's because there's less density around. Therefore, it gets colder. It's about interaction with the material, gases, and particles in the air that make
Maybe
it
I
cold.
know you where they can understand you, John.
So I'm saying the sun is cold. It's so cold. It's just energy function interacting with the material close to the surface.
So, Brenda, you said magnetism is an interaction between electrons and protons, correct?
no, I didn't say that.
You say. What did you say then?
I said electromagnetic interaction, because electricity and magnetism are just different parts of the same thing, right? Electromagnetic interaction is mediated by a virtual photon. Electrons exchange virtual photons. That's so it's not a force.
What is the electron?
Okay, Bullock, I like you very, very much, but I'm sick and tired of you talking. The way you're talking, the terms that you're using is absolutely Bullock. You don't know what you're talking about, really. You are actually making your way from the reality. You are not in the reality anymore, Brenda.
I'm not talking. What you mean talking about reality? I'm only trying to get his argument laid out because he's saying that you're wrong, John.
Yeah,
but she's saying that you're wrong, John.
Yeah. The magnetic field is composed of photons, right?
Photons. What is photons?
Yes.
What is the definition of photons, Brenda?
I just asked Brenda what was that, John. You said I was wrong and I didn't know what I was talking about. So was I wrong to ask Brenda what is electrons and what is photons?
Yeah, but she doesn't know what it is.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Well, I'm trying to figure out, do she know what it is? That's why I asked them. But the same question that you asked.
Yeah, photons are the quantization of the electromagnetic waves.
That's wrong.
No, it's not. No, it's not. This was shown by the photoelectric effect, which was the paper that Einstein got his Nobel Prize for.
Yeah. Do you know what Obama took the Peace Prize also after killed so many people with his drone program? So it's meaningless. The
I don't think it is.
Taken down to so low level they cannot be taken seriously anymore.
Yeah, so it's not meaningless. The Nobel Prize in Physics isn't a meaningless prize. You can think of that.
Oh, really? If Obama gets the Peace Prize, and nobody has killed so many people, innocent people like Obama has done. He has killed more people than BP has done now in Israel.
Yeah, so that's just a different subject.
Okay. So you said a photon
Yeah.
is a magnetic. Is a electric or magnetic wave.
I said that what happens is that they exchange virtual photons.
So
They're
it's an act.
exchanged.
So a photon is an action.
No, a photon is a quantization of the electromagnetic field.
Yes, it's a qualification. Yes, and it's an interaction. It's something taking place within a photon.
Yeah. All of the so-called classical forces are interactions.
Yeah, if you're talking about photons, then you're talking about particles.
Okay.
And what the definition of particle is. And I am really asking you, for the audience, if you're able to give us the definition of particle.
Yeah, I can't.
But no, John,
understand
we just laying everything on the table. We defining everything. It's not
Yeah,
about what we
yeah.
know, what we don't know. We're defining everything. That what we all know. Right?
So, Brenda was able to give me the definition of particle. She is talking about photons. That's the definition is a particle. So, wow. So, she's admitted she doesn't know what she's talking about. Bingo. I raised my case.
I mean, if you disagree with the definition, then what is it? What is a photon then? It's not an interaction then?
There is no photons. The photons is a shell.
Right,
It's
so
wrong.
you deny photons.
There is no photons. That's a wrong clarification for that topic. It has nothing to do with the
Yeah.
particle. In
Just denying things doesn't prove anything, Johnny.
Johnny, are photons a thing?
But no, we're not making arguments, Brenda, right now. We're just defining what you're actually talking about. You
Johnny,
made an
are
argument basically saying that classical forces. You made an argument basically saying that a magnetic force isn't a force, even though magnetic
That's
force
right.
is.
It's an interaction.
Right. It will be an interaction. Then you also, to support that argument, said that all forces are interactions.
Yeah. So wait, what is a force?
Exactly.
What is a force?
speaking, it's not making any sense.
Brenda made a statement that's saying all classical forces are interactions. Only when I was basically trying to get him to describe what a photon actually is, and where do you actually observe these photons?
Gravity is most definitely a force. Well, just start there. Anything
No,
that's
it's
able
not.
to
It's
hold
not.
on. Any Johnny, shut up, dude.
We're
Any
not at
sort of-
gravity yet.
Any
I'm
sort
not
of-
at gravity yet.
Oh my god.
You're not making an argument for magnet. Why are you keep taking it back to gravity? We're not there yet.
Why are you talking like that? Why?
Why are you talking like you have Novocaine injected into your gums, dude? Shut up.
Because he's an alcoholic and he always comes here completely drunk.
Oh, really? Oh, that's the only thing I just say. Oh, because I know how to. I have to go to the petrol.
How many drinks have you had already today, Johnny? How many bottles? How many bottles is probably the better question.
You're just losing. That's all.
All right, so
Talking about my personal tempting you at all. I promise you.
Gravity is able to induce an acceleration onto an object, correct, Brenda? Oh, Brenda's muted.
Yeah.
And are we on photon denial at this point? Do we not believe photons exist?
Nobody's saying that. Anyway, we only basically describing what Brenda is saying. Brenda's saying that magnetic force is not a force, I guess because she was making an argument against Johnny, talking about magnetics being a force. And then she also furthered her argument by describing what photons is. And she said all interactions, right, or all classical forces are interactions. That's where we at. Because Brenda basically trying to compare magnetic force to gravity. But I was asking Brenda, before you rudely interrupted, I was asking Brenda, where do you observe this in reality, which would be, where do you observe photons and electrons? Not saying that, not denying them, but where do you observe this in physics? What's the dynamics of it?
Yeah,
It cannot be observed because the photons have to be a particle, and the light is not a particle. That's just a stupid thing I can think of.
Where do I
Johnny,
observe something
Johnny.
in physics? I'm asking you, where do you
Yeah,
observe
so let me answer your
this
damn
in physics?
question.
Okay, then. Well, I'm asking Brenda, not you, damn it.
Yeah, well, Brenda's muted, so, and not even here anymore.
Okay, well, I'm even arguing with you. I'm not making claims against you. I'm talking to Brenda, not you.
Finito.
Brenda's not even
lost
here anymore.
of the game, and it's over.
Brenda's not even here anymore.
And I'm not even arguing with you, because you're not even making the same claim as Brenda.
I am.
Now, if you're making the claim that gravity is a force, right? You didn't make any claim about magnetic forces being the same as gravity. So what are you talking about? You're not making the same claim as
I was saying
You're just
that
jumping in the middle
gravity
of
is
something
a
that you don't know what you're talking about.
Can somebody mute Johnny?
Yeah.
He's so fucking
Oh,
annoying.
yeah, you were trying to put words into Brenda's mouth. You were trying to save the day.
It's a yes or no question. Are you saying that gravity is a force?
I would say that gravity is a force, yeah.
Okay. Then you're talking like a Brenda, okay. We can replace you with Brenda, and I can go over you very easily. How can it be so fucking stupid? How can the light be a particle?
How can what be a particle?
How can light be a particle? Give me the explanation.
Do you know about like emission? Do you know how photons propagate, right? Or not how they propagate, how they're generated, basically?
There's no property. No, it's your claim. So are you trying to let me to explain for you your fucking shit? No way, Jose.
No, I'm asking you if you know, like, about how atomic orbitals and electrons, or how electrons generate photons, right?
Yeah, I know how interaction with light is. Has
So
nothing to do with what you're trying to say. Light is invisible. It's just interacting with the material that it's interacting with. Therefore, you're able to see the light. But in the true knowledge, the light is invisible. You cannot see the light.
So then how does solar panels work?
Yeah, as the light is just has the ability to go through, and you can use the light to in many because you have a different type of light. You can use light with communication or whatsoever. We are talking about communication. We are talking about propagation ability through the ether. That's because of the ether of the light is able to go over long distances. It's because of ether. It's because of that. That's just so easy it is.
Johnny, they just wanted to get to the...
I understand that Nathan Oakley doesn't understand.
They wanted to get away from gravity, not being a force, not being anything as a force or acting as a force in the physical nature based in physics, because it's the bending and warping of space-time. Space and time are concepts. They wanted to get away from that, start talking about electrons and protons in order to get into the ether argument with ether heads that's in here like Johnny.
Yeah, but I am happy you say space and time because people think it's just one word, space-time. But it's about space and time. That's the theory. Yes. I'm very happy you understand that. There's and the between.
Yeah, I'm on.
Space
Well,
and time.
it's your argument because that's who they have an argument against. People that believe in ether. Go ahead, Johnny.
Ether is just a provocation. It doesn't have to be make a big claim. It's just I'm pointing out it has to be some background ability for the provocation. That's all.
somebody can translate what Johnny just said for the past 5 minutes.
Simplicity for provocation. That's all I say.
And we
Either
cannot
it's a
hear you. Your microphone is a
Simplicity.
little bit funky.
Funky. I was born in the 60s. Yeah, I don't know. I was born in the 60s. You're just young guys. You have to go through all of this.
You're young, girl.
Johnny, go fix your mic, bro. Nobody can understand you.
You understand me?
Barely.
Right?
Barely. No, I can't really. Can't follow what you're trying to say, dude.
You're from Scotland or something. You're not American, right?
Dude, are you like underwater or something?
Yeah, I'm talking through about the headset of the Bluetooth. I'm sitting outside. Therefore, maybe I have about coming.
Yeah, you're probably using a headset for your phone. Those blow.
Maybe I have to buy some new headset then. Oh, maybe I can go inside and sit in front of my computer and get.
Guy, dude. Please.
I can go into my studio and deal with everything I'm saying. Yeah, maybe.
How's it underwater? Do you have some pictures of the Titanic?
Yeah, I mean, I was...
Do you believe the Titanic movie? Yeah, I do. I really do. I think it was real.
Can you send me some photos?
No, it sounds like he's in a dentist's office right now since he's Novocaine in his mouth. It's numb. I mean, if it was me who sounded like this, I would get muted instantly. I don't know why the mods aren't. I'm going to talk to this guy.
So he can aggravate you.
Yeah.
It's funny to hear you ramble like a drunk when you're sober. Partial joke.
I'm sorry. On the Chief Hunter, we have a fucking shit Friday, and then we can behave. That we cannot behave the other day. So that's
Okay,
all.
which language is this?
We call it fucking shit Friday, and we can. Yeah, that you can be more crazy than we can be on the other days. So maybe I know it's a politics terror. Maybe I'm taking the ceremony over to the politics terror. So maybe that's okay. Maybe not. At 24/7, we have to have one day that everybody can just relax and let it flow. And it's a little bit crazy. But you have to be right all the other days. I think it's a good concept.
Radwin, do you think you need the blueprints to know how tall something is, like a ship or like a car, for example? We were talking about this yesterday.
Is Genesis in our chat? No, he's not. Does anybody believe that the Earth is a globe? Hello. What's up, Amish?
Good morning, Miggy. How's it going? I used to believe that Earth's a globe, but those days are gone.
I had some used to think about it sometime when I didn't know any better. And I was talking to a gentleman yesterday, and I was telling him that this place is made so that they could actually stop and think, or at least have a second look at the Earth being a globe. And perhaps they could find out that it's not what they've been told, versus they've been only told that it is a certain thing and then defending it dogmatically. So we're telling them how to think and not what to think, which is what the Earth being a globe is being pushed onto people. Before they could critically think about what the Earth is, they've been told what it is. Looks like Genesis isn't coming in, old dude. I was hoping for that.
No, it seems shy. It does seem shy. And yeah, you're right. We're given the answers to where we live before we can even contemplate how to think about it. As children, we just know it is what it is, and the water's at the beach, and that's pretty much it. And it's flat and level. But yeah, we're given these stories before we even got a chance to comprehend it. Young people don't stand a chance in a lot of ways.
I was looking at this. I got a feed coming into my YouTube. It was a video on this guy that's really popular on the conspiracy realm, and he was talking about Antarctica and like what the Nazis were doing, and when they built a base down there. And he's globalist, but he was delving into like the reason why people can't travel to Antarctica, like as a continent, as a not flat Earth, but he was saying that the reason why scientists aren't allowed, or not scientists, but like just normal people aren't allowed to go there. And he was talking about Admiral Byrd and the secret technology that they're building. That he was basically on a different tip than what we do in here. But I found it kind of funny as I was looking at it. It's a very popular conspiracy video. It's got like 2.8 million hits. I gotta look through it on my feed and then I'll tell you the name of the guy. But yeah, he was just going through it and letting people know like there's mountains, like pyramids, mountains of coal down there.
Yep.
And pyramids larger than the ones in Giza and all that, like over there. He said that in the center of Antarctica, there's a lush green place that's just like a secret place over there that they have like the secret technology of these beings and craft that are over there that can travel from pole to pole, according to what he was saying. I was just listening to it. To me, it's like speculation, all of it, but the way he was speaking, it was just crazy. And I was like, funny that he's saying this, but the reason why people can't travel there, you know what I mean? Like, it's more conspiratorial than anything else, but he's making it sound like the purpose of being barred from going over there. And then this other guy that was interviewing him was talking about the same thing. So I thought it was interesting to me. I was like, well, it's funny that they're mentioning it this way. But either way, it's not like free travel that you can just go see what's over there.
Yeah. I came across it on the alien conspiracy thing as well, the whole World War II German thing, like you were saying, the
Yeah.
secret flying saucer bases down there, and they got beyond the ice by going underneath it with submarines to a warmer place and all. Yeah, I think I know the video you mean. I may well have been hit with
Yeah.
it in my feed recently too. But yeah, there's something to it. There's more to it than we've been told, and it is cool that other people are discovering that it's not just to save the penguins that the place is closed. It's actually
Yeah.
closed for military reasons.
Yeah, because
And
Admiral
yeah,
Byrd took down a military expedition. That's no big secret. That's what he'd done. It's like, if you think about it, right? Let's just realistically look at this in a different light. If it was true in history that Admiral Byrd took in like 3,000 souls down there on a
mhm.
military expedition, why? To the ice? For what purpose? Like, that sounds a bit much, don't you think? You're going to see ice. Why are you taking the military force down there? Unless there's something down there that you found that was a need for that. And not only that, what was it? Paperclip? I'm not sure. Or High Jump? The one that they were fighting them? The craft sunk a few ships.
Yes,
They were
yeah,
fighting.
there was talk of some sort of battle down there. Yeah.
But they took a military expedition. And I think the part of because I'm not sure if you guys know this, but there's a video on YouTube that shows the color version of like his expedition down there with all the fleet. He took a military fleet down there. And they were equipped, and they were talking about like what it was like, to head down there. I think they were going around Christmas time because the gentlemen were singing Christmas songs on the boat. But you could see all the people on the ships, and it's like they were taking a fleet for what? The ice? What's down there that they had to
Yeah,
take?
exactly.
Nobody ever
Yeah.
questions that, right? Like
Yeah.
it's like, okay, how can I put this in more simpler terms that people can understand? It's like, imagine taking the National Guard to a place in Arizona, like a desert. Like there's nothing there, but they're taking them. Like at some point you could be like, why? Like what purpose does the military serve? Like there's no way out of it. Like you have to explain why they took the military.
It's just another branch of government. It's just another, government outreach program, basically linked to the military, trying to fund it for exploration and further the bounds of science. But it's a money spinning idea to land grab at the end of the day, whatever way you want to put it.
Yeah, because it's like all of that force taken down to the ice. Like, and then of course the established bases there. I mean, you got the
Yeah.
McMurdo and that, but it doesn't equate to that large of a force for what? It's like these Globers that come in here, they're like, well, there's nothing but ice and penguins. It's like, yeah, then why do you need that many souls down there? For what? And there's no justification for that unless they're gonna say, well, it was a land grab. They're trying to take over certain portions of the land so they can claim it as theirs or whatever. From who? Who's standing guard and trying to fight them so they can't, so they won't do that? I couldn't see that on where we're at over here. But it doesn't add up, man. It doesn't add up to like, wow, it's justified. Like really. But the way they're saying it is that they found out this craft that was there, and it runs on technology that includes ferrofluid, like the
Mhm.
magnetic
Yep.
fluid,
Yep.
and supposedly when you charge that fluid, it creates levitation. Like the
Yes.
craft can actually levitate off this type of technology, this ferrofluid technology. I don't know. Like there's a bunch of stuff happening like in places we can't go visit. So
Yeah, I think the cold's got a lot to do with it. They can I mean, I understand science using the place for research because of its coldness, and you can put stuff in the fridge literally by just putting it down or putting it, open a window and it's cold. In that regard, yeah, you can use it a lot. But I think they're experimenting with stuff like the ferrofluid and superfluid helium in the levitation sense. They're messing around with other stuff down there, and people think it's not militarized still to this day, and it is. It's linked through the government to all military. They've all got a little hand in it somewhere.
they were saying that the Nazis were using psychics to actually tap into the the etheric realm and
Mhm.
talk to these entities that were giving them this secret information, and that's no other than the fallen ones,
Yep.
because the fallen ones have always been wanting to kind of intervene, and so what it sounds like to me is all of this has to do with like um, people being convinced that they got space aliens and all that kind of stuff. But there's a narrative that's drawn up from this. So here's kind of the way I'm looking at it. Like the globe came about when the narrative was kind of coming together. So the people long time ago started to, have interactions with this craft. Of course, there's ancient depictions of it happening, like in 1400s. There's paintings of like these saucer-like type things that are mixing up with the people. And there's been a battle even that was, I think, depicted in one of the old paintings, like in the sky. Stuff
Mhm.
was going on, and throughout history, you see these like interactions with this craft and the people, and so there's definitely something to it. There's something to it.
Yeah,
Don't know what it is,
I
but
mean, I used to be into the alien thing a long, long time ago, and it led me to the ice. And that was in like my 20s. 30, 40 years ago, I was looking into this more or less as a child, almost 50 years ago. And it led me to the ice as well. Like, yeah, there's something else. And like you say, the alien thing, there, it's alien to us. It's a breed of people that are alien to us. They might look different, but they've got other technology that we're not aware of. It might just be an advanced breed of humans. And Little Green Men is a story. They've had some sort of levitating craft all along. I don't think it's from some other planet, but it's like they're working a narrative to keep everybody scared of the Little Green Men.
no,
Or release
and then
the story, yeah.
and the thing that's happening, I think, in this time is because technology is already getting close to where they have their technology because of what we see in rolling out. It had to have happened in like in order to where it's not like an absolute shock to humans that maybe they tried attempting to release it to the people, but it was too much for them. So they're starting to like increasingly do it from like the industrial age on forward. And now that everybody's like, eased into it, we're close enough to where they can make the leap forward,
Yep.
into
I
that
think
kind of
so
thing.
with the Google Vision and with the total immersion in the digital world.
Yeah.
That to me, that's an unsafe boundary that people are just it's like walking through a door into a room. You're not prepared for what
Yep.
goes on in there, and
Yeah.
emotionally, physically, metaphysically, even psychically. Like I think that there's things going on there that they're messing with as well. The same level that they've been messing with the tech that they've been building in the cold down in
Yeah.
Antarctica or whatever. And it may sound almost wackadoodle to some people, but if you look into it, the most powerful servers need extreme cold. Some of them are
Yes.
they're undersea to keep them that cold.
Yep.
There's something about the cold and digital entities. There's
Yeah,
some
'cause
sort
you
of link, and I haven't quite figured it out as yet. But they want us to all believe that half of it's safe, and we should be scared of the other half.
Yeah,
It's
and
a
I
bit
think about it.
too, yeah,
Yeah,
it's a bit
if you
weird.
think about it like this, old dude, the globe narrative was useful for the time period that it was there for. So it just drew people's attention to the fact that you can have space aliens, and it could give
Yeah.
somebody the idea that all that stuff was needed, right? And
Mhm.
so for the time being, that was kind of useful. The globe was useful, thinking that you're in outer space, so that you would not need to everything's been discovered. This whole ball's been already known territories and such. But what happens is, when you don't need that anymore, you transition to what was already there, which is flat Earth. The
Mhm.
transition over to this is a soft rollout. What we're doing now is the soft rollout for the future. So now
Yeah.
people are like when it exploded on 2013 to 2014
Mhm.
on the internet. Soon it's like the shocker, right? First you have to allow the shock wave to go through the population, and everybody has to argue about it. And then once everybody starts to see that because we hold this truth that it's unwavering, then all of a sudden what happens is the transition starts to happen. Well, it's not the one we think of though. the one where it's gonna go kumbaya, everybody's holding hands in the flat Earth. No, this is gonna be towards the benefit,
No.
the benefit of the quote unquote ancient aliens. Like they're gonna be using it for
Aye.
their advantages.
Yep. Next part of the story.
Yeah.
The next part of heliocentrism, where we can't go into space, it's too dangerous. But they've now discovered that there's another way, there's another place,
Yeah.
there's another link
Okay,
to it.
Yeah.
okay, my
So
friend. Okay, my
it looks.
friends. Oh, don't forget, we have a barrier, and we are a barrier of the. It's a law of natural law that you cannot dispute. You have to understand. If you have a barrier, then you don't have anything coming down to the earth. You don't have the materials or nothing else hitting the earth from the sky.
Yeah, that's what I was. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. It's like once you realize that there's something that's preventing humans. I would take a look at it like the ancient Babylon or ancient Babylonian, war between humans and God, because they created a tower, right? The Tower of Babel. That tower was supposed to be because they already knew that there was this barrier. So what they wanted to do was break through it and fight against the Creator. So they used, I think Nimrod was the guy that championed. So what happens is now, like once this rolls out completely and the transition happens, this is how I see it playing out. Once the transition happens, they're going to do the same exact thing they did a long time ago. They're going to be like, well, we're all trapped here. Guess who put us here? We all need to band together. Yeah, because look at the way
it's a fucking party.
Yeah, it's a perfect segue to gather all nations together under the sun and fight against the Creator, because most people are going to be upset. They're going to be like, what do you mean? We were not flying in the vacuum of space and we're stuck here because a Creator put us here? They're already mad. If you talk to these guys right now, these globalists, you can see the anger they have for being I can't believe that I'm in an enclosed space like that, like in a like a fishbowl or something. Like I would be upset, and they sound mad already. So all they need is a gentle push into this like realm where they're like, okay, take that energy and use it against the Creator that put you here. Like now you have something to fight against, and so we're gonna try to do war against the Creator. And so like a lot of the thing, I think what's happening is the rollout's going to lead to people's rebellion against the Creator, because they're already God hating as it is. All they need is a gentle push into a purpose to fight. And Nimrod, what he'd done was champion the world against God. He gave them a reason, and so they were creating this massive tower, and they were all against the Creator. And so he confounded their languages. And the story goes.
I don't know. How is that nice to be flying without any control, all over the space without any meaning, just flying there, and that's nice. But be in a special place that's not moving, created for you, paradise. Wow. But no, you don't want that. You just want to be meaningless fucking shit flying through the space without any.
I think that's soon going to change, though. I think once people have this, because I think we're basically like the tip of the spear of the information. All of us in here, we're ushering in that new thought process where, okay, we found out. It's going to be kind of like one of those things where mainstream is going to roll out and be like, guys, we had to do it for your protection, because these beings, they were developing the advancement of human society. So now that we're able to understand these beings, we're going to now merge together with them. And you know what I mean? It's going to be this kind of, how much you want to make a bet? Like, because it seems to me like in the future, what it has to hold for us is that technology is going to merge with the human thought process, which then will integrate the new era. I'm telling you guys.
Okay. Why not just take it like it is, that you see it, and that you're feeling it, and tasted it? Why not just take it like it is? Oh, it has to be something else. Oh, it has to be something magical. Why not just like it is?
That's not magical. Yeah, it's not magical. It's what it is. It's a segue into something else. But it's still, listen, it's still the truth, because we're talking about a paradigm that had to have been constructed so that we can not know of this paradigm that we're in now. So like the paradigm of the Earth being a globe was what? It's no more than what, 1,000 years old, I would say. Maybe a little bit older than that. But the idea was still there, to kind of have this kind of
Yeah,
other
it's
realm.
stupid.
This other realm.
I can prove how stupid it is. It's absolutely without any reasonable point. There is nothing that you can point out that will give you the proof of it. It's absolutely without any data or anything. But what you see, what you get, that is a flat plane with celestial body that's moving above you. That's the sun. That's the moon.
Every now and again, I guess it doesn't have to be for too long, but we can go into a little bit of like the whole concept of everything, like the purpose of the globe, because I see it as an intentional deception. It was basically needed for people to believe in something that was outside of their reasoning, because perhaps it was trying to get put forth on the people before, but the people rejected it. They couldn't accept the idea that this was the case, so it had to have come through like other means, like technology.
No,
And
I think
once the
there was a
technology started to
fancy
catch
thing.
up,
Oh, fancy. We will be a new. We will go away from this burden that we are living in, and we will make something up that's more fancy. Yeah, it's a fancy thing, but
I don't
it's
know
not
about fancy,
reality.
but yeah, it could be. I mean, right now, like as we speculate, we could see that there was something intentional drawn together about the Earth being a globe. That's all I'm saying.
But we have proved that it's not working, and we are measuring the Earth flat with elevation angle and baseline. You get GP, and around the GP you get the circle of equal altitude, thousands of miles. Cannot work on a globe. It's impossible. And then we have all the technology that says, "Oh no, it's not possible," because everything is a line of sight. It's going over long distance. Cannot happen on a globe. Oh, then we have also the radio waves, whatsoever talking about. Everything is against it. Everything. But people are still trying to say, "Oh, but we are still on a globe." How?
Yeah,
How is
the
that
globe
possible?
the globe exists. The globe exists in mathematics. So as long as the math actually says that the concept of the abstract is real, people believe in the abstract because they can't perceive something that is too great for them to even know that it's there. So they become apologists for that information. Well, the globe is too big to see, so we're like tiny amoebas on a ball. And they're like, but we can measure it on we could measure this ball. It's almost like opposite of
If somebody makes that argument, he has to be stupid because he is not using his brain. If he's not using his brain, then he's stupid, right?
well, he's convinced of the argument. He doesn't know if it's real or not. He's convinced that that narrative is true. So if you say I can perceive a globe that's bigger than me in my mind, but I can't actually measure it, then what you have is the math that precedes. Math has always been a vehicle for people's belief systems. Like you could do anything with math because it's just a language. You could make it say whatever you want. So it can do whatever you want it to do, and then you can then propose whatever idea about that particular reality. You can construct anything in math and say, well, because my math says it checks out, then we're all good over here. We can make up any world we want. And that's all the
Yeah.
Earth as a globe exists in only math. It's not in
But
reality.
you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong there because a math can be absolutely accurate, and math is multiple things to describe. But if you want to manipulate it, yes, you can use the math also. So that you're saying is not correct. You can absolutely use math to give a linear and slope and everything. It's a fantastic world of math that it has to be. It's absolutely different. We have come so far. It's because of all of the math. Just like a pie, 3.14 approximately, of course, will give you a circle also, right? Pi of a circle, you know what I mean? So that is accurate.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
how you
It doesn't.
the
The problem. Yeah, the problem is
sorry. But you
math.
have
Math
you have
can
to
be
stop
accurate.
in
Yeah, math
the
can be accurate, but it doesn't.
you
Yeah, math.
cannot
Hold on,
say a
Johnny.
math is hocus pocus. Of course, it's the
Well, the
right
math
way.
can be. Yeah, the math can be accurate,
Yes, we
Johnny.
can use math to manipulate
I can't hear
the
Johnny that
outcome.
well. Your
You
mic
can
is
use
cutting in and out, Johnny. You're not sounding. I can hear
yeah.
some words.
But I have to go inside and in front of in my studio. So you
Yeah,
can
because
hear.
I can hear some words, but then the other words get cut out. But what I
Yeah.
would say is that math explains something. You could say uniform in a concept, in an abstract, but if you were to then say, how can we comport what we're looking at in this math over to reality? Where does it ever check out? You can never go outside into the field and say how it comports, because the macro would be the Earth being too big to actually check it out. So if you were to say, let's measure the drop over the distance, you wouldn't be able to do that.
People that are using arguments like that, it's just stupid because everything will fall if the radius is debound. Then everything falls, the whole model. And I will say that the globus, they don't have any model anymore.
Well, that's why we ask them. We always ask them that. Where's your model at? They don't have a model. They just have an idea of what they think the Earth is. A scientific model would have explanatory power, and what they have is just a concept, an abstract of what they think the Earth is. A model would then be something that precedes, has some type of explanatory power to one specific concept or not. Like the WGS 84, the oblate spheroid model that explains something. Then you have, the geoid model. There's a few globe Earth type models, but they're not necessarily the sphere that you was presented from, like, let's say NASA. So you have a bunch of concepts and what they think the Earth is. Oblate spheroid is chubbier in the middle, but when you see NASA pictures, you're looking at a blue marble, perfect blue marble. It looks spherical as any perfect sphere would be, but it's not like according. I've heard this before. You look at all the NASA images, and then you're apologist for the sphere, but as a matter of fact, it's a perfect sphere. It's got the perfect circumference. It's got the perfect radius. It's got everything's perfect. It looks like a beautiful marble. But then you're gonna have the problem of it being an oblate spheroid, which that denotes a term being oblate. And so if you're gonna have the oblateness,
it's like a pear shape because everything is
pear-shaped,
bigger in the south. Yeah, right. And
there's no-
also, yeah. Okay.
no, I'm just gonna say there's no way that you're gonna be able to measure that oblateness. There's only an abstract that you have within the mathematical form, but there's no way that you can tell that is the case. Now, the way that they're talking about oblateness and pear shape is the way that you can see the solar analemma. If you've ever seen a solar analemma, it looks like a pear. Has anybody ever seen the solar analemma? The way the sun leaves its figure of 8 in the sky?
The talking
Or the
point
Mobius strip?
of the planet has been annihilated. Has make any sense at any level at all. And what's the level in the world? What's the level? Oh, level is curved.
Yeah, levels
Really?
curve. Well, I guess to I guess to them, because of the fact that it has to be. There's no way that it cannot be curved, because then you don't have a globe Earth. So, yeah, look, old dude has it. And like that's why Neil deGrasse Tyson said it's pear shaped. Look at that. Doesn't that look like a pear? That Mobius strip that you see? It's kind of chubbier in the middle, kind of like a pear. So
Yeah,
if the sun is making that circuit, in its path, then he could say it's pear shaped because of the way it looks there in the sky, the analemma. It's every time that you see an analemma, you think of a pear because it's what it looks like. It's pear shaped, chubbier in the middle, oblateness. That would say
yeah,
that
but he's not right, because in the same sentence later, a few minutes later, he said it was bulging out in the middle because in the equator the water will be so high because of this and that.
yeah. So
But
what we know,
you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Everybody knows that's not happening in real life, but he just makes things up all the way, and it has to be like that.
Yeah.
But it isn't. Why it isn't? It's because the globe fucking fantasy is not real. Yes, it has to be. If you're living on a globe, it has to be. But the reality is, if you're living on a spinning globe, you will never have any fucking life. You will not be. There will not be any life or in this path of spinning globe. It will be impossible. We have a specular reflection. Everybody has understand art and what that's about. Specular reflection is not possible on a globe that is spinning through space.
well, there's something that they make with when they construct the Earth being a globe, and what they tell people is that there's a lot of magical things happening on the Earth as a globe. Like we have, when you see the moon, there's certain time periods where the moon goes through its phases, and one of the phases that it goes through, I think it's waning, the waning phase, when it first starts to get that first light.
Waddling. Just taking
Yeah, hold on,
waddling
Johnny. Hold on, Johnny. Hold on. Let me finish getting through what I'm saying. So you got the waning phase when it first starts to get that first light, that sliver of light on it, and then you can see on the waning phase, the darkened side of the moon is kind of lit up, not tremendously, but you can see a little bit of the features on, like, let's say when the moon's in that phase. What happens is, the story behind that is that it's getting a lot of the earth shine. If you don't know what earth shine is, go ahead and type it in your Googles right now. You can see what the explanation for earth shine is. So hold on, Johnny. Hold on. I'm still let me get through this, Johnny. 1 second. So basically, hold on, Johnny. Johnny. So basically, earth shine happens when the sunlight is reflected off of the earth and onto the moon. So the earth shine onto the moon is illuminating the part of the moon that's not illuminated by the sunlight. So the sunlight is illuminating the waning phase, the very first sliver of light. So you see that happening on the moon, that where the waning phase is lit up. You could see a sliver, and then the rest of the moon is lit up by earth shine. And then, of course, earth shine is a depiction of like what's happening on the moon from the earth's light being reflected onto it. So what you have is this story behind how the moon is being lit up not only by the sun, but by the earth, the reflection of the earth's light onto the moon. It's called earth shine. So I thought that was interesting. Some of the globalists don't know about this, so I'm kind of telling them right now. They're probably like, "Dude, that's bullshit." But I would say look it up if you don't know what earth shine is. So this whole fantasy story about earth shine and how the light's reflected off of the earth onto the moon is it's far-fetched. It's crazy. But we're told to believe these things because how are you going to verify that? How is anyone going to verify earth shine on the moon, on the waning phase?
Okay, I am absolutely with you, and you're absolutely right. there is no fucking earthshine, and nobody can talk about earthshine because nobody is able to verify that. It's just making up story from some mind without any facts. And also, it's impossible. What is earthshine? Earthshine from what? To what?
Yeah, One Big Pond has it. Look, I'm gonna show you because One Big Pond put it in an image in the text channel. What he's showing there is one of the he had it there. One of the images he's putting up is Earthshine. So on the waning phase, when it's gaining its light, throughout the phase of the moon, you can see the rest of the moon, but that's not from the sunlight. That's from the light of the earth. It's called Earthshine. That's what they're saying that is. Now, it's something interesting too. On the waning phase, you can have Earthshine, but on the waxing phase, there is no Earthshine. I don't know if you guys knew this. Waning phase can have Earthshine. Waxing phase does not have Earthshine. There's something there to think about because on the both sides of the phases of the moon, I don't know if you guys have heard about this or not or contemplating it, but one of the arguments is waning phase you can have Earthshine, waxing phase no Earthshine.
Okay, moon is not a physical place like maybe people think it is. It isn't. It's not a sand that you can or something else you can go on. It's a electric phenomenon that is has some substance of plasma. That's all it is. Sometimes it is you can see through it. Sometimes you can't. But it has some kind of structure. They have some kind of something has happened there. I think it's about something about electric explosion. Electric explosion will actually then in the plasma will make a moon like we are seeing in the moon. What's happening is on the magnetic stream, because of the cold, the higher it is, of the magnetic traction that is getting all the time, therefore it's moving all the time. It's illusion. Also that we are seeing it is also from apparent. So that's very confusing. But what I'm telling you is at the same time how the things, the sun and the moon is going round and round and round, it's about magnetic electric interaction all the time. It will never stop because the cold, electronic, and magnetic. You can just move it. If you are caught, you can change the orientation, and we have proof of it. We can do it. We can do it in the app, and we have done it. There's what's the name for it? It's contagion. You can absolutely make it with permafrost and electronic. You can let it go. You can treat it, and it will go around and around. It's exactly what's happening. We have magnetic stream from the Earth to the Polaris. That's a magnetic energy. But the sun is electric energy. and the moon is something in between. That's a mystery. I don't understand it really because it's not. I cannot understand that it's electric energy. I cannot understand it. So I think it's something in between. It's like a satellite following. I cannot answer what moon is, but I can answer what the sun is. It's an electric phenomenon that's going in a magnetic field. It will never change. It will always go forever and ever and ever. And people are saying, "Oh, you cannot make a machine that can go over and over and over and over." Yeah, of course you can. People are talking in that. Hey, I hate it. You can drive without any cost if you just use your brain and all the possibilities. I just say if you have something that is going around and round like a wheel, you can make energy of it. Then they say, well, you can never get more energy that you put into it. Okay, that's just wrong. You just have to make turbines that make more energy of it. Finito. And I am right. If you have a turbine that make every effort that came out, take all the energy from everything else moving, of course you can make new energy of it. It's just bullshit. Everything that you believe because they say, oh, you cannot do it, then you just believe it. Fuck off. Do you know what turbine is? You can take in air and press it in to get much more energy because you're compromising it. Take it down to the turbine. Okay, if you're not the engineer, I am. If you don't know that, maybe you'll go along. Do you know at the airplane that's flying in the high altitude with a big motors like a Rolls Royce motor? they use turbine, and turbine is that the air is pressure. You don't need so much gasoline. Yeah, maybe something to activate and so on. But you can fly on pressure air. You can. If you are in the altitude and you have the thin air and you take it all in and you pressure it and yes, you get in. If you say no, then you're just stupid because it's obvious because of all of the blades and how it is, how you pressure the air, you will get energy that wasn't there. Therefore, I'm right.
Welcome to the fray, Miowski. The hairball?
Anyways, I'm going to Chip Hunt. They are waiting for me.
Got any curve, bruh? Need that curve. Oh, I'm itching for some curve.
What up, Crit?
Is that Miggy?
Yeah, what up, Jenna?
What's up? What's up?
So how does the sun work?
Dude, I almost spit my coffee. You can't do that.
Like, I didn't know I had a job. Okay, well, it's just it. I mean,
Is
and
is
then they s-
anything that is anything that I typed to Meowski incorrect? I mean, what about
I
the
mean, you
sun?
can use yeah, you could use that, but the thing is, their minds aren't even on the level to pun intended, but like they're not even on the level to think like the way you. To them, that's gonna lead to more questions. They're not, they need to be in like a voice call where you could ask them.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said until you research the inverse square law of light, then I'm afraid you may not understand how this works, and that's pretty simple.
Most of the times, you get a rebuttal as to like that's not true or something, on
Right? A
those
whole
lines.
bunch of no, or prove it. Like, but first you got to go do the research. You got to go learn about the inverse square law of light. Like, lights don't get brighter as they get further away. That's why we wouldn't see the sun all the time on a flat Earth.
That's just the propagation of light, how it propagates through the medium of air. That the atmos is a fluid that the light has to propagate through. Then it'll take some time before it gets there. It's not just gonna like they're thinking light travels forever. I think in that mindset, that's how you're seeing the globe, the lens that you're seeing the globe through. Well, we see light from a star billions of light years away, yet you can still see the light because it travels forever. Like their mind is still thinking like that.
Yeah, and I don't know, but there's this crazy belief that the optics of these telescopes can reach these millions and billions of miles. That just there aren't any optics that can reach like that because those things aren't that far away. What's the device with the highest optic range? That's what I've been trying to find out. It's the one device that has the longest optical range.
Is it
Like a
the
telescope?
P1000?
Is it the P1000?
I'm just guessing. I mean, that's why NASA is trying to got rid of it.
Yeah. You can still find those P900s and P1000s just aftermarket on like
Oh
Amazon
yeah,
and whatnot.
yeah. They're about to go like that's about to be worth its weight in gold. I mean, they already are, but I mean, it's gonna be that's gonna be it's like those mega zoom cameras. They are there's none in the market anymore.
Yeah. Just as I was gonna get one too, and they're like, "Oh, discontinued." I'm like, "Son of a bitch, why?" Because they signed a contract with NASA. I don't know what the hell they're doing. NASA's like, "Oh, damn you, Nikon! How are we supposed to keep up our charade when your camera's that good?"
Oh, it's Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Oh, it's Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. And I'm Goofy.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
I want what you're on, bro. Dang.
Jenna's like, give me some of that over there.
I wish I could have a joint with you guys. Like, just a joint and, like, talk about Flutter. Who knows what ideas we must have, like, you know.
Yeah, the reason I was talking about this earlier, the reason why Admiral Byrd took a fleet of people down there with a naval fleet, 3,000 souls went down to the ice. Cause for what? What are they fighting over there? Why do you gotta take so many ships, bruh? For what? Who's down there? Because a lot of people would be like, there's just penguins over there. Really? You gotta take that many boats for penguins? Oh no.
I mean,
Yeah.
like, come on. Like, come on, man. Like, we
We're
all know.
like
We all know.
like
We,
like we're not allowed to go
yes.
there. We're not allowed to go there
Yeah.
because we can't disturb the penguins.
Yeah,
but he takes an army.
like, you know.
He takes a fleet, a naval fleet down there. 3,000 people. 3,000 people. Yep.
Yeah. There's pictures and videos of those men petting penguins, but we're not allowed to go because we disturb the penguins.
Yo, it's so funny. It's so funny. Like, all the governments, they cannot agree on anything. Like, they are always like fighting, always arguing, always, at wars with each others. But, however, on the matter of the North Pole, they can agree like in a butt of an eye. They all agree that, oh, no, we will not let those curious people to basically research it. No, like it's like it says a lot. I'm not gonna say anything, but it says a lot.
Oh. Yeah, I was mentioning that earlier. I think it's kind of weird that people say, well, you can't go to the South. And, the reason being is because they're doing, scientific research and that over there in Antarctica. And
Yeah.
one of the other things is, too, what type of scientific research? And if that's true, then why are they saying that the largest continent on Earth can't be explored in any way? It's just a lot of things that don't add up. That's fine. People can say whatever they want about it.
Yeah, it's always like, it's always like this, right? Yeah, we cannot, like, for example, when NASA said like, oh, we lost the pictures, like, right, like, we lost the footages of the original moon landing. Fuck's sakes, like, how can you do that? Like, how can you manage to do such thing? Like, to lose the official footages of men going to the moon, like, and then basically they didn't do any investigation. They didn't do any investigation, right? They just like, oh, you know what? No, we're not going to investigate this. It's all fine, like, like when you lose pictures like those, like, you have to understand it, like, you have to explain it, like, you literally have to explain it to the world, like, why did you lose those pictures? How did you lose those pictures? But we're not gonna explain it. So yeah, because we didn't go to them, basically, right? So anyway, sorry if I talk a lot.
No, you don't talk a lot. It sounds like you're rummaging through your attic or something. There's a bunch of background noise when you're on.
Oh, sorry, man. Like, no, funny thing I have to do. I have to move out from my place, basically.
I was right. What
I
the?
thing is
I was
like,
just kidding around,
yeah.
but you are moving out. Hurry up and get your shit packed up, man, because you know, the man's coming at 12 noon and he's gonna kick you out if you're not done.
No. Thing is like, no, like in those days I have construction work in my place, so I have to go and relocate into a tent.
Where are you at in
And
Russia?
no, I mean Croatia.
Ah, where's Sasha at? Freaking Sasha's over there.
Man, tent living ain't bad. No bills, utilities.
I mean, look,
like-
I don't have any. Like, I mean, I just have electricity in my own place. Like, that's all I have. I don't even have like. No, I don't have running water. I just have electricity, and that's it. You know, I have to.
Hey, man.
Have to move.
You have an
move.
outhouse?
A what? No, I have a garage actually. Like it's like
Where do you go use a restroom if you have no running water, bro? Gotta go outside.
bucket. Wait, hold on.
Damn, that's not
Hold on.
good.
So
No bueno, man.
I fixed the camera basically.
You got camera
Hold
phones
on.
where you're from?
Yeah, fucks. I cannot adjust it. Anyways, no, I live in like a garage. Basically, this is where I live. I just have electricity, but that's my only electrical outlet that I have, and then I have nothing else. You see, like pretty like.
Yeah, that's it. Man, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. Survive and do some, you know. Everybody goes through some things.
Yeah.
Everyone has their own story, but
To be honest, yeah, like. No, like that's basically right. That's basically life. Life is. Sometimes life is wonderful. Sometimes it's really hard.
sometimes life says that the Earth is a globe, and sometimes it's not. But when people say that it is, then we ask them, "How is it a globe?" Does anybody have information that the Earth is a globe? Anyone?
No one. No one can prove the globe.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, yeah.
Maybe Artizal can do it. Artizal, if you're in here, tell us how the Earth's a globe, man. We're waiting on the new people to tell us how the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, we're just dumb flat earthers. Like, enlighten us on the globe, please. Like, we're just backward. We are just backward. Huh?
We got, people in here coming in, telling us that the Earth is a globe, and
But prove it. Like, I'm serious about it. Like, okay, how am I backwards? Like, they claim always, like, flat earthers are just retarded. They are just retarded. They are just like, uneducated. Well, educate us, please. Like, Glover, educate us. Like, but you have to contradict us. And that's how you educate us, basically, right?
I'll tell you what,
Thing
man.
is,
I
like,
was a
look,
flat earther. Oh, I'm sorry. I was a
No,
flat earther
sorry.
when I
You
came
go.
in here, but being a flat earther when I came in here, but I've learned so freaking much just since I've been in here. And I'm like, wow, like I really didn't know dick about like the inverse square law of light or thermodynamics or entropy. I didn't know about a lot of that. And then it occurs to me, like, if I didn't know that, and I'm pretty fucking smart, then there's like a whole population of people on this earth also don't know that.
Yeah, like.
Hey, you just
I mean,
coughed right
look,
through
I
Jenna's
was a
last. You just Dark Servant, mute your mic, bro. You coughed right through Jenna's.
No, I didn't.
No,
I
no.
wasn't the one.
That was my honey.
Oh, because I was listening to Jenna. All of a sudden, I saw Dark Servant's light come on. I didn't hear him.
I was a globe earther my whole life, basically, right? Most of the 95% of my life, I was a globe earther. I just recently joined 2 years ago after I had a 3 days argument with a flat earther, right? And I was trying to prove him wrong. So basically, like, I come and I try to contradict him. I was mocking him, like, how can you think the earth is flat? Why do you think? No, it's not flat. Are your balls flat? Like, fucking retarded kid I was. But
Let me
anyways,
ask, hold on, Doc. Yeah, let me ask the new people, J-Dog or Swift Shards, do you guys think that the earth is a globe?
Absolutely. I just come in here to people listen, I guess.
Yeah, well, we like to engage with the new folk that come in here. So it seems like
Look,
you guys
honestly,
are new.
I'm not qualified to be able to tell that, but general
Qualified?
consensus, yeah, I'm not qualified.
Hey, you're a human
I
with a thinking brain. You can talk.
I could
why,
tell
why
you
not?
what I believe. I believe it's round, but I can't give you scientific information to prove that it's flat.
Yeah, well, you're in luck, my boy. It doesn't have nothing to do
You want
with
me to prove
science.
You want me to prove it's round?
no, it's
No,
it's
yeah,
just
hold on, Dark Servant.
look-
Yeah, just have a small seat for a second. Let me talk to these gentlemen. So, Swift Shards, you're saying that there's no way that you're not a scientist, so you can't speak on the issue. Well, but you have a thinking brain,
no,
right? So
I can definitely speak on the topic. I put out a disclaimer that I'm not a I know some of the other guys here get real heated on that stuff.
Oh, it's not really a debate. I think it's either it is or is not a globe, right? So what we tend to do is get the people to critically think about the position if the Earth is a globe or not, and what we're opening up like an avenue for you to think that way. This place here is you look at it like an area to critically think about the topic one way or the other. So you haven't looked at the information basically, then here's a place where you can do that because you've been fed all your life this narrative, right? So we're going to get right down to it. Do you really know that the Earth is a globe or not? And so that's what we're doing. We're letting that conversation take place.
Well, we don't really know the same way you don't really know if the Earth is flat, though. Like,
Yeah, we do.
I feel like that's.
Yeah, well, you just kind of projected. We do know, but go ahead and tell us how you know the Earth's a globe, and then we'll tell you how we know the Earth's flat.
I mean,
It'll be
just
like
like
an exchange of ideas. How about that?
Just like Swift Shards, I don't have. I'm not well read on the science behind why the Earth is a globe, but I
Cool.
can tell you logically.
Mhm.
I mean, once again, obviously, logic is not foolproof. There is that 0.00001% chance, but the idea that all these countries
Really?
would be colluding together to withhold the secret from the public, right? Like you have
Oh.
North Korea, the U.S.,
Yeah, I get what you're saying,
Russia,
J-Dog.
China.
You're
like,
raising
all these
you're
countries
raising
that
a
don't
good
get
point.
along.
You're raising a good point, right? The motive, like, why would all these guys collude? I get what you're saying. I think
What's the benefit of keeping that a secret?
Well, the best thing to do is
Oh,
to
there is
to
a big
hold on,
benefit.
Dark Servant. I'm talking, bro. So if
Sorry.
you're looking at the benefit for all of this, it's easy to see within the population of people, right? People, when they hear information, they either take it and accept it or they take it and reject it, right? So you guys have been fed a narrative about the Earth being what it is as a globe. So if you're gonna say that the Earth is a globe for any reason, what would be the motive for that? Because we haven't looked at the motive for that first, right? Why it's a globe, not why it's not a globe. Why is it a globe? So in this narrative that you think of it being a globe, what reasoning do you have behind that? Now, I ask you two gentlemen because it seems like this type of thing is you're not in it for the debate or what, and that's not what we're here for. We're here for well, it's simple. How is it possible that you in 2024 are still believing something you can't prove? And that to us is very suspicious. Why the population of the people on Earth believe the Earth is a globe? That's why we're asking the question. Something for you to think about. So instead of asking, well, what motive would they have? I'm asking you guys, what information do you have to support the claim?
I mean, I like with a lot of things in life, you just kind of have to trust the experts and the majority, which I know sometimes it can be wrong, but this isn't necessarily so. Like in terms of slavery, obviously, if we go back like 300 years ago, like it's easy to determine what's right and wrong, but that's a question of right and wrong. There is no question of right and wrong with this, so there really isn't a motive to lie. Like people had slaves because it was a lucrative thing to have. I don't see a reason why you'd try and keep a secret that the Earth is flat. Like,
Yeah,
but
but your
that
reasoning,
aside, what's
yeah,
up?
J Dog, you're still trying to reason the motive as to why they would keep it a secret. No, it's not. Let's belay that, right?
Well,
Let's look at the reason why
are
they
you
tell you.
saying
Let's
that?
1 second, Swift Shards. I'm actually making the point after J Dog. So if you're looking at one instance of the motive to keep it from you, the information that the Earth is flat, no. Let's talk about why are they telling you it's a globe? You know, and what way can you tell me that you know it's a globe? Because obviously, any Joe Blow on the street can tell you, hey man, this is the case, and you're like, okay, I believe you. What makes you believe it's a globe? Because obviously, have you looked? You both say that you're not scientists, right? I've heard that already from both of
I
you.
mean, not in regards to the Earth, but I am a scientist in other regards. Yes.
Oh,
Just,
well, that's
I
good.
can't.
That's good. Now,
I work with
just on the Earth, right, J Dog?
Sure.
Pharmaceuticals. That's cool. But let's see if you can piece together the reasoning behind why you think it's a globe. And now, if it's good, you know, something to lead you to know, okay, well, that's good reasoning. If not, then we can examine that within our discussion. Well, that's not really good to think that it is a globe. But you and Swift Shards are in the same boat. It sounds like.
All right. Here's
Am I wrong?
something scientific. If you were to take a piece of paper, a flat piece of paper, and shine a light onto it, right? And if that light's far enough, it'll hit that entire piece of paper, right? I don't know what like the current opinion of the sun among flat earthers, but I'm guessing like, do you think it's a globe type thing? Do you think it's a sphere, or do you think it's
no.
flat
Okay,
as well?
so I think you're
But
getting lost in
ju-
the sauce, J
well,
Dog. This is what's
just to
happening,
go
bro.
off that,
Yeah, but you hold on a second. You're going straight on to flat Earth. I'm not. Listen, bro. Like, let's kind of take a step back. You're going too far into flat Earth. We're not like right now. Let's not talk about flat Earth. Let's talk about how you know it's a globe or believe that it is. That's what I want to know. I'm really interested
Single
in you guys.
facts.
Well, as whatever you can bring to the table. I'm looking to see
When a
your
ship
reasoning
goes
behind.
over the
Hold on, Swift
horizon,
Shards. Let me finish, brother. I know you're anxious, but what I want to bring to J Dog is that you're not talking about the Earth being a globe. I don't care about flat Earth at the moment. We can get to that, and I will tell you anything you need to know. But first of all, let's find out how it's a globe. That's the first thing we got to settle on. So Swift
there's
Shards,
night
go
and day
ahead.
cycles.
Oh, well,
That's
you
basically
are
what I'm
Swift
getting at.
Shards. I don't care. Night
Because
and
there
day.
are night and day cycles. And once again,
Okay.
I can't prove that there's night and day cycles because obviously I can't be in two different locations at the same time. But I just kind of have to take the word of people in China right now that it's not the same brightness outside as it is here in the US for me.
Okay, so night and day. That's one for J Dog. Right, Swift Shards, do you have one?
yeah, a ship going over the horizon.
Okay, what do you think's happening there? Can you tell me about it?
Basically, it drops off, and the last thing you'll see is the masts on the top.
Okay, and what is the reasoning behind that?
Well, it's going to be Earth's curvature, or I've heard some debate just distance. It's fading out in the distance. That's what
Yeah,
the flat
but
earthers
like,
say.
let's and for me and you guys, I just want to talk about how it's a globe, right? We can talk about the context of the debate or whatever a little bit later. I think what's most important is that you guys kind of experience the fact that you've never looked into this at being a globe, period. So, okay, so you're saying ships going over the horizon, and J Dog is saying, the day and night cycle. These 2 points sound like they're really reasonable to think about if the Earth is a globe, right? Or maybe not. Who knows? But we can dive into each point and figure out whether or not it's reasonable, right? So I'll go with J Dog and his example of the sun. So day and night. Tell me how that
Do you have
explains.
any
hold on,
Sorry, do you
Shards.
have any?
So hold on, sir. Hold on. Because I don't mean to be rude, but I do want to examine each point. And that's most essential for each person to critically think about, right? Each point, and you guys experiencing the fact that you can think about things. Okay, so J Dog, we're talking about the sun, day and night cycles. Now, let's examine how that tells us how the Earth is geometric in shape. So go ahead, sir. There you can, if you can bring us to tie it in, day and night cycles and the Earth being a geometric shape.
Well, if we accept what we currently know about the sun and we accept the current properties and principles we understand about light, if you were to shine something onto a flat surface from far away,
Flat
it's going to light up.
surface is not. Sorry.
So
we're not talking about flat Earth, J-Dog.
Okay.
So
If
Belay
you were to-
talking about flat. Okay, let's not talk about flat Earth for the moment. I will talk about flat Earth after we talk about the globe.
So why does
first
why does it
concentrate?
prove that it's a
J-Dog.
globe?
J-Dog.
Is that
Focus
what
on
you're
the globe.
asking?
Yes, focus on the
Okay.
globe.
I believe it's. I mean, obviously, you can. It's not as easy to do that, but like I don't have the
Well, why
background for
not?
this, anyways. I
Why
don't
not?
have the background to debate this that much.
Well, you believe it, so there must be
I
something
believe
about
it because I trust the
day and night
majority of
cycles.
people.
Right,
I
but day
trust
and
the majority
nights.
of scientists that like.
Okay,
live
majority of
this.
scientists. These are just terms you're using. So what to me is interesting is that you carry a belief system without having the weight of understanding, and I think that's sus for you
I
anyway.
mean,
You don't think
obviously,
that's
it's better
sus?
to have the understanding of it, but a lot of things you
Right.
just have to trust in society, and a lot
So
of
you're
things there
telling
really
me.
isn't a
Okay.
reason to doubt it.
Okay. Cool. So you're
I'm going to
saying
trust that
based.
this vegetable is going to
Yeah,
do good for my
J-Dog. Right.
body
So
because of what
based
other
on a
people have told me.
yeah, based on a belief system, the blind belief system. So from what it sounds like, J-Dog, based on a blind belief system that you
I
have,
wouldn't say
blind belief.
blind.
Yes, blind. Because I asked you how, and you're like, well, I don't need to know how. I just need to trust people. Well, you don't even know what information to trust because you don't know how to explain it. How can you articulate a point when you don't even know what it is about? So here's the most important thing I'm gonna bring home to you right now is the fact that you believe something about day and night cycles without having any understanding whatsoever. You're just saying, I trust the scientists that they said day and night cycles work on a globe, then that's good for me, without even knowing how it operates. So I think right now that we're digging into this part of your thought process, we're realizing one simple truth. You don't know how it works.
I think we all have a basic understanding of how a lot of these things work because we have
Well,
to
I
trust
just
a lot of the
asked you.
other information that leads us to that. Like we have to understand
Sure.
that the Earth rotates. We have to accept that from people that the Earth does rotate, right? And
Yeah,
then
it's a blind
because of
belief
that
that
rotation,
that's
We
doing
can't
it.
prove it.
Yeah,
Can't
yeah.
prove
The
it.
blind.
I mean, yeah,
Prove it.
but okay, but once
J-Dog,
again, you could apply the same logic to what you're
no,
thinking, like
we're not
your own
applying to
math
flat
or
Earth.
whatever.
No, we're not. No, stop.
I'm just saying
No,
you
we're
can
not
apply this
segueing to
logic
flat.
to your own
We're
math
not
as well.
segueing. We're not segueing to flat
I'm
Earth.
just
We're
saying
only going to
that-
stay on the globe. That's the only thing we're doing right now. So right now we're understanding that just because some people said something about the Earth being a globe, J-Dog, you're believing it, and I think that's kind of sus. And I'm showing you the reason why, because you
May
don't know
I
how to
interject for
articulate
a
the
moment?
point. Just a
when you hear
second,
people talk
Magnus,
about
'cause we're
curvature, you're just trusting what other people are saying about the math to that curvature, though. No.
all right.
So you
So
kind of
first of
trust
all,
those people
yeah.
as well, and that they're correct.
Here's what
that
happens
their
to the
science
mind.
and math
Let
is
me
correct.
explain. Let me explain. What happens to the mind when we start articulating the point that you don't know what you're talking about? You start to scramble. It starts you're spitfiring a lot of things out because the mind goes into defense mode. It doesn't want to sound like it doesn't know what it's saying. So you're starting to come like you're projecting a lot of things. You're spitfiring. You don't know how to like stop and just say, wait a minute, I really don't know how a day and night cycles explain the Earth as a globe. And it was my point that the day and night cycles prove that the Earth is a globe. And you don't know how to articulate. So that's just something to think about, right? Now, I want to give the other gentleman a chance.
Can I just ask, are you
I
a flat
just-
earther or a globe earther?
I just wanted to interject real quick because
No, sorry.
one
That's not
one
going to
main
work
com-
in this. Sorry, that doesn't work. We have Swift Shards on deck, and then you, Magnus. So let's not interject someone else's point. Go ahead, Swift Shards.
Sorry.
We take turns, Magnus. Swift
I
Shards,
got it.
you're
I
up.
got you.
Can you just clarify if you're a flat earther, Alpha?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So Swift Shards, you had a point to bring. Ships going over the horizon. How does that
Yeah,
detail that it's a
disappearing.
globe, sir? Yeah, tell us how you know it's a globe because of that.
I mean, the point raised is that there would be some sort of curvature there, and it's dropping off over the horizon because obviously it's a globe.
Right, but that's
Um,
something that you've been told. Now, is there any way that you can articulate that point to us?
It's not
as in-
something that
let's-
I've
let's make
visually
the-
observed myself. That's another thing
because
I've been
it's-
told.
Sure,
Right,
would
but
make
let's make
sense
the, let's make the
logically.
connection. Let's make the connection from you thinking that it's a globe to you kind of solidifying a point to say that it is a globe. So let's try to make a connection. I'm going to allow you the floor, okay? Because I want you to make the connection.
Like I said, I haven't looked into it.
Okay, so would you be fair to say?
I could make the connection
Okay.
if I were
Go
to
ahead.
see some how would you say, theoretical maps or some basic maps that it
On the
proposed
globe?
of how this flat how this flat Earth thing would work.
Flat Earth? No. Once again, you and Jay get confused. I'm not talking about flat Earth, Swift. The only
just
thing I
talking about
care
globe?
about at this particular, yes sir, only globe right now. Let's do away with flat Earth talk for the moment, okay? Can you guys do me that favor and not talk about flat Earth for just a second? We'll get to flat Earth, trust me. But we need to know how you know the Earth's a globe first, and then once we know, you have a point to stand on. Now, here's the tricky part. If you don't know how the Earth's a globe, then you don't have a point to stand on. Is that fair? Because I'm giving you the floor. I want you to tell me, make the connection to what you said about the horizon, ships going over the horizon, and how it's a globe. Now connect the dots. Do that for me, sir. Swift, the floor is yours.
To be honest, bro, I'm a bit too tired for this one tonight.
Really?
J-Dog,
You have the floor. Wait. You have the floor. I don't want to interrupt you. I want you to have the floor. I want you to make the connection for us. Make the connection.
I'm sorry, I thought I just did make that connection.
How? I didn't hear it.
That the ships are dropping off over the horizon due to the
that's
Earth's,
that's the explanation.
radial
That's the
curve.
claim. That's the claim.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Claim. Now tell us how.
You guys can't deduce how based off what I
You
just
guys
told
can't deduce. No, sir. No. It's not about deducing. It's about the explanatory power that you should have with the Earth being a globe. Now, if there is no explanatory power, then you say it's just a blind belief I have. That's fine. It's nothing, no skin off my back or yours, because you've been fed a narrative. You don't know how to explain it, and that's okay. That's what we're doing here in this call.
I can explain it.
Basically, hold on, Magnus. Basically, what's happening is that you're facing a mirror right now, and you're seeing yourself for the first time and saying, "Wow, I really don't know how to explain
Drop
the Earth
the
being a globe."
diatribe. I can explain it.
Yeah, this is a bit
Okay,
excessive.
we don't
You don't
need
have
it.
to
We
give
don't
him
need
a
some. Shh, quiet, peace, USA. All right. So basically, what we're doing here is just explain to you guys that when you come with the information, you should at least know how to articulate the point. And when you can't do that, it seems like you're carrying a blind belief all along about the Earth being a globe. And I'm just showing you that, right? So the Earth being a globe doesn't make any sense. It's just like you have this head knowledge of somebody telling you something, but you don't know how to articulate the point. That's all I'm showing you guys right now. And if there's any other point that you want to bring up of how it's a globe, I'm here. I want to listen. I want you to make the connection from not just saying it, making a claim, but drawing the correlation of how from what you've been told to how you can know that it's a globe. That's what I want to show you guys in this call. Not that the Earth is flat. We can talk about flat Earth later, but right now we have to identify if you know or not.
I don't
That's
accept your line
important.
of reasoning because it can be applied to basically anything. You have to trust what your people are telling you about the flat Earth then to accept a lot of this information. No, like you have to
No,
trust
that's
that
not how it
what
works.
you have to trust the pictures you see, the videos you might view, the articles, whatever it may be.
He's on
You
his
just kinda
way
have to
back to talking about flat Earth instead of proving he lives on a ball.
Yeah, that's
what
projection,
I'm
though,
saying
J-Dog.
is that you can use the same logic anywhere, so it's a bad line of logic to begin
No,
with.
it's
That
not.
is what I'm
Sir,
arguing.
you know what? You know what's happening.
So
Your
with
mind
my
is upset.
scientific method
Your
I would
mind
use
is-
here.
And then ad hominems.
Hold on, Swift
yeah.
Shards. Hold on, Swift Shards. Your mind, ad homs. Your mind is upset right now, J-Dog, and you're pissed off because you don't know how to articulate the point that the Earth is a globe. That's what's happening, bro. That's not my fault.
I haven't
You're mad
read
at
this
yourself,
for
bro.
days like you guys have. So obviously,
You're
yeah,
mad
I'm
at
not going to have
yourself,
the
bro.
words and the lingo to like describe why it's right, why it's wrong. Like,
Well, I think that's
I don't have
important,
the
right?
background for it, right?
That's not the point. That's not the point. The point is not to have a background. The point is for you to understand whether or not your understanding of the Earth being a globe is any way solidified, J-Dog. And it's not. At this point right now, you just have this blind belief. That's what I'm exposing to you, sir. That's all.
Do you
I'm
think
not doing
vegetables are
nothing more
healthy?
than That's why are we talking about vegetables? That's a red herring.
Do you think lettuce is
All right,
healthy?
Let's talk to
What?
somebody who's not spiraling, because I think that's what's happening to you at the moment.
I'm
right?
no, I'm asking you sincerely. Why do you know that lettuce is healthy to eat?
Dude, red
Or
herrings
do
aren't
you
gonna
know?
save
Is it
you.
healthy?
You didn't know that the Earth is a globe in any way, and I gave you the floor. I gave Swift Shards the floor. Is there any point that you guys have that the Earth is a globe? I'm giving you guys the floor. You can connect the dots and show us how you know the Earth's a globe. I think that's important.
How
And if you
how are
can't do
peppers
that,
healthy?
all
Are
right.
they
So you
healthy?
just continue to spiral. J Dog,
I'm
you
just
can have a
I'm
seat.
displaying
Okay,
why your
so
line of logic is not
Well,
fair
you're
to use
displaying
because you
how
could
you
use
don't
it
know
on
how to
anything.
articulate. Okay, here's what you're doing. You're displaying how you don't know how to articulate the point that the Earth is a globe. That's what you're displaying, because you're talking about peppers and anything else but the Earth, J Dog.
I
Anything
gave
else.
you basic information, right? Like about how there's
No,
day
you
and night
didn't.
cycles.
No,
I
you
said
didn't give
day
me
and night
basic
cycles and how
information.
there's the rotation of the Earth and the
Really?
right. I don't have the
Okay.
background to explain all of the information that leads to why that is the
Well,
case.
where did you hear this information
However,
from,
you
J Dog?
have to
Where?
blindly accept a lot of things in your
Okay.
words to accept what you're
No.
accepting as being a flat
Okay.
Earth.
That's projection.
I,
That's projection.
that is
How did
not
you learn about
projection.
the Earth?
well,
How did you
the
learn
way
about the
they
Earth
would
being a
come to
globe?
conclude the
Hold
working
on a
model
second,
is they would.
Swiftsards. Dude,
Okay.
we're talking to J Dog. He's hot under the collar. We want to know why he's saying that. No, so how did you learn about the Earth being a globe, J Dog?
Well, how did I mean school? But
Okay.
let me just ask you this.
Okay,
Do you
so if
think
we're
you're
gonna
gonna do a better
follow,
job convincing someone by like
no, this
attacking
isn't
them?
It's not about
convincing. Listen, no,
convincing
this
somebody,
isn't convincing
Tommy.
you.
It's not about
I'm not
convincing
trying to
people.
convince you. The only thing I'm showing you right now is giving you the opportunity to review the information which you thought was a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a globe. I'm giving you that opportunity so you can examine this, J Dog. It's for your
All
benefit,
right.
not mine.
Could you just convince me that the Earth is flat then? Like
I don't need to. I
I
don't
get
need
the
to, bro.
conversation. Like it's
Right. So right now, this point in time, you're kind of in your feelings about me showing you that the Earth isn't a globe by proxy of you not being able to articulate your point, which is why I want to do this. It's important. It's necessary. Otherwise, you're gonna continue on in life and think, well, dudes are crazy with thinking the Earth is flat because I know it's a globe. Well, in actuality, I just proved that you don't know how to articulate the point that the Earth is a globe. You didn't do a good job. You just said, well, Earth globe because it's spin. Really? And then the easy out is, well, I'm not a scientist, so I don't have to explain it. Well, that's easy. No accountability equals you saying that it's a globe and just believing it. Okay. But that's not good enough, because if you're going to carry that belief system and you don't know how to justify it, I think that's an issue, sir. For everyone.
I will
if you think
leave that 1 in quadrillion chance that all these lies have been told to me and the general public has just accepted them, that maybe the Earth is flat, but there would be so many other things that would have to be wrong, and that all these people would be colluding and in on to basically prove
It's that
the Earth
bad,
is
J
flat.
Dog. It's that bad, dude.
There's a
it's pretty
shitload
bad.
of stuff that would have to come together. So like, yeah,
we
sure,
could-
I'm not going to
well,
just
we-
completely dismiss the idea of the Earth being
All
flat.
right, well, we
but I
could
think
talk
would
about
be
it, J Dog. If you're
insane.
being reasonable, yeah, if you're being reasonable, we can talk about it. I'm gonna let Swift Shards kind of get into it a little bit.
I'm being
'cause
pretty
he's
open here, I think.
That's good. That's good. Listen,
But-
I'm not gonna say that a lot of people don't go through the same process that you do, because I guarantee you some spiral a lot harder as flat earthers now than you do and you did in your first little time being here. I guarantee that much. There's people that are on the flat earth side right now that were coming and fighting vehemently against what we're doing in here, and they're now sitting in our call at this current time as flat earthers, but they weren't as like nice as you are right now. And I'm saying that because even though you're a little bit kind of argumentative about it, it's still not as bad as some of the flat earthers that are here now that would mock flat earth vehemently. Anyway, that's beside
Let
the
me
point.
just say, how is that a line of reasoning for why the Earth is flat then? Just
No,
just
but-
because
well, first of all,
other people
because-
who were more aggressive than me were convinced.
Right. So check this out. No,
But
I'm
that-
only saying that. I'm only saying
No,
that because
yeah.
you think you might be a little. You say, well, I think I'm being reasonable, but yeah, there's been people that are a bit more apprehensive than you are. So, but that's not
That's
a
not
line
an
of reasoning.
argument
That's
for why-
just saying
why
the
you're right,
process.
though.
That's just the process that people have to go through. It first sounds like something that they are saying, this is stupid. Flat Earth is the dumbest shit ever heard. But like, just you have to hear the both sides. So the first side you have to hear is how the Earth has been known to be a globe, and I give them the floor so that they can connect the dots. So they can say, okay, I know that the Earth. This is the claim, right? The claim is the Earth is a globe. Ships go over the horizon. We see sunsets or whatever day and night cycle. It doesn't matter. And then I know it's a globe because I can connect that point to how I'm going to tell you how the sun's working or whatever. Like you're connecting the point to the Earth being a globe, and that to you makes it sound like, okay, I know. Now let's hear the flat Earth side. But you haven't done that because I've given you the floor, and just you said, well, I'm not a scientist, so I couldn't explain it. So it came to be that you didn't know how to articulate the point. That's fine. I'm not even saying that's a gotcha. I'm just meaning to you, it's like, can you see what's happening with everybody on Earth just believing, J-Dog? It's what everybody does, bro.
Well,
Nobody just says that they can tell you how the Earth's a globe. They just blindly believe it. As in somebody told them, hey man, the Earth's spinning and the Earth's a globe. And you're like, okay, sounds good to me. I like it. Yeah,
I mean,
really.
I
Honestly,
blindly believe the
honestly, bro.
experts on it. That's a good way to
Yeah.
put it. I blindly believe the experts on it, or what I perceive as the
Sure,
experts,
sure,
because
sure.
they are in the field. Whether they're NASA scientists or
I'm
whether
not
they're people
faulting
that
you
just
though,
study the
J-Dog,
Earth, I trust
because you
those
think
people.
that. I'm not faulting you. I'm just saying this is the world that we live in, right? I'm just identifying that we all live in this world with you. So we know where you're coming from. We know that whole, trusting these guys, and they're supposed to carry a particular weight on their shoulders to give, the people that are not doing the things that they're doing the information about the Earth, right? Like Earth science and stuff. Swift Shards, do you have some?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like what J-Dog was saying there was pretty well, how would you say that was factual? He was just admitting that he doesn't know, actually.
Yeah.
The way
Didn't fault
you
him for
came
that.
at it, yeah. The way you came at it sounded just very salesman-like, just charismatic. I wasn't really getting much proof from that, to be honest.
It's not listen. It's not about me proving like the Earth is not a globe. It's just listening to the way people actually are holding their points. So like, if I told you,
Right.
like, I know how a car works, right? And you're like, okay, can you describe the engine to me? And I'm like, well, you turn the key and it turns on. And you're like, yeah, okay, that's good. You know how to turn on a car. But how
But
does the engine work?
hang on,
But
hang on.
hold
hang
on
on.
a second.
That's
Hold on. Wait a
describing
minute.
something that.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, but wait a minute, because I'm trying to draw the analogy here as to what I'm hearing to what you think you heard, right? I'm hearing this. Well, I can turn on a car, so I know how the car works. And I'm like, no, you don't. You don't know how it works. If you knew how it works, you would tell me the engine, the combustion engine that's inside underneath the hood, and you're able to describe the moving parts. You're able to tell me, articulate your point very well, and just like a mechanic would, because you're able, at least to the very least, understand that the car has moving parts. But you don't even go into the, like, not even the topical information about it. You don't even tell me something, remotely close to you having an inkling of knowledge. You don't have any knowledge, none. You're bankrupt. So you're just basically saying, I turn the key and the car's on, and therefore a car works. I'm like, well, that doesn't describe how you know the car works. It just says that you are using it every single day, but there's no explanation on it. So that's what it sounds like to me. Now, what it sounds like to you, it sounds like when you turn a car on and you listen to J-Dog saying, well, I just turn a car on. And you're like, well, dude, I hear him saying he turns a car on, so that's good enough. Why aren't you accepting it? I'm like, because I'm asking how the car works. I want to know the workings of it. What makes it go? How does it do what it does? Like, and you're not telling me that. You're only saying he turns a key and it turns on. That's good enough. It's not explanatory power. That's just telling me the basic thing that you can be fed as a claim. I could claim anything I want and then tell you, hey man, do you know the Earth's spinning? And you're like, dude, the Earth's spinning? No way. And I'm like, yeah, bro, Earth's spinning. And you're like, okay, I accept that. You get what I'm saying? It's very basic. It's the essence of being indoctrinated by something you can't articulate. And I think that's what's happening to the world as a whole. We're being indoctrinated by something. They don't tell us how things operate. Have they told J-Dog and you guys don't have any information, Shards.
Well, the point I'd like to get across here is that human beings like to understand things to the point where we can either deduce or replicate something physical or an event. That's our level of understanding, practical understanding. So
practical.
You'll understand electromagnetivity, microwaves, combustion, internal combustion. You'll understand all those things, but all those things can be questioned deeper and deeper and deeper, and there will be a point to which you are no longer within the same target range, and only a select few people understand that level. That's factual. Eventually, you'll go deeper into the subject matter, and you won't even know.
That's
you'll
good. That's
you'll
yeah, that's
say
good for
you'll
those
say I don't know what's
shards.
going on now.
Yeah, I know that's good for those people. But what I'm saying is the ones who are taking on the blind belief system of the Earth being a globe, they don't have any way to draw the connection between their claim that they think it's a globe to how they know it is. It's just like you guys come in here with this head knowledge of like, hey man, we've been told since we were in school the Earth's a globe. Really? How did academia articulate their point to you? And can you articulate that point back to us? Are you able to give us a description of how you know what you know? There's nothing that you're basically just flying on pure belief blindly. And it sounds like to you that's enough. And I'm asking the question, how is it possible in 2024 with all you got a library at your fingertips, basically, right? You can type in anything on Google and get any information. Why don't you know how it's a globe? That's important to me. It's like, it's the place where you live. There's no way you brought, okay, he brought up day and night cycle. You brought up the ships going over the curve, excuse me, the horizon. And you're, by me asking you that, how do you know what you know? You're like, well, I really can't articulate the point because I'm not a scientist. I'm like, so you brought up a claim that you don't know how to say. And that's not suspicious to you? It's not sus? You don't think so? I do.
Well, no, he asked the question. He asked the question. He said he doesn't know. So, like, I don't see any fault with that.
I do, because you're carrying a blind belief of the Earth is something that it's not. How do you know that it is what you say it is? There's nothing to draw the understanding from. It's so, you know, you're saying it's a globe. Okay, how is it a globe? Well, I don't know. Well, really? Because you just said it's something that you don't know how to explain what it is. That's not suspicious. Come on, Shards. You have to be a little, at least, curious as to why you guys don't have an answer. That's not giving you, like, scratching your head. You're not like, oh, shit, maybe I should have an answer to this. All I'm asking
not really
for
in
you
this
guys
case.
to do, not really. Well, that's fine. Listen, tomorrow when you wake up and you're not in this call no more, you can wake up and everything's going to be right as rain. You're going to be like, I'm okay. Earth's a globe. Pat yourself on the back and keep living the world oblivious to the truth that anybody is ever concerned about, because you don't have to be. You can just go on this world and listen. You don't have to think about the Earth being flat or globe or not. You can just be like, those flat earthers are crazy, and go on about your merry way, because that's what's going to happen. If you have that mindset, if you've never stopped and think about anything in your life, you're going to have that mindset. That's just the way the world is, because I accept it that way.
You know what, Alpha? You could go the opposite direction with this and say, you know what,
how would a
Globey,
flat Earth?
Go ahead and take the globe, okay? And I want you to use the globe in everything you do, whether it's eating and drinking, brushing your teeth, or building a bridge. Go ahead and go use globe math for everything and see how far you get.
Mm-hmm.
What is globe math?
When you factor in curvature, when you don't use it for anything in practicality, but you're going to factor it in anyway. Or if you use like Einstein's field equations instead of Newtonian's gravity for everything, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah. And so this is just, we're pulling people aside, brand new people that come into our room here, and we're having them have a good think on this, right? Because in no other place, listen, if you were to ask any of your peers, hey guys, I have a question. Do you guys think the Earth's a globe? What do you think kind of response you're going to get from those guys? Dude, you're such an idiot. Why are you questioning that, man? Like, you're going to get all this backlash because you asked that question. But in here, you can consider this place a good place to actually challenge those ideas. Think about it. This is your time to think about.
Okay,
But
so
what is the
here's
most
the
compelling
thing.
evidence you can show me
If
right now?
everyone had to research
Hold on, J-Dog.
something new to find the validity of it, like every subject had to research for themselves, the transfer of information would be like redundant. Would be going back to the dark ages. You wouldn't be able to get.
It's not dark.
No,
This is the dark ages.
It's
my
true,
good sir.
dude. If you had
This is
to
the
learn
dark age.
everything yourself,
Hold on.
if you had to learn everything
Yeah,
yourself.
wait. Before he leaves, because J-Dog says he has to leave. I heard him
Just give
say
me
under.
one solid, compelling piece of evidence, like whether it's a web page to read or whatever it may be, a video.
Yes.
Send it my way. I'll look into it.
Can you
You
do
got
me
my
a
word.
favor? Can somebody link him the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord in the text channel, please?
I mean,
Yeah, hold on,
I don't
J-Dog.
want,
The
like-
reason, hold on,
I've been
wait.
linked
I have a
before.
reason.
I've been linked it
I have
before.
a- Have you? Okay, so
Yes.
go to the bottom, and there's a whole, like, more information that we could talk about in today's call. You can look up all the information that we have there, and it leads you to more. And you can come in and ask us questions. We have more time.
What's one concept though? Just one thing I can look up.
Water is flat on its surface when over large bodies of water don't display any convexity. Start there.
Water flat on surface. Don't
large bodies of
display.
water. Large bodies of water.
Yeah.
Yeah, large bodies of water at rest. Large bodies of water at rest display no convexity.
Display no convexity. Okay. All right. I
Yeah,
appreciate
large
it.
bodies of water. There's more I want to tell you, but you got to go. So
Yeah. Peace out.
all right. We had Magnus is hot under the collar. He's screaming in the text. Magnus, what do you got?
I am plenty hot under the collar, but it's because of you, sir. You do
Okay,
not
what did I
know
do?
when.
We're not talking
You don't know
about.
when to. Shh. I'm talking.
Okay, so it's not going to be you
freaking
talk about
helicopter
other
now?
people in here.
Now you're not
You wanted
talking.
me here. You wanted me here. I'm talking. You're listening. Keep your mouth shut.
No thanks.
You know he sounds
This
like
is
the guy with
exactly
a big-
my problem with you, Alpha Veritas. You keep
What did I do?
talking over.
Alpha, this guy's your arch nemesis.
you.
You found
Go
him.
ahead. Well, yeah. Tell me
Now,
what you
okay.
think I'm doing wrong. Go ahead.
Of everything, but I will get to my point of the actual thing that you wanted to talk about. You wanted me to prove to you that the world is a globe, if I
Yes.
am correct?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you to prove to me that the earth is flat, even though that should be the burden of proof on you, but I will attempt
No,
to
it
prove
shouldn't.
to you.
That's
I
completely
will
wrong, Magnus.
You're wrong.
attempt to prove to you that the earth is a globe. Let me
Lay
start
it on
with
me.
this. The way that ships descend over the horizon, right? You notice how they stay upright? If the earth was flat, don't you think that they would sort of like tip over as they went over the
On
edge?
the globe, bro.
They should tip over on a globe, you numbskull.
The end of the map.
Why do you think that though?
They should tip
Well,
over on a
Ron,
globe,
say
you
something.
moron. Like, the globe curvature should cause the mass to tip
all right.
away from
See,
you.
here's the problem.
Let's just
Here's
have
the problem
Alpha
with
talk
that.
to him. We got too many people jumping in.
Here's the
and he
here.
wants
I
to
have
talk
an
to
answer
Alphas.
for that. The reason it doesn't appear that they tip over when they're moving over the globe is because light is being bent around the surface curvature of the Earth due
Oh,
to
so is
air
that why ships also
and
don't appear to go over the
heat.
horizon?
Heat, hot air is proven to bend light. You know how mirages appear on the road? It kind of looks like it's wet when it's really hot, but it's not
That
actually
says-
wet. That is
that
because
says
light
nothing-
is
that-
being bent.
That says nothing about why the masts aren't tipping.
Because
That
it
doesn't
only
indicate
that's why the
they're
masts so
tipping.
flat.
It
No,
only
it doesn't.
appears. No, stop. It only appears that they're not tipping because light is being bent. That's
That
what
doesn't
you
make
see.
the
Alright,
bend.
so
That
hold on a
doesn't make the
second. Your
mast
proof of
stand
Earth
up
being a
straight.
globe is why
They
it
would
looks so.
still
You're
be
trying to tell us.
tilted.
Oh,
You're
okay. You
trying to
guys
tell us
are
why
talking
Earth
right
looks so
through each
flat.
other. I don't know why you took over from
Yeah.
Alpha to do
See, this
that.
is
I'd
what I'm
like to
talking
take
about.
this
You
real quick.
guys want proof, but then you just
No,
absolutely
listen. Your proof
avalanche
is broken.
anybody that starts giving you things that
You're explaining
challenge
why
your
Earth
worldview.
looks flat, Magnus. Stop telling us why Earth looks so flat and give us the globe proof.
All right. Second point I was going to make: solar
All right, well, the
eclipses.
first one didn't work for you, did it? Because that's
Solar
Earth,
eclipses.
right?
You have to look at the way the shadow moves over the Earth. We have
So
video
shadow's
footage
not
of
the
the
Earth
eclipse shadow
curvature.
moving
So
over the
where's the
Earth.
Earth curvature in that statement?
I need to find the particular gift. There's one particular because I
We don't need
remember
a gift.
seeing it.
We need the
Yes,
information
well,
that shows that the Earth
I
is
have
curving.
video. I have picture evidence of the International Space Station videographing the shadow of the moon moving across the surface of the Earth.
Presupposition. is what you're using.
I'm offering you empirical evidence. If you're just going to dismiss it
It's
out of
not
hand, then
empirical
I
to
don't know
you.
how to reach you.
You're hilarious. You're
Why?
absolutely hilarious.
I'm approaching
Guys,
you
I
in
got
good
a
faith.
picture from outer space that proves my point once and for all.
Okay, well, you have pictures of a flat Earth that prove your point once and for all.
No, we
It's the
got
same-
data.
it's
We
the
got
same
data,
argument.
dude. You don't.
Oh, you got
You don't have
data.
verifiable data. Yeah, we got
So,
about a
what to
terabyte of
you
data on our home
constitutes?
server.
Okay, what constitutes to you verifiable data? First, let's
Data
define
that you
that.
can go
How
do
do you define?
and yeah, let me define it for you. Data that you can get yourself, or somebody else that you trust can also get it for you, and you have a compelling reason
Okay,
to trust
but how
them.
can
And
you
it's not just
prove?
authority?
How can you prove they're trustworthy?
Because it would be
How can you prove the
repeatable.
data
It
you
would
have
be,
is
it would
genuine?
be because it would be
I don't
observable.
think
It
you
would be
can.
observable.
What you basically what you
Hold
basically
on.
just told me was that it's the data I get myself. So you're
Just
saying
go
that
repeat
my
it.
judge of the data is myself. So you're
Just
expecting me. So
So you
therein
tell us.
lies the problem: is that you're
You tell us
expecting me to
how
just take you personally
verifiable.
at your word. You personally
One
at your
second.
word, and you
Just
have
one
no
second.
credentials.
Just
No,
one
you got
second.
to tell
One
us how
second here.
you've obtained this verifiable data and why it's verifiable.
Yeah, it
Exactly.
needs to be.
All right,
It needs to
y'all
be testable, observable, repeatable. Those
And
things that is what you're
falsifiable.
saying, and falsifiable. Yeah, is the ISS up in space? Is that falsifiable or testable?
Yes.
How?
Look, point a telescope at the sky. You
Oh, you
have
just look.
they report their
So,
coordinates,
so
so you
just
should
look.
be able to point a
Just look.
telescope at the sky and
So
see the
just
station up
looking.
there.
So just looking. That's
But what
not
do you
testable.
trust your lying eyes or not?
We're not
Dude,
trusting the people that's saying they have something in space.
I'm
That's
not
for
saying
damn sure.
go buy yourself a telescope, look up the current coordinates of the ISS.
I
It
don't
will
need
eventually
to.
pass
They
over you.
show it on. They show it on TV. I don't need it. I don't need a telescope. They show it on TV. Do you believe everything that's on TV?
Okay, so you don't have to believe what's on TV. Look with your own eyes. You have the capability.
Yeah,
You're
that
saying you don't
doesn't mean
need
it's
to,
what it
but what you
doesn't.
really mean is you don't want to.
That doesn't mean it's what they're saying it is or where they're saying it is. That doesn't prove that's where it is.
What I'm saying is you can look this up and then point a telescope when they're saying it's over your head. And if you
Okay,
see
so
it
once again,
with your
you're
own
pointing, you're
eyes,
looking, hold on. So once again, you're looking up and not looking at the surface of Earth, which is what the point is, the surface of Earth, not looking up at the sky. Okay?
You can validate where the ISS is, though.
Wow, you guys are really highlighting your gullibility.
I mean, they're calling me hot under the
No,
collar.
I
My
don't
only
think
problem was that
you're
they weren't
mean.
letting other people talk.
Dude, you're highlighting how gullible you are.
I just want to go back to
Are
the
you
ISS
happy
thing
now that
with Magnus.
you've spoken and highlighted your gullibility? Are you happy?
So now you're attacking me personally.
No, I'm just asking
Yes,
if
you
you're
are.
happy that you've
You're attacking
highlighted
me
to the room.
personally. You're attacking me
proving.
personally.
Listen, you're talking through everyone. You don't listen. You wait to talk.
I have been
You're,
listening.
you're
Actually.
highlighting your gullibility and your
There's
willingness
the
to
personal
believe the
attack again.
story. Well, dude, you're the one telling stories. Oh, point to the sky. It must be what they tell me it
All
is.
I'm saying is
Gee
look with your own
whiz.
eyes. Do
Yeah.
you trust your
Okay.
own eyes?
Well, dude, you're trusting the story attached to what you're saying. Wake
No,
up.
I've actually seen the ISS with my own eyes. I've
Oh,
watched
that's
it pass overhead.
and you know that's where it is and what it is.
I have every reason to believe it, just as you have
Okay,
every
so
reason to believe what you believe.
Thank you for highlighting your belief system, sir. Are you happy?
Okay, well, if that's
Are
the
you
only
happy to open your
gotcha you
mic?
have, well, I'm speaking in a language that you can understand. You're speaking in a language of belief. So, all right, you
You
want to know
only
what
have a
I
belief.
believe? This
You
is what
only
I
have a
believe
belief
based on what I have seen with my
based
own
on a
eyes.
story
Are
that
you
you were
calling me a
told.
liar?
Your
Are you
belief
calling
is
me a
based.
liar?
Your belief
You're
is
gullible.
based on a story that you've been told. That's all. Just the
So
story is what you believe.
your only defense is that you're attacking me personally. I'm
No,
gullible.
you're
I'm not
believing
wrong.
that story. You said it yourself
You
that you
highlighted
believe.
your gullibility. You
You're
yourself
not
did it.
see, the problem is you're calling me gullible, you're not calling me wrong. And
All
that's
right,
the
I'm
real
gonna put a
problem.
pause
You
to
know in your
this.
heart of hearts. But anyway, I'm done.
Quiet, you. All right, we had enough round and round with Magnus. No globe
So
evidence.
I just wanted to
produced.
say a lot of this
Go ahead.
flat Earth, globe Earth, it's really just one side versus the other. Flinging.
You don't say.
Yeah, no,
You don't say.
and what they'll just say something, and then you got to believe that. And look, if they do link some sort of thing on the side, there's no integrity to that or validity. Like, how do you even know that's legit?
Well, yeah. So the one side.
Honestly,
of
the best way. Hang on, sorry, I'm just finishing up.
Yeah,
the
you
best
go
way
on, go
to
on.
figure out if it's flat or round is just to say, well, let's pull up the working proposed models and have a look at it. And
Okay,
anyone
do
who's
you
got
think,
a mechanical mind can.
Do you think the globe has a working model, Swift Shards?
Yes, because I've seen it. I've been educated with that
Really?
system.
Okay, so
Yeah.
can you put in the text channel that working model that you're talking about? Because you've seen it. So let's see it. I want to see what you're talking about. Because it's a working model.
Yeah,
And a
me
model
too.
has, hold on, guys. A model has explanatory power. So show us the
Yeah.
model that has explanatory power
Right.
in the text channel, Swift Shards.
I will do that. I will do that.
Cool.
When you pull up the flat Earth model, because that's
No,
how it's
it's
done.
not the British.
No,
No,
hang
no.
on. When they come up
No,
with theories
sorry,
of how
no.
things work,
Okay,
right?
here's the
And this
thing.
is
That's not, no. You don't get away with just saying pull up the flat Earth model. You just made a claim that the globe has a model. We want to see it because we're saying it's like the Yeti. Everybody says that it's there, but it's not there. Produce it, sir.
most probable.
You're still talking through your mute. Produce the globe model in the text channel so we can all see it. Produce it. That'd be great. We'd all love to see it. Every single one of us would love to see the wonderful globe model that has the explanatory power. If it does not, then you do not have one. Nobody in here claimed a flat Earth model. You've just projected that onto us. Nobody said that. But on the other hand, you don't even have a globe Earth model.
You're trying to disclaim a current theory or a model that you
don't
don't have an
have one.
alternative for.
You
don't have an
a model.
alternative for.
You don't have a model. If you do, put it in the text channel.
You don't have an alternative for the current model.
You don't have a model for the globe. Yeah?
Yeah,
You
you
haven't
have a
seen the
nice
model?
desktop decoration though, and it spins, and that's
So
cool. But
so go ahead if you think you have a model, Swift Shards, because you said you've seen it, right? I want to see it too. Please put it in the text channel, Swift Shards. Where is it? It's like the Loch Ness Monster. You think everybody knows all about it, but no one's seen it. Where is it?
You haven't seen a working model. So you've got no idea.
No.
Hang on.
post it. No,
You
hang on,
have
hang
not
on.
seen
Post it.
any. Hang on,
Post
you have not
it.
seen any.
Post it.
Or
Dude, don't talk through your mute. Post it.
Post it means
Bye.
taking action.
No, he
taking
took it. He left. He left the call.
Yeah, because he doesn't
No.
have what we asked. So
Yeah.
he doesn't have what you asked for. So they spiral and they go out of control. It's just so typical. I mean, why can't they see that they're saying it themselves, that they have a belief, and the belief is only based on a story that they were told by someone they don't even know. Why can't they admit
I want to highlight something. Every time that they claim that, well, it's about two models. They don't even have a model for the Earth being a globe. A globe that would have a scientific model has explanatory power in which you'd be able to determine certain things about that specific model. Well, they don't have that, which I clearly demonstrated to the gentleman. If you say you have a model, produce it. Let us see what model you are talking about and put it in the text channel. And we'll identify whether it is or is not a model that you're putting in the text channel. Scientific models have explanatory power, and that thing that you're showing us should do that. It doesn't do that, it's not a scientific model.
right? So it should be very simple. Like they're claiming this model, like it should be ubiquitous, should be everywhere you look. That model would be available to anyone that looks for it.
The gentleman said that he's seen it when he was younger, but I doubt it. You're back. Swift Shards. The model, please. You can look for it and then produce it. It's
you
fine.
want me to give you a globe Earth model from a flat Earth perspective?
No, I want you to give us a globe Earth model from a globe Earth perspective. How about that? Pretty simple.
would
It should be easy peasy, right? Just go ahead and do that.
That would require an action of you putting it in the text. You would put it in the text if you had it. So just put it in the text, and then we'll discuss
Google it.
You know what? It's flat. It's flat. All right, guys.
It's not flat, dude. If you
Don't
don't
worry, I
know
don't
that it
believe
is,
in
no. If you don't know,
yeah.
well, why can't you produce the information? What are you having trouble doing? You said you've seen it when you were younger. Let's have a look. That's all we're doing. Let's have a look.
Mate,
Have a
I
little
run
look-see.
3 steps. I run 3 steps ahead.
I don't know what that means, but where's the model at that you so named earlier?
I'm looking at it right now.
Really?
Stuck in
How
And
come we
it
can't see
makes
it?
sense to me.
How come we can't see it? Put it in the text channel.
I don't know why you can't see it, man.
Because you haven't shown it to us. What the fuck?
We're supposed to guess what you like mind read or something. We're supposed to figure out
He's
what
like-
you have in your mind.
He's like, I'm looking at it right
Okay.
now. Good for you. Well, we haven't seen it. Put it in the text channel, will
Yeah.
you?
Hang on, wait.
All right.
I can't wait. We've been waiting a long time for this, so yeah, we'll just put it in the text channel to stop talking about it. Let's just see it by you providing. That takes an action on your part to provide it
Okay.
in the text
Let's-
channel.
Let's do it.
Oh.
Let's just see what happens, I don't know.
We're waiting. Get ready to shut the server down. We'll shut
on
the
the
server
edge of my
down.
seat. I'm on the edge right now, waiting.
I mean, we'll shut both servers down. We'll shut this channel down and the main server down. We'll shut them both down. There's this. Oh, that's not it, Sasha.
That's
Gandalf?
That's not it, is it?
That's Gandalf.
Hey, Swiftshard, we're still waiting for yours. Your model
Okay.
of the globe Earth.
This one? I don't know. Is it one of these I'm looking at?
Are you asking a flat earther? Is it one of these?
Yeah,
We
I
haven't
am.
seen- we haven't seen anything. How would we know?
Hang on.
Is it one
Yeah.
of these? And he produces nothing.
You haven't put it in the text channel. Are
I'm
you in the
looking
right
for it,
text
bro.
channel?
I'm looking. I'm trying to find one that maybe I
Okay.
can explain for you.
Okay,
All right, that'd be great.
We're getting ready. We're getting ready to clean our desk out and shut the server down. You provide this evidence, this actual scientific model that's has predictive power, descriptive power, and empirical data, then we will shut the server down. We've all been waiting for this information that you're supposedly going to provide for us. So go ahead.
So, Sonny, after 10 years for me, we're finally going to see this globe Earth model. I can't wait. Go ahead, man.
Yep, it's 7 years for me.
I don't know. Is he like making has he got so much to choose from? He's just trying to get the best one, or what?
No, he's
What's
making.
going on?
He's
here?
making it out of paper mache. It takes him a little bit.
Is it last day today, people?
Last day?
Yeah, of server.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, good. I can get rid of
Can
Discord.
somebody wait at least till the end of the year? Please, die, guys. Don't show that.
Oh, if he does
Show
it
what?
now, then us in the United States have the whole summer to fuck off then. So I'd rather him shut it down this moment.
Wait, at least the Finnish NBAs.
Well, he doesn't. I mean, yeah, you could take your time, Swift Shards. Just hurry up.
I'm just trying to find something. Sorry.
I know you globe
fuck is
earthers always
this?
are. This
Oh.
is a
Yeah,
flat
different
Earth channel. Do you know if the Earth is a globe, Eon?
No, I think the Earth is a trapezoid.
Well, then you're in the wrong server.
Already broken.
You're in the wrong place.
The Earth is a fucking
Trapezoid
trapezoid. It's not round.
Yeah,
it's not
well,
flat.
the Earth is a trapezoid channel. Is below us. It's in the other channel.
Oh, is
not
it?
this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I
you
don't see
later.
it though.
Bye.
Well, go make it yourself.
Oh.
Yeah, you can start one if you want. It ain't this one.
He left to make one.
He listened to you, Redwood. Oh shit.
All right, so listen, dude, getting us the globe proof, the model. Just use a different search engine then if Google isn't supplying you with it.
Yeah, there's a lot of search engines you can use. I don't know why it's taking this long though, man. Shouldn't your Google fingers be
There should
producing
be a.
it by
I
now?
think there's a ball Earth search engine you can use. You have to Google that one.
Mm.
The fuck are you guys
Anyways,
even talking about?
I don't know, because I
I
feel like
just told you
whatever
when you came in here.
whatever picture I provide you,
Oh my god,
you
you see,
seem
Earth
pretty
is
set
actually
on
flat. You've
discrediting
been lied to
that
by the deep
without.
state.
The deep state.
Models,
No. It
models,
doesn't
not
take.
space
Listen,
pictures.
it doesn't, Eon. It doesn't take the deep state to lie to you about something. So it just takes misinformation. That's all.
He left again.
Yeah, they always do that. They're drive-bys, drive-by globies. All right, so Swift Shards is having a
I
bit of
haven't been
trouble because
able to find one. Yeah.
Oh, well, shoot. You think that there'd be? You just reach out and just close your eyes and grab out of the globe basket. It'd be right there. Doesn't sound as easy as you
Anything.
first thought it was, huh?
Yeah, anything that is your
I,
model that
I
you're going to present shows how eclipses work, how tides work, how hurricane, all at the same time.
Everything.
I just posted it in the text chat. There it is right there. It says Earth globe, make it easy at home. Best model. That's the best model. It said so.
No, I think his is going to be the best. You know why I say it's the best? Because he hasn't shown anything, so there's no model, that's the best. He knows what's gonna happen once he drops it, man. He knows it too. He can feel
What's
it in his
gonna happen?
bones. That's why.
He's got
Well,
nothing to show.
post it.
Well, you know, Alpha, this should be easy to do since when you walk outside, there's just globe right in your face. No, wait a minute, it's the exact opposite. You know.
Should have been easy. Real
Sorry, man. I
easy.
can't find one. I can't find one sufficient at the moment.
Yeah, you gotta everybody's hopes are up way too high, man. This is anticlimactic. I call bullshit. You built us up and you're just letting us down, Swift Shards.
Sorry.
Well,
Like I said,
we're gonna have
if
to
you
get
can't deduce, if you can't deduce without my input,
deduce your input.
yeah.
What input? You haven't input anything into the text. What did you
All you
input?
said was I got a model.
I'm saying that
All you said
globe
is-
models exist,
Yeah, well, really.
and
Where they at?
I shouldn't have to source that information
You
for
shouldn't
you. You
have
should be
to.
able,
Oh, okay. Let's go
because
on a
I'm not
wild
here to
goose
convince
chase.
you.
But now let's go on a wild goose chase because you say there's something out there like the Yeti or Loch Ness, and we gotta go search for it, right? Go search for it. It's out there. Where is he? Where are they?
Are you
Where is
telling me
it?
you didn't go to school and you never had a globe Earth?
What globe Earth? What are you talking about? Post a model that you think is a model, Swift Shards. What?
So
If
you never
have
went to school, never seen a
never
globe
went.
Earth,
So
an actual
is
globe.
that a model? Put
Yeah,
us in the text channel.
It's a
No,
physical
that's what.
model.
It's a physical model. All right, demonstrate to us a physical. Show us in the text channel what you mean. Put it in there. What you're talking about right now, it sounds like you have an answer now. Put that in the text channel and we'll talk about it. I want to know what you're saying. I don't want to just divine your thoughts. I want you to put the model that you think is a model, a physical model, in the text channel.
I want to see
right
the
now.
flat Earth model.
You haven't done it, Swift Shards. What's going on? You just said you
I
know
want
what
to see
a
the
physical
flat
model
Earth
looks like.
model, bro. There's no point of pulling up one
Okay.
thing if we're not comparing the systems there.
We're not
That's
doing
that's the thing.
anything because you're not posting anything. Let's have a look.
I really don't
We wanna
like
look.
this debate channel, eh? This one's always just
really
so.
don't-
I've got no
What?
idea, right?
It's demanding evidence that you don't have. So doesn't that show you that you don't have the evidence that needs to support your claim, Swift Shards? I mean, basically, you don't have the information to support your case.
I
So
don't
that's what I'm
have
doing.
any information to discredit it either.
Listen, in 2024, you type in globe model, and it should give you on the number one line because that should be the most popular search right now.
Yeah, but by the way, you're saying that you don't have nothing to compare it to. Compare what to? Compare it to nothing? What are
to
you
your
comparing?
flat Earth model.
Yeah. What flat Earth model? We didn't even say we had one, and on top of that, you didn't even produce a globe Earth model. So there's nothing to compare nothing to. Is basically what you're saying.
So there's no information on
Nothing
this.
to compare
and
nothing to. What? What'd you
There's no
say?
information on this.
No, duh. That's what I'm trying to tell you, and I'm showing you this, Swift Shards, so that you can understand. This journey that you're doing right now is so that you can have that self-reflection. Man, I looked, and I tried to prove these flat earthers wrong, and I couldn't. For some reason, I can't find the thing to disprove them. Well, that's because there isn't any information. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But you have to learn it through this discourse that we have, you and I, and the rest of us. Now you're realizing the truth. There isn't any globe Earth model. And if you do have one, post it and we can talk about it. Because I'm interested.
I hope it's a piece of artwork that you set on your desk that he posts. That's what I'm hoping for.
Oh, and he was saying that there's a physical model. Okay, let's have a look. Let's see.
I want to see that one because I want to see how the air stays around it in a shell.
Or how gravity works. Well, we won't even get. Let's not spoil it, Radwin, because I think that's too much.
I don't think he's going to
How does
post a
gravity
desk
work?
model now.
Let's change it up because I've heard the flat Earth.
Not
globe
change it up.
thing.
No.
Yeah,
why
what's
change
gravity?
it? Listen, we can't change anything. We got us a good one right now. The good one is you made a claim that there's a globe Earth model. You have no evidence. Now,
Yeah,
are you
okay.
willing to wait?
I
Are
concede.
you willing to
I
concede?
concede. Simple.
Excellent choice. The concession is all we needed. Now that you don't have a globe Earth model, and we didn't tell you that we have a flat Earth model, we're in good shape, aren't we?
Let's go.
All we're left with now is reality, man.
Or is that equal?
No, because like we didn't. There was no claim about a globe Earth model, so it's no claim
there's
of a
no
flat Earth
models.
model either. No,
No,
there doesn't need
no.
to be.
The default is water is flat and level, so deal with it. That's the
That's
default.
Now check this out. I want you to understand something very clear. There,
I'm back, by the way.
however, is a model. Now, will you allow me to show you?
Sure.
Because I will show you. Let me see. Okay, go to text channel, will you? Let's see if this works. Oops. I'm gonna drop a few images. If you allow me. Why isn't this? Give me a second. I gotta upload something for you. I got two. Well, it's actually Google search, but here, I'll post the first image. Hold on. If you guys are posting something, just give me a second, okay? Because I'm about to post two images side by side. Give me a second. That's the first one. Here goes the second one. Okay. Second one. All right. Now, I do want to tell you about the celestial sphere. Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay. This is the Google search. You can actually type it into Google. I'm not afraid of you actually looking into this because this is kind of the model that we're going to show you. That we look at the sky. Okay. So the first image that I posted is just me taking a snippet of the Google search, right? And I'm going to tell you about the celestial sphere, at least the topical information. We can dive into it a little bit more. So this is the model that I want you to think about right now. You were talking about model. Everybody in this call uses this model. Okay. It's called the celestial sphere, right? Let me read it out to you. The celestial sphere is a conceptual tool used in spherical astronomy to specify the position of an object in the sky without consideration of its linear distance from the observer. The celestial equator divides the celestial sphere into northern and southern hemispheres. Now, check this out. Bottom right-hand side, celestial sphere. In astronomy and navigation, two things. The celestial sphere is an abstract sphere that has an arbitrary large radius and it is concentric to Earth. All objects in the sky can be conceived as being projected upon the inner surface of a celestial sphere, which may be centered on Earth or the observer. All right, check this out. Let's go into what AI thinks about it, right? So that's the second image that I posted. I want you to click on that and open it up a little bit. I'm going to read what it says there. The celestial sphere is a conceptual tool used in astronomy and navigation to help visualize the positions of celestial objects in the sky. It's an imaginary sphere with an infinite radius that's concentric to Earth, with the Earth at its center or centered on the observer. The half of the sphere that's visible from the Earth is the sky overhead, while the other half is below the horizon. The celestial sphere can be thought of as a transparent dome with the Earth inside, and the stars, planets, moon, and sun fixed to it. The celestial sphere is a coordinate system that uses a set of coordinates placed on the inside of the sphere to establish reference points and marks the position of celestial bodies. The celestial equator divides the sphere into northern and southern hemispheres, and the horizon circle is divided into 360 degrees, with 90 degrees between each of the four cardinal directions. The celestial sphere's equivalent of latitude is called declination, or DEC, the acronym, and its equivalent of longitude is called right ascension, or RA. The celestial sphere is useful for determining the rising and setting points of celestial bodies and for locating stars and planets. However, it's important to note that there is no physical celestial sphere, and the stars are not all equidistant from Earth. For example, now this is a little part of the globe, the stars that appear closer together in the sky may actually be hundreds or thousands of light years apart. Now, what do we understand about what's being said here is that this is the model that you were asking for. Everybody uses this model. It's called the celestial sphere. Now, this model, however, is imaginary. It's not a physical model. It says so in the description. Do you understand, Swift Shards, what I just read to you?
It's imaginary.
Yeah, but do you understand what its use case is for?
Yeah, in my mind, I understand it.
Okay, so what do you think?
Sailing, navigation is what he was looking
Yes.
for. That's the correct answer.
Yep. So astronomy and navigation. So we could say celestial navigation. Useful for that. What is it? The celestial sphere. What does it look like? A dome above your eyeballs. When you look at the sky, it looks like a dome. That's what it says it looks like. A transparent dome. The dome of the Earth. That's what you see. Your eyes see this dome.
Also,
Yes.
it's too centered to the observer.
Yes.
So wherever Alpha is and looks up, his dome looks different than mine.
Yep. You understand, Swift Shards?
I understand that makes sense on a globe.
No, it's not a globe, bro. Okay, we're talking about the celestial sphere, not the terrestrial sphere. That's two different ideas. This is only the celestial sphere. Yes? Okay. But the celestial sphere is hardly talked about in here, and it's what astronomy and navigation depend on. We all use it, every single one of us. It's what it appears to us, the sky looking like, to every observer. This is definitely something that is a flat Earth win. 100%.
Feels like a globe. Feels like a globe win.
Yeah, not
No,
only to
because
mention.
you didn't produce the terrestrial sphere, did you, Duncan Darth? And
No,
besides, it says that it's an imaginary word, keyword here, imaginary sphere. Yeah? Uh-huh. Not a real sphere, an imaginary sphere. Yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
makes sense on the globe.
Makes sense on that. What globe?
I'm just saying it makes sense. Like I'm
You're just
picturing
saying it makes sense. It makes sense on the globe. What globe?
It does. It really does.
What globe?
The Earth.
What Earth?
The one that he imagines in his mind.
Imaginary.
Yeah. Your imaginary
So,
Earth?
so he's speaking to you as a persona, as a character on a imaginary globe. He's speaking to you from there, like a character.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Because what I demonstrated with what I demonstrated with the celestial sphere is a natural observation of the sky. Everybody witnesses the way the celestial sphere looks to every observer on Earth. Yeah. I didn't demonstrate how the Earth itself is a sphere. I demonstrated our vision, how it operates as we see the sky. In astronomy and navigation. Both. Yep.
Makes sense on the globe that everyone has their own.
What globe? The one you imagine? Your imaginary globe?
Based
Yeah,
on
your
where its
imaginary.
location.
The nonsense makes sense. How that's a contradiction. How can nonsense make sense, bro? How can you do that? Can't do that.
Well, it might appear to be nonsense to you, but not to me.
No, well, okay, then, yeah. Do you think there's geometry to this Earth? Describe how we can measure the geometry.
I think there's geometry to every object that exists in physical reality.
Okay, so tell us the geometry that the mainstream information that we hear of, the 3969 radius, the 24,900.
So you're talking about it. There you go. So you understand geometry. You're getting it.
Yeah.
You're
so
naming
they're
it,
telling us
Yep.
they're telling us
There you
that
go.
they're telling us that the imaginary numbers that they're giving us describes an imaginary sphere. Yeah, because we don't in reality measure any sphere. Do we?
No, I don't think they're describing an imaginary sphere. I think they're describing the object that they live on.
Who's describing that? People like you? We lost you. You just went dark.
Houston, we have a problem.
Now, anybody else think that the Earth is a
satellite
globe
connection.
sphere? We got imagination coming out of Duncan Darth. Does anybody else imagine that they live on a globe? Because
Well, I'm back here,
imagination
but I'm
seems
just
to
here
be.
listen.
Welcome back, J-Dog. So we're listening to people describe to us. Now, I went over the celestial sphere, which is important because a lot of the discussions in this channel revolve around the fact that, pun intended, revolve around the celestial sphere. So we have to think about the celestial sphere being the observation that we all take. Now, Duncan's saying it works on a globe, a terrestrial sphere, not celestial, terrestrial. So I'm asking him, how can he produce the information geometrically that the Earth is exactly terrestrial sphere? And I've given him the floor, but he chooses not to say that he knows how. So maybe somebody else can tell us.
I accept that you just. No, hello. Yeah, hello, I'm here.
Yeah, we accept that you don't have the answer and let some other globe champion
That
come
depending
in.
on the location you're at, I accept that
You're breaking up.
your own individual. So
You're breaking up, Duncan. We can't hear you. Yeah, you're breaking up.
you're lucky, man.
I gotta mute you because you're not making any. I can't hear you. Fix your connection. Does anybody else know that the Earth is a globe, terrestrial?
The Earth is obviously oblong like a potato, so it is both flat and roundish.
That doesn't make any sense. All right, so tell us. Hold on, Ripcord. I want you to describe to us how you know that the Earth is a globe. Woodland Princess. Oh, she got muted. What? Her voice sounds familiar. Do we know her?
I might have heard from her.
Go ahead, Woodland Princess. Describe to me how the Earth is a terrestrial sphere. Yeah? You all chirpy just a moment ago.
But
That
but
about
she
sums
said
it up. That about sums it up. Yes. Terrestrial sphere, go. I mean, people, you have the floor. Do you know how the Earth is a globe? Yes or no?
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you asking me or just the room?
I'm asking you. You came in here saying it was a
Oh.
potato. Like, so.
Yeah, I think it's oblong. I think there's no reason to think that it's like a perfect sphere, especially since a lot of the photos from NASA are, like CGI altered to make them look better for posters and whatnot.
That's fine. But how can you tell me it's something that you don't know it is? So, what is your best description of how we can understand the Earth being a spheroid of some type?
That's a good question. I honestly can't answer it. Can you explain why the Earth would be flat?
Well, first of all, if you can't answer the question, then what gives you any reason to think of it like that?
It's just my assumption.
Well,
Like
an
I said, I can't
assumption.
really explain it with math or
Yeah,
whatever.
but an assumption at the end of the day would sound like if somebody told you that the Earth is a dragon. How are you going to tell me that it's anything that it? You don't have a segue into you telling me that you believe you're justifying your belief to me. There's nothing you can.
Yeah, I know.
You're basically
Yeah,
bankrupt.
right. Right, exactly. That's
Right.
what I'm saying. Like, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying, like, I literally just assume it's like a oblongish sort of
why?
mouth-shaping round
But why?
thing.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
why?
that has a reason.
Yeah, but hold on, Repcourt. But why?
Oh, because that's what I was taught in school. That's kind
Yeah,
of
but
what
would
you
it
see
be?
when you can kind of see the curve of the Earth when you're on mountaintops, but it doesn't look spherical. It looks
I don't
very
think so.
flat.
No.
I don't think so. But what I'm
I'm
saying
just
though
giving you
is,
my reason. You just
yeah, I know,
asked, so
but
I'm just giving
yeah, but
reasons.
what I'm saying is that's not a. You didn't. Did you do that observation?
Yeah, I've climbed mountains before, and I've seen
And
the
you've
Gulf
seen the
Coast
curvature?
and the mountains
You've seen the curvature?
yeah, I've seen. You
Tiny
gotta let
Earther.
me in.
From a
Can I
mountain.
answer? Can I answer? I was
I don't know.
just
Can
about
you?
to. You're like interrupting when I'm in the middle of answering the question you're asking. Calm down a little bit. Yeah, so I climbed the mountains in Arkansas, and you can kind of see the curve of the Earth and see all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. So I just assume it is curved, but it might not be perfectly round. I
Okay,
think
so
that's
you've
like a
seen
fine assumption to make.
you've seen curvature from a mountain. How high do you think the elevation was of the mountain?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay, where were you
I would have to look it up.
geographically? We can look this up. It's
I was,
easy.
yeah, no problem. So I was in Hot Springs, Arkansas, in the mountains right beside the city of Hot Springs.
Hot Springs, Arkansas. I think I know somebody that lives there. Doesn't Helio live there?
Yeah, and
Anyway,
on like a really sunny day, you can see the Gulf of Mexico occasionally, and you can kind of see the curve of the Earth, but it also looks kind of flat. So I always just kind of assume it's
Let me
not
ask you a
perfectly
question
flat,
about
it's not
that.
perfectly round.
Are you saying that you just see too far then?
no, she says she actually sees curvature, Radwin. So you're
Yeah, I
seeing
know.
this curvature.
I see too
You're seeing this
far.
curvature. You're seeing this curvature on the Earth, and the elevation, couldn't exceed anywhere from like in a 5 to like maybe 10K. I would say would
I
not
would
even
have to
exceed
look
that.
it up. I don't know. Yeah.
But either way, if that's the case, the geometry of the Earth wouldn't allow you to see curvature from that from that elevation. It's not possible.
I wonder
So
if
it
I was
doesn't.
just seeing a distant lake then.
No, it doesn't. Whatever it is that you saw was definitely not the curvature. According to the size of the Earth, you couldn't even see curvature from the altitude of the ISS, which is 255 miles above the Earth's surface.
So, in your opinion, the Earth is round or no?
No, my opinion is that the Earth being a globe Earth curvature could not be seen from the elevation that you were. So whatever you saw was not Earth curvature. It couldn't be, because everybody that claims geometry would say that's too small of your vision to see curve. You can't see curve from that. Most of the globers agree you can't see curvature from that altitude, from the elevation. Your elevation was not high enough.
If you were to come up to somebody who'd never heard the shape of the Earth at all, how would you explain that it's flat?
Water
Like, what's
is
your
always
go-to argument?
Large bodies of water at rest display no convexity. Large bodies of water at rest display no convexity. That makes sense?
No.
Okay, so you have a large body of water, like a lake, and there's no
Mhm.
wind. It's not curving. Does that
Oh,
make
I
sense,
see
or
what
shall
you're
I
saying.
detail?
Yeah.
Or shall I detail it to you?
No, that makes
Perfectly,
sense.
perfectly mirrored surface, like salt flats after a rain. The salt flats after it rains, it's perfectly mirrored surface. No convexity whatsoever. Zero convexity, as a matter of fact. There's no elevation change on the surface of that water. Perfectly mirrored surface. Pretty easy, Woodland. Nothing hard to think about. It's just what the Earth is doing. It's displaying no convexity. None whatsoever.
Hmm.
And now, if you try to say that you want to scale up, well, we understand that large bodies of water display no convexity. So how in this large body of water, you can scale up to whatever distance you want, will that then turn into a sphere when there isn't any convexity on its surface?
Yes, because water droplets are spheres. Or spheres, I
No,
mean.
they're not. No, they're not.
No?
That's no. A sphere would
What
denote
about
something
water droplets
very
in
specific.
Oh, sorry.
Mike,
What'd you say?
A sphere is the consequent of the sphere would be that its shape could measure radius, diameter, and circumference. Could you measure the radius, diameter, and circumference of a drop?
So, like, in space, it doesn't naturally form a sphere whenever you
No,
drop a little
no,
droplet of water?
no. It's like a blob. A blob doesn't have a shape.
Oh, in the
See, a
vacuum of
blob,
space, a
like,
drop of water would turn into gas. Sorry, everybody.
So what it does in air, it's a blob. It doesn't have a shape. It's just like all wobbly and everything. But it's definitely not. It's what it is like water forms bonds, right? So it's bonding, and that surface causes that surface tension because of the way water bonds. But because of that, you have the bonding of the water molecules, and you have surface tension on the surface of water. It's flat, but the molecules themselves bond together, so you'd have the effect of adhesion and cohesion, which means that you'd have the meniscus forming on the side of like the walls of anything. Like if you put a straw in water, that water will have that adhesion effect on the side of it when it goes into the liquid. As you like bring the straw up, you could see the cohesion of the water that's or the adhesion of the water like clinging to the straw a little bit, so as to form a concave surface, up the side of the straw. So it's very simple. These terms are already been defined. We
Donald Trump is
understand water
guilty.
very clearly. You understand? Like that to us makes sense. So water is the perfect a way to understand what the earth is. Because when there's no wind and the water is plentiful, like in a large body, it displays no convexity. The water is not forming into the curve that you think that's happening. Because if you think about it, if that was the case in any way, the water was forming into the curve of the earth, then you'd have a specular reflection because water is flat on its surface, right? But if it was curving, you'd see like a funhouse mirror reflection, which like that means the image is being distorted because like a funhouse mirror, you know how it bends? So if
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
looking if you're looking over the surface of water and it was bending, well, this image that you'd see it portrayed onto the water would be bending as well. But since you don't see that, and the mirrored surface is perfectly matching the surface that it's reflecting, then you understand something very simple, that the surface doesn't display the convexity that would need the surface to be if it was indeed a surface that was curving.
So, in more simplistic terms, the water imitates the shape that it's held in, basically.
Sure. And the surface of water always displays no convexity. So what it does, water is very important for using measuring devices like a water level. But furthermore, you could do things like understand the rigidity of water. So if you was to get like a bottled water, right? Let's say, for example, the surface of the water in that bottled water always remains level to the surface of the earth. Now, what it remains level to This is interesting. Not just the Earth, but the horizontal plane that we exist on. So the horizontal plane that we reference is flat Earth. That's the flat Earth. All of nature is equalizing to the horizontal plane. So what do I mean by that? It's simple. So when you're holding the bottle of water in the air and you manipulate the container in any direction, right? You pitch it, you roll it, you yaw it, whatever which way you turn that container, that surface of the water inside of that bottled water always remains flat level to the horizontal plane that we reference. Now the Earth is on top of the horizontal plane. So just like your flat floor, you can put a carpet on top of it. The horizontal plane would be the floor, and the Earth is like the carpet. The Earth would be like the ridges and all that on like a carpet has, but it's still on a horizontal plane. So flat floor. But the carpet itself has the ridges on top of that horizontal plane. So the horizontal plane that all of this reality that we live in is equalizing to is that specific flat Earth that we mentioned. That's flat. That's as flat can be. So all of nature is tending towards that. Now I'll give you one more example. If you have a bowl of water and you have a little mound of dirt and you put it on top of a table, right? Just put like a mound of dirt on the table and a bowl of water. If you were to shake that table, shake it for a little bit, what you're going to notice is that that dirt will start to level out. It's going to flatten out. The water is going to start to have ripples on it, right? Because you're shaking the table. Now, once you leave it all alone, you don't do nothing to the table, you let it settle. The water will slowly soon settle and it will become flat on its surface. Guess what? The dirt will be flat as well. They all equalize to the level plane that we're on, the horizontal plane that we're on. That's what all of nature is tending towards. Does that make sense? That's how we know the horizontal plane is flat Earth.
That's a very small scale though, and I think it's when you take it to such a large scale like Earth, it doesn't work.
It does, because there's no convexity whatsoever. So the Earth is not itself forming itself into a ball. That has been the illusion that you've been misguided to think about.
No convexity,
So-
meaning there's no curve when you look out on water.
Of course.
Why is it that
There's
the
no-
moon
there's no
is
curvature.
kind of a sphere if the Earth isn't? Like, I wonder why that is and why the sun is spherical as well.
Well, if we're looking at things,
Didn't you see the Earth was oblong?
if we're looking at things from a distance, we wouldn't say that they're necessarily a sphere. We'd say they look circular in shape. But to say that it's a 3D object in physical space, then we'd have to understand that we can see all sides of that spherical object. And if you can't tell me that you see all sides of the spherical object, then how can you tell me it's a sphere? Does that
But
make
you
sense?
can see all sides of the moon, right? I mean,
No, you can't see all sides.
No.
No,
What do you
that's
mean?
I don't know. Who's told you that you could do? So basically, I'll tell you like this: as it were, for the claim of the Earth being a globe, they say that the moon is tidally locked to the Earth, meaning you only see the one face of the moon, right? So the one that the face of the moon that you see every night is the same face you'll see every day of your life. You won't see the other side of the moon. You'll only see the face of the moon because it's tidally locked, according to the Earth being a globe.
I mean, we have.
So do you understand what I just? Hold on, Soviet. Do you understand what I said, Woodland?
yeah, but are you sure that's correct?
Yeah,
Have you ever
it's
been
100%.
outside at night?
It's 100. It's 100% correct to say.
Oh.
It's 100% correct to say that the Earth, as a globe, tells us that the moon is tidally locked to the Earth, and we only see one face of the moon. Now we do have libration, which we could see a little bit more or less due to the fact that it's like got a little wobble to it, but it doesn't spin all the way around. We don't see the other side of the moon. We only see one face of the moon. That is true.
So what is the moon if it's not a sphere?
Well, that's not. Well, we could speculate on that, but we don't go into that. But what we're telling you is that your
Well,
idea of it
in your
being
speculation, though, I mean, like in your
yeah, so
in your
yeah, but that's
theories.
not useful in this conversation. Speculations aren't useful. The only thing that we're going to tell you is what we can gather from our vantage point, and that's most essential to you. Whether or not we can understand it is what you think it is, or it's not what you think it is, because you're either going to be able to solidify the point that it's a sphere or not. So in this case,
I mean,
you
it
can't
looks like
solidify
a
this.
sphere.
Okay, it's listen. What it looks like and what it is, two very different things, Woodland.
Right, but you
Right?
can't tell me what it is because you don't have any theory as
But
to
you
what it might
claimed
be.
Yeah, but we don't need.
oblong.
Yeah, we don't need a theory. So if you're saying that it's a sphere and you can't prove it, what does that mean?
Mhm.
Can I just say
It
one
means
thing?
I can't prove it.
Yeah, neither can I. I'm not here to prove that the moon is a sphere. You thought it was a
No,
sphere.
I'm not asking you to prove it. I'm asking you, like, what is your theory if you don't think it's
No.
a sphere?
Right, and my thing to you is that I can't tell you what I think about the moon because the object of our understanding should be what we know. So if we can't describe what we know, it's not. There's no useful thing for me to do is to tell you what I think it is. It's not going to help us. We're not going to gain ground. We gain ground when we identify that we don't know what we're saying. Like if you're saying the moon is a sphere, and I say, how do you know? Well, I don't know. Okay, well then that's the point. You don't know that it's a sphere that you thought it used to be. So now
So
we
we're both
identify
sitting
that.
here being like, we don't know.
No,
Which is
we're here to listen. We're here to identify the gaps of knowledge that you think have been filled by this, this story about the Earth being a globe, with the moon and all that, like in a heliocentric solar system.
Mhm.
So you right now have this thought process that you got things figured out, and I'm pointing out to you that you really don't have things figured out. It's actually opposite. You think you have it figured out, but when I'm pointing them out to you, you're like, well, I really don't know. See what I mean? That's what's happening here.
No, I've completely accepted that I don't know because I'm not good at math and geometry. What I'm asking is like, what do you guys think the moon is? I mean, like,
That's not
is
going to
it
help us
and
though.
what is done?
That does
Yeah,
not going
but
to help us
Is it
though. It
because you
doesn't
don't
matter.
know
Like
you're
we
shying away
can't
from the
get we
question?
can't listen. We can't get into that because speculation of what I think it is and what you think it is doesn't give us any indication about the Earth and its geometry. So we're only talking about things that you and I may think that the moon is. I can give you my take. You can give me your take. It's not going to be anywhere close to what it actually is. Doesn't help us, does it?
Does the other conversation help?
Yes, because we're identifying whether or not people on Earth know that they live on a globe or they don't.
Hmm.
Can I just point out one thing that you criticize them on their visual observation of that was redundant, but they observed the moon as being round. Are not a lot of these like videos just visual and not necessarily evidence based, like backed by science and math? It's just like it looks
Yeah,
flat.
we can
So I
talk
think that
about
would be a
things
little unfair.
when they look. No, it's not. Actually, what it is getting people to identify the lack or the inability to understand what they're looking at is exactly what they're declaring it is.
Right.
Like
But I'm
how
just
do
saying you criticize them on saying, well, it looks like it's round, right? And we use,
So what?
or not we, you guys are using a lot of evidence of visual things, right?
Yeah.
Like,
So
oh,
what?
it
So
looks
so
flat.
you listen.
Even with the
Nobody
water
says
and the
that. Nobody
curvature,
says.
you're
Listen.
saying it looks
Yeah,
flat.
but here,
So
hold on, J Dog. Wait.
I'm just saying.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what people say that their observations are. It's what matters how you can prove what it is. That's the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter. You could say that the moon looks like a cookie or whatever. It doesn't. Well, the only thing that matters to us is how can you prove that it's a cookie. That's the same. If you look at the Earth and water's flat, you see it that way. Now prove it. That's the next step. Now that's what we're doing here. But first of all, she has to figure out whether or not her observations match the thing that she can prove. That's the next step. But you need to allow it to happen. That's why I was telling her, us speculating about what it looks like is not going to help us. What can help us is how we know the connection to how we can prove what it is. That's the next step. So if you're just telling me, well, I think it looks like this, good for you. I can tell you what it looks like to me. But we're not going to settle on what it actually is because we didn't prove anything. Now that's the next step. So
If the moon has like a natural wobble and you can kind of see the edges of it, doesn't that imply that it's a spherical shape?
doesn't help us though because we don't know the entire shape.
Just
It
because
could
you
just be
know the
partial.
outside of the moon would
Listen,
through.
Talking about
we could only be seeing partial of what the whole is, but the whole could be something entirely different.
I feel like when you say that's not helpful, it's just kind of your way of not
Not-
addressing an argument.
No,
Yeah,
because
you're
he
really
wants
not
to
helpful.
speculate. You guys want to speculate on things that you can't understand is true. It's not helpful to speculate. I've been saying
We're
this is the
speculating
fourth
right
time.
now with a flat Earth. That's just speculation.
No, it's
This
not.
is the,
We went
that was
from
the same person
observation.
that same person just found out 10 minutes ago that all of human history has seen the same. They're not seen any other thing but what you see of the moon.
Yeah. Remember, I said it's what you see and then what you can prove, Soviet. If you're following the conversation,
Okay, can you
that
prove
was
that the Earth is flat?
no. We haven't even proved if it's a globe. Did you?
So that means
Because
we're
then
going wrong then.
we're letting Woodland Princess actually go to the next step. Okay, from visualizing and seeing things to now proving it.
Okay, then prove
That's
it.
why I'm. It's not upon me. The claim is if the Earth is a globe, where is this globe, Soviet?
Okay, if the Earth
Everybody's
is flat, where's the flat surface?
No, that's
Listen
not
to
the
this
question at
ball.
hand. You need to
Oh
relax.
no,
We're
no,
letting
you're
Woodland
shifting goalposts.
shifting goalposts. The claim
I
has
add-
always been that the Earth is a globe, and now we're letting Woodland Princess describe how it's a globe. Now it's time to prove it. It's not time to speculate. It's time to prove. We observe something. Now let's test it. The Earth is what you observe it as a globe. Well, then test it. I don't know how you observed it as a globe, first of all, but how did you test it? Yeah,
By just measuring the circumference of the Earth
measuring. How are you doing that? You're speaking for
with
Woodland,
a
I
basic
guess.
mathematical formula.
Basic mathematics. Oh, so now you're figuring something out on a piece of paper or a computer screen. Woodland, do you want to speak? Because either you or Soviet are going to speak. One of you take. Yep. One sit down, the
Oh
other
no,
speak.
I didn't know if you were asking me something or not. I thought
I
you were
was
still
actually
talking.
asking you, but Soviet Cat wants to chime in. I don't know. You went silent.
Oh, I don't like interrupting people, so I just thought it take
Okay,
like
so
wait.
let's
Oh,
go
my
back to
fault if
you
I
since
interrupted.
Soviet. My God, Soviet, do you want to speak?
No, if she was speaking, then I'll sit
She
tight.
was, dude, and you so rudely
It's
interrupted and
fine. It's
just
fine.
ran
Let
over
him
her what
talk.
she was
I'll
saying.
wait. I'll
It's
just
not
wait.
time to
I don't
derail
care.
conversations, dummies.
Just one of you pick who's gonna speak. So Soviet, are you going up then?
Fine, I guess I'll go up.
All right. So we're the observation of the Earth as a globe. Where do we make this observation? First, let's start there.
All right. Well, as you can see from multiple space pictures, the Earth seems to look like a globe.
Okay, so we
You
got
know, if you
space
just contact
pictures.
any satellite, it looks pretty globe-like.
All right, we got space pictures. Now it's time to prove the space pictures. How are we proving them to be real?
Because you can see the satellites.
Yeah, that's the claim again. Once again, the claim. No. We've already got to the part where you see something. The pictures, right? You see the pictures. Now, how are we proving that it's a globe?
What do you mean? How are we prove that? We're proving that it's a
Yes.
globe through the pictures,
It's like
or
I showed
proving
you.
that the
Okay,
pictures?
it's like I showed you a picture of Bigfoot, and you said, "Dude, prove it." What do you think I would have to do? So that's what I'm asking you. You're
What?
showing
Go
me
find
pictures of
Bigfoot
a
then?
globe. You're showing me pictures of a globe. I'm telling you to prove it. What do you think I'm asking for?
You want me to send you up into space?
Do it
I don't
anyway.
have
Do it
contact
anyway.
with NASA. I can't just get them on the
Do,
phone and be like, "Hey,
okay,
can
so
you
what are
help us
you?
find
So
that
what
these
are
pictures
you?
are real?"
So Soviet, what are you saying when I ask you to prove it?
He's saying that his own burden of proof is that he has to go to space to prove it to himself. That's what he's telling you, Alpha.
No, I'm not. Don't put words in my mouth, please.
That's what you said.
It's what you
Yeah.
said.
That's not what I said.
You said go to space.
All right. Yeah, how do you prove that the Earth is a globe via those pictures? We got visual evidence, right? How are you proving it?
All right. So we're proving it through the picture. All right. So
That's
we
redundant.
have faith in the
Going back
government
to
agency first.
Fake.
what
Because
now?
you
Say
can just
again.
say that the pictures are fake and that the government agency is lying to you. Well, that means we have no other way to prove it.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm asking you because you said that we have images of Earth from those agencies. Okay, I agree with you. Now that we have the evidence, how do we prove it to be true? Go.
Because the team of scientists and NASA scientists at the have proven that it's real. Like, I'm not an astrophysicist. I can't.
How?
Oh, let me collect my thoughts here. I'm tripping on it.
Trusting them is easier than going to space, isn't it?
Soviet, collect your thoughts. Do you want somebody else to speak while you collect your thoughts?
No, I think I got it figured out real fast.
Okay, tell me.
All right,
How
so
did they prove it?
Comrade.
So the government is going. So the government says these pictures are real, and the government has plenty of scientific evidence backing it up. So I guess it would be the scientific evidence backing up the pictures.
What evidence, sir?
You can just go onto any government website and just look up how can we prove that
you
Earth
are a
is
real
globe.
Okay. You could go on to any. Listen, I'm gonna explain this to the audience that's listening right now. We can go on any government website and find out. What do you mean? That's ambiguous. Bring it home.
Quick Google search.
Yes. Keep going.
About how to prove the Earth is round.
And
so you want to use a picture to prove a picture?
Keep going. I want you to bring it home. Keep going.
There is no need to keep going. I've already told you. You're just trying to
There is no
get me to
need.
slip
We
up.
want to know. We want to know. How do we prove it?
So basically, you said my question was, if we have images of Earth, from space, like you said, and I wanted to prove it that was true, I would go, according to you, to government websites
and trust people.
Oh, so here's the real problem now. You guys don't trust the government, so you're just going to say anything
that's not what I'm asking for. No, that's not what I'm asking for. For you, your little red herring. We're not going to go on your little red herring. We're not doing that. We're asking you how you can prove those images to be true. And you're saying all you got to do, going to space.
Yep, going to space.
So you switched your answer. You switched your answer from going to government websites.
I didn't switch it. I just gave you.
Wait a minute. That's what you charged me with, moving the goalpost. That's what you're doing right now.
I'm not.
You already said you don't have to go to space.
Yes. You said go to government websites. Soviet cat. You said go to government websites.
There's an OR in there too. There isn't just one definable answer.
Okay, but no,
this isn't a math problem.
The important thing that I want you to realize is that you haven't given us the way to solidify those pictures. You said go to government websites. How do I go to a government website and solidify the picture is true?
Could I join in for a
You
minute?
go to the website to get the picture in the first place, so it's circular reasoning.
Can I hop
Is that,
in? for a minute?
is that circular, Soviet?
Are you saying the source is
We're saying we are challenging the source. We are challenging the authority.
Yeah.
But
How
you
did you
can
tell me
download
that?
these photos from the satellite
Yeah,
yourself.
that's great. That's awesome. Wonderful. We can download, we can do all that great stuff. Now we got some pictures of the round Earth, global Earth, good stuff. How do we know that's true?
So
Well, how do we know it's false?
Right. So
Okay, so
Well, it's
you can make
because
a
how
you can make a backyard
sorry.
satellite band.
Oh, backyard
Pointed at
satellite.
the
We're not
satellite
talking to you,
as a-
Andrew. Relax, dude. Backyard
Well,
satellite.
okay, I think this
All right,
is-
go
I think
ahead.
this is important
Go
for a
ahead,
moment.
Soviet. No, we're not going to make backyard
We'd have to
satellites.
teach everyone about coordinate transformations, and we're not there yet, Andrew.
Hold on, I think this is actually important because you're
You're off the
questioning.
reservation, sir. You're off the reservation. We're talking to Soviet cat right now.
Optical satellite tracking is done with elevation angles, flat Earth.
All right. So government
Get in
websites
here.
didn't help
More the
us
merrier.
because the more the
Steve.
merrier. You're more confused than anything else, Soviet. You don't
He's
even know
inviting
how
me
to
to
prove that. I'm
talk.
not talking to you, Andrew. Mute your
All right,
mic.
well, I have one question for you then. Okay, just
No, you didn't have a question for me. I have a question for you. We didn't know how you can draw the comparison or the correlation from a picture to knowing the Earth's a globe. We didn't do that yet. We went to government websites to get a picture again or to look at the picture. That's not solidifying the point that the picture you're looking at is an actual globe Earth. You went back to the place where you got the picture. Circular, like Amish said. Now, I want to know how we know the image is true. Go ahead.
It's kind of, I guess, the argument you're making is kind of
Soviet
like.
cat, you sound like a woman now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm interrupting.
Soviet cat, are you there?
Yeah. Give me a sec.
Really? Because
I
that's
got mic
all we've
check.
been given the globe Earth is a sec. Give me a sec. Hold on a minute.
I could fill in while he's looking up.
No, I don't want you to fill in about backyard
No, I'm not
satellites,
looking
bro.
up anything.
So kind of what you're saying is
So, like,
that
okay,
what the
here's
church says
what I'm trying,
will
here's
all
what I'm
go
trying
to
to do.
church
So, it within
What?
my
Are you saying something? Soviet, say it again, please. You were interrupted. Go ahead.
So, I'm just a regular everyday civilian. Okay, I don't have access to the technology that can allow me to prove this.
Well, you don't
Okay.
need
You're
to.
asking me
There you
to
go.
prove something that I can't.
So it's
Okay.
just trust.
Thank you. Stop.
Fine.
Stop right there. Stop. Soviet. So what just happened right now? It should be a clarifying moment in your knowledge about the Earth being a globe. You've just identified the fatal flaw in your particular logic that you had before about it being a globe. You now
Okay, but like,
understand. Well, hold on a second, brother. I'm trying to help you out. This is how to think. You've just identified the fatal flaw in your logic, and you need to like marinate in it. You just identified
Alright,
you
I
don't
just
know
have
how
one
to
question, then.
listen,
I
brother.
just have one
You just identified that you don't know how to solidify the point with an image. How you know the Earth's a globe? This is the issue.
I myself, but what proves what makes the government pictures incorrect though? How can
You
I prove that
can't
they're wrong?
prove it. You cannot
What
prove
makes the
it. This is what
government
I've been
wrong?
trying,
If
bro.
I can't
What do you?
myself
What
prove it,
do
that
you
doesn't mean it's
mean?
wrong.
What do you? Okay, it doesn't mean that it's wrong. How did you prove that it's right?
Are we supposed to automatically accept everything they give us? Are we not allowed to,
We're not
interrogate the
supposed to
information? Or,
automatically prove it.
I mean, they said media matters to fact check people making government claims, and the government itself. Shouldn't we fact check the government?
Yes, we have, and it has been fact checked by multiple
No. He got it. No, that was his way out. Excuse me, Amish. That was his way out. No. You don't have a way out. You just admitted there's no way for you to know that image is true.
I don't know how.
Just admitted it.
I myself, as an individual, don't know how.
Yes.
Dang, I
Okay.
don't have the
So just
resources
stop.
to prove that the
So
Earth
just
is round.
Yay, honesty! Yay, clap, clap.
Stop.
That
Just stop right there.
The Earth is
That's
not
it.
round. If one
That's it.
individual.
Wait a minute. Wait. You're spiraling. Just relax. The only thing you got to rest right now on is the fact that you don't know how to solidify those images that you're seeing. You as an individual cannot do that. You've just realized that right now. We don't need to go any farther. We can just wait right there for a moment. Let somebody else speak while you think about that.
Could I ask a
I'm
question?
a real person.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Not yet, Dawn.
Anyone but me. Okay.
Go ahead.
no, I was just
Let her speak.
Oh my God. Is the reasoning that to prove, like, quote unquote, the religion, you're going to the church to confirm that everything is true? Is that kind of the argument being made with, like, using the government site to prove government?
I mean, you could say that to a specific sense, Woodland. You can say that to a specific sense. That could be kind of an analogy, but what the thought process behind how somebody can identify something to be true, it's basically like Amish was saying, very circular. We're going back and using the claim as the evidence. You get what I'm saying? It's kind of like what you said.
Yeah, like going back to the church to confirm what they told you is true, basically.
It's true.
I guess.
Yes, it's circular. So what we're trying to do is break away from that circular logic, and instead of it being like that, any way that we can, like, there's a methodology by which we can determine that the images are true. Like, if I was to say, okay, I took this image and I went into the field and I've tested that not only do the images are there showing convexity, but I can actually measure this convexity myself. I'm able to determine that. So I have a method by which I can know that the picture that was shown to me about the Earth that I can't see that looks like this is able to be determined to have this type of convexity due to the fact that I can measure it. So it's a method versus me saying, well, I went back to the NASA website and I saw the pictures of the Earth being a globe. It's dude, that's circular. You're just going back to the same place that you thought that you got the images from that are making it sound like it's true. It's not. It's circular reasoning. You don't have any way to break away from that and saying somehow you can validate that point.
I have a question. Do you know that the
Can I
Earth
just
is flat?
chime in for a second?
Yes, J-Dog.
And then, are you using math that is developed by only flat earthers, or are you using math developed by people who probably believe the Earth is a globe?
Okay, let me just tell you something.
That's a huge issue if you're using math.
That's a malformed. That's a seriously malformed question.
Yeah, well, there's two people talking as far as like ones who want to ask.
No,
this.
I got it.
Not you, Amish, but the other guy.
Everyone else.
Soviet was talking the same time J-Dog was, so I didn't hear Soviet. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, J-Dog, and I told you we'd be happy to walk you through all of that. But yeah, it was a bit malformed, bro, like Amish was saying. But Soviet Cat, did you have some? You were kind of in the middle of J-Dog's
Oh yeah, so I feel like that the only way to prove the pictures would to be go into space yourself to prove that the pictures are correct.
Yeah, it would seem that way, right? It would seem that way.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I
like
think so too.
it's kind of like you're getting me stuck because I myself can't go into space. I'm just a regular everyday person.
Well, think
So of
about
course
it
I
like
have no way
this.
to prove it.
Yeah, think about it like this, Soviet. If there was a possibility logistically that you can do that, what you just said, and if it was possible at this current junction of your knowledge, you still haven't gone and done that, so you just believe it, right?
Hold up,
We just need to build a tower on the
So
tallest
just
mountain,
confirm what I'm
and then we
saying.
can
This
put
is
some
important.
back.
Just confirm what I'm saying. At this current junction, even if that was the case, that you have to take a rocket to go there, you haven't done that, so you just believe it.
Yes, because other people have done it for me.
Okay, so you're just trusting, anecdotal testimony of somebody who's been to a location you haven't been, and so far, and you're just saying that's true because
But the location
Joe
exists.
Blow went there. Huh? What? What'd you say?
What?
What did you say?
I didn't say anything. What?
Yeah, you said something. Well, might not be something important.
He asked what is the location, but you said what is the location. Location is the space.
The vacuum space. All right. So, first of all, I was asking for the new people who are jumping in here right now, and we are talking with J Dog. I don't know if the gentleman's in here. It was.
I'm hopping off for now, soon. So address other people, not me.
We're talking to other people other than J Dog, but he came in. Soviet Cat's in here. And Woodland person just left. But there was some people that are inquiring right now. Andrew wants to make backyard satellites, but we're not
Well,
ready
sorry,
to have
not
that
a
discussion.
backyard satellite. I was saying you can make a backyard receiver and directly download the data from the satellites, like a weather satellite as its imaging.
Yeah, that's
and
not
I
even. That's you're way off the reservation. I said it before. You still are. That's like
what is this? I don't know the figure of
10.
speech.
It's it's nowhere touching anything to do with globe and flat. It's just having to do with communication.
But
That's
it has to do with the verification of the photo, right?
You're not verifying anything, sir, except for
So-
communicating to a technology that's in the sky. That's it.
Yeah, you need to verify that the signal you're getting is from space.
Sorry, Amish, can
Yeah.
I just talk to Alpha for now? Okay, so the concern right then is that you're saying that satellite might be getting the image from some other source. That image is sent to the satellite, and then the satellite is distributing it to me, right?
Satellites don't send images.
Well, they send
High
data.
altitude photography is very different than satellite imagery. That's data that's being comported over to.
Yeah,
it's
that's-
rendered.
Yeah,
it's rendered
your premise is like you think that this image is being taken from this space,
No,
outer
it's
space.
not.
And
It's
from
not.
there, you're taking a photograph of the globe. But the thing
That's
that you're
not how it works.
observing, yeah, my bad. You think that these satellites are in outer space. That's your premise. They're already in outer space, and we see a globe. Therefore, globe.
They're
I
not
totally
taking-
see where you're getting to, and I think we can get there at some point.
But they're not taking
we're-
pictures like you say they are, Andrew. And
so
then they're
right. This is
they're-
what
they're-
we have to get at first. Sorry.
Look,
yeah.
real
finish your
quick, I'm gonna show you a photograph from a satellite, okay? An infrared from a satellite, so you can see the perspective, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Jimsy, is it the one I think you're going to post?
Alpha.
Yeah,
can-
most
sorry.
likely.
Can you
Oh,
repeat your
yeah.
point? I think I got lost in. I think who was talking there, Sasha or someone?
No, it was Jimsy or
Okay.
Under Heaven Earther.
Okay. So, I thought first. I thought the first point we were trying to settle was whether you can verify the
No,
images
it's
that you end up
validation.
seeing on
Not
a
verifying,
government
it's
website,
validating.
right?
You can't validate the image being taken from a location that you've been told that where it's taken from. There's no
So-
way for your validation. You're only going to get a place where you have numbers and math and
Okay, so I
you don't
download
trust
data from the satellite directly, right?
How did the satellite get there? You're going to have to provide proof.
We can get to that. Let's just figure out if
I don't think we
we're
can.
getting the data from the satellite, right?
No, you've already put it into low Earth orbit. It's in Leo right now, which is not possible on the Earth being a globe. Because you'd have to, or excuse me.
Okay, hold on.
If the Earth,
You're
if the
still
Earth is a
getting ahead
globe,
of yourself here. Okay.
no, we're not. Listen, if
Yeah,
the
no,
Earth is a
you
globe,
are. The thing we're trying to settle is, can we verify that data
What?
is coming from the thing.
It
That's a
doesn't
satellite.
matter about communication. I already told you this. We know we can communicate with things that are above us, and technology can be flying around our heads. That's not the issue. The issue is it's supposed to be in an environment where it's not possible that it can be.
No,
That's
this
the
was not
problem.
your point. This was not the point you were just making, right? The point
Yes,
you were
it
just
was.
making. No, the
Because
point
the
you
Earth,
were.
the Earth as
No,
a globe.
hold.
Yeah, the Earth as a globe would be that satellites are up there, or humans in a tin can. They're flying around it, or excuse me, let me restate that. They're in a decaying orbit, falling around the Earth. That's better. So that's what they're doing, and they're not doing that because they're not there. And the only thing that we have above our heads is technology. However, it's operating, solar panels, balloon technology. It doesn't matter. They're up there, right? And they're moving around our heads. So you pinging a satellite or getting information from a satellite doesn't equate to the Earth being a globe, period. It's not taking pictures of a globe, all right? Some high altitude aerial footage is being done by quote unquote satellites. I don't deny that, but it's not showing what you think it's showing. There's no globe Earth, dude.
Well, could I chime in for a second, please? So, but how do we know these
Can I keep
pictures
going for a
that the
bit here,
satellite
Soviet?
is? Oh, well, wait. If I'm interrupting, you can go ahead. But I'd just like to chime in for a second. So you say that the satellites aren't actually in like a low Earth orbit, but how do we know that they're not? Is there any proof contradicting that?
Yeah, we can get into
Laser
that.
tests, long range observations.
We can get into that.
Well, what does that do?
They're not
Are you
curving
chi- are
around
you
a ball
chiming?
if
Are you
Earth is flat.
chiming in, or are you taking over? I was trying to listen. The other guy's giving it up to this guy.
No, the other
No, I
guy's
was just
muted.
chiming in. You can
We're
take
letting
over.
this guy. No, we're letting this guy talk. Soviet, you're new here, so you kind of have the floor. Andrew's been here forever, so he can wait.
All right. Well, you guys are just saying that the satellites are, they're being connected to something else. They're actually taking pictures of the Earth. But how do we know that the satellites aren't connected to something else? What's to say that they aren't just,
Connected?
taking
Wait,
pictures of the Earth?
wait. What do you mean connected to something else? What are you talking about?
Wait, you're
I don't
saying
even
that
know.
that the pictures that we're receiving are like what, fake? Is that what you're saying?
No, like you're okay. So apparently you're getting images of Earth being a globe, right?
Yeah,
Where do you think you're getting that image from?
the satellite.
Which one?
Any of the low Earth satellites used
Yeah,
to take
which one's
pictures of Earth?
doing that? Which one is doing that? I'm pointing something out to you.
Any of them. Weather
Which
ones, spy
one?
satellites.
Which one? Pick one.
Specificity, please.
Pick one.
All right, let me just look up a weather satellite real fast.
Okay, so in the mid argument, you're gonna look up something.
Oh
that
yeah,
you thought,
I should know every single satellite then, huh?
Well, the one that takes pictures of the Earth being a globe, yeah.
They all do that.
Which one?
What about the satellite that doesn't doesn't show the globe?
Wait, hold on, Jepsy.
When
Which
it's
one?
not needed.
Which one?
Let me just get one then. Let me look up a weather satellite.
So you
I
have
didn't know
to
all the satellites off
apparently.
the top of my head.
Apparently, you got to look it up because your information that supports your claim has to be looked up mid argument, right?
Yes, because I don't know what the names are. You think I know the name of every single satellite?
That's the point.
You're assuming things that.
I'm not assuming. You're telling me you don't know which one it is.
So listen,
you're saying
I don't know what the name is.
Duh.
Listen,
so you don't know
but when
any
you
of them.
say satellite,
so you don't
what is
know. You don't know any of these satellites right now. Not even one. You don't know not even one, and that's important because you're saying
but I don't know what they're called.
Okay, so can you understand the fact that you don't have the knowledge to support your claim? That's my thing.
I do have the knowledge.
You don't, because you would tell me which one. You don't have that.
Right. The argument ends here. The second you can't back up your claim, it's done.
It's done. Yeah, you're toast because you should already know which one brings the information that you're claiming supports your.
There's only one.
Your very
So,
premise.
Soviet, when you say satellite, is it something that you picture in your mind? How does that look like? Is it something like
Jesse, but he's not specifying which one he's saying. I think that's important because in these guys,
for a lot of people, when they say a word,
that's the one that I'd like to sing.
For a lot of people, they cannot relate that word for something that they can actually see in real life, or actually they can depict like part by part. Many times people say satellite like a parrot, right? Like "Paka!" Satellite. What does that even mean for you?
You want me to
Stick
give you a
around.
picture
What
of what a
Alpha's going to
satellite
do with
looks like?
you? Oh, sorry. Continue.
No. I guess what I'm pointing out is the very fact that most of these guys make claims. They lay claims to things they have no knowledge on, and I'm exposing that to the audience. It's
No,
jugular.
you're
It's
jumping on it because I
exposed.
don't know the name of every single satellite that takes a
No,
picture of the
sir.
Earth.
I didn't say that. I said
Yes, you are.
specifically the
That's
ones.
what you're doing.
No.
That's what you're doing.
I
Can we
told
get this
you.
back on the track?
You must not. You must not know what it is.
So, if I can interject,
spiraling.
listen. What we want you to do is go grab a specific claim. We can talk about the satellite. We can research together how it was claimed to be launched, its orbital path, declination,
Yes,
and all that.
That's what I'm trying to do.
That's what we. So you need to provide us with a claim that we can talk about.
But Amish, you're being charitable. The thing is, you didn't have that Soviet, and the important thing the audience needs to understand is that when hold on a second, brother. When people make these claims, just like you have, you're only saying things because you think the information supported by something in the back of your mind or somewhere in the internet has already solidified this point for you. So you don't have to have it like on deck. You can just come in and say things, anything, any claim. It doesn't matter because somewhere, somehow, the information supported. And I'm pointing out to you that is your fatal flaw in your logic. You think that some information supported when you're going to go look right now. You're going to find out it's not as easy as you thought it was. That's what I'm pointing out. And the whole audience needs to understand that.
To find out a satellite?
No, to find out the specific information that supports your claim about the Earth being taken pictures of from a specific satellite is not done by you. You just think it's true. You have to look it up mid-argument. Just because you think it solidifies a point somehow, I don't know, maybe somebody figured it out. And
No, you using me looking it up. You using me looking up the name so I can give you a reference.
You don't know anything. Not even an inkling of how they've gotten pictures from low Earth orbit. You don't have any knowledge.
You do? You're suddenly the master of it all, huh?
No, I'm pointing out the fact that you claimed that you were, and now you're not.
No, I didn't.
Yeah?
When did I ever say that?
Pictures of the Earth were taken from satellites.
Yes,
okay,
but I
which
never
one?
claimed to be the master of all satellites.
How am I supposed to know that any picture? It's like, dude, that was your claim. Yeah.
All right, you want to claim? Let me go find a satellite then.
What?
You said you want so I'm trying to give you a satellite that takes pictures, right? Let me go find one because there's multiple.
Yeah. Which one?
What do you mean? Which one? There's multiple.
Yeah. Well, we'll find one then. Come back and show us.
That's what I was trying to do the whole time. Oh my god.
Yeah, go find one because obviously you think one exists out there. And I told you, you should have had that already in the hopper coming into this because it was your claim. I didn't mention that. You did. Well, we got satellites taking pictures. Yeah, which one? I don't know. It's one out there. I got to go look for it. So the thing that you thought solidified a point to your claim that there's pictures being taken from satellites. Now you're just like, well, I don't know. It's there's plenty. Which one?
I never said I didn't know.
It's out there somewhere. It's like me asking a Glober.
I just don't know what it's called.
Yeah, it's exactly
I never said I didn't know what it is.
It's the same excuse the Globers have when I ask them, how do they know the Earth's a globe? Well, I don't know. Some scientists figured it out. Which scientists? I don't know all of them. Which scientists specifically figured it out? I don't know. It's somewhere out there.
It's a flatbed. Where's your scientific evidence? Who said it? Who proved it? Where's the mathematical formula to prove that the Earth is
you
flat?
can't reverse the burden.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. And you're just bad
because you're spiraling.
Yours doesn't work when I do that. Whenever I reverse
you're spiraling.
Your whole theory falls apart.
No, it's not a theory. It's a fact. Okay, we know that the Earth is flat and stationary. We observe it that way. It's measured that way.
Yeah, okay, we observe it. Where's the proof?
It's practically used that way. It's simple.
Okay,
every day.
We observe it. Well, using your line of thought, how do we prove it then? How do we back up? You have the observing part. How do we back it up?
I'm gonna tell you, large bodies of water, when at rest, display no convexity. That means zero drop over distance. Drop over distance does not exist. That the idea that the Earth is dropping away from you, that the Earth is convex on its surface, is imaginary. It's zero convexity. It is not curving anywhere. Okay, it's not a globe. So
based off of just your point of view, do you have any other evidence besides you to back it up?
Yeah, so line of sight will dictate the fact that I'm telling you the truth. If when you do a line of sight, these observations, it's going to show you that the Earth is not curving in the manner that it should be, as predicted from the Earth being a globe. You can do this. Anyone can. We can prove this to ourselves. Every human can do this. You don't need to take a rocket and go to space and go, oh, look, the Earth's flat. You don't need to do that. You can be on the
So
surface.
just because I looked out across a flat plane of water and it doesn't noticeably curve, that automatically means that the Earth is flat. Then why can't I see
scale up.
for a billion miles in every direction? Then why can't I see to the other side of the Earth?
You know what? Scale up, genius. What do you think is going to happen when you don't have nothing displaying convexity on a small scale and you scale up? What happens when you scale up? You're going to find some curve somewhere? Really? How's that possible?
You're taking one spot from the entire Earth and trying to apply it to everything. That's not how this works. You can't take one specific spot and then apply it to everywhere.
Yeah, because water doesn't display convexity on its surface, large bodies of water. When you have large bodies of water, there's no convexity. That's true. Not false, it's true.
What you're basically taking, oh dang, this one little bit of cracker that I'm seeing right here is like horribly burnt. That must mean that the entire cracker is horribly burnt, even if it isn't. You're taking one tiny spot and micro-focusing on it without looking at the bigger picture. You're trying to scale up when you can't.
Yeah,
you can't scale up.
Yes,
like
you
this.
can.
You can't use
Yes, you
scaling
can.
up.
Yes, you can, because that's the properties of water. And when it's at rest, the surface displays no convexity. That's just water. It's mechanics. If you understand that's what water is,
convexity to you then? What is convexity to you?
Measuring a drop over a distance. There's a rate of change of slope. Rate of change of slope would dictate the fact that the surface of the Earth is conforming to the convex surface from point A to point B over the distance.
If there's no drop off, then why can't I see from one side of the Atlantic Ocean to the other? Then, if there's no drop off, water, all the water is flat, so I should just be able to see it all the way across the ocean.
No, sir, that's illogical thinking. You're taking the fact that people are using everyday observations of the way they can. Do you know how vision works, Soviet Cat?
It sounds like you don't. When you're
no, it sounds like you don't. It sounds like you don't with your idea that you think you can see forever. It sounds like you don't.
So something just magically obscures it?
Magically? No, let's talk about this logically, sir. Let's not get into magic. We don't need that. All we need is for your understanding of how vision works. That's it. It's simple. But for the guy who thinks he knows if the Earth was flat, you could see forever, think about it like this. If you see a car driving away from you, practically, right? Now, it doesn't have to be too far. What happens to the car? What does it look like?
It disappears because it goes, the curvature of the Earth makes it disappear.
No, relax.
That's the whole
no,
flaw. That's the major flaw with your reasoning.
I'm not talking about that.
It's because the curvature of the Earth explains why it disappears.
All right, check this out.
The Earth is curving away from you, which causes it to go under the horizon.
Don't get all,
That's what a horizon is.
Don't get all bent out of shape. And what I'm saying is, when you see a car drive away from you, you see it apparently getting smaller. Is this not true?
Yes, because of the curvature of the Earth.
The curvature is not making the car get small, doofus.
Yes, it is. That's what a horizon is.
You're seeing the car drive away from you and it gets smaller because of the curve?
Yes, it's going over the curve. That's what a horizon is. Just look up what a horizon is. That's what it is.
No, I'm not talking about it going over the curve. Relax. I'm saying as a car, you see family members get in a vehicle and they're driving away from you. You see the car moving away from your immediate location. It's not going over any curve just yet. Relax. We're seeing as it appears to move
noticeable
dude,
curve.
As it moves away from you, you start to see it apparently getting smaller in your vision. Now, what's happening is that the car's not actually getting smaller. It's how perspective works. So you're seeing the car look apparently like it's getting tinier and tinier as it drives away from you. It's not going over any curve. You're just visually seeing the car look like it's getting smaller. It's not really getting smaller. But that's what it appears like in your vision. Now, at some point in the far distance, if the car drives away far enough, it will disappear in your vision because your eyes cannot resolve that far away. That's called angular resolution.
What about using
Soviet? You're not taking this in, brother. You're not taking it in. You're ready just to talk. Are you taking what I'm saying in? You're just waiting to talk, bro. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
All right. So yes, it gets smaller away because of perspective.
Yeah.
I know how perspective works.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
what
no,
about
yeah.
using magnifying objects though?
Yeah, and I
Binoculars,
know we'll get
telescopes.
to that. There's a few things that in order for me to lay this out for you, it's not as easy as like a 3 sentence thing. I have to kind of lay it out for you.
Yes,
So
I'm
it's
aware of how perspective works. I
okay.
already know this.
All right. So now, what we're saying is that, and you have to just give me a moment, right? So everything's converging to the eye line. Everything that we see in the distance is converging, right? So we see this convergence happening. On top of that, we have angular resolution. It's how the limitation of your eyeball, right, depending on what type of vision you have, is resolving the thing that you're seeing move away from you. So immediately when something moves away from you, your eye can only resolve it to a specific distance. Now, that means that nothing you see is going to be able to be seen forever, right? That's number one. You have to identify this particular phenomena, that your eyes are being able to see the world around you to a specific way. So in a very different way. So you're not going to say, well, if the earth was flat, we'd see to China. That doesn't work because first of all, your eyes cannot resolve to a specific distance.
You've already explained this to me.
All right, there's a limitation to your eye's distance. So as it were, there will be a little fly that lands on your arm. When that little fly takes off in your front of your vision and it keeps going forward, it will in your vision disappear. Not really, right? It would optically disappear because your eyes cannot resolve the fly at a distance. So at a specific distance, the fly will disappear. Not because it really went away, but it's because your eyes cannot resolve it. It's too tiny, and your eyes, it will blend in with the background. So most of the things that are flying around you, you will not be able to see them. There's tons of things flying around you, bugs, dust, all kinds of stuff. But your eyes can see a bit more in the macro sense. So you can see that tiny. So therefore,
yes,
this is what I'm getting with this. I know. So I'm driving the point home. So now from angular resolution, right, to the angle or the elevation of view, the elevation of view from how tall you are from the ground up. Like let's say for a 6-foot man off the surface of let's say the water, we're gonna know that you can see to a specific distance depending on the ambient air temperature outside, because there's a specific thing called heat haze, right? It causes an inferior mirage or optical distortion that causes you not to be able to see in the far distance. So that also
We're just explaining the same thing over and over. Yes, I'm aware.
No. This isn't that though. I'm not explaining how your eyes can resolve. I'm talking about now the ambient air outside changing the fact how far you can see. So there's a lot of factors here that you're not contemplating when you see something move away from you, right? And I'm laying it out for you. So it's not just the fact that the angular resolution, it's the angle of view, it's the ambient air temperature. There's a lot of things that are included into how you see things perspectively in the far distance. So it's not just a one and done Earth curve, there you be. This is like an all-encumbering way that we see the Earth around us. We see everything converging to the eye line. We see things in a specific type of resolution, depending on the type of vision you have, right? If you use optics or glasses or whatever it is you use. And then you're going to say, I can see more or less, depending on what the weatherman says, due to the air temperature outside. Today you will see 15 miles or whatever the case is. And so, and that's kind of a round number. You won't always see to that distance, but you will be able to have a specific clarity due to the temperature outside. We all know this, right? So all of this equates to the fact that certain things at a distance will just seem to disappear from the bottom up, or sometimes disappear completely just out of view, like the fly. The fly, he disappears off into view at a couple yards away. He doesn't need to get too far, but he's already tiny, right? So when he leaves your arm and he goes off into the front of your vision, he will disappear and you won't be able to see him. Like he could be flying around you and you won't know that he's there. So this is the problem that I'm saying, that a lot of globe earthers come in here. They're only assuming that the thing that's obscuring things from the bottom up on a specific distance would be due to the fact that the Earth is curving. And I'm telling you, because of the way that we see and vision, the way that it works, I'm laying it out for you. It's not just one thing. There's multiple factors as to why one day you would see one specific type of optical phenomena and tomorrow you might see something different. So everything that we see in the distance is not due to the curvature of the Earth. It's due to what angle that you are of elevation from the ground. That's a factor. How high you are above the ground, Another factor is how far you can see, angular resolution, and also combined with perspective, how your eye is converging everything to your eye line. So everything is
All right.
converging in your eye.
So taking that, so the farther up you are, the higher you can see, right? So if I'm at like the top of the Empire State Building, for example, why shouldn't I be able to see all of New York then?
No, you can
And
see.
let's say
Listen,
that it's
yeah,
a
your
perfectly
angular,
clear day. There's no
yeah,
heat haze. I should be able to
yeah,
see
your
the entire
angular,
state of New York, apparently.
yeah, your angular perspective is only as far as your angle of view will allow you to have. But I will tell you this: it will not make things focus. Focus is something a bit different. You're saying how clear can I
Okay,
see the
yes,
things that,
focus,
like,
but you can still see without focus. It will still,
yeah,
it'll still
you
be
could
there.
stuff can still be seen but not resolved. The resolving power, it loses. Like, say if you go up in elevation, you might be able to see things, but you won't be able to resolve them. Like, things will look tiny but not resolvable. You couldn't tell me the features of things. So it doesn't matter if you raise up in elevation, you can't see more. Yeah, you can see more to the extent of like more of the earth, but you can't see more as in resolving power, like the clarity of things, because you'll still be far away from those things that you are trying to look at. So resolving power will
So
not be there, but you can see more of the earth, like in the macro sense. You'll be able to see more
what
of
about
it, just
me
not.
bringing a pair of high-powered binoculars with me up there?
Yes,
Wait a sec.
that
Not
Suddenly,
only
increases
that,
that
not
increases
only that, right?
that increases the resolving
Well,
power.
not only that, with distance, right? It's harder to distinguish the difference between one object and another, so they'll appear to merge together. You won't be able to distinguish the difference. You won't be able to see a gap between them if there is one, for example.
Yeah.
It'll just look like one object.
Yeah, that
So
increases
it's all.
he uses the binoculars, that increases the resolving power. That's what you would need if
All
you're
right,
on
well,
top of the Empire State Building and you wanted to see things in the ground, let's say, or you'd need binoculars or something with a resolution power that would increase the resolution limit. So if you don't have that, your resolving power of your eye couldn't determine things with a distinct characteristic. You'd be able to
all
you'd
right.
have to pull out a telescope or something that magnifies the resolving power of the eye.
Well, last time I checked, so if you went up to the Empire State Building, and with a pair of binoculars, so it increases the resolve power. And I just looked out as far as I could see. I wouldn't be able to see the edge of New York, of the state. It wouldn't be resolved. I would barely
Yeah,
see
of
past the
course,
city.
of course. But you have to
But like what you're
remember.
saying is, I should be able to see the whole state, even if it's not resolved at all. I should
I
still see
didn't
some
say
sort of
that.
blurry
No,
outline.
I did not say that. Because
That's what
depending on,
you're implying.
no, I didn't imply that. I said depending on your elevation, you could see more of the macro, like the earth. Like, are you high enough to see more? That's the other question, and the answer would probably be no. You need to be a little bit higher. Like I'd say you'd probably have to be in altitude. So once you go up higher in altitude, yeah, but not in elevation. You could probably reach a certain limit to where, as far as you can see, is probably not, the best you could say for the size of New York or whatever. But what I would say is that you could see a lot more up there. Not clearly, you'd see a lot more, but not clearly. Resolving power is how you see things more clearly. So if you wanted to see something clearly from up there, you need some binoculars. But the case about that would be that you're actually, it's zooming into something is not actually seeing everything around you more clearly. It's only something specified. So like you would see a human being carrying a briefcase, whereas when you took the binoculars off, it just looked like a little blob. You didn't know what that was you were looking at until you put the binoculars on, and you could see the human carrying a briefcase. So that's what I'm saying. Your
All right.
resolving power of the eye is limited, and so are the binoculars. They have a resolution limit as well. So any optic that you use cannot see forever as well. So those things can basically zoom into a specific distance. They have their own resolution limit, and they have their own limit to how far they can see. So if things have resolution limits, that means that you cannot see forever, even if you, let's say,
I'm not saying that
understand
you
that the Earth's
can't see
flat and
forever.
stationary. You
Okay,
did
well,
say that at the beginning when the
let's
Earth
say
was flat.
that
You said you could.
I never said forever. I said
Well,
I said you should be able to see incredibly far. All right, so
That's not
let's just
true.
take. Yeah, that's what
What
I
is
said.
incredibly
You can
far? What quantify it? Give us a number.
Incredibly
Well,
far.
That's
You know that
I want.
that
Go ahead, Tiff.
angular
What is
resolution is not
incredibly
like it's
far?
like
Is
it's
it
something
50
Hold on,
that's a
Maynard.
feet? Is it
fact,
100
and
feet?
that
Is
they
it
Hold on,
use it.
Maynard.
2,000 feet?
Hold on, Maynard. Go ahead, Teal.
Oh, I was saying angular resolution is not something that's like part of like it's not fake or a conspiracy theory or anything like that. It's taken into account when making telescopes and cameras and stuff. It's not something that arguably doesn't exist.
Yeah, and I'm only bringing it in because
It's
most
that
of the
the angle
conversation.
so. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I was
No, I'm
saying
just.
if the angle is so far away that it's so sharp, your eyes can't resolve it. And when you take something that has a wider diameter, like a binocular, telescope, and more magnification, you can resolve a sharper angle, but those will have its limits. They can't see forever.
Yeah, I'm just describing to the casual glober that comes in here. They usually bring up the argument that, well, on a flat Earth you could see far away, and I'm like, no, that's not how it works. Because either way, on a flat or globe Earth, there'd be a optical resolution limit to your eyes, a camera, like a telescope. Everything has a limit to how far it can magnify. The zoom
Yes, but
capability.
you should still just be able to see like farther than you normally should, shouldn't you?
No, dude, no. That's still not the
Based
okay.
on what?
All right. Yeah.
What?
I mean, he's not wrong. You can, but you need infrared measurements for this.
Stop, Ripcord. We're not segueing into infrared, for God's sakes.
They already did like
Stop
the laser
taking this
test
off
on
the
like the
point.
flat Earth documentary. And they
Maynard,
failed
I'm
their
not
own
dealing with
theory.
that right now. Relax.
They already failed their
No,
own theory,
dude.
but it's been
Okay,
debunked.
you have a choice. Either stop derailing or be quiet, please.
I'm not even derailing.
We're
I'm
helping.
contributing. It's called contributing.
Yeah, everyone's contributing. You're just trying to stop people from supporting me.
We don't need to hear about
In
infrared
order to
or
have
other
a conversation,
segues.
you can't jump to a million topics.
Yeah, you're gonna lose the
You can't jump
plot.
to a million topics in order to talk about something. We're talking about angular resolution and seeing things from far away.
Yeah, please don't talk about infrared and things like that. We're not even talking about that right now. We're letting the gentleman understand he had his idea of seeing at a lot farther distance on the Earth being flat. And I'm like, your eyes can only resolve to a certain distance. That's very apparent to everybody that studies how to do photography. They know that there's resolution limits to different cameras. That's why they have different camera lenses, for God's sakes. I don't know. This is like, it's not that hard to understand, but that this is an actual thing. Why you guys got to turn it into like, well, if the Earth was flat, you could see a lot farther. Like, where do you come up with this? Who's telling you that?
Who's telling you that the Earth is flat?
It's self-evident.
You have to know
Nobody
what
needs
it's
to tell you.
based off of. Like, you keep saying it should be farther, but what are you basing that off of? What math? What are you basing that off of? Is it just your opinion?
Well, it shouldn't be farther because of the curvature of the Earth, but we're in a hypothetical flat world right now. So
No, it's not.
math breaks down at this point. So
No, it doesn't break. Stop saying things that you don't have. Dude, you don't even know it's a globe, number one. Number two, it's not
You don't know if
hypothetical.
it's
It's
flat,
self-evident.
okay?
It's self-evidently a flat and
Self-evident?
stationary plane. Yes.
Well, it's self-evident to me that it's a globe.
How? Tell me how.
You tell me first. You tell me how it's flat.
No. Tell me. Go ahead.
Oh, we just circled back around to how this whole thing
You're
started.
the one that said it. You're the one that said it. Now tell me how. Self-evidently a globe. Tell me.
All right. Well, we'll take. Oh boy, when I see far away, they go down because the curvature of the Earth blocks me from seeing them. But you're just gonna say, "Oh no, it's flat," which means that heat haze blocks it instead.
No. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna ask you. Go ahead and define at what distance it starts to disappear.
Or go
That
down.
depends on the.
Go ahead.
Oh, can I ask a question?
There's actually a
Sophie Cat, can I
mathematical
ask a
formula for
question?
this. Oh, what was
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
If like what was explained earlier about angular resolution, what would be the first part of a building that your eye could resolve? The bottom or the top? What angle would be sharper at farther distance?
Neither. They would both be the same. What?
What
If the
angle?
building
The
is
angle, not the distance. What angle? If you're a 6-foot tall man and you're looking at a building, you're far away, and one part angular resolution, remember the distance and the diameter of your eye that you're looking through, eventually of how far you are from something, the angle becomes so sharp your eyes won't be able to resolve it. What part of the building will become sharp angle that you can't see first, the bottom or the top?
if the building is stationary and you're moving away from it, then both at the same time. What does
Hey,
this?
do you not
I don't
understand the
understand
question?
right.
The bottom or the Soviet cat? It's a really simple question.
Neither.
Angular resolution thing.
All
No,
right,
the
so
bottom.
wait,
The
bro.
angle that
So
your eye is
I'm
viewing the building
confused
from.
on what you're trying
It's a
to tell me
straight
right
line
now.
going downwards, right? The bottom of the building is a straight line going downwards from your eye, right? If you're looking down at something, like let's say you're right in front of the building, you're looking at the bottom of the building, you're going to be looking down, right? The angle's going down. If you're far
You didn't
away,
specify
the
I was
angle's
looking
still going to
down
be
or
going
up.
down, but from a further distance. But from a further distance.
So
When you're
if I'm
super far,
looking down at something while moving away, is that what you're trying to say?
No,
Soviet
he's getting
cat.
confused,
The
Teal.
bottom
He's
of
getting
the
confused.
building, think about it as your eye is going, like the where you're looking, what would be the sharper angle? The bottom of the building or the middle of the building? What would be a sharper angle?
What part of the building am I looking at?
You're looking at the whole building. What is the sharper angle in accordance to your eye?
All right, so let me just
middle
try to.
Or the bottom of the building?
So what I'm hearing
The
right now
bottom.
is, so it's a building, right? So I'm moving. So I'm looking straight at the building in the middle, and I'm just moving backwards, right?
No,
Is that
he's
what
moving
you're
now.
trying to say?
Stop, stop moving. Wait.
Well,
No,
I don't
no,
understand
no.
what the
Stop.
question is.
Stop. You're including a different parameter, which means now
All
you're
right, so if
moving.
I'm not
So
moving,
moving. Hold
all right,
on,
so if I'm
Soviet. 1
stationary,
second. Yeah, 1 second. 1 second. You can include another parameter and change what Teal was saying because now you're going to involve distance. So now you're going to involve another
no, I'm just
variable.
trying to figure out what this question is. So I was just probing to see
Soviet
if that was
cat.
It's
what
her
it
The
meant.
question is just mathematics. The question is, what part of the building has a sharper angle to your eye? The middle or the okay, let's say it's a building that's twice your height, whatever. It's like a teeny weeny building. The bottom of the building or the top, what will have a sharper angle? According to that there's a convergence line. You know how the horizon is like in the middle of your eyesight, right?
Yes.
Everything converges to that spot. The things that are a sharper angle, your eye won't be able to resolve. That's how angular resolution works. You won't be able to resolve it. The bottom of the building is at a sharper angle. That's why the bottom goes missing first. Your eye will stop being able to resolve the bottom of the building before the top. That's why things disappear bottom up when you're moving away from them. It's not because of the curvature of the Earth. It doesn't match with the math of the curvature of the Earth. It's because of the convergence line, and your eye can't resolve that image anymore because the angle is too sharp. And your eye, the diameter of your eye, the thing you're looking through, can't resolve an angle that sharp. If you look through something stronger like a camera, you'll be able to resolve it until eventually the resolution limit is reached in the camera. It's all about how sharp the angle is in which you're looking at something.
All right. Could I see some maybe like math? Could I see the mathematical formula for this, or the person that like first introduced this, please? Could I get
Angular
like
resolution?
the backing up
It's
proof to this?
resolution. You can look it up. It's taken into account for angular resolution, for proof
Well,
of
I
angular
shouldn't trust the
resolution.
government because the government
he's
satellite
asking
pictures
that
are obviously
question.
fake.
It's
So
not the government. It's not a theory. It's just math. It's taken into account for telescopes and cameras.
but you say that my math is wrong whenever I try to calculate the horizon.
It's not,
So,
dude. This is just
no,
how the
no.
eye.
I feel like there's some sort of like double standard going on here.
No, it's not. It's the resolving power of the eye and how you see over a surface with your resolving power and perspective. Everything factored in. The resolving power of the eye is used to determine at what distance you can see things and how you're going to see things. So Teal is basically outlining that
And
for
it's
you right
not-
now.
It's not flat Earth math or flat Earth theory anyway. It's accepted.
Yeah, I
It's
know
just
angular.
how it works.
I
It's
know
how the
what
eye
angular
works.
resolution
It's
is.
how cameras work. It's how telescopes work.
Yep.
Every single seeing, like every lens, every telescope, every eye has a limit because of this. You can't resolve things eventually, depending on how far or the angle you're looking at it. Or the ambient air.
So we have that
Yeah, it's-
theory, and then We have like
It's not a
we have
theory.
the-
Oh my god, it's not
Alright,
a
so we have
theory,
that.
bro.
Okay, we have this. We have this mathematical formula, all right, and then we also have the other mathematical formula
Dude,
about-
wait. Time out. Have you looked at the angular resolution information online? Have you seen
I'm looking
anything
at it right
about
now.
it? And
Alright,
what do you read?
just give me
Can
a
you read
second-
some
just
of it?
Give me a second to classify my thoughts here, okay? Just give me a second. All right.
Oh god, dude. Like, it tells you right there
It's
if
only-
you
I-
look it up.
That's why I'm looking at it right now, okay?
Listen, the angular resolving power resolution of a telescope is the smallest angle between the close objects that can be seen clearly to be separate. Resolution is limited by the wave nature of light. Now, if you're saying that you're seeing over a distance, this is how you're seeing with a resolution limit. That is always
I'm not talking
the
about
case.
that, okay?
We
You're
all
jumping into
are.
something
This
else
is the
entirely.
part.
I'm trying to say something else, okay? Just if you'll let me speak, please. All right. So I'm looking at the angular resolution. Yes, this is a real thing. This is how cameras work. I'm looking at it right now. But I'm also looking at the formula for the horizon. Which one is right? They're both formulas tried and proven, but they contradict each other.
No, it's not tried and wait, stop. No, that's wrong. They're not both tried and proven. Where are you getting the information that the Earth being a globe is tried and proven?
Where's the evidence proving that the Earth is flat, tried and proven?
No. You said it was tried and proven. Where do you find that information of the Earth being a globe tried and proven?
Well, I'm looking at a university paper right here.
Where? We don't see
From
it.
the University of
Well, I
Washington.
think what he's saying is if I read both things online, which
No,
one should I
don't
believe
divine
is
his
true?
thoughts. Don't divine his
So-
thoughts. Don't
so
divine his
how can he
thoughts.
test
We
one
want to
or
hear
the
him
other?
say it.
Well, he
Stop
did say
divining
that.
his thoughts. No,
did
don't
say that.
divine his thoughts.
He
We
said
want to
it.
hear him say it. Go ahead. You tell us, Soviet.
Say what? That I'm looking at this research paper right now from the University of Washington.
Put a link. Yeah, put a link on the text channel to all of us so we can know what you're looking at.
Will do.
Put a link in the text channel. I don't know what you're seeing. Put a link in the text channel so we can all see what you're seeing.
Did he just say the horizon location is tried and proven?
Yeah.
What?
And he's looking
Soviet Cat,
he's
before
looking
you
at a paper.
Something's tried
Wow.
and proven. You should have examples on how it's tried and
Yeah, he's
proven,
looking at a
because when
paper
you
right
look
now
into
that
the
nobody
horizon
can
line, you
see.
it's not.
Oh, okay.
Nobody can see
I'm
this paper.
posting a
Only he
link
can.
right now if you'll give me a second.
Well, hold on. Can you give us the methods, like how they measured the horizon distance?
Well, I got the mathematical formula right here that I'll post in the chat.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah,
Let's
what does
go.
that mean?
Yeah, but the mathematical formula. But how did they prove that mathematical formula to be true?
No, I said the link, bro. Not just don't put some math in there. Give us the link where you got this from. Let's see your source.
Doesn't matter
Oh,
what the
dude, like-
calculation.
Oh, dude.
It doesn't matter what the calculation is. Eventually, it's going to have to be tested to see if that calculation matches reality, right?
All right, look, he put it.
That's the
It's
link
right
for the
there.
horizon right
That's the link. Let me
Yeah,
see.
but we're gonna if we come up with some mathematical model,
Oh
we're
my
gonna have to
God.
test it eventually, right? Against reality to see if it's correct.
Indio, click that link, bro.
I've already seen it.
Oh, you know which
so
one it
yeah,
is?
now suddenly that math is just
Everything
wrong
these guys
now.
have ever posted.
Jesus, dude.
Like, no, the math is fine, but the thing is, that doesn't mean it matches reality.
Yes, I can. I
I'm
can
gonna-
go and use that formula right now.
No, you can't.
And do what with
Liar.
it? And do what with it?
I have used the formula before. I have
Find
used
the
that formula
horizon.
before,
Find how far away the
and
horizon
it
is
has
using
not
it.
matched up where the
Okay.
horizon is. It has not matched up where the horizon
So
is.
your personal
Soviet
account.
Cat.
Your personal account. Where's the? Can we have like
Not
your
personal
one?
account only. World record photography, Soviet Cat. News
All
reports
right,
on it.
who?
Going.
Hold on.
Who's the world record
No,
for
it's
photography? Then?
see that's
Look, why don't
what do you
just,
mean?
like-
You just
No, go ahead, Teal.
I was just gonna say it's look, they admit that you could see the horizon further, and then they use another excuse to why we could see further. Another excuse that is not proven. It's not denied that we could see further than what the formula of where the horizon should be. That they know it's accepted by modern science that we could see further. They make up an excuse as to why that is not provable.
It is. It
So
has
it's
been
not
proven.
a debate that we could see further.
So,
You're
Soviet,
looking at a research paper that proves it right here. You're just
Soviet Cat,
refusing
you
to
just
accept that it's
found
proven.
out. Soviet Cat, I just told you right now that they admit that we could see further than where the horizon is supposed to be. based on what Soviet Cat, let me finish talking. They've already admitted that we could see further than where the horizon line is supposed to be, and they've made up reasons why we could see further without any proof.
Okay.
And you can't say that they have proof when you haven't looked into it.
Who are you talking about?
What do you mean? Okay, so you don't even know
You're
that they
saying
say we could see further?
Who is they? Who are you talking about right now?
Look
We
it
can
up
see
online right
right
now, and you'll see that right away they admit we could see further, and you'll see the reason why they say
Who is they?
Okay?
Who are you talking about right now? You're just saying they.
Modern science.
I
So
know.
just everybody,
You want to name
everybody
Andrew
who
Thomas
follows
Young?
the mainstream science.
So
You can
all
look it up right now and see that
they
admit that we could see further.
No, they don't agree with
can
you.
look it up right
You're
now.
wrong. They don't agree with you.
Yeah. You can look it up right now. You could see the reason why they say we could see further. Okay.
Yeah, what's weird is
I'm gonna go. Bye. I'm at the grocery store.
What?
See ya too.
I
What's important is Soviet is that you posted that PDF that has 2 pages on it, and the information that the math shows right there has an R value in there. That's begging the question, sir. That's what you're doing with that R value. It's baked into the formula, bro. Baked in. It's in there. It's saying, well, the horizon would be this way on a sphere, but you're looking at a circle and it's showing the geometry of that. And it's so my thing is, how are you having that information already presupposed prior to you thinking or even finding out that it's an actual sphere? Huh? You didn't think about that, did you?
So here is the main root of the problem. Just let me talk. Here's the root of the problem. All of our
you're
math
presupposing the Earth.
is thinking that the Earth is a circle, but you're just like, nuh-uh, the Earth isn't a circle, so all your math is wrong.
Yeah, you have to prove it first. How the fuck do you know it's a sphere without you proving it
Unfortunately, the
first?
math proving it, you're just saying that the math proving it is wrong. You just say that it's wrong if you don't like it. That's what I'm getting from.
The math is correct. It doesn't match reality. And I'm going to show you right now that it doesn't match reality. So I'm going to post an image in the chat. Now the horizon, if you do the horizon formula, the distance formula, the horizon is supposed to be 6 miles away in this image. It's more than 10 because that farthest oil rig, that's 10.10 miles from the camera.
How do we know it's 10.10 miles?
Well, because
just
you
the
can
guy
measure
saying that it's 10.10 miles?
No,
How do we know
because
for a fact that it's 10.10 miles?
because we know where he took the picture. Even in the video, you can see where he took the video from. This is a screenshot from a video.
Where's the video then?
I'll post it in the chat. Listen, I can post thousands of incorrect horizon distances. Thousands. Not just a couple. Thousands. Every Glober already now, and I don't know why Globers aren't putting you in check right now. This is what's pissing me off. Matthew Orange should be in here fucking putting you in check. That the horizon distance varies depending on weather conditions.
Yeah, I told him that.
It's just a prediction, but it's straight or not. Oh, sorry, Matt. Go ahead. Say that again.
No, you're right. It depends on whether the path of light is perfectly straight or not. And sure enough, especially close to the oceans, it varies quite a bit on weather and turbulence and all kinds of things.
Yeah, but this is something that we like. Basically, it's just understanding the physical and natural world. Like what the gentleman is saying is something far fetched removed from any type of construct, being globe or flat. It's not even. It's like a cosmology he's made up in his own mind. So it doesn't adhere to either one.
What? All the Soviet cats starved to death in the 90s. Anyway.
All right.
Sorry,
You're
comrade.
flying blind right now.
So the geometric horizon, globe earthers claim we never see that. That's never been seen. It never will be seen. And that there's only ever an apparent horizon.
He didn't even know angular resolution was a thing. He was like, "Oh,
yes, I did. I never said that it wasn't a thing." What?
You
now
came
just
in
putting
pretty
words
hot
in my
when
mouth.
When I told you about angular resolution, you were like, "No, if it was a flat Earth, you could see for a far distance."
I would say
that's
most
what you
people
said, bro.
don't know that shit.
And no, dude, you have angular resolution.
That's normal not to know in everyday life. Like people don't. I mean, you know that things change in apparent angular size, but to know like the resolvability and to demonstrate it But yeah, it's not something people run into every day.
Well, he was saying that if the Earth was flat, you'd be able to see like really far away. I'm like, no, you wouldn't. And who said that? Like, why are these guys coming in here saying dumb shit? There's no way for them to detect that that's the case in any way. Earth, flat or globe, you could see to a certain distance. It's like the resolving power of the eye, the angle at distance at which you see things. Like it's laid out for you there.
So here's
And
the funny thing is if they didn't see shore from like 30 miles away, they wouldn't think it's because of Earth curve. They would just think that they're like the clarity of the air is like just not good enough to see that far. They would never default to Earth curve. It's only when they're engaged in this topic that all of a sudden everything is caused by Earth curve.
Okay. When we first started, I gave Soviet the floor. I wanted him to give his best evidence that the Earth is a globe, and then once he found his claim, to go ahead and articulate the point of how he knows, and he deferred to like, well, I'm not a scientist, so I couldn't be able to tell you. Him and
I did not say that. I said that in order to prove definitively, I would have to go to space, which I can't since I'm just a citizen. But I don't have to because it's already been done by somebody else.
So funny,
right.
You just say,
guys
no,
think
they
everything
haven't
is
actually
solved by
been to space.
Well, how'd they figure it out before
No,
space?
you're just going to say, no, they haven't actually been to
How did
space.
they figure it out before space?
That's what I
Did they just gamble? They just like, let's just jump in this rocket and take a gamble? They weren't sure yet?
No,
Come on,
because
man.
ancient philosophers like Socrates had already proved it.
Oh, really? What did Socrates do to prove it?
God.
What did Socrates do to prove it? Come on now. Get off the nonsense, bro.
Alrighty. Let me just...
Yeah. Just
He
freaking
got in the lotus
Socrates.
position. He was like,
Be up to Socrates,
how to
bro.
get a job without experience and how to get an experience without a job. Let's build a rocket.
Oh, no, that's my fault. Actually, it wasn't Socrates. It's Pythagoras. That's
You still got the wrong Greek, man. You're just
It's the
like,
wrong Greek.
Look, did you like make a dartboard and stick like Greek fucking names on it and just start throwing darts?
He missed. Wrong Greek.
No, right here. Pythagoras was the first to claim that the Earth was round.
Yeah.
Curventatious.
Yeah.
He believed that. You think he could prove it?
Yeah, he did prove it. And then it was backed up later by people like Diogenes, who then proved it again.
You're butchering their names. Dude,
how did they prove it?
Show us the method.
So, okay, fine. Let me look it up.
Points, man.
Yeah. Mid argument once again. You're very
okay. Yeah, I should know the method that he used to look it up. Yeah.
He just claimed he proved it.
I'm the light, dude.
You fucking said he proved it. Now
he did prove it. I just need to look. Okay.
Yeah, he did. He did prove it, Indio. He did prove it. Fuck, dude.
Yes, he did.
But you have no idea how he did it. You have no idea how he did it. You just know he proved it. That's it. That's all you know.
So, Sylvia,
I don't need to know it off the top of my head because I can just look it up.
Top of your head, dude. You couldn't even find that thing if they gave it the link to you.
I'm looking at it right now. You want me to send you the link?
Really?
So, Soviet cat,
yeah,
you're
put
on
in the
board
text
then,
channel.
right? With the two earlier conversations that objects appear to get smaller in the distance, and due to the angular resolution limit and the Rayleigh criteria, it'll start from the bottom of whatever your straight line of sight is to the object. As the angle gets smaller, you'll see less and less. So are you on board with those two things?
Wait, what'd you say?
The apparent size change of an
breaking up a
object
little.
as you move away from it, or it moves away from you. That's one part, right? That's like an obvious thing, right? Like the sun in the sky, you can pretty much cover with your thumb. So, right? So we know something that's further gets smaller, and that if you were to draw a straight line of sight to an object, right at the bottom, like when you just start, you got your two arms out, and you're going to put an angle to it. You got one straight, so a horizontal line to the bottom of the object, and the other one's going to be smaller and smaller, more acute of an angle, right? So it's going to be more difficult to see something at a smaller angle than when you open up the angle wider and wider to the top of a building. You'll be able to see more with a bigger angle. You're on board with these two things?
He's
not paying attention. He's reading the article he just posted. He's reading the
I'm
article.
not
He's
reading
not
the
listening to you,
article.
no Tank. So, what's the article you
I
just
am. I
posted? That's the right.
I guess I would be on board with that. Yes.
That's cool. That's the right. You don't know what he said. What's the right Greek? Now that you have the article.
I do not know how to pronounce that name. I'm gonna butcher that.
Eratosthenes.
But it's
Aristophanes. Yeah, you do. Multiple people proved it. You know, not just one person. Yes, you're acting like only one person can prove that the Earth is round. Yeah, multiple people
they're
have.
not proving.
Soviet
Right there. They all prove.
Can I ask you a question? Can you prove something if what you're attempting to prove has an assumption built into it?
It does have an assumption.
Okay, it doesn't assume Earth's a globe?
No, in this article, most people thought the Earth was flat back then. So obviously, he didn't assume that the Earth was already round.
He had to.
Proved it.
You can't do that measurement without assuming that. There's also another assumption: parallel light rays. So there's another assumption. There's more than one assumption in this. So can you prove things with an assumption?
These are assumptions to you.
No. What do you mean they're assumptions to me? No, they are assumptions.
So how are they assumptions?
Okay. Do you think Eratosthenes knew the distance to the sun?
I don't know, maybe.
Do you think he knew the Earth was a globe before he did the experiment?
Probably not, considering that he wanted to prove it, so he probably didn't think it was a globe.
Okay, so it's an assumption. Both of those. They're both assumptions.
But it's not an assumption because it was right. So that means it would be a fact.
They don't even claim now it was right. They still even claim, peace out, man. They don't even claim now it was right. They still even...
Yes, they do.
No. First of all...
Muhammad!
Who the fuck?
Hey, what's up, Dash? Oh, Dash.
Do that shit again. See what happens. Yeah, okay. Anyway.
What?
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to whoever's just fucking making random noises like a little twit. Immature people, man. Anyway. Yeah, so they didn't even use Eratosthenes radius. They used Ptolemy's radius for about, which is 10% smaller. Mainstream science. Christopher Columbus, Galileo, Copernicus, Kepler, fucking Newton. They used Ptolemy's. Because they trusted Ptolemy more than Eratosthenes, plus Eratosthenes don't have primary or secondary sources. But that's besides the point. They say even Eratosthenes is wrong. And you know what? At the same time Eratosthenes lived in China, they were flat earthers, and they assumed the Earth was flat, and they got different results because they made different assumptions. They assumed rays of the sun are divergent, and they assumed that the Earth was flat. So they made the same assumptions. It's not, they made different assumptions. And it's not me who says this. This is in the scientific literature that he used assumptions.
Can I get the link to that scientific literature?
Yeah. I'll post it in the chat. Not that you'll ever read it. You're going to just play pretend.
What do you think about that, Soviet cat? What do you think about the rays? Have you been paying attention to? He's talking about divergent or parallel rays. What is that? What do you think that means?
I'm not a scientist.
When you so I think he's talking about the sun, right? So when you look at the sun, I mean, if you were to draw a sun on a piece of paper, would you draw would you get a ruler out and just start drawing lines straight up and down, or would you do it differently?
What the lines coming out of the sun?
Yes.
Straight, I assume.
Okay, so you would draw a parallel ray. You would draw a circle sun, and then lines would go straight up and down across the page. They wouldn't. Versus the contrary, the opposite would be to draw the circle, and then from the center point have all the little light rays of the sun, like like kids draw, coming from the center and diverging from the center.
Diverging where?
From the center, outward.
To where? They just weave
to wherever, right? So like hold your hand in a fist, right, and then just open your hand, and your fingers are going to diverge, right, in different directions, right? When you
I
you
mean,
draw the sun,
whenever the sun's light hits the earth, that's what happens.
right? That's what. So you believe that it diverges from the sun.
Yeah, but just not in the vacuum of space. It has to interact with Earth's atmosphere first.
Okay, and then when it interacts with Earth's atmosphere, it still diverges from a central point, or it does something else.
Well, considering that the entire surface of the Earth, yeah, if it was straight, it would just hit one specific spot. So yes, of course they diverge.
I appreciate that.
So I just posted the literature in the chat, and I posted a video where they prove their table is a sphere. Cool. Thanks.
Was up the YouTube video?
Yeah, so they use the same methodology as Eratosthenes, and they proved their table's a sphere. How'd they do that?
All right, let me read the literature first.
You can just read the abstract. I'll read it out. However, his observations would have led him to very different conclusions if he had used another set of presumptions in interpreting his observations. Scientists should always remain aware of the fact that finding data which are consistent with a particular hypothesis does not rule out the possibility of other viable hypotheses.
Yes, but it doesn't mean that hypothesis is automatically incorrect either. Yes, there might be other viable
I
hypotheses.
didn't, but you said that he proved it, okay? You can't prove things with presuppositions. So it's not proven. It's consistent with. That's the best you can say.
If it's consistent with for long enough, yes, it would be proven. That's how most scientific hypotheses are normally, turned into variable facts. You do it a whole bunch of times, and if it gives you the same thing over and over, oh well, I mean, it's got to be a fact then.
That's not how it goes. That's actually not how science works. That's not how. That's the opposite of how science works. Science works by falsification. Try to falsify a hypothesis. Try to prove it wrong. You don't try to prove it right, because it only takes one anomalous event to prove the whole thing wrong. And an example of this is the black swan, right? So if your theory is all swans are white, doesn't matter if you find a trillion white swans. As soon as you find one black swan, your hypothesis is wrong, right?
I mean, it depends on whether or not you're counting outliers.
What does that mean? The hypothesis all swans are white is wrong if you find a black swan.
Oh, I mean, yes.
Okay, so there are black swans in Australia.
I don't know.
Well, no, there are.
Oh.
But everybody thought in all of human history that swans were white. And then they got to Australia and they're like, well, there goes that.
Yeah, cool.
So what do you think?
But the thing is that with this, there hasn't been an outlier. There's been nothing to prove it wrong.
Well, like the test that you did earlier, or that we did earlier, with the sun, right? So we need to measure the Earth to be like curving, right? So we need to establish a straight line, right? And then from that straight line, we're going to find that the Earth, or a large body of water at rest, kind of curves away from that straight line. So with the initial experiment, or whatever you want to call it, with this Eratosthenes, what did he use as the straight line to measure the curve against?
Was it, from what I remember reading, he sent a person to I can't remember what the name of the place is.
Yeah, no big deal. So he said, okay, well, what we're going to do is we're going to say that the sun, the one that Soviet cat just drew on a piece of paper with diverging sun rays, we're going to just instead say that the sun rays are parallel, right? Like coming in perpendicular to a horizontal line. So every single sun ray that you've ever seen, he's going to say, is going to be vertical, straight up and down from that original from some sort of horizontal. He's going to say the sun rays are parallel. Therefore, they demarcate the straight line. And if they come in a straight line, well, what we're measuring is obviously, it's noon somewhere and it's 2 o'clock in another place, right? We don't have the same angle. I see the sun in one place and I see the sun in another place. When it's noon, there's no shadow, and when it's 2 o'clock, there's a shadow. So he's going to say that that's the curve, right, of the Earth. But Soviet Cat drew on the piece of paper a sun with diverging rays, right, from a point. So now if you just flip that little test around and reverse it, and you say, okay, the large body of water at rest is the horizontal line, and now the sun's diverging rays come in from a different angle, giving you the curve.
All right. Well, was it for the little drawing of the sun that I made? I would like to correct that.
Oh, you want to flip it around? I know you do. I know you do.
No, I would just like to make the suns bigger.
Yeah, bigger, further, and parallel
I was thinking out of context. If the sun is so big that they would all be straight, they would still hit the entire surface of the Earth. So yeah, it would just be straight. If because the sun is massive, so the lines wouldn't have to curve. They would.
Well, it would have right in order. Yeah. So again, right, you would be doing you'd be like, oh wait, let me change my sun. So because what I experience is divergent rays. I look and I can see the sun rays are divergent. I could throw like smoke up in the air and I can see it. They're not coming down straight. But I'm going to still draw my picture on this piece of paper and say, well, it must be the case that the sun is so far away that the light is coming in parallel. Even though I can throw smoke in the air to disprove it, I must be tilted.
That's after it's been interacted with by other objects. The smoke changes it.
Therefore I must be, when it's 2 o'clock, I must be tilted. I must not be standing straight up and down. I have to be tilted to the side when it's 2 o'clock.
Yes, because the curvature of the Earth would tilt you towards the sun.
Yeah, right. That's what you'd have to say. Instead of what you experienced or what you drew on the paper, right? Which you would get the same exact extrapolation from with a local sun or whatever, right? Whatever you want to call
local.
No,
the main problem with the paper is that that's a 2D
the horizontal line that you're drawing, right? The straight edge that you need. You need a straight edge from somewhere to get curvature. And then you just flip it and say, well, the straight edge is going to be what I experienced, being large bodies of water at rest, lying flat and horizontal, and the sun and its diverging sun rays move across the sky, giving me these tilted angles. I'm not tilted. The sun just moved away.
Well, first off, we're trying to take a 3D object and put it into a 2D plane, which would automatically just come with some minor errors. And second, what?
Oh, move around and do it.
I couldn't follow what you're trying to say.
Yeah, move around and do it. Just walk around with your smoke or whatever. But the point is, you need a straight line, right? So where did the straight line come from?
Who says that we need a straight line?
If you're going to measure like a change of like a curve, right? It requires a change from that straight line, like a slope or some sort of a vertical change from that straight line.